1200. That's going to give him a Book of Thoughts when he returns, it's going to give him 100 flat damage, and it's also going to give the stacks. Now, you don't really have to worry too much about the stacks on Book of Thoughts. You're not getting a whole bunch for 75 stacks, but at the end of the day, you still get them.
Yeah, it's very true. Checking it with Maniac as well now. He does have Breastplate of Valor online as well as Shoes of Focus, so he's going to be a little bit more difficult now for Devios to try and 1v1 as easy as he was. But Maniac, he's still going aggressive over and over again. He's got to watch himself, because one Earthbreaker could be a problem.
Well, Earthbreaker's going to come in. Zeros follows up. Double Tap's going to be there. Driving Strike gets him out. And now he's just going to turn around. Thor, Salt served up to him. Berserker Barrage is there. Gars follows up. He's got the monkey. He could teleport to it. Nope. He's just going to completely get out of there. Meanwhile, Captain Twig forced out by the Boosh. I have a lot of eyes on the Boosh here. Agni could set up a lot for Cognitive Red, and we haven't really seen it yet.
No, we haven't just yet out in the jungle, though. We're going to see the supports meet and have a little bit of back and forward, but not too much action there. Each other's busy.
Normally what happens is supports run by each other. They like high five.
Mid lane though, the wall comes up, connects the spin to win. Maniac.
Oh!
It's going to pick up the boost with the dubs.
The birds are strong. And what's silly about this is when you take a look at Aphrodite's build, I mean, he's just got a breastplate and he's got CDR boots. He doesn't even have pen boots. So those dubs just hurt.
But they do lose the tower in the right-hand lane for this. Devios should be able to get this, but will he survive? The kiss comes out. Zero should be there with the wall. The wall does not connect, but it buys him time to do so. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Gars just solo Twig. And Devios is going to get out, but on the left, nothing is happening just yet. I thought there was going to see a little bit of an engagement there, but not this time.
Yep. On here, called in Ionic. He goes, hey, buddy, I need a defender of the Olympus, and that's going to deter Badja and Reels, and they're going to rotate out of this. The next real point of contention should still be these mid-Harpies at this point. Gold Fury's going to be down, speed buff coming up on SK Gaming. We could possibly see an invade, but based on the map position, it's probably not going to happen. I think what we're looking for here is to see how Maniac kind of responds to Divios. This is the matchup everyone wanted to watch, and we're watching it here. Honestly, I think Divios a little bit on top.
Honestly, this game, Devios won lane. Devios won the lane, but the laning phase is now over when it comes to the solo lane. It's going to be all about the team fights now.
Yeah.
And Hercules brings one thing to a team fight, and Aphrodite brings something completely different. She has one of the only abilities in game that makes you invulnerable to damage for a few seconds for you and a teammate, as well as you can still deal damage in that time. That's such a strong ability, and it's the first time we've seen her so far.
Yeah, you almost got to wonder if you would have rather seen a Jotun's Wrath come out on Divios here. Just to kind of shred through the armor that is Maniac's breastplate.
He's got to get tanky though, because he's got a lot of other people to deal with in the scene. He's going to have to deal with Reels later on and Zeros. He's going to have to get up in their grill, cause them some issues.
Well, eyes on Badger here. He's on Ymir. He can blink in at any time. He can really just go ahead and set this team fight up, and they're just going to give him the right Harpies. Actually, no, they're not. They're not. Badger should be looking to play. Dude, that's just what I'm talking about, dude. The way he moves, I always just assume he's going in. He's going to give me a panic attack.
Badger does that all the time. He always looks slightly in a strange position all the time. But what SK Gaming are doing right now, Gandhi, they're just stalling for the Gold Fury right now. Yeah. They're just trying to wait and farm to let Maniac keep farming. As you can see, Maniac's starting to get a bit more control in this lane because Devios is low in mana. But don't get underestimated because there's a meditate coming out. And now the turnaround might be on. If Athena ults into this, there's potential. The boulder semi-connects. Here comes Athena. The kiss was good, but can Ionic help him out?
This is going to be one dead Aphrodite. The taunt comes down. Divios trying to melee here. Oh! Earthshaker coming in. That's a boulder. That's going to go ahead and knock him out. Zeros misses the Tectonic Rift. Will he follow it up? He doesn't even hit the double tap. Here comes Gars on the backside. Fear no evil. Invulnerability coming up from Maniac. Captain Twig joins the party. Up Twig's you dead. Go. He's into the wall. Twig's still alive somehow. Twig finally is taken down. Zero spinning. Gars looking to continue to aggress. That's a taunt. Maniac rest in pieces, bro.
He's going to go down to the boost there on the backside. And now the team of Cog Red can look to try and advance. And her Snoopy on the other side, keeping Reels pinned under the tower. The rest of Red assaulting this tier 2 on the right side.
Well, they're relatively healthy as well. If they really wanted to, they could turn around and possibly go for gold here. Ionic's going to hit the taunt on Zeros. He's got the follow-up. The push has the damage and the CC. He's forced out just a little bit. Ionic, he's going to take a lot there. His health's going to deplete, but it's still going to give him the tier 2. That's going to be 1,500 gold in their pocket. chipping away at the lead that is SK Gaming.
Well, the lead is now Cognitive Red's 4,000 experience, 1,700 gold. They're going to steal away the red buff as well. And what that also means, like we always keep saying, Gandhi, a tier 2 tower is equivalent to a Gold Fury. And at this stage of the game, with the Gold Fury still online, it's very important to try and get those advantages where you can.
Yeah, and they did steal the red, okay.
Yeah, they took my buff.
Now, that's very, very important. So if you're just getting into Smite, when you win a team fight in any lane and you're all the way on the enemy side, you want to steal all of their objectives.
As many objectives as you can. That's why they took the tower. If they were on the left-hand side, they would have done Gold Fury. But instead, they got the tier 2 tower. It was big for them because now they can start contesting the Gold Fury. And even if Maniac sits in the solo lane like he is right now, Gandhi, he's only going to get a tier 1 tower. It's not equivalent.
A Pestilence coming out here for Hercules. Now, there's a lot of different Herc builds you're going to see over the time. You can see the Jotun's Wrath into the Stonic guy and everything along those lines. But right now, Divio says, okay, I got an early kill. I'm 2, 2, and 3. I have Teleport. I have Meditate. I need to be the tank for my team.
Wall comes out there from Zeros with the double tap. No more follow-up. The left Harpies did go in favor of Red one more time. Nice sentry wall placed down by them again, just to make sure they get control. Actually, they dropped double sentry wall. A bit of miscommunication there on that one. But right one's due to spawning already. You can see the boost is going to be in position for them, and they're starting to turn their attention to the Gold Fury.
Ionic trying to get a pick. Charges up the dash. Doesn't find anyone. And now this is going to be Badges, so it's really going to come down to who gets the better look really on the enemy team here. Badge is going to be very, very aggressive in there, but his team, as you can tell on the minimap, is nowhere to be found. You're going to be seeing Zeros get the speed buff. That's going to be huge going into this next fight. But overall, they're not going to be able to fight anytime soon. In fact, Cog Red is forced to play the EU meta.
Well, Devios just stole away the blue buff from Maniac. 1v1ing the blue buff and actually picked it up left-hand side, though. A blink comes in, and there's a good freeze, and it looks like Snoopy could be in a bit of trouble, but Ionic is on the turnaround as well. The Fade Weaver comes out, and it looks like Reels will be the casualty of war. This is an opportunity now for Red to take a big advantage, as Badge is in trouble too.
Badge is in a lot of trouble. Divios teleported in. Badge is going to be taken out. This could be a Gold Fury. In fact, this will be a Gold Fury. That's going to be Maniac on the right. He's looking at 5 members of Cognitive Red. There's no possible way they can contest this without losing their life. I mean, Zeros could take to the sky. He is Thor.
I mean, they're thinking about going in. I don't think it's the right call because they can't all get there. They're just going to farm up, play safe, give up that Gold Fury. Second Gold Fury of the game goes the way of Red.
That's big. That's going to be really big for him. I mean, that's now 1-to-1, and you can kind of see how everything has changed. When you take a look at the graphs, it's been back and forth, but right now, Cog Red knows how to play at a lead.
Big turn, big knock-up, but he's going to get out with the bees, but he walks into a bomb at the back from Boosh. The ult was forced by Maniac there. Undying Love is now on cooldown. That was a win in the Book of Red.
Undying Love is one of the best ultimates in the game just because it provides invulnerability for a short duration. Reels taking to this guy. He's just going for style points.
There was trying to be a play, but it didn't happen in the mid lane. They missed the wall, and then Reels was up in the air with nothing else to do. They lose the tier 1 tower left as well. SK trying to make something back here by pushing on mid lane. Sieging as a team. This is where they should have some strength, especially with the Maniac and the Undying Love available.
Well, Reels, it wasn't the worst case for Reels. Reels is down by about 1,000 gold to Snoopy, and in the Hunter role, that's huge.
It is huge overall. I mean, also, when you look into it as well, he has invested a little bit more into his actives by 300 gold, so his build is even further behind because of that, because he can't invest into the damage that he wants. He's had to go more defensive.
Isn't it weird that we're seeing Athena so prioritized by Cog Red when it's been like Geb, Sylvanas, Sobek, Gab.
A few teams are starting to realize that one of the best abilities in the game is Taunt on Athena, because it's a cone in front of you, it lasts for 2 seconds at max rank, and it causes so many issues for you to have to deal with. Ymir is a great normal counter pick into an Athena, because when she preemptive strikes in, you freeze her in place and end her life before she can taunt. This time round, no, it's not working out just yet for the boys of SK.
Badger just gonna sit underneath the tower here. This looks and feels just like an European match, doesn't it?
Yep. Welcome to EU meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way.
Don't try and say it's dull, because it's not.
I never said that. Oh, okay, come on. No, the problem is you Europeans don't know how to aggress.
We don't go ham all the time. That's the difference.
Yeah, well, that's a problem. In comes a taunt from Ionic, and that's just going to force Badge out. Notice how Badge has no health bar missing. That's because he's Ymir.
Oh, Snoopy on the left side just zoning Reels away from his buff. Like, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're going to need to call Badger over here if you want this buff, or you're going to have to fight me. What do you want to do? And you don't want to fight an Anho 1v1 just yet.
And I think he's going to come fading in here.
Right hand
He's going to go for it.
Does come out onto
Oh!
jumps in. Left hand side, did you get the buff?
No, on the right-hand side,
Lord,
Fear No
right.
Evil. The beads are forced. Hunbats is going to be on the far side. Here comes Reels. Reels is going to be diving in. Eyes on Badge.
And
Badge
who's
is
gonna
looking
wait
for someone. Reels is going into the back line. Defender of the Olympus comes out. Reels now in a weird spot. And now Divios is able to get one. Garz is continuing to aggress. Snoopy's on the backside. Can he get one? The jump is going to hit one. The kiss. He's in a lot of trouble. Beats forced. The jump there. Down he goes. The fight still continues, though.
Multiple. Twig goes down in the back, but Reels and Maniac together must team up to take down the Might of Red alone. 2v4 scenario. The Duke away from Boost from the Path of Flames. Reels has to run for his life. Maniac, you are the sacrificial lamb today. As once again, Red secure another kill.
Reels just came crashing down at a weird time for him. The tier 1 tower is still up, so Reels, what he's going to do, he's going to go ahead and either go all the way right and kind of push this lane out, or worry about his jungle. I like the fact that he went over here. He's going to get some gold. He's going to rotate out, but Cog Red still on top.
Once again, they got a win, and they took an objective. Objective. If they can't get a tower, they're taking buffs. If they can get buffs too, bonus. Every time.
Magi's Blessing coming out for Hunbats here. He's getting ready to go into a Shifter Shield, which is going to give him some protections, but it's also going to show that he's still very, very aggressive. We see this build all the time coming out from Lassus. Lassus on every single jungler is just like, Jotun Shifters, why not? It works.
And Medjai's is so underestimated a lot of the time. That one ability to block just one of those hard CCs that will take you out of combat for a moment or put you in a bad spot really helps. I also means it's basically like having a second beads that you don't have to pop.
Now, let's talk a little bit about improved shell on Athena. This is one of the best actives in the game, and it's criminally underused. You're looking at, right now, at Tier 2, 600 gold. You're giving your teammates 30 protections, but hold the phone here. Here comes the taunt from Ionic. Badge is in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. Zeros does have the Magi's there. He's going to be working in tandem with Maniac. They're looking at the Fire Giant here. They're trying to bait at Divios. He almost soft-served an Aphrodite to himself.
They realize they're in a strong position right now. They have a small, no, it's not small anymore. The lead is growing and growing. And now they realize they can force a fight with Badger being dead. They are starting the Fire Giant right now. You can see it starting to be chipped down. And all SK Gaming can do is sit back and wait. Hope they take some more damage and try and go in for it or just give it up. They're going to just give it up. That's a free Fire Giant.
That's a free Fire Giant. Real's actually going to go ahead and rotate all the way to the left lane.
Really big pickup.
Right,
really nicely done by
right
them.
now, Cog Red is sitting there, and they're like, well, we're in the driver's seat. And based on the clapping, SK probably looked at the chart and goes, that's a Fire Giant.
Yeah, they know themselves. They're going to rotate straight for the Golf Fury as well. I mean, they didn't need to even look. SK Gaming knew the Fire Giant was done there. They couldn't go in with it.
Yeah.
Badger was dead. They had no other Hog 3 available. What's the point in trying to sacrifice lives? You're already behind. Farm and try and stay alive and catch up. What SK can do is try and defend at the Phoenixes. I think they give up the Tier 2 towers and defend the Phoenixes and hope they can, keep it going, keep the defense up. They do have a Ymir, which is great for initiations, but also for counter initiations, he can cause problems. That's the main plan.
Now, Vulcan finishing the Obsidian Shard. He's getting ready to start his Chronos Pendant. We normally see the Chronos get online before we see the Obsidian Shard. You value cooldown reduction over penetration, but since Cog Red is in the lead, you have to build for the penetration.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for penetration as well. Take into account the shell. Remember the shell that we were just talking about? That shell, that's mainly aimed at Captain Twig because he's the burst person on the team. I guess with the double tap from the Zeros and the hammer too, but other than that, he does a lot of burst and he can't really do it. If they've got a shell up, the penetration will help a little bit, though.
Yeah. The Shell of Absorption is giving 45 protections for 5 seconds to all allies around you. That's a lot of protections, man.
Well, right now on the map, as you can see what Cog Red are doing, they're starting to siege either side, steal away the jungle, make sure all the buffs are down. They're taking red right now. But this angle they've got, their pinks are moving in to this middle tower. SK looks like they want to defend this tower, it feels like. Reels is off to the right, needs to watch himself. But here's the engage in the mid lane right now. Wall disengaging from Ymir. They're going to give up the tower once again. They can't fight this team with the Fire Giant. They have to defend the Phoenixes. Another tower goes to red.
And now the final siege here is going to be on this Phoenix. It's going to be eyes on SK. They have to aggress. Ionic's going to get stunned out. Maniac's in a lot of trouble. He forced Undying Love. Badge is just waiting. Badge, you got to make a play. Oh, the boulder's going to connect. Maniac's going to get erased. Badge is going to get killed. Captain Twig in the backside. Zero's still trying to tectonic rift his way out of this. But Divio says, bring it on, girl. Captain Twig running for his life. Ionic, does he have the taunt? He doesn't. Divios now is going to focus down the Titan. It's at 88%. In comes Zeros. Zeros is going to get taunted. Zeros is going to get crushed. Captain Twig, the last remaining hope. Does he have the damage? I don't believe he does. Cognitive Red looks to take game number 1 over SK Gaming. They will go up 1-0 in the best of 3.
What a great start for the boys from Cognitive Red. They had a hard-fought battle yesterday. They lost to SK Gaming previously, and right now, they've come out on fire.
Yeah, that was perfect for them. And I really truly believe it comes down to the picks and bans for me. When I look at it, like, Hunbats, like, you gotta play that, guards. He was 7-0 with this god throughout the SBO. He never lost with it. Everyone gives him credit for Thor, but we've seen him lose with Thor. We still have yet to see him lose with Hunbats.
The solo lane for me was where that all started off. But anyway, what am I? I'm a caster. Let's send it over to the boys who know all about this stuff at the analyst desk with Golden Boy and friends.
Definitely not the lead in sentence I would have went with. They know a lot. I'm here to merely...
Are you saying we're not friends?
Oh yeah, that
Are you
too.
saying we're not friends?
This is awkward.
We are indeed friends.
Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, we're all here having fun, right? We're all here friends. We're all good friends.
That's right.
Okay, that's why we're working so well together. It's been a great time. And by the way, just want to give a quick shout out to the Reddit community. There was a post up complimenting you three gentlemen on your exquisite in-game knowledge. So, by the way, kudos, okay? Feel good about yourselves. Okay, so let's break down that game. Cog Red just looked incredible in that one.
Well, I think that the biggest thing about being friends, right, is that friends don't let friends get first-blooded. That's the biggest thing. And Divios, when Divios is there, it's so hard because, you know, let's go ahead and look at it. Logitech, first blood on the screen. Divios is jumping in that solo lane, 5.5 minutes. And not only that, 30 seconds after this play, he got second blood. This guy is crazy. Driving strike coming in. There goes the back off on Aphrodite. She's going to the tower. And the thing is, Divios, everyone expects, like, there's no way he's going to keep attacking me, right? There's that thought that goes through your head the entire time. There's no way a normal human being would continue to attack me. Like, there's no more. And he keeps going. And you mentioned it a little bit, Zimster. I want to get into it. The Afro pick. What's going on there?
It might be a comfort pick from Maniac's side, I think. I don't know. I would have liked to see him play Chang'e just to try to counter Hercules a little bit in lane. He got demolished by Divios. I mean, there's no other way to say it. The Athena ult is 1.2 to come there and help him out. Because at that point, if Athena's ult is coming out, what are you going to ult? You're going to ult the Herc Boulder, the Athena taunt, the Athena damage from the ultimate. I don't even know. It's really hard to time that. I mean, he had a hard time to stay alive in lane.
Yeah.
And also, I think...
Point out was Garza's Hunbats as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very effective. For
Oh, yeah.
Also, I just want to touch on his build, on Maniac's build. He went for Book of Thoth.
Look at Thoth.
Instead of stacking HP. I think if he went for a Warlock Sash, maybe could have survived those ganks a little bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, you see more double books in EU than you normally do in NA. I mean, Allied, what's up with that?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I do realize that Book of Thoth does give more damage, and it's very valuable late game, especially with how much mana it gives. And it does a crazy amount of damage. I think it just has 100 magical power as its base when you actually finish off Book of Thoth. However, the problem is they needed to kind of survive there. So with Aphrodite, especially going full CDR just to survive in lane after losing lane that badly, I would have probably expected to see like a Warlock Sash, maybe just a Warlock Sash to Ethereal Staff into like a Magai's Blessing. I believe Anatoly, that was his last land. That was actually what he built, and it worked out effectively. I'm surprised you don't see more Aphrodite's building like that kind of like support survivability build. I think Maniac was going for more of a damage hybrid carry build with max CDR.
Now, in 20 minutes, we saw some really cool things that Divios can do, and he's able to, we saw him get a double kill, teleport to the Gold Fury, secure the Gold Fury, get another kill after that, and that's what makes him our Gamer Launch player of the game. I mean, this guy is so powerful with that Hercules play, and we talked so much about Thorgars. We've been talking a lot about Athena on Ionic as well, playing incredibly well. But, is it at the point where Hercules cannot be picked up? Zimp, to you first.
Again, I would have loved to see someone with like maybe healing reduction or just, I don't know. It just seems like the Herc players in NA really build tanky, and
Do you think it's okay that they get Herc? As long as you counter it properly?
I mean, first game I would have said it was fine because you could try and counter it, but now it's down to the last game. If they lose this, they're out. So maybe just ban the Herc and try to figure out, how to ban it later point.
Honestly, with the way North American players play Hercules, and you have to look at it not so much countering in lane, because generally soul lane you're going to be like top of the gold even if you're losing lane. I mean, we saw Maniac there. He was still contending with top gold even though he died a whole bunch and he lost his tower. The problem is what Hercules brings to the table is he's just obnoxious. He stands there. He's a big boulder, literally. He just stands there. He blocks the enemy team from DPSing your team. He creates a lot of disruption with his driving strike and his pull, and overall he does a lot of base damage. And then when that's all over, you try to focus him. He heals up half the damage with his mitigate wounds. So just seeing that, like, you have to really process what is Hercules bringing to the table on top of the meditation baits, on top of teleport to towers for those crispy Gold Furies. Devios just knows the limits of Hercules, and this is coming from me. Hercules has an extremely high skill cap, and Devios is pushing Hercules to the limit.
Yeah, Gold Furies are a big point. Goldenball, you were talking about this in the break, how the fact that they got that tier 2 really early, and then the Gold Fury after that. That's 3,000 gold total.
A lot of moolah.
That's a lot of money to pick up early game. That's a big, big gain for them. But one thing we can mention as well, if those of you who are here in the venue hanging out and enjoying the event, those of you home as well, if you want to get some free stuff, I mean, everyone likes free stuff, right? If you tweet at Smite Game, hashtag SWC, you have a chance at winning some really cool things. One thing that I should mention as well, those of you at the venue, those little wristbands you got in your swag bags are actually for the after party later today. So make sure you hold on to those. Do not give those away, and don't toss them at all. Make sure you're holding on to them because those are very, very valuable.
That's right. People want to, get their jam on.
They want to enjoy the event as much as the players are, because obviously they're having a ton of fun.
I was thinking of other words to use in that sentence. Don't think it would have been age appropriate, so I'll just leave it at that. But seriously though, guys, it's been a great time here so far. I have to say it's just been fantastic seeing so much quality play here, and personally for me as a Hercules player, as someone who's diving into it, yes, Hercules. As a Hercules player, I'm really glad to see Divios doing what he does. And one thing I wanted to point out too about the First Blood, and you had mentioned Allied about him bringing Divios, taking Hercules to that limit. It was so fun to watch him really know how to manipulate the movement, right, of his opponent, right? You think, okay, he's going to get away, but just in time he's able to throw down his 2 and shoot him right back over to him, and then able to deal more damage. He's just constantly just beating the crap out of him with that club, and that is just like that pressure, right, that he applies is so incredible. And I have to say, I'm just, as someone who's learning how to play that particular god, I'm loving it, and I'm just taking notes. That's all I'm doing, just taking notes in these little cards. So
well, it's actually amazing just the amount of sheer pressure that Devios does with Hercules, and it's kind of a mind game because you want to focus to Hercules, you want to deal with that problem, but he's so tanky. I mean, you saw Devios' build that last game. He went first item Frostbound Hammer. He didn't finish it. He got tier 2, enough to get the slow on the auto attacks at hand, but it gives 400 base HP. So right there, he, with no protections at all, he's stacking HP. Second item, boots, standard. You're moving around a lot. Then third item, he went right into Borka Hope, but he only got the tier 2 of it. So the reason he did that, Borka Hope 2 gives base HP, base magic protections. He doesn't need to finish it, but it helps him just sustain in lane a little bit longer against the magical opponent Aphrodite. And then right into that, he went into Runeforge Hammers, tier 2. He didn't finish these items. He went for cheap, effective, itemization, and that's Devios' goal. I'm going to sit here and be annoying and giggle. I'm going to take your tower. I'm going to kill you. and I'm going to talk about it and giggle some more, and then I'm going to be an absolute destructive force in team fights.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the back line. He's going to zone out the AD carry. He's going to be able to pull clutch pulls, and he's going to get all his base damage off in the team fight, and that's really the start of each team fight. It's Devios going in there, and even though his auto attacks aren't like hitting like for what 80 damage or pop, he's sitting there the whole time for a course of a minute whacking on people. It adds up. It really does.
Whacking with that club, man. Whacking
Well, it's
with
a
that
good thing
club.
to highlight, right? Because the tier 2 items definitely bring a lot of stats. And the reason we think it's very strange here at the analyst desk is you invest all this money for the tier 3 item, which provides a very powerful passive and scales up in some very significant manner. But when you're looking at tier 2 items, they only really provide stats. So, of course, you got the silver talisman that's able to pick it up. It's, 12, 25, you get about 25 magical protection, which is, of course, is just before that pestilence, 200 HP. You get a bunch of HP from the tier 2 Runeforged Hammer. I believe it's about 200 HP, and then the 25 physical protection. And then he's got the Heavy Hammer, which goes a little more physical damage. He's got some HP on that, plus a small passive applies a slow. And he's stacking this all up, right, because he's got the mobility with the teleport. He's able to move around the map very effectively. He's also got the meditation. It gives him a good health boost, but also replenishes a mana pool, which allows him to use more mitigate wounds, which then replenishes his HP pool. I think Divios does a great job of really levying his assets and knowing what his character's capable of, and also keeping those things in check, able to keep his HP high, mana high, and then getting the stats across the board.
And before we get into the play of the game, I just want to say that all sounds like he knows that he's in solo La La Land.
Yeah.
Right? So he is by himself. He has barely any support. So his goal, stay there as long as I possibly can. And he's doing that job. If SK does not ban out Hercules in game 2, I would be really concerned because he's playing that god to a T.
Yeah.
It'd be shocking. But let's actually check out the Alienware play of the game here, because it is, of course, going to be Divios' Hercules, who, comes in big here on a team fight. You can start to see as all the chaos starts to ensue, but just look at that.
Watch this boulder.
Immediately just, singling out
at
the
this.
weak link here, and that boulder dropping down, just making sure that everyone around him has to fear his presence, and you could definitely feel it.
Well, I mean, he hit 4 people with that boulder, and his positioning and fearlessness. I mean, he pops the 3, eats the Emir ultimate, but he knows that it's going to heal right back. Like I was mentioning during the picks and bans process, you get more HP back based on how many points you put into the mitigate wounds, his third ability, and actually goes over 100%. And what I'd like to see from SK is the same thing. It's kind of the reverse of what happened with Titan. Titan, we saw them pick a jungler to bolster Confrey in the solo lane and make him better, which worked great for them. I want the reverse of that. I want to see SK getting pick a jungler to counter Divios, shut him down in the lane. You can see it on the map control here, and this is what you'd expect of a consolation match, guys. This is 42% to 58%. It's really not that much of a spread. You're talking about plus or minus 8%. The mid camps obviously more in favor of Cognitive Red, but they certainly had more rotational power. The first Gold Fury of the game went to SK Gaming, but they fell apart. Now, obviously, the Gold Fury is on the Hunter side of the map, Ally, on that duo lane. Do you try to contest that if you feel like you're behind?
It really depends on the situation and what's going on. A lot of that depends on how Soul Lane is going. However, for SK, Soul Lane lost extremely hard. Devios got teleport to towers like immediately, and he had the most crispy rotations I've seen yet, getting a double kill in duo lane to confirm goal fears for his team. It's plays like that that make it really hard, like as far as the dual lane, because as you saw, dual lane was pretty like even. I mean, they just farmed up. A little bit of poke. You saw Snoopy get a little nasty with Reels jumping in on him, spearing him, but overall, there was no commitment to any of these. I think they both know, all right, I'm getting mid to late game, 30 minutes, I'm done. I got you guys in the backpack, but the game didn't go for that long. It was just more of they farmed up, and it really depends on what your team is doing, what the calls are, and really Cognitive Red just off the Soul Lane lead were able to set up some plays for early goal furies. Snoopy didn't really have to do much at all there. He just farmed up, got big, he did what he needed to do, and Reels, he pretty much sat back and he tried to contribute in team fights, but he couldn't really do much, especially when other lanes are losing.
And this was kind of like rolling a snowball down a hill, right? I mean, Zim, you played a lot of roles, especially. The Soul Lane just exploded. I mean, it just went all over the place. And you can see there's still 6 towers on the board for Cognitive Red. This was just a big stack of gold. How do you stop this from happening?
I don't like the trash talk. Okay, I do a little
Really?
bit,
Yeah,
but
okay.
Maniac got demolished. I mean, they lost all the pressure on the solo lane side. Thor came, and Zarus came on Thor, dunked down, died too. I mean, when you die two people that early in one lane against one guy, first of all, what's gonna happen? He's gonna get big, he's gonna get hyped, his team is gonna get hyped, and you're gonna feel like, okay, this was just terrible. And what happened after that is just, I don't know, I just want to see Maniac play something more aggressive and not go for this, support kind of role. I don't think it fits his playstyle very well.
Yeah.
All the lanes pretty much lost. I mean, Reels didn't really do anything. Didn't really got any momentum at all. I mean, what can if you're behind as a hunter and the other guy is good, it's just impossible to go
All right,
toe
folks.
to toe. go
All right,
toe
folks.
to toe.
Well, time
No, I
for
agree.
picks and bans to come up here. Game 2 is going to start up. So we get ready for this one, and there goes Sylvanas
Then
right
it's going
at
to be
the start.
Al Guang. Then it's going to be Hercules. Then it's going to be Surcat.
Okay, we'll see if that pans out.
Well, I mean, what else can you ban?
That's
I mean,
very
Al Guang
true.
can't be in there. Sylvanas can't be in there. Surcat can't be in there. And now we've learned,
It's
oh, it's
the
going to be
same
a
ban.
Cyrus again.
It's going to be the same band.
So one thing before you guys get into it, just real quick note. SK lost that match, and they had the choice of first or second. They went first again. They want first pick.
Yeah, they wanted Thor. I mean, I can see that, but honestly,
There's Herc.
Zyros just needs to hit more ultimates and be more careful with his hammer positioning.
I think we might see the same exact.
Oh no,
No, Afro.
now they're
Ooh.
pulling basically the same thing like yesterday. They're doing something that doesn't work. They need to be able to adapt their picks to what they're up against. I don't think
Aphrodite gets
Afro's a good
locked
choice
in.
here. I
That
just
is,
don't agree with it.
Maybe not the best of choices
So
there.
I'm confused. Maybe Maniac prefers the Aphrodite matchup against Hercules. Maybe that's like his go-to. However, it did not work last match. Maybe he's just playing it off again, just like he did the previous match, SK versus Titan, where he did poorly with Kali, and he was like, all right, second game, don't worry, boys, I got this. It could be one of those situations, but it's very similar picks coming out of SK, and I'm kind of worried.
They're just repeating what they did yesterday. You're exactly right, Zimstar. I mean, again, you're going to see Thor on zeros, which was, honestly, I think it was too close of a failure last game. A lot of missed ultimates. The
Just
walls were in
lackluster.
place. He wasn't around the map. And the thing about Thor is, use that passive early to get a strong start and then be everywhere. If you're not going to do that, you may as well play a carrying jungler because Thor can't carry late.
Actually, we never got a chance to, but if you dissect the very last team fight they had, Zyros used his hammer to try poke down the Humbats, which missed. And what happened is just he was standing there with no escape. Hercules came in, diving strike, boulder, and he's dead. So I think Zyros just, maybe Thor has been banned in most of the scrims or something, but he just seems very, very not used to playing Thor. I think they might overemphasize the importance of Thor right now.
Now, the interesting thing here is Cognitive Red still bans Bakasura, so they aren't 100% convinced that is Aphrodite solo, which is interesting because would SK, like Zim, would SK actually pull an Afro mid? Is that a thing?
Young Badgie is a good after support. I mean,
Nice.
we might
Humbats.
see a good old Shadow
It's the
Q
same game.
Oh.
This is
support.
deja vu here, folks.
Why would they not go? I mean, Zeros likes Thanatos, and it's a good pick against Hercules to shut down that low
That's an
HP
Afro mid.
character.
It's an Afro mid or Chuck mid even. If Twig plays Chuck mid too.
Shock mid.
Shock mid, Afro. Wait, what?
It's a
He
chalk mid.
He plays Shock mid. I've seen him play Shock mid. Lobsters plays Shock mid too. It's great. I mean, it's really hard to gank. You have the Shock ultimate,
Yep,
obviously.
it's oh,
It's going to be Vulcan, and that's going to be all penciled in here, folks. Let's go ahead, toss it over to our casters, Gandhi and Hindu Man. Take it away, fellas.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to the caster desk for Game 2. Cogred 1-0 up in this consolation match. And at the moment, Maniac is the one that is on track at the moment, but it could be Twig still, though.
It could be. We could possibly see the mid twig. I doubt it. But what SK's doing right there is a amazing strategy if the other team gets convinced by it. So you pick Afro in the third slot, which means, okay, in the current meta, she only goes solo, and then what happens is that means that Cogred wouldn't ban out Baka, which is a great matchup versus Hercules. But instead, Cogred's like, something's fishy.
Something's fishy.
What is this tomfoolery?
I mean, with the compositions on paper right now, it's going to be Captain Twig in mid lane on
Yeah.
Aphrodite. Obviously, Aphrodite versus Agni. In the early stages of the game, Agni definitely has the early push power.
Oh,
in
for
that lane.
sure.
As always, it's Agni. There's only like Isis, I think, and Poseidon that can really push him back out of that lane.
Yep.
So the pressure's going to be on for SK game in the early stages, Gandhi, which means the potential for invasions is quite high because then Boosh can rotate.
But on the same note, I think we're going to see a lot of action from Gars going into the mid lane. Before Afro really hits level 5, she has no escape at all. Besides, she has a kiss that can stun someone and kind of get her out of trouble. But other than that, she's going to be dead
She
a
doesn't-
lot.
but
She's
she-
going to die a lot.
She'll stay under tower. That's generally how she'll do it. She'll bring up the doves. And there you go. We're going into game 2 of SK Gaming versus Cognitive Red. Cognitive Red 1-0, as we just said. Let's see how this one plays out.
Well, if you're a fan of SK or you just want a game 3, better make some noise every time SK gets a kill because they're going to need all the help they can get going into this one.
Oh, if you are from the side of Cognitive Red, just give it up for your boys. Show me your support right now in the audience, guys. Add in chat.
So we are going to see the Aphrodite in the mid lane. So now she's starting off with boots and she already has meditate. So again, DM, I hate you. Moving forward.
moving forward, let's have a comment on the meditate again. I guess we will have to.
Right, I know, dude.
And
If I start going into normals and everyone's picking meditate, I'm done. I'm out.
F6.
Yeah.
F6.
No, I'm going to see an Apollo with meditate.
Please no.
Yeah, right.
Please. No.
DM's just sitting there like in like a lab coat, just like plotting.
So the early ones coming out from red over the blue buff on SK side, they may look for potential for an invade or just to keep vision of Reels and Badger to see what they're going to do at the start of this game. A deep ward goes out by zeros over by the speed buff as well, just so they get vision of where everybody's going to start on this side. I like Devious' position in here. He was standing very far back near his tier 2 tower just to give vision in case the rotation does happen. At the moment though, standard stuff coming out from both teams.
So SK elected to take first pick again, and I think it's really just because of the Aphrodite strat. Now we are going to see a little bit of an invade here. Zeros does have hand 2. So, oh no,
the pressure just by walking towards them says, we will fight you if you start it. Are you going to start it? No. So neither team gets a blue buff at the start of this game. So it's just going to be a straight, everybody's level 1 and trying to push this lane. The problem is that red will get the push on and be level 2. Left-hand side, though, invade comes out from Badger. He's looking for the steal again.
They've done it every single time. They're consistent on it. The Bush, he's going to start rotating over there. He's got to be careful. Eyes on him.
So
Badge is going to be there. Rios is going to spot him. Does he have the frost breath? Nope. He doesn't want to fight. Cog Red is going to force him out, but they lose the buff. Small advantage to SK Gaming.
The benefit of that is how early it was. Though on the right-hand side, we did see Devios go into the jungle and steal away SK Gaming's blue buff. The good news, though, it is a Chak in lane, and Chak has his passive, which allows him to get free abilities off for the no cost of mana. So he's not going to be suffering too much because of that.
Yeah, but that's still, it puts him in a little bit of a dangerous position in order to get that passive up. On the left side, Ionic trying to engage is unable to do so. Badger misses everything. And now, we didn't even talk about this because I guess we were really confused about the Aphrodite, but that is a Vulcan Hunter. Now, Snoopy is notorious for it. It's super safe. It does a lot of damage, and it forces everyone out of the lane. It's very hard to play against Hindu.
It is hard to play against, but Reels played against it the first time these guys met during the qualifying stages. So what that meant was that Reels won that lane. Reels did not have a problem with this, so I feel Reels will be a little bit comfortable in this lane this time round. The problem is once again, we're going to see the team of SK Gaming, they're going to have to sit back a little bit. They're going to have to rely on zeros on this score to really make the plays for his team.
Well, Zeros still has yet to even rotate over to the speed buff here. This entire Smite World Championship, all we've been seeing is speed buff. You take your own speed buff if you're on order side at around 115. It's pretty much you clear a lane and then you go ahead and go for it.
Here's the issue right now. They're going to get rotated on because the 4 members of Cog Red are coming from all angles. Zeros backs out. Twig chooses a different angle and eats a to the face.
Oh, God, no, don't die.
The first blood is not going to go just yet. Shoot, Twig, you've got to live. No, he's not going to go down. Ionic taking first blood, and not a bad decision for him to take it either.
Reels goes in, hits a little bit of a poke, but that's it. On the right side, Divios makes Maniac pay again. He goes, by the way, I heard you said you were good in solo. I'm a little better, and I'm 15.
We did not catch what happened in that lane, but what we do know is there's a full minion wave sat there, Gandhi. And it looks like Maniac fought in a full minion wave. Don't know exactly how it went down, so we can't really comment much. But mid-Harpy spawn in about 15 seconds time. Keep an eye on what SK choose to do here. I think they'll just give them up.
They have to.
To an extent, they're too far behind right now.
They 100% have to give this up. And I want to see here, so Undying Love just going online now. And so sometimes when you play Aphrodite in the solo lane, you can avoid the ultimate, but she needs it because right now she's going to be taunted. Ionic doesn't have the follow-up from Boosh, but the sustain is still there for Captain Twig.
The lead is there, and you can see that around the corner you've got Degaz waiting, looking for the Fear No Evil. Twig has hit 5 zeros, finally does get the Anvil of Dawn online as well. Maybe Degaz goes in on this. He's trying to hope the Boosh pokes down a bit. They were looking for him to either engage or for Boosh to get a really good stun so he can come in.
Gar's just anxiously waiting. He's monkeying around. It's the worst pun I could possibly make, but I had to do it, yeah.
Good job. Only the World Championships, you know.
Yeah, someone had to do it, right?
Yeah, eventually.
I had to.
It's normally me. It's normally me and you do it for me. Right-hand side, though, Chad going aggressive, clearing out the wave with the Hog once again. Needs to be careful again in this lane as Devious is in control once again, has that Meditate online, so Meditate on both teams.
Yep. Ionic also has Midas boots already. already.
The reason he has Midas Boots already is because they got both mid-harpies, as well as he was the one that secured the first blood. The first blood gave him that extra gold, means that he's going to have more mobility and extra sustained zeros.
Here it comes.
A little bit with the Onyx coming in as well. This could be trouble for Zeros. He's got to
Get out of dodge.
Barry's the amount of health, but it will cost him something because the blue buff is spawning, and they should know that because he took it last time. Maniac.
Watch out. Yeah, watch out right side. Ionic, he's getting ready to dive in. Maniac, you got to be careful. He got knocked up. He's going to get taunted. He's got 4 members looking at him, and he's going to survive. That is fantastic play coming out of Maniac. He silenced everyone, stopped a 4-man gank, and meanwhile, his teammates, they weren't able to steal the red buff.
No, they wouldn't. I mean, they stole the blue buff away, though, from Snoopy, which is a good thing to do. I mean, Vulcan does require a little bit of mana to keep his spamming going in that lane. So denying the blue buff is good. The same thing, though, happened on the right-hand side by Cog Red. They stole that one away once again from Maniac.
And the more you can keep Agni down, the better. So Agni, he has insane mobility. He has a bunch of chains that synergize very, very well with him. He's the definition of balanced. He is a fantastic god. He is a guaranteed A-list. So you want to make sure you're always aggressing on him any way you can.
Well, the good news is for SK Gaming, they have 3 gods that are going to be up in their face. Ymir up in your face, Thor up in their face, and as well as that, they're going to have Chuck as well. And with Afro linking to those gods, Gandhi, they should have good sustain.
So looking at the gold difference between Chalk and Hercules, or Maniac and Divios, you're going to see it's about 900 disparity there. So Hercules already has Reinforged Hammer as well as Chalk, but he's got level 1 of the boots, and he has Meditate. Chalk only has Hand of the Gods level 1.
Yeah, he's about 800 gold behind, and that's where the disparity is right now. The thing is, Chuck will still build tanky. He's still going to be effective in the later stages of the game. Unlike Afro, who's going to have to build defensively and not get any offense out, this Chuck can still go full defense and still do the job he's there for.
That's going to hurt them a lot as well, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Afro has to build a little bit, and they're not going to have that big magical damage in team fights.
Well, we'll see how she's going to play this one out, because, yeah, you're on par with that. It's going to be down to Twig to do all that magical damage. And so in doing so, I expect him to just go full magical and hope his team will be the control for him so he can actually do something.
Yeah, and traditionally you always see CDR boots coming out on Afro. In the mid lane, you want to have the pen.
Yeah, you do want to have the penetration. Speed buff is available right now for Zeros, though, so he's going to go over and take that one up for himself. Not going to lose it this time round. 7 minutes in, we've got a 3,000 experience lead, 2,000 gold lead in favor of Red again.
And Red's just going to continue to aggress on this. Maniac barely missing that melee on the right side to stop him from backing. Very, very unfortunate, but regardless, next point of contention here, we're going to be looking at the Gold Fury. Mid-Harpies aren't coming up until about 9:40, so.
Well, they're all hanging around the Gold Fury area, but they can see there's no rotations really coming out from SK Gaming. They have an understanding there must be a ward in that area. Devios just went back to base as well, and that's why you can see Degar's go back himself to pick up that sentry.
Afro's going to stay linked. Now, the big thing about staying linked is that she can not only use back off, but on top of that, she can put Undying Love onto Thor if he ever gets in trouble, which will save him.
And on top of that, too, it gives Thor more mobility. Whoever she's linked to gets more mobility. But once again, in mid lane, aggression is turned onto the pair of them. Red couldn't really make a decision there, get the pick onto either, so they both get away scot-free.
That was a brilliant Undying Love. I mean, she broke the CC, she kept Thor alive. That was a very, very big play from Cog Red that got shut down by the elite play of Captain Twig.
Good double tap coming out from Zeros there, a little bit of aggression, but you can see that with those sentry wards, they've just been back to buy. Red now secure the Gulf here, and Badge is desperate to get some vision on it and make sure they don't start it, and that's what they're doing.
Sweet baby Divios, he's going to be rotating over. Fear no evil's going to be there. Captain Twig's gone. Thor comes crashing down. He's looking for Gars. Here comes Divios. He's got to get out of here. Reels is in the back line. He's focusing on Divios. Not the best choice. Here comes Maniac. Maniac's like, well, I can't do anything here.
One for zero exchange, very, very quick pickup onto Captain Twig of all people as well, who's the one that's the magical damage and the one that's supposed to keep the team alive. The Gold Fury wasn't started though, but it did give another little small lead in favor of Cog Red.
SK needs something. They gotta win at least one team fight. They need a big objective. Right now, they're doing okay staying in this, but you can see Cog Red starting to get antsy. They want to force the fights as much as possible because they have that lead.
Well, once again, Devios going to invade the blue buff, and Maniac, you see how he uses the boulders to double tap it against the wall to clear it quicker. Maniac wants to contest, but the hog is done, and now they're going to turn their attention to Devios as Zeros comes in.
Oh.
This is the driving strike, but the meditation.
Oh,
for the
Zeros,
mana
no!
And the heal. The dunk is used defensively there by Chuck to silence them out and force to disengage, but that's another ultimate down.
Yeah, and you notice that Aphrodite was there. Aphrodite's going to get caught in the mid. Hunbats is going to be able to do a lot on her, and that her health bar is just depleting. He could have went in. He could have went in again, but he decided against it.
He didn't need to. They got another ultimate out of that again, Gandhi, and that means these ultimates are not going to be available for when something goes. And elsewhere, Devious looking for a driving strike on the right. You see his position where he did like a moonwalk there. He was looking desperately to try and pick it up. But meanwhile, tower goes down for Devios.
Yep, Maniac has no mana at all. Devios has done an amazing job of controlling not only his own blue buff, but SK Gaming's. And going into this event, I pretty much said, if you lose your blue buff off the beginning, you should probably lose the lane and the game.
It can cause some issues, but it all depends on what god it is, Gandhi, because some gods can get away with not having the blue buff. Mages are the ones that generally struggle a little bit more without having the blue buff available. Warriors, to an extent, can get away with it. Devios, you know, he realizes that Mon is an issue with that particular warrior, and he's dominating it very, very well.
Yeah, what it frees him up to do is using Driving Strike as much as humanly possible on the wave to always keep the pressure on. That's his wave clear. Now, eyes are going to be on the mid lane. The speed buff is coming up. Cog Red has a relative idea as to when it's going to be there, but I'm not sure if they're going to go for it. Iannic's going to throw a deep ward down there, which is going to give them vision, but it looks like they're just going to pull back and work together as a unit.
This is an EU pace of the game as well. It looks like NA is starting to adapt to EU sort of pace, but the thing is they're winning out at the moment. Badger is just trying to get in some sort of position to do something, but slowly but surely, the reason they're all just hanging around waiting for buffs to spawn now, they can't go deeper, they can't farm that well, and the problem with this Gandhi is they're going to fall further and further behind in experience.
Captain Twig loves his wing blade. He's going to be building into that even on Aphrodite.
Well, he's going to...
He loves it.
I mean, Vulcan has slows on the passive. He's also going to deal with the slow from Athena from the preemptive strike. He's also got the slow to deal with from Humbats. So there's multiple reasons that it will be effective for him to use.
Tier 2, heavy hammer coming out here from Devios. He is looking to put down as much damage as possible onto Maniac, who just has boots and the Rune Forge Hammer. So there's going to be a lot of damage mitigated here in these team fights. But when you look at the levels, Devios 14, on the other side, Maniac level 11. That is the big problem.
Well, Athena's level 12 on Captain Twig, and that's actually even with Agni right now, but the difference is we can see a weakening curse coming out on Ionic here as well. The aggression coming out once again. They're looking for something in the mid stages there. Devios just tanking up a storm once again. Doesn't find the Earthbreaker for now, but what that does do is set up an opportunity for the goal through once again.
The worst part about that is Devios is probably just like sitting there like chuckling, like just giggling to himself like, I took so much damage.
I'm so good at this game.
Driving Strike hits 3. Zeros is in a lot of trouble. Boulder hits 3. Devios finds 1. Katie finds a second. Undying Love's there. Garth finds another one. Maniac, his health dropping. He's down. Snoopy gets that kill. Badges on the backside. So is Reels. They want no piece of this.
Devios is played out of his mind. He just stood there and went, what up, boys? Let's go. 3v1. Let's have a party. And it worked out great.
Look at him. Look at the camera in the bottom right. That is the look of dominance. He's just giggling. If he sat closest to SK, I couldn't do it. They would be so mad. Reels would probably throw his keyboard.
He would at him, at his face.
Yeah.
That's
No. That's BM, bro.
That's BM. Giggling is not BM.
Yeah, the keyboard throwing, man.
Okay. Left-hand harpies, though, go to Cogred, as well as that Gold Fury, and the right one soon to follow as well. The lead is starting to snowball once again. Hercules is an issue.
I said before, I made the tweet, I said ban Herc. I think you ban Herc out, give him Osiris. I think it's easier matchups to deal with going up against an Osiris than it is a Hercules right now in this current meta.
Well,
I mean, how do you deal with it? What, you go Chang'e with Divine Ruin?
Chang'e, Bakasura, but Bakasura's banned out, but there's an engage from SK. They need to make something happen. They're looking for the monkey, but almost left is the mighty Hercules, and now Athena is alongside with the taunt. Devios finds another kill once again, and he's going to turn his attention to Shark with the Earthbreaker connecting. They're not going to dive the tower, though. There's no one rotating round because everybody else is in trouble, too. Even Reels has to back out.
Reels got forced out there by the Snoopaloop, who is just shoving down this lane with the Vulcan. The last time these two met up, which was on Friday, SK actually won with this kind of same strategy.
Twig's in trouble again. The Undying Love, he just needs to juke out to heal up again, but the Rain of Fire lands. He'll be okay for now. But once again, he's going to have to base.
I mean, there's a lot of eyes on Twig right now. I mean, not only is he playing an Aphrodite mid, but he's also kind of the glue to this team. He does so much damage in general in team fights, but on top of that, his positioning is normally flawless. Right now, it's not at that level.
I think Twig this tournament has played the best I've seen him for quite a while.
For sure.
Oh, now we can see once again they're looking for an opportunity wherever they can. Red, they're not going to get the red buff this time. SK Gaming do get that for themselves. I don't even know if stalling's the best idea here, honestly, for SK Gaming, because when I look through the team compositions, I feel as the game goes on, I still feel Red are in control.
For sure. And Real's just spotted one. They have no vision even on the Gold Fury side. Now, granted, Gold Fury's not going to be up for 2 minutes and 55 seconds, but still, at the end of the day, you need some kind of wards. They finally have one down on the right side, which is going to give them vision if they come from mid, and now they have the full pathing. That's big. So you're going to see that SK has to do all defensive wards, whereas Cog Red's like, oh, we just have to ward at your red and your speed? Cool.
Yep, ward of the red and the speed. The line of ward straight across is the key part of that. You want to ward in a straight line, just make sure you got full vision of the jungler rotations. Zeros hasn't had an opportunity to really get into this game, in fairness. He took a while to get to level 5 because of the mid-camp loss as well. And once again, Devios just keeping this pressure on this right-hand side. Someone's going to have to come over to deal with it, but if they do, there's potential for Reels to be in trouble on the left. And talking about Reels on the left,
oh, God, Hunbats, fear no evil. There's a lot of ults. They have to get the kill. They do get it. They have secured it. That's going to be Zeros rotating over. Yannick's going to take the tower for just a second here. Aphrodite could be in a decent amount of trouble here in the middle. She's got hurt. The Undying Love's going to do it. She gets catapulted up. Boulder's going to miss. Captain Twig managing to stay alive. And there's going to be the silence coming out of Maniac. Fantastic play to stop that. They've only lost one thus far.
yeah, they've lost one for so far, but they're not getting anything out of this. They're only defensively surviving. It's like a game of how long can you live, not a game of how can we win.
I'm all for living.
Well, I'm all for winning more.
Yeah, fair. Turn up.
Turn up. Anyway, we're all going to group in mid now. Is SK Gaming, 4 members looking to group. The right-hand Harpies are going to go to red before SK can even get there. I don't even think grouping up's a good idea because Agni's doing damage and so is Devios, and now Maniac has to just do zoning duty there with that rain dance to try and slow them down and keep them away. They want to desperately defend these objectives. This tier 1 tower is very important as it's the last one remaining for SK.
So this is that awkward moment for warriors in the meta, right? If you lose your lane, you have to build tanky. But the problem is, Cogred's going to go, okay, Maniac does a little bit of damage, but we don't have to waste any resources on him because we'll kill him after we kill his entire team. So he's not doing enough damage, but he's got enough health. So you have to flirt with that line. Driving strikes are going to hit him, and you can see the difference in damage there.
Well, look at the level difference, 18 to 14 in this. There's a 4-level advantage right now in favor of Devios. And the other thing is, people keep turning up to Maniac's lane now to try and support him, but in doing so, it also steals more experience away from him, which means he's still not going to catch up very quick.
I almost wonder if he should have bought teleport.
There comes a top from Ionic going in, but forces the Undying Love there, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a stun from Boosh. Twig who uses the meditate to get his mana back online. They're trying desperately to defend, but meanwhile Snoopy split pushing left, keeping Reels busy too.
Snoopy doing a good job. Now Apollo does have the ability to rotate over here if he does want so. Double taps not gonna hit. Maniac's gonna rotate over, trying to help out the team as best he can, but this tier 1's gone.
Yep, they lose the mid tower down. It's a good siege from Red. Snoopy's keeping Reels at bay. Reels can't do anything here apart from stay. Now, where is Red going to do? Well, the Gold Fury is available. And with these wards they've already got down, there's only one given vision. There's Ionic coming back in now. Nice wall coming out from Zero.
Good job.
Saves that. But once again, it's all defensive duties from SK.
I'm surprised we didn't see an aggressive wall there from Ymir coming out to just kind of block him off. Granted, it would have been Divios at the time, but they still could have done a decent amount of damage.
They could have done a bit decent amount of damage. Devios there.
Like when I say like a little bit, it's like maybe 100 damage to him.
Yeah. Oh, I love Devios there, trying to get the Earthquaker. Ah, yeah, take that. Badger's like, yeah, you missed it. I'm going to give you a wall in your face. How rude are you? But still, while that's going on, Gold Fury goes over to Cognitive Red, and Devios did his duty.
Divios is just, he's the perfect distraction right now. He's done everything in his power. Maniac's starting to feel a little bit gutsy. He's like, okay, I can make it past where my tier 1 tower used to be. I'm okay. This is the furthest I've been in about 5 minutes. Divios, however, able to steal the red.
While that's going on, the left-hand side tier 2 is going to go. No one's there to defend it. SK Gaming are giving up more advantages. It's 8 to 0. This is getting out of hand.
It's getting ugly. This is the COG Red we expected to see going against SK on Friday, but SK came out on top. So the battle of North America and Europe in this third, fourth console looks like it's going to be going to COG Red.
Well, can SK do anything about that? They have to make a stand at some point, and Maniac's trying to do some sort of work on the front line. Meanwhile, though, the fight in the back is starting to reach. Zero's dunks in, but Zero is evaporated in seconds, and now Maniac is the one on the front line trying to do something. Reels to the rescue.
Oh no, Reels not to the rescue. Reels put himself in a lot of danger. You got to get out of there, buddy. Finally, Maniac's going to drop to Ionic. Ionic has another guy in his sight, driving straight to the face. Aphrodite gets swarmed up by Afro. Whew.
Signs of resignation on the faces from
That's not good.
You can see the cameras on the SK Gaming boys, and it's kind of signs of like, well, this didn't work.
Yeah, right. They're like, well, we gave it our best.
At least we came to America and won some money.
Well, when we kind of came into this, right, SK was like, we're not worried about Divios. We're kind of worried about the Boosh. Now, rightfully so, but Maniac, you have to respect your opponent at the end of the day, and Maniac didn't pay any respect to him. They were like, okay, we'll ban out Osiris, it's cool, but anyone else I'm not worried about.
I mean, to be fair, all solo laners these days, Gandhi, they all have a deep god pull. There's not many that don't have a god pull to themselves. They have to have magical. They have to have physical to the name. Divios is one of the exceptions, though, because generally he will try and play warriors and such.
Yeah, Divios, it's funny because during the SPL, when mages were the thing, they were the hot ticket in the solo lane, he played them all. He played the Jean Quays, and his Giannis play was just amazing.
Yeah, it was really, really good to see his Giannis play coming out. Surprise?
We haven't seen a Giannis this event.
We haven't. I'm really surprised by that too. 11-0 though. SK Gaming. Is it the beginning of the end for them? The blue buff gets taken down. The Fire Giant is available at 21 minutes in this game. Red look like they're going to take first blood for North America in these NA versus EU finals.
It's so sad to see. Twig already had to sell his Vampiric Shroud, so he had enough money to get the Chronos online. So he's looking at max CDR right now with the Wing Blade, which is good for him. But this is going to be a Fire Giant started by COG Red. I don't know how SK can do it. When you look at the charts, it is 19,000 experience difference, 15,000 gold difference.
SK Gaming, I don't think will surrender though. SK Gaming will not surrender this. They will play it out. They will hope. They will try. They have seen the impossible happen on multiple times, either with them, against them, or all about them. But right now, it's unlikely anything is going to happen that's going to save them from looking like defeat. Another tower drops.
Well, Zero's taken to the sky. Here comes the engagement. It's going to be on the Phoenix. Ionic goes in. Up goes one. Captain Twig's in a lot of trouble. Maniac's on the backside. Where did Thor go? He went into the middle. They took out Snoopy. This is going to be a 5-on-4. They're showing signs of life. Fire Giant is still on COG Red. COG Red's going to turn, trying to get Reels. Unable to do so. SK's going to turn it.
Badger's Wall was really good there, but he's not been able to do anything else. They did pick up Snoopy with split pushing mid. They've held for now. They got their first kill of the game when they had Fire Giant. SK Gaming, this is what...
Oh my god, that was the first kill of the game.
That was the first kill of the game, and they all had Fire Giant. One little mistake. Here comes Ionic again with the taunt. Earthbreaker does not connect on the backside there. Real Captain Twig. Fear No Evil comes out from the guards as well. Divios finds his second kill, and now it looks like...
This is big.
Favorite Red.
This could be the final push. COG Red just looking for it. Badger's just going to run away. He's like, hey, man, I'm out. And Divio says, up you go. Maniac in the middle of all of it. And now COG Red just relentless. At this rate, COG Red will be able to take this. They get a double kill for Gars. Maniac's the last one. Deicide. Cognitive Red is going to push down the Phoenix. Next is the Titan. It looks as though they will be your third place team here at the Smite World Championship. Put your hands together for COG Red.
Fantastic play from all the boys and all the representatives there.
Look at Divvy. Look at my little Divios.
So happy with themselves. They deserve to be as well. They've done their country proud. They took the game away from EU.
Well, definitely not going to do a disservice to SK either, though they had an amazing time.
I didn't see that coming.
No, I didn't either.
I don't think EU did either, in fairness.
Hey.
I feel so sorry for Zimstar now.
Can you give me America? Yeah, can you say it for me? Since
are they Canadian?
America. Just say it.
America.
No, America. M-U-R-I-C-A. America.
America.
All right, there you go. Golden Boy, take it away, buddy.
Thank you.
So it is actually spelled Murrica. Okay, so
Apostrophe?
again,
M?
yeah. So Scott, I understand you were raised in the mountains, but I would appreciate it if you got Murrica spelled correctly.
Murrica.
He's going to be so mad at me, by the way, after I did.
I can hear him running right now.
Yeah, he's running over your stomach with
Yep.
his massive hillbilly feet.
He's
Anyway,
gonna tackle you off the screen.
you guys don't know, me and Scott go like way back. You dig? Anyway, moving forward. Great matchup out of Cog Red. I mean, it's just such a showing out of them. They are now, what is this? $391,000, richer. Numbers elude me. $839,000 richer. Congratulations to Cog Red, those boys. 15 years old, that Divios, and that whole team, super young, taking home that amount of money. Invest it, children. Invest it. Okay.
Equity.
Yes.
Equity.
Okay. Do not
Interest.
Do not blow it all in one place. Okay. That fancy PC might seem eluding, but don't do it. Anyway, let's go over to you, Ally. What are your thoughts in regards to this?
Well, I'm very proud of Cog Red. I've known them for a long time, and I'm also very proud of SK. I've known a lot of the players for a long time. I've known Young Badgie since closed beta. I think they've come a really long way, and I'm just excited to see how they grow into Season 2. However, the biggest problem with the Constellation matches was just SK. You could tell they were kind of on tilt. It was really unfortunate. The second drafting phase, you could tell. I think they pretty much gave up. They're like, okay, like, go ahead.
To not do anything different.
Yeah, there
right?
was actually
not really
nothing
bring much
happening. There was nothing happening. They picked Aphrodite early. I think it was just like not the smartest picks, maybe even troll picks. I wouldn't know, but the Aphrodite mid, I think they were trying to juke out something, but it just wasn't going in the right direction. But I definitely commend them for trying, and it was a good effort.
Yeah, it seems like a case of just not being fluid, like we were mentioning earlier. The ability to adapt in the situation and grow. And I don't see a lot of that SK. It's very rigid. They pick the same thing over and over, very, very small variation in gameplay and picks. And it seems like their picks and bans knowledge is very slim. We were talking about this during the break,
Hey,
Alex, the
Coffee.
fact that games are won and lost
I was
in the
asleep.
picks and bans phase. If you don't pick up the right comp in the right order and get
Very
the
true.
right items, it's very
There's
easy to
nobody
just
here.
lose the game outright before any gameplay is played, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I'm not captain of my team, but I definitely let everyone know on the team, especially young Cyclone Spin who just joined. I'm like, picks are 95% of the game. The rest of it is just playing out the picks with the set strategies you have. I mean, yeah, there's individual skill and gameplay factor, but you have to go into each match with respect to the other team and to yourself that everyone's at 100% of skill capacity. So if everyone's at 100% on a great day, then you have to go by picks. That's really the only way you can ever like do it in competitive play. If I pick on her into Shibalanke, it's because that's a better pick, you know, in the said matchup. The Shibalanke players going in there is like, well, I'm going to outplay you. You can't do that. I learned the hard way, trust. So it's 100%, it's 95% picks, 5% like just playing out the rest, skill, RNG factor with Fire Giant, Gold Fury, Devios' giggles, like everything. Just everything else is the 5%.
How do you always manage to sneak in Devios' giggles into like?
If anyone who hears him talk, I want to see like a long interview with him.
I actually
He's
hope
the
we can
happiest
interview
guy
him.
on earth.
I hope we can get like an interview with him later on.
He's
That'd
all
be-
smiles, all giggles, and just like, hey, I know you're going up against the best solo laners in the entire world of this international game. How do you feel? It's really exciting. This is awesome. It's just like, you are 15 years old beating some of the best players we've ever seen, and you're so happy.
Well, Zimp, you've been a little quiet there. You know, SK had you know, quite an unfortunate run. You know, in this tournament for them. I know that they were hoping to come out of this one with a much better placing. A lot of hype, a lot of energy that they were bringing to the table. Unfortunately for them, you know, what we saw yesterday with how they you know, opted to play their matchup against Titan, and even today, if you're SK, what are you looking to do moving forward, especially with Season 2 on the horizon, and also, I guess, mentality as well?
Drafting, man. They lost the picks and bans. Like, every game they lost, they just got drafted. I don't know why they would go for the Afro mid. I mean, it might have worked in scrims or so, but SK is such a good team. Why go for the cheese or whatever? Just play the picks that you know how to play and just outplay people. I mean, that's what they did to Red the other time. You don't need to go for this weird. It's just weird. I'm a bit confused. Like, I just think Europe in general has way worse drafting than NA. I mean, and this tournament's just proving that, you know. So I'll give you guys that.
Well, the game starts with picks and bans, but it also, you have to talk about the early game, and the first thing we like to see is the first blood, right?
That's
the first blood is always the thing we talk about and what sets the pace of the game. So Logitech first blood for that last match was, you know, not too surprising, right? You're going to see Ionic kind of come through here, and this just came out from pure aggression. Cogred knew they had the advantage, beautiful time, and the body block came out. It was almost a save there. From Zero's getting the block. There goes the rotation. Ionic makes sure he secured it, which, you know, even that situation, it's rough to lose first blood, but you can see that that ended on a fresh movement speed buff. And so right after first blood, they pick up a movement speed buff. And we talk a lot about Divios, Golden Boy, but just the team play they have overall is fantastic.
Of course, their team play is phenomenal, but yet again, the player of the game, the gamer launch player of the game is Divios. This young man, so talented, 8 KDA there. He went on a 5-kill spree. He had 1 multi-kill to his name. Just an absolute beast. And in the words of my dear friend, the great Scott Gandhi, a savage. This kid is just too good. I'm expecting so much out of him. Again, he's young. He's going to experience so much in his life, so much in his career, and he's going to grow a lot. And I think that's the fun part about all this. What we're witnessing here is a young man. Actually, let's take that back. A team filled with young men who are starting to come into their own, and they are going to see more success, and they are going to continue to grow just as individuals and hopefully as a team. Because I really like this team. I think they, you know, mechanically sound. Cog Red is, in my opinion, unmatched, right? And in that I shouldn't say the final game of yesterday, which again might as well just been a grand final. You know, what we witnessed was a veteran team filled with guys who have just been in this position before and know how to handle it a tad bit better, overcome the odds over the mechanically sound player. Sometimes you just can't teach that, right? Like, that's all time. That's all time, and Cog Red will get there, you know, without a doubt. I would not be surprised if 2016 Smite World Championships, we end up seeing Cog Red in the finals, you know, or at least a couple of the guys from Cog Red.
When we talk about the veteran team, Cog Prime, we were mentioning Barracuda yesterday. We were mentioning Snoopy today. We were talking about Reels all weekend long and how fantastic they are. But if you want to learn how to be a fantastic Hunter player, we're going to teach you. Let's show it.
I'm a hunter, and I play that role just because I've been playing it for about a year and a half. Started it was the role that I liked. I feel like it's one of the harder ones just because it's so auto attack based and it's a little different than every other role just because of that. And that kind of like stuck with me, and I've just been playing it ever since.
It's a role where you do a lot of damage, but you're also really squishy, so you have to farm items for the vacant.
The reason I main it is because I used to main support, and then discussion was there was no hunter good enough to pick up to defeat Zapman, so I brought upon myself to become hunter to be as good as Zapman Senpai.
I like to kill steal, and you get all the credit and the glory of carrying your team to victory in the late game. And there's a lot of skill shots, because every single shot you fire is a skill shot, so that's why I play my hunter role.
Definitely top 2 gods are Apollo and Rama right now. They bring a lot to the team fights. They have a lot of damage, steroids, and they can get around the map pretty quickly. Apollo with his ultimate, and Rama, he's got a little bit more global presence with that ultimate as well. They also have really good boxing potential, and they can gain lane control really well.
I'm a big fan of Freya. I got that from Pain, or sub. That's like how like everyone started playing Freya. Like I used to play Freya a lot because I don't know, like I find it really hard for anyone to deal with her. And then obviously you got the Apollo, the Rama, and there's like very situational picks like Muz and Khan are like.
The best gods for my role are Apollo, Rama, Freya, and Anhur. And the main reason they are is because they have great hyper carry potential late game, and they're also really big bullies in lane.
Late game, it's all about positioning. You need to look for a position, so you don't leave your team vulnerable, but at the same time, you need to be ready to sweep their backline and kill their vulnerable targets. It's no good if you're just hitting the tanks all the time. You need to actually kill the valuable targets. So guys like Apollo and Ram are pretty good for that because they can hit the backline without putting themselves, by using ultimate.
I come into team fights later. The rest of my team, I try to go for their backline immediately and blow one person up.
Hunter is one of the strongest roles. They can dish out 800 crits. And so a lot of time you're just focusing the person that's in front of you and making them get out of the way. And a lot of the damage you're going to be putting on is to either other hunters or mages. That's where your prime damage is going to be coming from. So you kind of want to pop your sprint 3, get around the team fight, try to stay on the edges because you don't want to get in melee ranges of anybody else, and then just try to put out as much damage as possible.
I would say it's the last game against Cog Red when I was Freya, and I just kind of went off the entire game and hyper carried, and we first blooded Snoopy in lane, and after that, it was just game over. It was amazing.
Memorable moments. Against, I think it was SK in the wildcards that got us to qualify here. There was a big team fight where I managed to get a significant Ram ult, all 3 shots on someone in the back line, and we won the fight. Probably because the carry just got obliterated straight away, so that was pretty memorable for me.
When we lost against Signitas the first time, and I actually played really poorly that game, and that kind of stuck with me, and I just wanted to practice and get better and never lose because of that again.
Pay a 1% listing fee and save thousands when you buy and sell with Redfin.
All right, folks, we are back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. There you can see how important that hunter role is. It's so critical for a team. Obviously, all 5 roles are super critical for any team. That goes without saying. That's basically a John Madden comment right there.
Stop giving allied compliments.
I
He's
really
not
like
that
this
important.
guy. I really like this guy. This that guy. Really like that guy. No, I'm just messing. I kind of sort of like you too.
He's all right, but that guy.
You're right.
Guy.
I don't care what they say about you, though, man. You're a good guy.
I didn't really ask you guys for stand-up comedians. This guy's the worst.
We're sitting
right.
though.
Huh?
We're sitting.
Oh, sitting comedian.
We're sit-down comedian. That's messed up because he got the term right.
We have fun here at the Analyst Desk, guys. The Alienware Analyst Desk. And obviously, with the Constellation match done, we have so many things to look forward to. The grand finals coming up a little bit later. It's, of course, going to be Cognitive Prime and Titan. And, with SK going into 4th place, they're going to pull home about $261,000. And that is no small amount of money by far.
Nope.
390, just over that there for Cognitive Red taking that matchup. Again, another big chunk of change, but it gets so much bigger than that. We're going to get into the finals a little bit later today. It shows how much talent there really is in Smite.
Yeah, really. And one of the things that I've really enjoyed about watching was this young man that we're actually going to check out right now is Dagars or Dagars. This guy right here, just the Hunbat came through yet again. Driver, just set this up for us.
So he's being very patient here. He pops the ultimate to spread them out, and you can see that he's using his ultimate more for a single target purpose. He wants to single someone out and prevent the counter initiation. You see, he's so focused on the right target. And this is what makes Cognitive Red such a powerful team. You see they're switching and focusing the same target at the same time. This is something that newer players to Smite don't really grasp right away, and they're always attacking different targets, but it's always good to focus all your damage on one person, get them dead, and then move on to someone else. And you can see that even though he's got a perfect lineup on someone, in his ear, he'll hear his teammates, hey man, we're switching to someone else. We're switching to someone else. Let's grab Amir. And he just goes, oh, okay, Amir, without a thought. I mean, it's so disciplined. I loved how focused Gars can be when he's under pressure.
If you could hear the voice comms, I'm telling you, I can promise you, it will be like something like, Amir, Amir, Amir. No, shucks. I don't always switch.
Switch.
Everyone just turns around. Forget what you're doing. Just help the team out. And that's what makes a great team.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was your Alienware play of the game there. Again, Dagars just having a great showing, and I want to see more of that Hunbats from Dagars. Everyone talks about that Thor, but Hungars.
Hungars.
Hungars. Kind of sounds like Hungard. That's not bad. I give myself a cookie for that.
Well, I think Cognitive Red, one thing they do very well is controlling the map, and you can see it here on the screen. And again, even though that match, very little presence from SK at all. But it really contrasts well to the placement stage we saw on Friday. This was still 60% to 40%, even though SK was so beaten down. And that shows how close this match really is, even though the numbers seem like it wasn't.
Yeah, there's shades of greatness there.
That's
but
right.
It's like SK just needs to fully realize
50
it.
of them.
Just looking at this mid cam control, it's like it's disgusting. I mean, 93% control in mid cams at this level of play like should never be able to happen. I don't even know. I mean, how can you compete when the other team just keeps pulling ahead in XP?
Honestly, it just seemed like SK crumbled and they kind of gave up inside. And I know they were trying to give it their all, but I think morale was at extreme low. And you could tell 100% by this game that they just had very little important objective control. They just weren't doing too hot. I feel bad.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate thing for them as well. I mean, obviously, no Goal Fury, for SK Gaming. Fire Giant just going over there to Cog Red. It was just full control.
I said at the start of this week that SK is kind of like they need to live off of the hype. And if they start losing games, they're just going to keep losing games. And it's exactly what happened these 3 days, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah. And I had them to win the first game. I thought that, they would be able to catch Cog Red maybe off guard because they ended up winning that best of 1. But then you just think about it like, wait a minute, Cog Red, like, they studied that loss. And the fact that SK just fed into that game 2 there just gave it to them. It's like, oh, you want to play the same exact thing? Guess what? The same exact thing's going to happen. And that's just like, it's...
Fool me once.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. And,
I feel like if NA taught Europe anything so far, is that Hercules is still a great solo laner. He kind of fell off the meta in EU for a while. I expect him to be picked up more during Season 2 if he stays as he is.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how going into Season 2 with all the changes, how the meta changes and will shift into like these great soul laners, like how they will adapt. Because honestly, it's just that's really been the key of every single game so far as we've seen. It's like these soul lane players are making the key rotations to Gold Fury, the key rotations to middle, making the plays happen, becoming unstoppable forces. And honestly, I think the one thing we haven't seen is like besides Ataraxia just popping off that one game, we haven't really seen too many Star Hunter plays, like something that would make Zatman Senpai be like, like I've done that, like
we
stuff
almost
like that.
had one. Reels was flying over 5 people by himself in a very dangerous situation. He almost went in and died by himself, but he didn't.
That would have been cool.
It's close. Could have Zatman that real hard.
But I'm really looking forward to the finals, for sure. Just because I'm really excited for that matchup.
Yeah, do you have like any like cream for Zatman as well? The cream that we were giving,
Oh, I have some left, yeah.
You have
some
some cream left? Okay, you should definitely
Some
get
burn
that
cream?
down, send it over to him.
Yeah, I'll give
you
some
go.
to him,
Shout out to Zatman. I love you,
No
Steve.
problem. I got some for Ally too, he didn't make it either, so.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fighting words.
All right, wow.
Fighting words. This is uncomfortable here, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
I feel bad because it's like all of Europe got knocked out because they picked Ymir on purpose. So, like, he's got to hit me with a little bit of something.
Oh.
It happens. It happens.
Goodness gracious.
It's good.
You guys, man. Okay. You know what? I mean, honestly, it's been a great time here, at the Smite World Championships. We thank everyone for joining us here. The finals still set for the 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know why I thought a.m. 2:30 p.m. Eastern time slot between Cognitive Prime and Titan. Really looking forward to that matchup. I can't wait. Should be a good one.
Yeah.
Drybear, I guess, any thoughts before we throw it over to Kelly?
I think that it shows how much depth there is beyond what we thought. Everyone thinks, okay, Smite, you pick your god, it's an action game, you play it. And I think the one thing you take away from today is this is a MOBA. This is all about mental state, picks and bans, strategy. It has the action elements, but it blends it perfectly with the strategy and the thought process. And if you don't have both, you're going to lose out. So, I want to know what the players think about that. So let's throw it over to Kelly and see where their heads are at.
Welcome, guys. I'm here joined by Snoopy from Cog Red once more. First off, let me say congratulations on 3rd place. You guys just won $400,000. And I know it's cliche of me to ask, but what's the first thing you're going to spend it on?
Probably like a new house for myself or a new, at least apartment. I want to like get out and live by myself and keep on gaming.
So you guys played SK on Friday and you lost, but today you guys went 2-0 against them. What changed from then?
We studied our game and we watched it back a couple times, and we realized that the Ao Kwang was something we've never really gone against, especially with the strength that Zyro's put into it. And I think taking that out of his hands and putting him in something that he's not as comfortable with really helped us pull that game out.
Now, Herc seems high priority. Give me a rundown as to why.
Divios, man. He takes those big gods and he does well with them. I don't know how, but he just controls the soul lane. You just give him something that can tank towers.
All right. So I know your sister team's about to be playing in the finals, but be honest, who do you think has this?
Prime all day, 3-0.
3-0? All right. Is there anything you else want to say to the fans and everyone watching?
Keep playing Smite. I just want to say thanks to High Res, Cognitive Red, David Fry, Matty Pocket, and shout out to Bosco Syrup.
Thank you so much, Snoopy. And guys, we have something very special for you planned up next. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break and watch a video of Know Your God.
There used to be a great town. Holy shit, that's a lot of people.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to a very special Smite World Championship edition of Know Your Enemy. If you haven't seen this series before, in each episode we take an in-depth look at a specific god. For instance, today we're going to be talking about Isis. So by the end of this video, if you're a beginner, you should at least know how to handle yourself when you find an Isis on the enemy team. Now, odds are, if you're here in Atlanta for the Smite World Championships, you probably know enough about how to play against an Isis where you probably don't need to watch this video, but there are some of you out there who still need some help. Especially that guy. No, the one in the blue. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into the guide. Again, today we're going to be talking about Isis, the goddess of magic. So the first thing we always look at in these videos is a graph that shows a visual representation of what that specific god is good at. Obviously, today we're looking at Isis. So the first thing that stands out is obviously her damage, utility, and control are on the upper ends of the graph. Her mobility and defense are on the lower ends of the graph, but she does actually show something on the graph for healing. Obviously, if a god does not have any healing abilities, they will show nothing on this graph. So it's always nice to see a god that has at least a little bit of everything and still excels in one or two areas. And now that we know where Isis stands on the graph, let's go ahead and take a look at her abilities and figure out why the graph looks this way. Now, when we talk about the abilities, we always assume that you at least know how the abilities work, so you've at least done your due diligence and looked up the abilities of the god to see exactly how they operate. Or at least you've played enough against the god where you can kind of see an ability coming and know a little bit about what that ability does. So now that you kind of understand how this section of the video is going to flow, let's go ahead and talk about Isis's passive, Funeral Rites. This is a very simple passive. Essentially, when an enemy dies within range of Isis, she gains 1 stack. She can have up to 10 stacks, and each of those stacks gives her and all of the allies around her 2 HP 5 and 2 MP 5 per stack for a total of up to 20 HP 5 and 20 MP 5. Now, the drawback to this ability is that she loses all of her stacks when she dies. Now, this passive can be really important in a game mode like Assault, where HP 5 and MP 5 are more important because you can't go back to the well and regain your health and mana. Also, Isis can gain these stacks a lot faster than you might think because she does not have to specifically get the kill. So while this passive is not game-breaking by any stretch of the imagination, it does actually help out more than you think when it comes to healing and sustain. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about Isis's first ability, Wing Gust. At first glance, this is just an ability that shoots out 4 projectiles. However, there are many subtle nuances to this ability that you would not know about unless you read the description very carefully. So, in addition to her shooting out 4 projectiles, the entire time she's doing that, she is channeling the ability, meaning that at any time during that ability, she can be interrupted by a stun or a silence and knock her out of it. That is a big advantage for you if you're playing against Isis, and a big disadvantage for you if you're playing as Isis. Now also, while she's channeling this ability, she gains a 25% movement speed increase and is immune to the backpedal penalty, meaning that she goes as fast backwards as she does forwards. Now the addition of the 25% movement speed increase and the fact that she can move as fast backwards as she does forwards mean that while she's channeling this ability, she can actually be kind of hard to hit. During this ability, she moves in a way that a lot of the other gods in the game can't or don't move. Now again, in addition to that, still, she's immune to root and knockback effects while she's channeling. So you can start to see why her utility on that graph was so high. A lot of her abilities do a ton of things. Now let's talk about her second ability called Spirit Ball. Now when I'm watching new players play Isis, the one thing I notice is that they don't understand that once Isis casts this ability, she can detonate that ability at any time, meaning that you can let it run its full course and go its maximum distance, or at any time while the ball is traveling, you can detonate it to pop it early. Now, the one thing you need to know about that is that the further the ball travels, the more damage it does and the longer it stuns, up to a maximum of 1.5 second stun and 50% extra damage. Other than those two things, it's a fairly straightforward ability. Now let's talk about our third ability, Dispel Magic. This ability does no damage, but this is where Isis is going to gain a lot more utility. A lot like Wing Gust, this is one of those abilities where if you haven't read the description, you're like, huh, she silenced me. I guess that's all that does.
Isis was the first
However,
god I ever
it's
used.
also going to slow you for 35% and steal your magical protection. What that means is you're going to lose magical protection, and Isis is going to gain magical protection. So again, a silence, a slow, you lose magic protection, she gains it. Tons of utility in this ability. And then her ultimate, Circle of Protection, and again, I'm sure you're tired of hearing this word by now, but it gives her a ton of utility. It does a massive amount of damage, a decent amount of healing, but the one thing that a lot of people forget about this ability, when you or any of your teammates are in the area of effect of Circle of Protection, you all take 15% less damage. There is a 15% damage reduction on Circle of Protection, so don't forget that. And Circle of Protection has a lot of other uses, which we will discuss here very shortly in the mechanics section. Alright, so if you haven't seen this series before, in the mechanics section, what we're going to do is discuss a few tips that are going to help you play against an Isis. Now, if you want to play Isis yourself, then make sure you reverse these tips and use them to your advantage. Now, remember, this is not all of the information on Isis. These are just some of the tips that I think are the most important when you're facing her on the enemy team. First off, let's talk about Wing Gust. Now remember, I said it can be interrupted. Essentially, if you interrupt an Isis as she is using her Wing Gust, that completely eliminates 90% of her wave clear. So save your stuns and your silences and your mesmerizes or anything that's going to interrupt a channeled ability for when Isis starts using her Wing Gust. This is a surefire way to keep her in her tower losing gold. Now, if you do not have a way to interrupt her Wing Gust, understand that Wing Gust itself is a very powerful wave clearing ability. By level 4-ish, she can clear an entire wave with one Wing Gust. There are a lot of other probably statistically better mages that can't clear a wave that early, so this is a very strong ability if it is not interrupted. Now moving on to her second ability, Spirit Ball. First off, the projectile of this ability moves extremely slowly, but the detonation point of this ability is actually fairly large. So while this is a slow-moving ability, it's surprisingly tricky to dodge. One thing you might see a good Isis do is to wait until you start auto-attacking. Therefore, you have now slowed yourself due to the movement speed reduction during auto-attacks, making the Spirit Ball much easier to hit. Depending on the distance that Isis is trying to hit you with that Spirit Ball, it may be an impossibility for you to get out of the detonation range if you are auto-attacking. Now be very careful getting hit by Isis's Spirit Ball because this is one of her two setup abilities. Isis can smack you with a Spirit Ball and then as you're coming out of the stun, hit you with Dispel Magic to silence and slow you, making for an absolutely nasty gank. If she's playing mid and her jungler is just waiting in the wings in the jungle ready for her to hit that Spirit Ball, there's a very good chance you're not going to get out of that gank. Now she can also use those abilities in reverse order, and actually that makes her Spirit Ball easier to hit. She can silence and slow you, and then as you are coming out of the silence, she can hit you with the Spirit Ball for the stun, essentially doing the exact same thing. If she's within range of the Dispel Magic, it makes sense for her to use her Dispel Magic first because she's going to get a damage bonus due to the fact that she's reducing your magical protections with Dispel Magic. However, she may be out of range of Dispel Magic and have to use her Spirit Ball to make up the distance that it's going to have to travel to hit you. Now, while we're on that topic, remember, the further the Spirit Ball travels, the more damage it's going to do and the longer you're going to be stunned. So a max range Spirit Ball can be absolutely devastating. But from Isis's point of view, that can be very hard to do if the person you're attacking is paying attention. Now, since we're kind of mixing abilities back and forth, talking about Spirit Ball and Dispel Magic, I do want to touch on one thing about Dispel Magic. At max rank, this ability steals 30% protections. Now, Isis steals that 30% protections from every single person she hits, meaning that if she happens to hit all 5 of your party members, she's going to gain a 150% increase in her magical protections. Now, in addition to that, she also gains magical protections from any minions or creep camps that she may hit. So in a team fight game mode like Arena, where there's a large clusters of enemies, both minion and god, she can easily gain 1 to 200 magic protections in a split second. Now let's move on and talk about her ultimate, Circle of Protection. As I said during the discussion of the abilities, this ability can be used in several different ways. First off, this can be used as a finisher. How many times have you been in a scenario where you're just getting ready to get a kill, and right before that last auto attack hits, it slips through your fingers and the god gets away? This ability has decent range on it, and it's got a massive size, so it reaches much further than your auto attack. So if you've used all of your abilities and you can't just get that last hit on that god, you can throw down Circle of Protection, pop it early, and get the kill. Now that might seem like a waste because you're not gaining the heal from it, you're not gaining the damage reduction from it, but in that scenario, it's used just like any other damaging ult to finish off a god. In addition to that, it can be used as a nuke in a team fight, because when you throw Circle of Protection down in a team fight, there's going to be so much damage going around, the ult's going to charge extremely quickly. As soon as that ult hits max charge, you can pop it, doing mass damage to all enemies and mass healing to all allies in the area, and that will definitely turn the tides of that battle. It can also be used to help get objectives, like, say, the Fire Giant. Right before the Fire Giant uses his lava ability, you can throw down Circle of Protection, reducing the damage of the lava, charging it up very quickly because everybody in there is taking damage, popping it once it hits max charge to not only deal massive damage to the Fire Giant, but it'll also heal all of the allies that took damage from the lava. And last but not least, it can be used as a very effective zoning tool because nobody wants to step into the large glowing circle. So if you happen to be running from a gank, you don't have a lot of mobility, so you might just want to stay and fight. Throw your Circle of Protection down, stun them, use your Wing Gust, let it fill up a little bit, pop it to deal damage to the person who's chasing you and heal you, hopefully silence them to get away, or that might kill them. So it can be used defensively as well as offensively. And last but not least, remember that Isis does not have a lot of escape. The only thing that Isis has is the ability to stop you from getting to her. She can silence you, she can stun you, she can zone you a Circle of Protection, but she does have a 25% movement increase from Wing Gust. So, when Isis's Wing Gust is on cooldown, remember that unless she has Combat Blink or Sprint, she will only be as fast as regular walking speed. So there are definite chances to take advantage of her low mobility. So there you have it, guys. That's about it for the video. If you are a beginner, hopefully this video has helped you out a little bit, and now you know what to do when you see an Isis on the enemy team. If you've enjoyed this video, make sure you head over to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/SmiteGame, and check out the rest of the series. At the creation of this video, we had 10 to 12 other videos you can check out, so go learn, you crazy kids. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of your day at the Smite World Championships.
Good coffee, dude.
Mm-hmm. What an entertaining young man. Oh my gosh. Okay. That looks entertaining.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Alienware Analyst Desk. We've been having a great time as we get ready for our finals, which will be coming up in just a little bit. Of course, guys, if you want to stay up to date with all things going on in the site, really all you got to do is download the application on your Google Play Store or Apple Store. You can download the Smite Pro League application. There you can keep up to date with the games, and if you're in-house, you can actually get some pretty cool prizes.
Yeah.
But I have to say, you know, it's been some incredible games here today, some very intense competition.
Yeah, it really has, and I think that it's hard to choose who the best player is at the event today.
What do you mean?
No, it's me.
That's me. What?
No, really.
There's no way, dude. I'm way better than you. Like,
I mean, when's the last time your team's done anything?
we won a tournament at least. Have you ever qualified for a tournament ever?
Ooh.
Okay.
Snap.
Okay, whatever.
Wait,
Guess
no,
what?
I'm actually curious.
Let's settle this then, buddy.
Sure, man.
All right, I'm
here
gonna
right now.
pick some pro players from the crowd. We're gonna whoop Zimstar because he's free.
Please.
Wait,
And
right
he-
here on stage?
Yeah.
Right now?
Dude.
No, he's free. I'm gonna farm him, and I'll make fun of him, and I'll be like, well, that's what you get for picking Ymir.
This guy's hysterical.
So I'm picking Shing, Weaken, Firemancer Skull, and the lovely Dare to Care.
Oh my god, you're so screwed, dude. Do you know who I'll have? My boy Zapman, Incont, Wolfie, and also I called up China, you know. I got some help from mid. I'm gonna have Knight from DID playing mid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And also, wait. Allied, you know you talked yesterday, you wanted like the OMG jacket?
No.
Oh,
the freshness.
Whoa.
Swag.
You got another one, right?
What up,
Like,
though,
that's
Ally?
not fair,
Too
man.
bad, buddy. Let's go Saturday, man.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go,
Wait,
dude.
on stage?
Oh my God, what is going on?
Oh.
He,
You gonna
What?
take that, Allied?
is he
Are you
coming?
gonna take that?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, are they leaving the desk, Golden Boy?
They've left us here.
Why are they leaving
I don't
the
know
desk?
what's going on.
You with Vulcan.
Wait,
All
are
right,
they
let's
set up for
go.
the finals? What is going on here?
I am
I'm
really
talking about, like,
confused
when
here, but
I
it seems
farm-
like the players
You.
are on the stage.
You suck.
and
you gonna
Zip
cry?
and Allied are going out. What is this madness? Okay, I guess it's settled here, folks. This is going to happen. And you know what, Driver? You and I are going to cast it.
Let's do it.
All
bunch
right.
of
All right, let's
nerds.
do it. Golden Boy and Try there.
My
on the
first
screen.
ever Smite game I will cast right here at the World Championships.
Now,
guys,
one thing that Smite casters like to do, we like to get, a caster duo name.
It's
Are
that
we
man.
Dry Boy or Golden Bear?
I don't know how Dry Boy sounds. That
Dry Boy sounds a little ridiculous.
sounds vaguely sexual.
Are we Golden
and I
Boy?
don't know-
Or Golden
I don't know
Bear?
if I like that. Yeah, Golden Bear. That it sounds like we're like a delicious treat.
We are delicious.
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you seen yourself today?
Oh, dude, man, I know. My wife says I'm very yummy.
All right.
sometimes. So we'll just go ahead. We'll go with it like that. All right. Fine. So
Okay.
here we go, folks.
These guys.
SimStar versus Allied.
That's right. Well, honestly, we've got a pretty strong lineup here. Now, for those of you who are wondering, we do have, it's a big event. So we have actually a lot of pro players from other teams that didn't qualify for the event coming out to hang out and watch. They've actually agreed to come up on stage and join our very mouthy analysts on stage to compete. Shoutouts to Allied and SimStar. The lineup here, of course, is going to be Knight from DID, the China team competing in the tournament. He's the man who played that Anubis that you love so much, and the guy who almost first-blooded the Boosh with Cabrakan. We've got Zapman from Team Dignitas in Continentia, Allied's teammate. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. All right.
Whoever's paint skills are like T1 there. Was it Clumsy?
Clumsy and Harrow. If you guys
Okay.
know Clumsy, Dev, and Harrow from chat on Twitch, they made those in paint, and we're so proud of them. But the Vulcan band comes out, not going to be picked up there. Of course, we do have pro players, guys. Just to finish it off, we got Incon from Complexity, Zimstar from Trig. Wolfie, of course, was on Team Thirst in the Smite Pro League. We had Allied, of course, Complexity. Shing from Dignitas. Now, remember, Golden Boy, Shing was the first player in Smite history to feed a Chinese team and Knights on the other side.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, that is duly noted there. Seems like the Herc band goes through, Vulcan band goes through, and as well as Circuit, which we knew that was going to come about. No matter if it's a show match or not, you get rid of Circuit. You don't want
Gotta
to
be
look
gone.
bad. And that's
What
gonna be
other
how it
players
goes.
do we have going here, though?
That's right. So on Allied's team, as you mentioned, so we had Weekend, Firemancer, and Dare to Care
Oh, man.
joining Shing and Allied, so that's fun. And again, to reiterate, for the other side, for Zim's team, Zapman coming through here. You guys have been burning him quite a bit this week.
Oh, yeah.
Wolfie, as well
Oh,
as
it's the weekend! It's the weekend Arachne!
Okay. So Vanis gets picked up as well. Okay, so that should look
Oh,
pretty good.
man. So they got this. It's got the Zapman's going to be picking up Apollo here, and he plays that character so fantastically. Oh, is this a Knight Cabrakan mid? Oh, man. So as far as the roles go, across the way is going to be Dare to Care playing mid, and we're going to have Knight playing mid. So it's going to be a Knight versus Dare to Care, and he'll dare to care about China this time around, and we'll see
He's
if
still
he can take
hovering
it.
over it, by the way. Still hovering over it.
He's going to lock it.
Is he going to do it?
Oh, wait, what?
Whoa! Here we go. Cabrakan gets picked. Anubis gets locked in. The hype is real, folks. We know where that Anubis is going.
Oh, Zapman just got countered. What up,
Oh,
Zapman?
crap.
We got Freya in the Hunter role, most likely, with Weekend picking Arachne. It's got to be jungle. That's a Hunter, Freya. That's Allied versus Zapman.
Okay, this is gonna be good. Allied, he's been talking a big game, man. You know, I just thought he was here because he sucked, but apparently he can play Smite. It seems. No, I'm kidding. He's been teaching me so much.
So the result of this, right, is whoever loses can't come back to the analyst desk.
No, actually, I think we need them. Seriously, I would reckon to say we need them quite a bit.
Tier gets banned out there across the way. Zimstar's team going to make a ban. It's going to be Nuwa. Of course, we do have a lot of lineup, but Derek here does play a lot of Nuwa. Imagine that's going to be a mid Nuwa being removed from the game. First pick after the ban phase goes to Allied's team. They don't have a solo or mid at this point.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be the one picked up. Of course, you know, guys, if you're in the crowd, just have some fun with it, right? And mostly just cheer for Knight the whole time. You know, just give Knight all the love in the world. You guys coming from China.
Oh, what a cop-out. Come on, Dare to Care.
Oh, okay.
Dare to Care picking the Raw.
Play it safe.
Okay.
Ra's a safe pick. I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that.
Well, it's a double pick now for Zimstar's team. They need a jungle and they need a support. Bracken usually not played in that support role. It's going to be Nemesis hovered on here. Going to help a lot with the Sylvanas pressure and a Guan Yu. Remember, ladies and gentlemen,
locked.
That is Wolfie on that team, the member of previous Thirst, and he loves his Guan Yu.
Last pick here. Now, the difference this time around, folks, is that after this last pick, it's not going to go to the casters over there. We're giving Dry Bear and Brandon a break. It's going to stay right here at the analyst desk as we call the action, waiting for that last pick to get locked in. Could be Bacchus, it seems. Yeah.
It's not going to be Bacchus. No way. Can't be. Oh, it's Loki. Okay.
Oh.
Solo.
I don't think we've seen Loki at all.
Loki solo.
Okay.
Up there, which of course is going to be Shingy Poo. Shing from Dignitas going to be playing the solo role, and he loves this Loki play.
That logo is just killing me. That is just like, like it was a competition of like who can make the better logo quicker. Was that like what it was? Because like the guy on the right clearly won.
Well,
like, I'm just saying, like,
those logos are good, but my cardboard lightning bolt, by far the best.
Where is it?
I think someone threw it away. No,
no, it's actually there.
It's there. Hold on.
There.
There's
okay.
no Zeus, but let's bring it back.
Oh, dude, imagine how hyped that would have been if Zeus
This
got
is
picked.
probably the best lightning bolt anyone's ever made in the history of ever.
Of ever?
I mean, you see this.
I think a lot of
super straight
cosplayers
side.
would really, really beg to differ with you on that.
I'm Zeus in a suit with a better beard.
Dude, with a whoa.
Yep.
Bold claims.
Done.
Bold claims. All right. Well, game's going to be starting here in a second, folks. Going to get ready for this one. Really excited. I think everyone at the chat's going to have a good time with this one.
Yeah.
You know, as well as you guys out there in the house. And just to remind you all, we have our matchup grand finals coming up 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, by the way. And if you're watching from Twitch, you know, I would say purchase that, you know, get that
That's
digital package there, man. That you get some awesome skins, you get the emotes, you get to spam your mirror in the chat the whole time. Although he wasn't picked, but I'm still expecting.
Which these skins are only for the Smite World Championship. You get the Smite World Championship Ares skin, the Smite World Championship Ward skin, and you also get the 2015 Convention Tier skin. Which, if it's SWC 2015, it's not going to be available ever again. But we're getting into the match, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Zimstar versus Allied. You've been watching them all weekend long on the analyst desk, and now where all the game they've been spitting, they have to put their money where their mouth is and see who is the best.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm pretty nervous right now just because this is like a whole new experience here. But seems like we're going to have both teams here just, of course, playing it slow at the start, right? Just want to get a feel for each other. Okay, so we know where the positions are going. I mean, we know Knight's going to mostly play mid, but it seems like we're going to get a little bunch up here in the mid right now, and they're going to try and sniff each other out. Maybe.
Oh, what is this Zapman? Zapman's running up the mid tower. He's standing on the mid tower. Look at this guy. He's just hanging out. Oh, it's a jump party, is it? This could go.
Yes.
This
There
could
you
go
go.
so badly.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, he's shooting him. Zapman's got the poke. That's a shot back. That's Dare to Care. Of course, remember, guys, Dare to Care and Zapman are both team members of Team Dignitas. They are teammates, so that goodwill is understandable. I think, eyes are on Knight. And Continental actually plays support Kabrekin. So this is the God of the Dead, Anubis by Knight in the mid lane. And he's going up against Dare to Care. I don't think Dare to Care should be a starter if he loses to Knight here.
Oh, man. Well, not to take anything away from Knight.
No, Knight's gonna kill it. I love Knight.
All right. Well, we got a pause game here in Continental. End up making that pause happen. So there you can see that crafty Xbox One camera. Look at that. Look at the smoothness.
So
Like butter.
which of our analysts, this is clumsy death from the camera guys, showing the Xbox One camera across the screen.
Using a controller, by the way. Just
Oh,
so
yeah.
you guys are aware. He's using an Xbox One controller to get these epic shots. Look at that.
Look at that tree.
Look at the detail. Oh,
Palming the
God.
ground there. So which of our analysts is hoping this game just crashes and they don't have to play?
Allied.
Allied?
Yeah, without a doubt.
You think so?
He's fearing.
I'm going to say Zimstar, because after SK got defeated,
Okay.
he doesn't have much shame left.
Well, no, but here's the thing, man. His points just went up so high with that OMG jacket.
That's
though.
true. That is very true.
One of the gentlemen from OMG came by, brought the jacket over. I thought we all just wanted to beat the crap out of Zimstar and
I
take
wanted
that
it so
jacket
bad.
from him. But fortunately, I'm a large, and that was like a super small. So, you know, I mean, the boy's got to get some meat on those bones. But anyway, moving forward, though, we have, the start of the game here. So what should we be expecting, Dry Bear, from both of these, from both of these teams? Like, where are you expecting them to do?
Well, we actually do see a 3-man mid-camp push on the Ur side. They're going to be taking that down 3 ways and then going for the blue buff. That means they're going to skip the damage. But what they're going to do is actually use Knight's prowess in the beginning to move back and get that damage buff and split the golden experience out. A lot of damage in the mid lane, actually. Zapman pushing hard left side, getting him into the tower, and then heading over. Oh, looks like they're going to be stealing the damage buff. Zapman and Incon getting cheeky.
Yeah, that's right. Zapman just going to, continue pushing back. And here comes Weekend looking to go for the gank. Is this going to happen? Coming around the side. Weekend's going for the engage. Is Knight going to fall? And Knight has fallen there as Weekend takes the first blood. Great plays out of him.
Not done yet. Here comes a big rotation coming out from Zimstar's team.
Oh, my goodness.
Go for Weekend.
Weekend run. Use those little legs.
Can he get away from this one? The spider is skittering a good slow, and he's going to make it out alive, but only just.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Well, this is what it's like casting Smite. My goodness. This is quite the wild rush here. All right, so...
This did leave the left side wide open, by the way.
That's
Golden
true.
Boy. So
That's
now they're
true.
pushing in hard.
Big emphasis on the middle. That's a little bit of a red flag there. What's going on over there?
So taking a look at the graphs, you can see not that much of a gain overall. You see 200 gold in favor of Allied's team and just a slight bit of experience. So not a whole big gain because the rotation came from the long lane. Back to the jungle, you can see not that much jungle pressure from Zimstar's team. Just now getting the movement speed buff. Damage buff has yet to been grabbed up. And they're waiting for that early game. And solo lane, well, they're stuck in play.
Knight's in a bit of a pickle here. So he's going to have to deal with 2 over there in the mid lane, but he will, play this one smart. But we got an encounter, though, over there on the left. Let's see what's going to happen here as, of course, never mind.
Nice
Slow it down here.
Around. Weekend's coming from the flank.
Here comes Weekend again with those little legs.
He's dropping low. Can he get away from this one? Nice hog. There goes the hit. He's dropping out, but big slow from Incon. There goes the dash. He's still alive. Zapman is pushing for it. Danica misses the shot. He's getting away. The Divine Light's coming out. It's not enough. He's juking.
He pinned him in the corner.
He's juking. He's juking. And he's down. There goes the kill. Danica drops. Zapman makes it a big fight. There goes the kill. Triple kill coming out. 5-2. Team
Kabrakin, dude. I love it.
That ground pound right there.
That is why, Zimstar and Ally were both telling me, they're like, this guy is one of the coolest gods to take a look at just because of the impact he makes. He's hype.
Look at his face. He's so happy. Oh, come on, Allied. Oh, they're lined up. Zimstar and Allied on screen. Give us that grin.
Yeah.
There it is. He's just laughing.
Oh, my goodness. All right, well, here comes that man there as he's going to just continue to push forward on left and, just farm a bit, of course, and everything's kind of slowed down yet again. Smart plays, though, going for the mid-Harpies, taking care of that right away. That's going to be another claim for them. And on the other side, so that will be a trade on the mid-Harpies.
Player damage right now, #1 for Incon on that Kabrak, and that ground pound brought him way up, well above top. As you can see the right side of your screen, 1100 done by Knight in the mid lane.
That's
Even
right.
after getting first blooded, he's still keeping up the farm. You can tell he's very comfortable with that Anubis pick.
Yeah, that's just him all day, right? Like, we saw it throughout the tournament. It's just something that, they really want to bring to the
Zapman's
table.
ulting here. Is he going for the push? Is he going to try and get Ally behind the tower?
Oh, and he falls there!
Find it! That is a big call out right there. Allied, he says, here.
Saw it throughout the tournament. It's just something that, they really want to bring to the
Zapman's
table.
ulting here. Is he going for the push? Is he going to try and get Ally behind the tower?
Oh, and he falls there!
Find it! That is a big call out right there. Allied, he says, You're not worth it.
Oh my God! Huge plays there out of Zapman, riding that chariot to glory, and I just love that return back. Apollo's such a ridiculous character.
Oh, it's awesome. Rotation support's now left.
Oh, wait a minute, we got a bit of an encounter here. Okay, never
just
mind.
poking him out run lane. Guan Yu hanging out, though. The weird part about the Loki Guan Yu matchup is not a whole lot that can be done. It's very stable. A lot of push from Loki, but also a lot of durability from Guan Yu. Zimstar actually didn't play in that Guan Yu. Wolfie ended up going to jungle with Nemesis.
Oh, no. There goes Toma, the Arachne, one more time. Weak and causing problems, but Guan Yu busts out the ult, and he's going to have to run away from this one, though, staying up. Ooh.
Knight's here.
Oh, be careful.
Knight's here.
Knight's there.
Shing. There's the slice, has to ult away. Look at this snipe, gonna find something. There's the slow up near he goes.
Oh!
Shing's gonna go down tonight. Shing, the first person in the world to feed China twice.
Oh, guys, just throw him under the bus, man. Jeez.
Cuberus one left side, looking for Allied. Nice Spanish stop. Zapman's progression. Allied back to tower. There's
he gets
the stun. Up in the air, now disengaging, but that's a good force of an ultimate.
Yeah, and I have to say, man, just very, very smart there to just be able to evade that, get out of dodge on that. Zapman's just gonna have to drop back and play this one out slow. 7-2 here, by the way, and a little bit of a gold lead there or a good gold lead, I should say, for Team Zimstar.
Knight clearing that lane like a pro here as he is. I mean, honestly, OMG fourth overall. Sorry, they ended up knocking on the 5th and 6th slot. And, it was so close. I mean, Titan had struggled with them. Cognitive had struggled with them. And Knight showing exactly how powerful he is. He had the Bracken pick first now, Anubis. And I think the coolest part about this is both NA and AU discount Anubis as a pick. And Knight is showing how powerful, even after being first blooded, he's 1-1-4, 3,800 gold, still going strong. And I'm honestly the most afraid of Knight in this game.
Yeah, Knight at any point in time, man, it's just how he is. He's a great player. Again, we saw this throughout the weekend. I really like, what China's bringing to the table here, changing things up quite a bit. That weekend is such a pain in the neck.
Spiders, man, no one likes them.
Yeah, I hate spiders.
They're ridiculous, especially when they're mobile and they spawn other spiders. That's just, it's not natural.
Yeah, actually, that is not natural at all. I don't think any. I mean, they give birth, but I'm not certain.
I guess,
I don't even know where we're going with this.
Oh,
no!
The damage. Dinnercare's in trouble. Gets the heal, still alive. Wolfie's right there, gonna clean this one up.
Gets
there goes
cleared.
Weekend. Wolfie's not done. He's all alone. It's a 1 versus 1 retribution. There's that Zapman from above. Weekend's gonna disengage here. They're looking for Incon. There's the block.
Pinned again.
That's it.
Yeah, this is not good there for the Sylvanas. He's just going to keep them pinned down. Bracken going for the stomps, and that's going to do. Zapman gets it. That'll be Firemancer falling. And here you go, blue team, man. They want some spider blood, and there we make it happen. Perhaps this Arachne's going to get pinned, and Zapman going for the kill. Bracken with the stop, but Wolfie's going to get the claim. Allied now trying to engage for Freya, but this is going to be a bad place for him to be. He could get the kill, but I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Gets the shot. Aegis is there.
He can't do anything.
He's getting out of the fight. The snipe.
Oh, that beam out of Bravo.
Incon coming down to bear, and the damage is real. Ally with the advantage. Guaranteed shot. Incontinentia, destroyer of a mountain, has just been demolished.
Wow.
Knight comes back to the lane, but too little, too late. It's 10-4 in favor of Zimstar's team. 3,000 experience, 1,500 gold. So far, Zimstar is coming out ahead.
If there's anyone who wanted this win more, it had to be Zimstar.
That's true.
We've been giving this dude crap all weekend long for his picks and teasing him, and he's been such a good sport about it, but now this is where he comes out and says, no.
Well, the best part is
enough.
These guys have spent all weekend judging the players on stage. Oh, he messed up there. He messed up there. Now we should bring the players on stage and have them jump Zimstar.
I know, right? That would be awesome.
That was a bad pick. Couldn't have gone there.
Oh, my goodness. That does make a lot of sense. Zimstar is just going to continue to, zone him out here and just wait this one out. Allied's going to go back. Allied, I feel so bad for him, man. I thought he was going to get that.
He's holding on, man. He's got that goal. I mean, keeping the goal per minute up is helping him a lot. Objectives really not coming to play. No gold Furies or towers have fallen just yet. This is pure, unadulterated lead for Zimstar's team. They've got nearly 2,000 gold in the bank. Look at the builds right now. You can see, of course, we see Ally going straight for that Hasten Fatalis into boots. Nothing really out of the ordinary just yet. Of course, you're going to get that Heartseeker, but here comes the Apollo ultimate, Golden Boy.
Uh-oh, this is not good. There must have been a call out there, and that's going to be an easy pickings there. Easy pickings. Dare to Care just couldn't stay up on that, and they're definitely going to push his tower.
Weekend just spectating as his teammate goes down.
Never mind.
Dare to Care getting abused, and it's so rough because Dare to Care, of course, being a support player is used to being a lot tankier. Allied in trouble. There's
Be
the dash.
careful, Allied.
Dodging the stun up in the air. Nice play by Allied. That was perfect, actually. Avoided the stun. Now teammate rotation coming through because needs a good bandage there. Shells up. There goes the hit. Big ultimate for Fireman. So Anubis is here. The Knight has been brought down upon them. And here comes Fire. Coming through. Stun up in the air. Nice play by Allied. That was perfect, actually. Avoided the stun. Now teammate rotation coming through because needs a good bandage there. Shells up. There goes the hit. Big ultimate for Firemancer. Anubis is here. The Knight has been brought down upon them. And here comes Firemancer's skull. But he's got nowhere to go. The big damage from Zimstar's team takes him down. Zapman's on a killing spree.
Look at the impact that Knight made on that play, man. His mere presence alone changed everything. Shing, though, with the kill on Cabrakan. And he's just going to have to try and run away from this one. It's going to be bad, and he can't get out of there. Zapman gets yet another. And that's going to be his 7th, by the way. 7th.
You know what the worst part about this game is, Golden Boy?
What?
People watch. Oh, here comes Dare to Care. Dash it away. Here comes the hit. Slow.
He just got melted.
That's it. But the worst part about this game, Golden Boy, is Knight is so good at Smite. I now have to play with Anubis in my games.
Well, it might just be him.
Yeah, he's just out there everywhere.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He's encouraging people to play Anubis, and I love him so much, but I don't want it.
You don't want it? You don't want the Anubis love?
I don't want Anubis in my game.
You just want more Zeus.
He's scary.
You just want more Zeus.
More Zeus.
More Zeus. I played with a Zeus last night. That guy sucked.
Whoa.
So, you know.
Whoa.
Not you. You were. I'm sure if you were good, but it was just a Zeus
If I
player.
was good.
I had Herc. He had Zeus. He told me go mid. He wanted a freaking solo. I didn't know what was going on there.
Left side, Allied there to put the bandage, but here comes a Continental up in the air. Zapman, there's the dunk. We can get the spiders. There's the beautiful. The death is down. Allied surrounded here, backpedaling into his teammate. Here comes Firemancer. It's going to be in time. He's up in the air. The damage is so little. The shell prevents all of it. Here comes the rotation. The Searing Pain's going to miss, and that's not going to be enough. Incon crushes him, and Firemancer is all alone as the Knight bears in, and Dare to Care back to the mid lane. He dared to care for too long and had to disengage.
That is just no bueno. No bueno.
That's a Gold Fury. That's a pure Gold Fury right there. Then to pick this up, 1,500 gold added to the coffers of Zimstar's team. The Celestial Beam was adorable, but not going to be enough as he backs off here. You do see actually Shing looking for the rotation on the right side,
Zapman, though. Dangerous territory. Zapman, this guy, he's just reckless. Love it. Love it. No fear.
No fear.
Apollo has no fear.
Well, Dare to Care does. Knight looking to poke. He's going to find it.
Now, on the other side here for Team Allied, I mean, it's kind of spiraling out of control. You know, you have Zimstar and his squad starting to snowball. They're really starting to build up. Is there any chance for Allied to come back into this?
Well, when you look at it, right, it's 4,600 gold. You have to include the gold theory in that. So objective's definitely not. It's not so bad in the gold. The issue here for Allied's team is going to be the experience. You got 9,000 experience in favor of Zimstar's team. That means more levels, shorter cooldowns, higher base damage, and of course an extra level into your ultimate. Past level 11, you get that second tick, which helps so much in the game. And now you're getting map control out of it. We talk about it all the time. The map graphic comes out after the game, and it shows what the map control can do for your team. And Allied's team, of course, does have a strong late game. Loki's going to start popping off. Allied, Freya, very bursty in the late game. And, of course, Arachne, a lot of single target, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Shing's going to have to abandon that one. Playing a little ring around the rosy between Shing and Zipstar there for a bit. And they're just going to play it again. Just, you know, slow and steady is the game here for Team Zimstar as they are in that dominant.
Can we bring up damage for a second? Can we just show how awesome Knight is? This guy is my favorite. Look at that. Even Zapman can't top this. Ooh. 6,800 player damage dealt so far, and he got first blooded. Remember, folks, there are players in the World Championship that get first blooded and cannot return from it, but it's not Knight. He started this game 0-1, now 2-1 in 13.
This is not going to look good here. The Cabrakan's moving in, but Sylvanas pops up. Arachne's going to be there for the help. What is going to happen here as the Cabrakan just continuing to lay down some force to the ground, gets the wall as well, looks to get the kill. Allied falls. Oh, Firemancer also falls victim as well. Zapman
One.
engaging on the other side.
In trouble.
Shing is not in a good spot here. He's pinned in a corner.
He's blocking. He
Yeah,
needs
he's
some
doing his
damage.
best.
He's waiting for the aim strike.
Not gonna
The
happen.
mace comes out. The burst is there. Shing trying to dodge. He needs to get out of the fight pretty soon. The unbeatable. One more shot. He blinks out. But there is Incontinentia waiting for him, blocking him off and slithering off the ground is going to be Shing. Now, it was a beautiful setup, Golden Boy. In that mid-team fight, there was a fight going on the left side. Shing teleported behind Zapman on the left side, but Allied got outboxed by Zapman, leaving in a 1 versus 1 with no damage dealt, and Shing had nothing to give.
Yeah, it's really fortunate the position he put himself in there, man. Like, you know,
So hard.
he did the best he could with a bad situation. That's really all you can ask there. Arachne, though, going for the engagement, and Wolfie's going to have to back away from this.
The
Of course.
slow, there's the dot, there's the slice and dice.
Uh-oh,
There to
pin.
care. Spiders, chickens, dogs,
Laser beams.
Weekend coming out. They're macing the basic attack, going through the jungle. Can he get the distance? The dash, the kid.
Wow.
Weekend takes it. It's a 1 versus 1. Takes him down, but Weekend shows that he's not afraid.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Dare to Care just running for his life, or in this case, hovering, trying his absolute best here. Got to get to the tower. He has that Loki there for support. Not sure if they know. The tower's going to cause some problems, but not enough. Dare to Care will fall as you have Shing trying to push up here. He will have some support from Allied. Allied trying to lay down the fire. He gets the kill on Knight, but it's the Kabrakan pushing up. And now you're just going to see that pressure coming through from Sylvanas.
Wall.
The walls fall
But the
down.
in response, he takes him up in the air. It's not going to be enough to save him, but he counters the activation. That was a beautiful play. Allied countering everything he could. But you can see that Firemancer Skull and Shing had no interest in that fight. And this is one of the downsides of picking Loki, Golden Boy. He needs a good initiation. Diving past the tower, Shing forced to ult out again. Almost all of his Assassinate ultimate cooldowns this game have been used defensively. The grab in the tower is going to find Zapman. He should be A-okay here, but Weekend's on his way over. Of course, Loki's ultimate is a teleport. If you land on someone, you'll land on the back of him and deal damage, but Zapman's getting way too greedy. Here comes
goodness
Weekend.
gracious. This is not good. Weekend pushing in for the flank. He's going to have the support, but Weekend, of course, looking to just end this one right away. Barely any health left. Can he do it? It should be no
too
question
early.
here. And that will do it. So Zapman will fall, and now they're going to get ready as they continue to push.
He just, I think it's just antsy, right? Zapman, of course, experiencing the Smite World Championship main stage for the first time, and the
Pressure.
heat is feeling
So
it.
much
The pressure is there. Caught these a little bit early here. Now going to find Firemancer Skull heading on home. For whatever reason, Zimstar just starts attacking a tree in the middle of the jungle, and just lets that one ride. Weekend hiding in the tower. We can see the left side is pushed up very heavily here, Golden Boy. That tier 1 is down, and Ally is looking for farm.
Now these players are playing for a whole $0, guys. I mean,
right.
this is the pressure is on to make absolutely no money here at the Smite World Championships. Who can make the least money is the question.
They should be playing for that jacket.
They should be playing for the jacket, but I think Zimstar at this point is clearly ahead. At this time, or at least that's my belief. Allied. I don't think he can come back. I'm just gonna have to count them out at this point.
2 and 16 on Knight. He is killing everyone. This guy is
16.
on fire.
16 is
So close. Knight looking to capture. Can't find it. Zimstar, look at this. Zapman's in the back. Shing's going to go down, dashing away, and he's going to get away with this one. No one can get there in time. Zapman casually backing. Oh, he canceled it.
He
Why did he cancel it? He was buying?
being pressured by
Was he
Arachne.
AFK buying in the store? He's sprinting back to his teammates.
This is
Derek
not
Kerr
good.
says, how do you do?
All right, looking here, Kabrakan's going to have a little pressure here, facing a 2v1. It's going to be Allied continuing to apply the pressure, but luckily for him, Anubis Knight will be there for the help. The wall's going to block him, save him some time to get away from that one.
Allied's so fast with that ultimate activation. Valkyrie's discretion. He gets up in the air. The CC community keeps him alive. They're going to find Weekend here. Here comes
Zimstar.
Swan Yu swinging the halberd, looking to find him. The spider's there, but there
Weekend.
with Knight up in the air. He's going to be A-okay here. The stun on Firemancer Skull. They're pounding him. Can they find it? There goes the slow. Knight's there for the slow as well. The stun on top. Will they dive the tower? They're going to go for it. Nemesis ultimate. There's the damage. Weekend goes down, looking to find Firemancer Skull. They're going to get it. Wolfie's going to dive the tower. Zimstar's going to find Dare to Care. Double kill for Zimstar. Looking for the tower to go down as well. Knight gets taken out. It's a 3 for 2 so far. The ground impound is coming down. There goes Shane for a triple kill. Zimstar's going crazy on this one.
Ally looking to close this one out, but he has absolutely no help as well, as they're just going to continue to push the tower, and he just has to force his engagement, but he's going to be pressured by 3. Ally just will not live through this one, and Zimstar with yet another kill here, folks. That will net them their 32nd. They are going to take this tower down. That should pretty much be curtains there as they continue to advance forward through the mid.
Knight just broke 20 assists in game, and they're getting to the point where they have to focus him, but you don't want to focus Anubis. Everything around him is hollow ground. The damage he does in AoE is absolutely devastating, and it's a little bit difficult to get close to him, and Zimstar's team is not even allowing them the pleasure of doing so.
But look at the assist numbers there, by the way. You just have to point this out. I mean, Wolfie,
Team play.
The team play is unreal. 17 for Wolfie. You have, 20, like you pointed out, for Anubis or Knight, and then you also have that Bracken with 18 assists as well. That kind of stuff, like that team play there is definitely something that you have to admire. That's why they're winning this game.
Allied's going to sneak a goal free, but they could lose a Fire Giant in response. Do they know about it? They're hanging out for the Fire Giant. We don't see Zimstar's team reacting accordingly. This could be a free steal, but Allied's by himself. Zapman's there. He's trying to get out of the fight. Nemesis ultimate needs to pop his ult. He gets up in the air. Allied's going to give his life in the name of goal free for his team. Rest in peace. Sweet Prince, good night, and the Gold Fury will be traded. But Allied at this point is so underfarmed, it's not that bad of a trade. In fact, it's actually beneficial for Allied's team as they now close on a 7,000 gold gap.
Now, why would it be more beneficial for him in that case?
He's not worth as much anymore because he's so underfarmed, so the kill exchange there, obviously just time spent. The Phoenix is under pressure, but they do have a decent team to hold. Ra's got the heal for the space control, keeps them alive. They've got sustain from Sylvanas. They have a very good turtling team, which can allow them to keep this Phoenix alive for a long period of time.
Now looking here is you got Zimstar looking to rotate around. Tower, yet another tower is going to fall now over on the duo lane, and that will not be a good look here, but blue team's looking to do another one as well. You have the Sylvanas pushing up here, and he's just going to have to run away. Unfortunately for him, he's a giant hulking piece of wood, so he's not going to get away from anything, and this could very well be curtains. Yes, it is. That's going to be unfortunate for him, as, it is what it is.
Look at this stun. They're going to find it. Derrick is going to drop. There goes the ground and pound. Weak is going to find Knight. There goes Wolfie taking out Allied. There's 2 members left. Shing forced to disengage, and, we're not seeing a whole lot of damage. In fact, look at the damage numbers right now. If we can actually pull up the bottom side of the screen, you can see that Shing, 5,200 reps. Shing has done less damage than his support, Firemaster Skull. The Brazilian support player out-damaging the solo Loki now. We have to be fair here. Loki is a single target character that has a very limited skill set, only allows him to target one person in a big team fight. He's not going to be doing AoE damage. Wisps, the third ability there, or the second ability, for Sylvanas allows him to do a lot of AoE. Weekend trying to counter this Fire Giant, but he's all alone.
Arachne's trying to push up here, cause some problems, but that's not going to amount to much there. And Fire Giant will fall. It will go to the blue team. This could very well be curtains here for Team Allied.
We've got damage increase in both magical and physical going play. We've got HP 5, MP 5, and we have increased damage to objectives for the next 4 minutes for Zimstar's team. You're also compounding that with a very stout 8,000 gold in the lead, plus 23,000 experience. The experience is the real tell here because they're so far ahead in levels. You can see level 20 on Zimstar, level 20 on Zapman, and closing in on it for Night, Wolfie, and Incontinentia. They need that, and here goes the kill. Dare to Care. We now know who's the strongest sun god.
And Zapman now riding that chariot. He's just going to cause problems. He just wants to get in anyone's face. The confidence from him is just unparalleled here. He's engaging in a 2v1 for him, though unfortunately this may not end well. He's going to have to run away. He has a teammate there for support, but Zapman will fall to Shing there, and that will be yet another one. Knight will be taken out by Allied. A couple kills here could help him out, but can't see it being that much of a factor. They still have, 3 gods there with Orange.
That was typical support play from Incon. He's like, you're going in again? I can't support you there. And then here comes an ultimate coming out, blocking an ally. He's going to have to force me pop his ultimate. He can fly over those rocks there, going to disengage back towards Phoenix. But of course, that is a forced ultimate now going to be on cooldown for just over a minute. And the power that Shing shows, and what's cool about this, Golden Boy, is these are teammates. And with Dignitas being eliminated in the last qualification process, they're trying to show who's the best single player.
Yeah, it seems that's definitely the case. And we also have a split as well. I think, we have Incon and Allied on other sides as well.
Zimstar gets grabbed, dashes away. Here comes Incon. There's Wolfie from the flank, but taking a lot of AoE damage. Ground and pound is coming out to buy some space control. The heal from Dare to Care will keep them healthy. Shing trying to find a 1v1 versus Wolfie, but with that Magi's Blessing preventing the stun from the Assassinate, Loki's ultimate, it's not going to be a good engagement for him. Can't get the secure damage.
So what is Allied's game plan here? What is Team Allied's game plan? What do they need to do to get get back in this matchup? Can they even at this point? Is it just too far of a lead?
They can engage on Fire Giant. They cannot engage on Fire Giant. They've got a decent, maybe 2.5, 2 minutes left till it falls off. With the major regeneration and the damage they had, they are in full turtle state. And like I mentioned, Raw Sylvanas, very good at clearing. They've got the AoE from Ally as well, and good clear with the decoy. I mean, you've got a bunch of tools in your kit to keep this lane from pushing the Phoenixes. They got to sit in base, turtle, and knock it up. I would let this tower go.
Yeah, seems like that's probably what's going to end up happening here. But if you are Team Zimstar, you're looking to apply that pressure.
Allied in trouble.
It's not good.
Pounding up, looking for the shot.
Oh,
There goes
man.
the dash. Wolf are going to find Allied the first to die in the fight. Knight's doing major damage. Wicked's going to go down to Knight from DID. Fire Muncher Skull back to the mid Phoenix. The right Phoenix is now under pressure, but it's a 3 versus 5.
And here we go. Pressure on the Phoenix now, and just that Guan Yu is going to do. Of course, Zimstar going to let you just close it out with the kill. Not going to be the case. Still being a pain in the neck.
Trouble. Zimstar, the 1
This
versus
isn't good.
1. This is the hype. Is Genshin get away from this? This would be the biggest play for Zimstar. The
Oh,
tower's
God.
there. Can he find him? It's a big play. Shing's going to die to the tower.
Here comes that man
chooses
riding that
Southside.
chariot. And that's going to be the mid Phoenix falling. Pressure to the Titan here. And again, you're just starting to see it all crumble before Allied's eyes. The hope, the despair, the sadness, the tears. Look at the tears. Oh my goodness,
That
the
Knight
tears.
body block just now was fantastic. Knight body blocks the disengage from Data Care back towards the Phoenix and takes it out. This is wonderful. My God, we're seeing so much top play. At this point, we're going to be watching this push in towards the end. The Titan is there. We're seeing over 10,000 gold in favor of Team Zimstar. You know, the one thing that I'm sure we're going to see guaranteed today is the biggest grin possible from Zimstar. When he sits back down here, I don't think he'll ever stop smiling. He'll turn into Divios.
Oh yeah, no, he'll be giggling like Divios, that's for certain. Of course, as you know, everything is just slipping away out of Team Allied's hands. Zimstar now, they're just toying with them. I feel like they're just toying.
Well,
They're
I don't
just
know how long they can toy. I mean, they do have a very strong advantage. The game is almost over here, but if they mess around a little bit too long, they could come back into the same pace. Going to find Zimstar. There's the damage. There goes Knight. Knight goes down. The brightness has been brought to the time of day. Zimstar dashing away. Can he survive? Nice stun interruption. They're coming out from Fire Missile, missing the grasping hands. Not going to be able to grab that one up. Good block. The ground impact is coming out. Firemancer can't get out. Allied is confused. They're back into Phoenix.
And look at, I mean, that Bracken man just causes so many problems. I mean, I have to say, that has just been such a joy to see him use, and just execute lovely. Corso, still no progress. Yeah, wait a minute, though. Zapman falling down. He's going to get one. That's going to be another one. I'll be weakened as well. And that's going to be 2 down here as this pressure, this push, I should say, excuse me, is going to come. And the Titan is under attack. This could very well be curtains here for Team Allied.
Gentlemen, Zipstar versus Allied is coming to a close. Allied's team not going to make it. Remember, these are pros from all over the competitive scene. We got China, Brazil, we've got North America, we've got Europe. Zapman gets the kill. It's going to be 46-14. Give it up for Zipstar's team. On that, we've got Incontinentia, Zapman, Knight, and Wolfie 2032, showing that they deserve to be on this stage right here, right now.
Congratulations, guys. You win $0 for your trouble. Absolutely no money whatsoever. But man, boy, was that fun.
That was awesome.
That was fun. Of course,
awesome.
Really looking forward to how this all turns out. He's coming over. Zim's coming over with the meanest grin on his face. Look at this guy.
We're never wiping this off, by the way. I'm going to have to slap him at one point.
Yeah.
Shake it off.
Yeah. All right. Get your headsets on. Let's analyze some stuffs. Okay? Let's do what we were brought here to do.
Oh, man.
Okay?
You
want to analyze
have to talk about it
this game?
after.
This game.
Make sure you're connected in fully.
I should be.
Do we have a gamer launch player of the game, an alien player of the game for this?
God.
We should.
It should be Zimstar.
We don't have it.
We don't.
You know what? Let's choose it.
I don't think
It's
anyone
honestly
kept
Let's
Zapman
choose it.
Senpai,
Let's
like-
choose it. You know what?
Zapman.
How about this? How about this? You know what? We can go through the line.
Well, let the
Shout-
crowd decide.
Shout for your
nice.
favorite player, and if they deserve to be the gamer launch player of the game. First off, Allied.
All right, relax.
That was awkward.
No, seriously, cheer, Allied. I tried.
Tried, buddy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ching.
Not bad.
Okay, all right, getting
Some
there.
big fans in there. Some love.
Weekend.
There was that one girl that was like, yeah, weekend.
Firemancer Skull?
That one guy in the front, though, big Firemancer Skull.
That's right.
Man. Okay. Dare to care. Dare to care. Can that love. Wolfie? Zapman.
Whoa!
Wait, hola. Incon.
Okay.
The Zip Star himself.
All right. And
last but not least, Knight.
You said it, folks. Gamer launch, player of the game. I'm going to have to give it to him. It's going to be the man of darkness himself, Anubis, god of the dead, Knight from DID.
Nice stuff. That was fun. How you feeling, Ally? It must hurt.
I was lagging, dude. Like,
You were
what
lagging?
kind of servers are these, man?
I know, right? 10 ping. You must have had at least 15 ping.
It was 30. All right.
At least.
I looked. It rose up to 35.
Did you
a
not
couple
bring your? You
times.
didn't, it was the mouse.
Oh, mouse.
wasn't your favorite
mouse
mouse,
pad.
right? Yep.
Keyboard wasn't working. I
Right.
hit the F1 to F4 keys were like spread apart. I hit.
So sad.
I leveled out my banish twice, dude. I was like, please.
That's so sad.
Okay,
That's
all right.
so sad to hear, man. I feel for you. Moving forward, here comes the first blood, though. This came actually from Weekend, and I gotta say, man, this is actually pretty cool to see that flanker on the side. Knight unfortunately fell there.
He
but
ended with one of the top damages in the game.
Yeah.
6, 6, and 24 was his final score. And as we know, Anubis has this very fickle matchup where he falls behind early. The only thing he brings to a team fight is damage. And if you fall behind, you don't have damage, you're bringing nothing to your team. So the fact that Knight came back that quickly is either a big shout out to Zimstar and his team, or the fact that Knight is the best player.
Okay, but we just got told by production. Brad just said we have a play from Simpstar. Dude, you're getting highlighted, dog. Are you happy?
Wow.
How do you feel? You feel good?
I'm used to
You're cheesing right now. Look at you. Okay, here we go. There's that Guan Yu coming in and just absolutely shredding here. Driver, set this up for us.
So you see the initiation here onto the tower, going to get banished out. They're going to find some damage here. So far, he's done absolutely nothing this fight but run around. He's on a horse, though. He's got that horse. Yep, that's a wall. You got that wall. You know, Zimstar, I really like how you showed dominance over every inanimate object we've seen so far. We're to see Allied disengaging here, but of course, Zimp under tower looking for the fight. Going to try and fight it. Gets banished, of course. Aerial assault. One good heal there. You know, wait, were you playing support, Guan Yu?
Oh, no, I was doing everything.
That was solo, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like your heals.
Thanks, man.
Good job. You rode that horse better than Fabio, man. That was good.
Very
good
true.
job. All you need is just that long, flowy hair. You'd be a rat. Okay. I'm really looking forward for your future. Okay. So, moving on.
Moving on. Let's just give it up, guys. I mean, these players
seriously,
came
give it up.
to watch
It was
the
a
event.
blast.
They went up on stage. They had a lot of fun, and they
You guys are
definitely showed the
awesome.
power. Remember, guys, everyone up here is a professional player at the top level, and I guarantee you, if Golden Boy and I went up there, we would probably be cowering in a corner, hoping they don't find us.
Oh, I would have cried. I would have cried like a little schoolgirl.
I would have cried one extremely manly tear.
Whoa.
Just one.
Just one, though?
Just one fat, manly tear just drips down and it's done.
I just wanted to fight Shing, man, but he kept running away from me. It was really annoying, yeah.
Dude, shots fired, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, Shing always runs away from everyone.
Did you? And this is something you didn't see. There was one point where Shing was just hanging out at your back harpy for probably about a minute and a half.
I didn't
and
care
you know
about
what to do.
He was
didn't care
yelling
about him.
lag the whole
He was
time.
yelling.
He was
"Guys,
like,
get me
"What?
out. Where's my drop
He was
ship?"
like, "What is this server? Ally, what are you doing?" Ah! Like, just screaming the whole time. That was comms.
Yeah, man, that lag's killer when you're playing at
Right?
LAN, right? It's just,
Yeah.
It's nuts.
He said he
Man.
had 55.
Were you
ping. I
playing
felt
on,
for him.
like, wireless or something? Was that
Oh,
what
yeah.
it was? No? It was, okay.
The server is at least, at bare minimum, 30 to 40 feet away.
Okay.
Like it's behind a curtain and a big screen. That connection length, I mean, obviously it's nothing like the Atlantic Ocean,
Distance
but
travel.
very, very similar.
Yes, exactly.
At least you guys
Well,
understand. That's
I
what
got
I'm
you.
trying to say.
I mean, so this settles it, I guess, then. You know,
Does
the,
it settle it?
the thing we had, yeah.
You know, honestly,
I mean, I got help from China, so...
in celebration of your win, you should give me that jacket.
Give you that jacket?
Yes.
It doesn't fit you. That's like an extra small, man.
I will wear it.
That doesn't make sense.
You like put it on and
I will
just-
wear
you just
that and
pop out.
only that.
Okay. That's
So...
For the rest
only
of the
that.
cast. Only that.
Only that though. He
Only
said
that.
only that.
That and the tie. Just the tie. Just a pure white tie. It'll match my skin tone, and then we'll wear the jacket on top of it. We'll be good to go.
Pure white tie. I just caught that. That is so like it sets it up for a racial joke. I'm just not gonna take it.
Wow. Okay.
Just not going to take it there.
Moving on along.
Moving forward, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. Oh, God. Goodness gracious. Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
Seriously.
Like, bring it back full circle, baby. That's what
Hey, can we give a shout out to Firementer Skull from We Love Bacon Brazil? That was a
Right.
fantastic Sylvanas play this time around. And man, I think the hardest part of that was I would have given him more credit, but he had to carry Allied.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Lowest GPM Hunter in NA. But that's why. Why do you think I was like when he took Incon first? He knew my weakness. He's like,
That's right.
I can't be separated from
I
him.
had
It's too
separated him.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it also, I mean, you also didn't, like, hit anything.
Oh my
Dude,
God.
lag, dude.
I'm just saying.
I was lagging so hard. Did you see the sensitivity on the mouse? It was like up to like 50.
Maybe you should have
Had
used
to
an
be.
Xbox One controller.
Yeah,
Oh.
that would have been better.
Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Nike gets like offers from a bunch of teams now, like fly him over to Europe or NA, you can live here and be the Anubis man.
Well, he's changing the game.
Yeah, he
He's
is, man.
changing the game. Here.
I'm terrified to go back and play ranked now because it's gonna be Anubis and Capra come in all the time, and they're all gonna feed.
Speaking of Xbox, though, I would really like to see Golden Boy Smite on Xbox versus Scott Gandy Smite on Xbox.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, considering that I'm, like, better at Scott than pretty much everything in the world.
Everything?
Yeah, everything. I mean, let's think about it like this. Let me put this in perspective.
Okay, set it up.
I came here,
Came
you know,
here.
I got offered this gig about a week ago.
Okay.
Scott calls me on the phone. He's like, hey, got a bite. This is what I need you to do, okay? Need you to come here and host this mic desk. And I was like, all right, well, I don't know if I could do that, right? I'm currently in St. Louis, and it's a bit of a trip. No. You got to do it.
Come on.
I was like, all right, come on. That's Scott. That's pretty much Scott to a T. So what ends up happening, you know, I asked Scott, one of my requirements to take this job, I was like, Scott, I need, like full details on everything that's going on because I have not been caught up to speed. I've played Smite, but I have not played it at that level, obviously. So I just need to be up to speed. Guess who didn't bring that? Guess who didn't give me the information? No one. Scott didn't do anything.
Let's give it up for Golden Boy.
That
He did
bum.
a fantastic job. He arrived here on Thursday and did the
Thursday.
crash course, and he's been killing it.
Yeah, no. So I got here Thursday, absolutely no training at all, and thanks to these fine gentlemen as well as you,
Yeah.
Drybear.
I don't do anything.
No, this guy right here carried me in that cast.
I don't do anything.
I can't. I think the one word I kept using was the pressure. Oh my God, the pressure. Yeah, one day I'll learn. But until that day, look at that.
Wait, hold on. This is better.
Zoom in on the forehead.
Oh, get the forehead. Come
Get
on,
the
man.
forehead.
Just the forehead.
Actually, just get his eyes and a forehead. That's
So
all.
one talent I have, I can actually touch my nose with my tongue.
What is that? That is
Oh my god.
not redeeming
I'm
at
very
all.
talented. That's my only redeeming quality.
I mean, like, you could have picked
All day with this,
so
man.
many other things.
That's all I got.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
That's all I got. I can wiggle my eyebrows. I can do the wave.
No, wait, do it.
Well,
Okay, on
look-
that note,
that's right. That's
it.
the one we end on.
We're gonna wave those eyebrows over to Zimp and Allied, guys. We have a great matchup coming up next in just a little bit. It's the finals, of course. We're having a great time here, but now that you guys are, you got that out of your system. Okay, it's time to really, talk about some Smite now. I guess we have to bring up Zimp's predictions
Oh no.
and
Oh,
highlight
And
Just can.
what
I
he
don't know
thought.
I don't know who put. I don't know.
He doesn't know. Okay, so Zimp actually did predict. He was like in the pregame show. He was like, Titan OMG
This-
could be back and forth. Our broadcast team though decided to throw you under the bus.
Yeah, I
on
guess
that
I
one.
did so. Yeah.
And duly noted, man. That was great. But I would have to say though, I mean, the stage has been set. I called Prime to go to the finals, but not Titan. I had Titan finishing out in fourth, and this was based on all the feedback, all the things I've read. Like Reddit. Everyone was just like, I don't know how I feel about Titan, and I was just like, well, you know what? I think I'll go with that opinion, right? So, I had Prime and SK in the finals, but man, I mean, and also talking about that SK game, did not expect that at all. Like the way Cogred played that, like SK stuck to their guns, didn't think that was the best strategy, and they ended up falling, but they took home a good chunk of change.
it came down to picks and bans and the ability to adapt, which, obviously is a good lesson learned. But, one thing we should highlight, it's very easy to extrapolate on a lead and make it so astronomically large. It seems like these matches are not even, but in fact, these matches are incredibly even. It's just circumstance of the fact that the goal will stack up quickly. So reminder, guys, these 8 teams are definitely the best teams in the world right now, and they're showing their stuff on stage. So let's give it up for the top 8 teams in the world. And, honestly, while you guys are here and enjoying the event, getting all excited, remember that you guys have a chance to win stuff, right? So, if you're hitting it in the event, make sure you download the Smite Pro League app. It's available on iOS as well as Android on your phone. It'll keep you up to date on what's happening right now. Not only that, but you can also tweet at Smite Game with hashtag SWC. Win some cool stuff, be involved, and show us how you're enjoying the event, right? I mean, you're at home, you're watching on a laptop. We saw TVs, we've seen grids of monitors, and we all see people hanging out with their pets, with their family members, and it's so exciting to see what you guys are coming up with and how you're showing it. This is an international event. From events all over the world, people are enjoying the Smite World Championship 2015, powered by Curse Voice.
Yeah, it's a great time. So, fellas, how you feeling? Feeling good?
Yeah.
Feeling good after that?
Yeah. I don't know, but I lied. I feel pretty good.
Hurt a little bit.
And also, I'm looking forward to the finals extremely. Like, it's gonna be amazing. I don't want to do any predictions until the first game, because I don't know what Titan is gonna do. I need to wait. First game, then I'll know who's gonna win. But I think
it's very safe. I like
Titan could surprise a lot of people tonight.
I wouldn't be surprised as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised about that because of how they were so lights out the other day. Of course, we'll break down the game as we get closer to the grand finals. We don't want to give too much away right now. That will be coming up 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, just an FYI for those of you guys at home, keeping track of what's going on here. But I will say this much about Titan. The one thing that I've enjoyed watching from them is their just the constant consistency. That's just what they do. I didn't think that would pay out for them, especially after day one. I thought man, this seems super shaky, and then I don't know what happened. They kind of just knocked themselves up into a fervor, and it was just yeah, we're good. We're gonna get this one back into it, and that's exactly.
What Devious did to Maniac today, I'm pretty sure Omega's gonna do to Comfrey as well. Just dominate him.
Wow.
I think so. I mean,
I think it's going to be a clean stomp. I love the Titan boys, and I really do think they deserve to be in the finals. However, I think they lack in certain areas, and I don't think they'll be able to bolster their weaknesses enough for Cognitive Prime, one 5-man machine. So.
Yeah, Cognitive Prime has, for one, you got to keep in track. The fans in this building are going nuts for Cog Prime. Right, every play they make, that energy transfers over, man. It's a word is escaping right now, but it's basically just
savages.
For Cog Prime, it's basically the most uplifting thing that they could possibly want to know that these people are, have their back. Not to say that no one's rooting for Titan, because I'm sure that they are. I know a lot of people in the chat. I'm just seeing the Titan logo just get spammed. Yeah, it's actually right there that I'm seeing. I'm just saying that that does play a factor. And Allied, I want to go to you about that. Talk about live event experience and, the crowd. I mean, you did play at North American Regionals, and that, crowd was obviously, wild as well. I saw that stream. How is that experience? And of course, you just experienced it here, too, with the people out here. Share some
I
thoughts.
think first time going into it, especially having a crowd, or even just anyone watching, even if it's anywhere from 5 to 50,000 people. It's definitely whoa, it's just, you really have to take it in. And then I think the first couple of times, I've been doing tournaments, and I've been traveling up and down the East Coast for tournaments for years, since I was around 18 or so. So for me, I guess I'm just more used to it than others. The crowd doesn't affect me. I'm able to zone in and focus. But for newcomers, especially Titan, I believe this is their first LAN event together, especially in the States for the first time. This is huge for them. We just got to make sure, with so much money on the line, the pressure is definitely on them. And Cognitive Prime, well, they're a little bit more used to a lot of money being on the line with the crowd cheering their name. So
yeah, we're getting past that 1 million mark, right? First place, $1.3 million. We were talking about a difference of 130,000 between third and fourth, which really sets the stage. We can see the total prize pool for the entire event, $2,612,260. And, I want to give a big shout out to the community as well. We started this event at $600,000, and we went along the Odyssey creating in-game items and goods over the course of several months, allowing people in the community to buy their items and contribute to the prize pool. And people have been giving a resounding level of support for the event. And, honestly, the players, the money they're going to be earning today comes from the passion and drive that we see from the community overall, and how much they really enjoy watching, playing, and being a part of this game.
That's right, folks. Here's what I'm going to say. As someone who's, come from the outside and, worked in a lot of different communities, I hope everyone in this building gives themselves a round of applause, and people at home, you raised $2 million. Really, think about that. $2 million. Absolutely incredible. But
that's my Bugatti.
We have some more one day
soon.
We have some more fun stuff as well. We had a great show match, but now we have an awesome cosplay competition that's going to go down over at the main stage with the oh so lovable F. Dot. What's going on, brother?
How you doing, folks? Tom F. Battinger here. Not quite the cosplay contest, though. I'm sure a lot of people would like to pay to see Wolfie dressed up as something funny, and that's who we're here with. So, hi, Wolfie. How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Just finished that show. All right, you got some fans in the building. Just finished up that show match. You were on Team Zimstar. You were the one, bodying everybody. How'd that one go?
That was great. It was so much fun. I'm so happy to be on the stage again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way going 1-19 in the regular season, huh?
Oh, you gotta bring that up. It still hurts.
Yeah, Thirst didn't do so hot, but I mean, you played in a community tournament right before we came here with Zapman. We saw you on stage with Zapman. Is that a thing?
Dig yellow.
All right, maybe it's a thing. I mean, you guys were having a lot of fun up there, Zimstar and everybody. What was the feel of the team like? I mean, you even had Knight. Tell us a little bit about that.
Can I just say that I think Knight carried us? He's so good. It is ridiculous. I love Knight. Bring on the Asians over. I love them all.
Even on that Anubis, he's doing work, man. All right, anything you want to say to anybody at home, friends, family, everything else?
I want to say thank you to everybody. The fans, my family, all the support. Seriously, I'm here because of you guys, the fans. People are like, oh, the games are so hype. My highlight is when everyone comes up to me and says hi and gives me a hug. That just makes my day. It makes everything that I've done worth it. So thank you.
There you go, folks. From the Wolfman himself, thank you, everybody. And we're going to cut to a video. We'll catch you soon.
Hey, guys.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late. I got caught up watching the Smite Tournament cosplay competition. Have you guys seen that?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty great. Yeah.
I listened to your track, and I loved it. I wrote you this big, sexy hook. I think you're really going to dig.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Should we just go lay it down?
Boys, let's get to it. Here we go. H&B, Todd Harris. Together on the track. Smite boys are back. Match starts now, baby, roll with us. Spots are snapping at the neck when we rolling up. Rolling through the lanes, ain't no holding up. Invading at the start like who gives a what? After shifty eye when we walk onto the set. Forget haters, health betas, we're the best, just ask correct. Got gold in our bank, items Come on. Nope. Mr. Harris, we're really gonna need you to focus up. Roger that, wait. Not better.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, turns out Todd Harris is a major cosplay. Smite completes me. Yep, whatever. Okay.
What the hell? Look at the mirror. Holy shit. Whoa.
Hey, folks. How's everybody doing today? Awesome. My name is Tom F. Banjo. You've heard that 20,000 times this weekend. One more time doesn't hurt. And today, we're going to do the cosplay contest. All right? There we go. So, we whittled out some of the others earlier on yesterday. And today, we've got the top 3 men, the top 3 women, and maybe a special surprise. So, let's go ahead and see the first 3. We've got the men coming out, and they're going to be dressed up as, well, Mama Cena, tell us who we have.
Well, we have three female,
Men and women.
Yes,
We're going to see
3
the
men
men
and women.
first.
Yes, we're going to see the males first, and they should be coming up. I can't see them. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses with me, and I'm blind. So.
All right, so we're going to wait a little while for the men. Whenever they decide to turn up, then we'll turn up. So let's talk a little bit about what we did yesterday. We had over 30 contestants come up for the cosplay contest. A lot of cool, hard work was done by these players. And now we're going to check it out very soon as we've gotten down. So first up is one of my personal favorite hunters. We've got Ooh. Don't worry, he's got no arrows. He won't shoot you with it. He does have the axes, though. Very cool detail. Next up, we have one of Zapman's favorites, Apollo.
Look at that hair.
Very cool stuff. I love the instrument. I always forget what it's called. And last but not least, we have a guy that actually still gives me nightmares, Hades with the glowing eyes.
Wow.
That staff looks like it drops in a World of Warcraft raid. It's insane. Fantastic. All right, so these are our first 3 male contestants, and we do have 3 females as well, and we'll get them coming up very, very soon. But let's talk a little bit about the guys we have up here. So, Mamacita, you're the expert. I haven't worn a costume since I was like 6. Why don't you ask them a couple of questions, because I don't know what I would ask.
All right. Well, I've already asked you this, but how tall are you, Hades?
I'm 6'2" without the costume, and then once the costume goes on, I have no idea. I can't. Doors are a big problem for me.
Oh, hello. All right, so we're just gonna go with this one. We've got Festive Noir. Everybody give it up for Festive Noir. Next
Good
up
job,
is
stage manager.
Nox, one of the more recent gods or goddesses, complete with the candelabra. And then I think we have one more
Yes, we do.
lurking somewhere out there.
There
she should be
she
coming
is.
soon. She might be hard to see if she's not on stage yet, but she's gonna make her way up here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Scylla.
Okay, well, a little kid obviously has to win because that's what we do.
There you are. She's got the dogs right behind her. Give a little smile and a wave. Everybody give it up for Scylla. Young Scylla.
She's like, why am I here?
Excellent. So these are our finalists. We've got our top 3 males and our top 3 females. And we do have an honorable mention from yesterday. Everybody give it up for Hinderman's favorite, Giannis. There he is, the master of portals himself.
That's an honorable mention,
I think
but
Bart
Apollo
has those
made it to
shoes,
the
actually.
finals.
Excellent stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for all of our talented cosplayers right now. Excellent. Like I said, a lot of hard work has gone into this. So, at the end of the day, there has to be a winner. So why don't we give it up to the lovely Mamacita and take it away.
All right, so I'm going to go through each costume individually, take a quick look at it, and, decide the winner. So give me a few minutes, and I'll have your winners in just a moment.
But aren't you blind and you
I'll
don't
be
have your
back.
glasses on?
All right.
She's always so sassy. That's what she's known for. So we've got private interviews going on. I'll try to cast them as best as I can. I'm gonna give you a play-by-play, all right? All right. Mamacita looking up and down at the Apollo, asking to turn. All right, this is getting weird. Back to the hair, fantastic. The height differential on this one is hilarious. She's about 4 foot nothing. He's 7 feet tall. Works out with the horns. They're the same height. There you go. All right, she's going to talk to Nox now. She likes the candles. That's actually really impressive. I think she killed all the birds in my town for that dress. And Nox. There you are. Noir, Nox, Scylla, Hades, Apollo, Uller, and of course, Giannis right here in the back. All right, so have you finally made your decision
Giannis
after
is my
2
favorite
days?
of all of them.
All right, she said yes, ladies and gentlemen.
I got my
To
winners
that
picked.
question. Go ahead.
All right, for the female, well, I think we all know who's going to take this.
Because it's a
Scylla.
little kid.
Congratulations, you won. You want to say a quick roar for everyone?
I hate kids.
I'm a monster.
Wow. Good job, Dad.
I think the favorite is clear. Thank you very much to Mamacita, to all of our talented cosplayers.
All right.
And now we have the males.
Yes. For the males, Hades. There we go. Look,
There you
I'm
go.
tall now. All right. And those are our winners for the cosplay competition.
very professional, guys.
Scylla, Hades, you guys want to go on stage and showcase your costume one more time for everyone?
Everybody keep giving it up one more time.
Imagine
for
you
young
could have found a way
Scylla
to
and
attach
old
those
Hades.
to Scylla's back.
right, thank you very much to all of our talented cosplayers, and of course, you guys right here and at home watching all over the world. These cosplayers have put in a lot of work, and this is the result. So thanks again for coming out. You guys are the winners of our cosplay contest at the Smite World Championship 2015. Coming up next, we're going to be bringing you the finals in just a little bit. So stay tuned, and we guys will catch you later.
No, I didn't just attack directly. Black screen. Oh no. I should probably actually play some games today.
At Charmin, we make paper.
Oh, come on, dude.
And we love trees. That's why.
Thank you, Charmin.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hi.
To the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, that was awesome. I mean, cool, really cool cosplay.
You still have to wait an hour?
Is
Bro, pregame show number 2.
Scylla.
What are we doing here?
Cutest thing.
So I watched them walking through the hall, right, and the parents came together and they were able to show off their little girl in Scylla, and it's amazing too because she's adorable. But the dogs that were made there, they walked in with just her and the elephant, and the dad's walking in holding these 4 dogs, and they have like these Kroger, which is a supermarket here in the southeast, just covering the head. So I just see this weird like dog tentacles with like grocery bag heads on them, just like Scylla. That's it. It's still terrifying.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, guys, as you see there in the corner of the screen, right next to Drybear's forehead, is the timer for the finals here, the grand finals. So excited for this one, folks. It's been a wild ride here.
Yes.
3 days of incredible competition. We just witnessed the constellation matchup between Cog Red as well as SK Gaming. But now let's talk about Cog Prime. Allied, I want to take it over to you. You have a lot of experience with this team. You know, they're very well loved. What is it about Cog Prime that has set themselves apart from everyone else in this competition?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation that you see. I mean, this whole team is fantastic. Megatron on the left side, he's your solo laner. Anderster next to him on the right, that's going to be your jungler. That big grin in the middle is MLC Style. Shout out to Scylla, of course, playing a fantastic game there. Jeff Hinla, the support on the right, and then
Jeff
Barracuda. Jeff the Sex Hinla.
Thank you.
And then Barracuda on the right side.
Yeah, I think overall, individually, these players
I don't know
are
why they call 'em
extremely
the
high
sex.
skill, and I am so excited for this matchup because these guys have been playing for so long. I believe, and they've kept the same roster. At the launch tournament, they had Dare to Care, and they switched out from Jeff Hindela, and that's it. They've kept the same roster all the way through, and honestly, I think out of all the players, Jeff Hindela deserves this the most because he has went from like back in closed beta, he was known as a support player, played like Ymir, Sobek, etc. And then he was always on bottom tier teams. He just would not be able to compete at the highest level. And what I love, here's what I love about Cog, was that they noticed that he had exceptional skill. It's just his team they couldn't do it. They just weren't good enough to actually win. They would get like a couple of high placings every once in a while, but nothing special. And Cognitive Prime was like, here, Jeff Hindela, the Sex. Come to us, and that was it. He just became a superstar overnight and became one of the best. They became one of the best teams immediately right after, and I'm so excited for Jeff. Like he's also a really good friend of mine from New York, back where I live, and I just couldn't be happier for him. And overall, I think everyone on the team, as a team synergy thing, they are absolutely amazing, and I want them to do the best they can.
So I want to talk a little bit about MLC Stealth. I mean, we're talking about Scylla earlier. Fantastic play. To you, Zimstar, what makes this guy so dominant?
I mean, if I was Titan, the thing is, he picks, Scylla and those kind of gods that you wouldn't really expect to be up against. and I'm not 100% sure if Pretty Prime is comfortable to play against those type of gods. So I think I think they just need to get rid of Scylla, because I don't think Prime plays it. Pretty Prime, that is. So maybe just take it away or ban it, because yesterday he went like 12-0 or some crazy thing like that. It was unbelievable. That guy is a beast.
This is my biggest question. And this is something that I'm sure everyone has either been asking, or after I say it is going to be asking themselves, and their whole brow is going to furl and they're going to wonder what's going on. We'll go to you first, Imstar, and then to you, Allied. Where is Giannis?
Oh, I actually don't know. I expect to see more Janus play. I'm not sure if maybe they try and go for my more early game oriented gods who are like easier securing, confirming the kills with. Then again, Janus has great. His early game is not that bad, so I actually don't know. Maybe just favor different things.
I think there's better laning phase picks, and the rotations aren't as necessary early game. Considering that, like, Giannis is obviously excels really far in low-level competitions and ranked. I think everyone's like, oh yeah, you gotta ban Giannis. But in these high-level games, as you saw between Cognitive Red and Cognitive Prime, and SK and Titan, there's kills happening, but the rotations aren't as effective. I think Giannis excels at rotating and making sure he gets to the team fight he needs to be, but he suffers in laning phase, and he has a really weak early game until he gets around level 8 or 9. So I think what's happening is these competitive teams are valuing more excelling, because as you saw, like a lot of teams are picking early game comps, but that scale well into mid to late game. So I think Giannis would hinder that, and they wouldn't be able to set up as well, and teams are just overlooking him.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we just don't see Giannis, period, at this point. I mean, it's at the finals, would you bust out that particular god?
No, I mean, I know for a fact Cognitive Prime is well practiced in Giannis, but I don't think they're going to fit it into their team comps, and frankly, they don't need to. There's a plethora of mid gods available at the highest level that they need. So they have like Agni, Skilla, like everything that McStealth plays. I'm surprised we haven't even seen his famous Zhonghui mid.
Zhonghui, that's right. Yeah,
so
definitely a big play for him. Very durable character. We've also seen Industry kind of moving more into those damaging roles in the jungle, so maybe they don't need as much damage. And so, Zhonghui, they want a little more utility maybe with like the raw picks, or, Scylla's always great. We saw it in the last game where Prime was playing Cog Red. Kronos, of course, Boosh on the side, and he was at 80% HP. I'm a monster, dunked down, and it was just instant shot. So the damage is there, certainly. And, Ally, I feel like you would probably be the best one to talk to you about this, with your experience at Cog Prime. Where's the weak link? And if you're trying to break it apart, where do you start?
On Cognitive Prime, the weak link, it's really hard to say. They all excel. I would say most likely if you can find a counterpick matchup against Omega, you would start there, just because he plays a lot of bruisers, but you could catch him off guard with maybe a weird matchup, maybe like Bakasura versus one of his matchups, take all his buffs, stop his farm a little bit. Omega is always used to being top farm. You make him not top farm, you might see him crack under pressure there. Also,
Siri.
I think camping the dual lane, I know for a fact Bear hates it. He's like, oh man, we can go into my lane, man. I'm like, don't push up, baby. Like, no, but honestly, I think maybe some pressure in the dual lane could work wonders. And then, I mean, Lannister, like, that's the joke. Even though Lannister's been performing well, like, amazingly this tournament, that could also be, like, you stop him in the jungle early, you relieve some of the pressure from some of the lanes. But I don't see any of that happening. I think Cognitive Prime, like, the strong favorite going into the finals.
Well, you made mention of him, right? Lannister, right? We got to talk about him. Another player we have to highlight here for Cognitive Prime as they're coming into this matchup, playing the jungle position for this team. Now check this out. Most assists out of any jungler. I mean, that's incredible, right? And I'm assuming that was in the Smite Pro League, right? Not necessarily this weekend, but, because that would be an absurd amount. But to think like that is a great stat to have. That is what you want.
Well, before this graphic goes away,
never mind.
At the bottom there, it said that Ailenster actually took the year off to focus on SWC, and that's actually a really cool thing to think about, right? Majority of these players have, they don't have any other engagements. They're 100% focused on this. Now, obviously, with the amount of money that's on the line, there's going to be a huge payoff there, but there's definitely, air of gravity here. We're going to the grand finals. You're talking about $1.3 million given to the main team, and it's hard to say that that's not a lot. I think people really have to spend some time thinking about it and wondering what's going to be the best thing to do. Honestly, I really wish I had some tea, just some tea time to think about it. Maybe even, something just sustainable, some nice carb gains, some meat, maybe like a burrito possibly that would really do it. Yeah, so, a burrito would really help. Just keeps you going. The carbs give you energy, some ATP, then you relax, right? But you want to represent Smite with that Smite shirt, some Cog Prime going on, and then maybe some dessert to polish it off, right? You want something sweet to polish off your mouth, get that palate rolling. So maybe something like, a nice little shot, some nice creamy dessert, and, just keep that running through your mouth. Your palate is extended, and you realize that when it's all said and done, that you really don't know what happened.
All right. So,
Fist bump.
Of course, that is called Pro Phil there, by the way, in case you guys don't know. Let's talk more about Annister. Bring it back just a bit and discuss, the quality of player that this guy is. Just look at the way that he just constantly is focusing down on people, and he's so effective.
Well, he's also super focused, but one thing we should mention about him is he's very invested in the game. And something we saw yesterday, Annister actually had a lot of trouble dealing with the pressure. He was getting very invested, and his emotions ran high, and he was wondering how he can get back into the game. And so, the stage is now even more amplified than the semifinals. So, you've had a lot of dealings with Annister yourself, Allied. What is he like as a personality?
I think Annister's a very soft-spoken person. He's extremely nice, and he's well-mannered. I actually enjoy being around Annister and his company a lot. In-game, I couldn't tell. I've never teamed with Annister. I've teamed with Omega and MLC Stealth and Jeff Hindela. But I could not tell you how Annister is in the competitive scene in voice comms or whatever. But by what I've heard, he's just a very, straightforward. He's very communicative, and he's easy to work with. And I think going into this, I don't think emotions will be a problem. I think Annister, he's got, his head on the right shoulders, and he's ready to go for the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun to see what, Annister brings to the table there in the jungle. But then you got to talk about another amazing player in this Cog Prime lineup, the one and only Barracuda.
Oh.
So Barracuda, obviously a fan favorite here, and lots of excitement out of this young man when he realized, when they got that opportunity, I should say, put themselves in that position to be playing for this sizable amount of money. But what is it about Barracuda in that hunter position? And Allied, I'm going to ask you, and Zimstar, I want you to add on as well. But because you play hunter, what does Barracuda do so well for Cog Prime? How does he fit with this roster?
Usually, you can catch players out. Most players, including myself, they will push up, get caught out. In team fights, you can find yourself out of position. You can get killed. Stuff happens. You fall behind on gold, notably me. It's just, it's not fun, and that doesn't happen to Barracuda. That's the key difference. It just doesn't happen. And that's, the most frustrating part, because he's so amazing.
Zimstar?
From what I've seen from Barracuda, he just seems to be, on point, and his reactions are really, really, really fast. We saw a play where Circuit leaped onto him in the lane. He just turned around immediately, hit the impale as she landed. She didn't even have a chance to use a one. So, he's a monster as well. You have him, everybody in Prime just seems to be on point at the moment.
One of the cool things about this, right, for everyone except for Allied, this very low ping environment that we're seeing here, obviously you had a very extreme situation with super high ping. But, you're talking about, and this is something we cut into the launch tournament, just to bring it back a bit, back to March 2013, we had a situation where Tyr was one of the highest picked gods in the game at the time because of his ability to lock down characters. We went to the launch tournament where the ping is much lower. You're playing on a local LAN server, and people realized that you can actually bead much faster than you could previously, which allowed you to prevent the combo almost instantaneously, right? You see Tyr blink on you, can bead, and there's no slight delay of latency, and so you can prevent the grab. And so people stopped playing Tyr because of it. We're seeing a lot of on her play, and you guys have your own opinions, and we disagree a little bit on that. But I think that we're seeing and more plays, right? Poseidon as well, hitting that one a lot more consistently. We're seeing things like Isis being picked up as well for that spirit ball, a little bit easier to land. Some of these difficult skill shots now are opened up more, and we're seeing a lot on her, like you were mentioning. Serket jumping in and instantly being impaled to a wall. And then you put that to Barracuda, who has one of the highest accuracy numbers of all. I don't see him missing all that much on those basics.
Yeah, and I don't see Barracuda getting much lag as well as highlighted.
We checked your machine out. It was a huge issue, but we got it sorted out just so the players don't have any problems.
Thank you.
The mouse sensitivity, we brought it back down. We apologize profusely.
Yes, it's unfortunate, but no. But of course, Barracuda just brings so much to the team. Also, energy. Well,
yeah.
Excuse me, something that you just noticed with this squad, right? You could see it in the face cams, right? Just the energy, the excitement out of them. It really is something to admire. But now let's move on to our next player that we got to talk about here. The one and only.
Hit it.
Jeff the Sex Hindla. Let's actually, highlight this. The Jeff Hindla Sex, as he's named there, playing the Guardian position there. I just want to point out, too, in his player bio, it just says Canadian.
It also says loves maple syrup.
Loves maple syrup and Canadian. I don't know how effective that's going to be in the grand finals, but our production team definitely having some fun here. Zimstar, what has it been? We went into a long discussion about Jeff Hindla before. What has it been about this man that has been such a highlight for this team?
He used to play in, remind me again, in the tournament, which team? Denial, yeah. So we were against Denial first game, and after the games, he went up to Trickstank. He's like, "Yeah, well, Trickstank, I'm a huge fan of you," and we were talking, and then we've been friends since then. And now he's here, and Trix isn't. I mean, he's just very, very, very good, and he picked up, and I don't know what to say. I love him. He's a loving guy. He's just nice.
When your name is the Sex, all you do is give love.
That's true.
That's right.
Essentially, but no. But seriously, though,
really good player. I mean,
he's a darn good player.
He is.
Really talented player, though. And please elaborate as well.
No, I don't know. It just seems like Ally said, when he joined Prime, like the squad instead of Dare to Care, it just seemed to kind of come together. Because if you compare how good they are now, like how strong they look compared to 9 months ago, it's like a whole new team, and it's really impressive to see.
No, it really is.
We began here, right, talking about MLC Stealth. We've been through the entire roster. We started at the beginning, the Alpha, but we really need to bring it all the way to the end to the Omega, right? Omegatron, a fantastic player in that solo lane and really bringing fear to the name Hercules. We know Divios brings it, but Omega does as well, and he's terrifying. Check him out, and he's actually one of our oldest and former competitive Halo player, by the way. Shout outs to Golden Boy, and his tag there is "I'm better than everyone else," and this is something that he got a lot of flack for in 2014, and I want to highlight it because it's a nice tactic, right? He's known for taunting, right? He'll go in game, you're able to do VET and taunt, but what he likes to do is he likes to get in your mind, and that's something that I have concerns about going up against the Confreys for his opponent, is he's able to kind of focus in on the person he's up against, get in their mind, and counter everything they're thinking.
The thing is, I keep bringing up the Smart Lodge tournament because that's like the only thing I had in forms of interaction with the team. He was very, very, cocky going into that. Game Honor call him out for being overrated and stuff. But like I said, I think Omega is, you can actually pressure him, and he might actually lose the lane if you pressure him enough. That time, the team actually managed to do so. But now his look is so strong. I'm not really sure if he can do that anymore. I mean, I think he's heaps beyond Comfrey at this current meta.
So you feel like Comfrey just...
I'm going to say the same thing as yesterday. I don't think Titan should look to win the lanes that much. They should go into the late game and try to win the team fights, because I think the lanes, head-to-head is just weaker.
What were some of the things you take away out of that game there, Allied? The last game that Titan played against SK, right? That was something that Zim brought up, and you were very adamant on it. You were like, don't win the lanes, just play for late, and echoing the same sentiments here, do you agree?
I think generally a lot of teams, the perfect strategy going into this, especially against unknown teams, is solid early, mid, and late game team fight with objective control. That's generally, some teams focus a little bit more on early, some teams focus a little bit more on mid to late, but Titan versus SK was interesting because they had a little bit of everything, and it was really weird picks, but it complemented their team synergy really well. Comfrey, notably a weaker soul laner in the 1v1 duel. He's aggressive, but he sometimes gets caught out a little bit. However, he played outstanding because of Repicos' Athena jungle. And you notice there was a lot of like Repicos sitting in lane, applying pressure. It was almost like a double dual lane. And that was interesting to note as well, that Athena could teleport to any lane that was needed to help out their fellow teammates, on top of having jungle control and still being the aggressive Repicos we know. And that was also cool because Repicos didn't need to outright do anything. Like he just didn't have to carry, didn't have to hyper carry, he didn't have to carry his team. It was all up to them, and they excelled at it. And I was very happy to see Comfrey just be an absolute beast like he can be in those team fights.
One thing we saw from Titan that worked really well is, putting Repicos in more of a supporting role with that Athena, and also bringing him into the soul lane to support Comfrey. One thing we know about Answer, he likes to support the mid lane, but let's take a look at Titan and see what they're all about. We saw a little bit of them because we interviewed them after the SK match. You're going to see Ataraxia, saw him on the analyst desk yesterday on the right side of your screen. He's the Hunter player, of course. You've got Kanye Life right next to him in that support role. Pretty prime, looking so absolutely pretty there in the mid lane, and you've got Repicos in the jungle, and last but certainly not least on the left side, Comfrey for the solo lane. Now, we have to hit on it. We've hit on it so many times, but it is one of the most, gorgeous stories we're going to get out of this event. This team came out of the Amateur League. There was an open bracket event called the Challenger Cup that ran alongside the Smite Pro League that allowed teams from anywhere of any skill level to enter and fight for their chance to get the Smite World Championship. They fought through that. They got through the wild cards. They got through the regional championships. They got here to the Smite World Championships. They fought their way through SK quarterfinals. I mean, nothing about their road has been easy. They've hit every single roadblock along the way, and they've demolished that roadblock to keep on moving forward. The last one in their way is going to be Cognitive Prime.
Yeah, I mean, Cognitive Prime is quite the challenge for them to have to deal with here. Let's also highlight some of the players from Titan first up. We have to talk about, as you mentioned before, the Hunter for Titan, Ataraxia. This, again, just an absolutely talented player, and really, I would have to say it's going to be quite the challenge for Barracuda, because Ataraxia was just playing absolutely lights out yesterday.
Yeah, he was, and you can see him with that grin. Over you to Allied. What makes him a good hunter?
Ataraxia plays each matchup just really smart. He's really smart, and the thing is, you give him a little bit of a lead, and he carries with it, and he has the carry genes, I call it. Like, some players can carry, some players just, you give them a lead and they don't do anything damage at all. So I'm really excited to see if Ataraxia can start popping off and get into mid to late game to carry his team, because it's been proven. You give him any sort of lead, he is going to dumpster everybody. So I'm really excited to see. And as a fellow hunter, I've watched his play and I admire it. I think a lot of what he does is extremely well.
One thing that's difficult to know in Smite, especially for characters like assassins and hunters and mages, is knowing when to go into the fight. A lot of times if you go too early, you get caught by a bunch of AoE and you die before you do your thing. I want to ask you this, Nimstar, because you've played so many different roles across the board as far as, mid, solo, support. What does it take to be able to, at Ataraxia's level, know when to go in and when not to?
Just like tons and tons of experience, and reading situations and knowing like how much damage you can do and how much other guy can do to you, and like how much you can take. It's just knowing what cooldowns are off and on, and who's who, positioning, who is their escape, who still has an ultimate available, actives. All of this together just makes you able to read the situation and decide, okay, I can go in here or I can't. So that's what makes the great hunters great and the mediocre hunters mediocre.
That's not appropriate. Come on.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
But yes, Ataraxia, as we saw in that clip there, by the way, that was at the end, I think, of game 2 in the SK matchup, when they ended up just absolutely slaying them in the end in their base, and he got the killing spree, got the 4-kill spree, he got the triple kill to end it against the Titan. Like, there was just so much quality play out of him. Question for you, Drybear. If you are Cognitive Prime, are you stopping Titan from getting Apollo for Ataraxia?
I think it's something to experiment with, possibly, but I think there's so many other higher bands that you need to take off the table that it's
that what you
difficult to
consider?
choose. Yeah, I mean, you may be wanting to pick Apollo for Barracuda, but one of the things that I love about Barracuda is he's actually one of the few hunters that is all about the counter matchup. We saw Apollo pick the other day, which is something that Ataraxia has to be careful of, and one reason why I don't think they're going to ban Apollo is he loves playing AMC against Apollo, a very good shutdown. You got the cripple, you can't dash away, a lot of single target bursts, and a lot of boxing potential allows him to sit inside of Apollo's ultimate for those 2 seconds and take him down. Not only that, but he was playing Devourer's Gloves, Aussie, AMC, which means no matter what, you're going to be sitting there boxing and healing the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, is it a common thing here in NA to actually pick AMC against Apollo?
Yes, that's at least in North America, it's considered like a soft counter, depending on your team composition. So you obviously want to build around it. So AMC would be like a later pick, and you would have to be able to watch out like for how many gap closes they have, and how many globals do they have? Can they dunk on me? Am I safe here? Am I safe here? But it takes a lot of practice, and I believe at least the top 4 NA hunters for sure, like we all have AMC in our god pool, and we know like when exactly is the right time to pull it out and why. And I think it's a very like that's what I like is there's very few certain matchups that like you could pull out and it's very effective like for the situation.
Well, there's a lot of players on Titan, right? There's definitely some talent to look at. But let's go ahead and take a look at the next player on the docket. And, you talk a lot about Ataraxia and his skill level and what he's able to accomplish. He's got a lot of support from his teammates as well. He's able to kind of set this up. But here is Kanye Life, the support on his team. And, he really drove the aggressive support picks for the longest time. I mean, in fact, no one was picking Amir until he started doing it. And when we first picked, I remember, I think I was casting the first game he picked this during the Smite Pro League, and during the Challenger Cup and watching him, is he picking Amir? Really?
Yeah, and that was something that we noticed a lot throughout the weekend. Ymir became quite the fan favorite and being very effective. And Zimstar, I'm going to take this over to you because it's something you see quite a bit in EU, but not so much the case in North America.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Ymir is great. I think, however, EU figured out how to counter him. Hercules and Sobek both hard counter him in lane, especially if you have an Anhur. So like basically if you have an Anhur, put down your pillar, it's an easy pull for the Hercules. It's basically impossible to miss, right? And before Hercules is any tanky, he would just keep dying in lane. So what happened was that we almost went full circle. I mean, they picked Amir, we picked Herc, we beat them, and then they started, banning the Herc, we banned the Amir, and now like both of them are out. But it's just become this weird thing. So now there's like an NA team against an EU team. They might, again, underrate the Emir. But at the same time, if you figure out how to counter him, then, then it's just going to be trouble for Titan.
I think it's going to be a repeat of what Cognitive Red did to SK. They're going to ignore the Ymir, and they're just going to either camp it or just absolutely ignore it. I don't think Ymir was that effective in this series. It didn't really do too much. And I think going into Grand Finals, there's better Guardian picks, honestly. But Ymir is just too risky. Also, at this stage, like, you could pick Athena if you want control, or you could pick anything else, really. Like, I do value Ymir. I do, especially as an old school support main. I used to play Ymir every game, but I do realize his limitations. And I think if Ymir is played by Titan, I think Cognitive Prime is going to punish it.
Okay, all right, well, fair enough there. And now another player that we got to talk about is Confrey for Titan, the solo for this squad. Confrey is, he's a big point of the conversation, a big subject in the conversations, especially going up into the matchup in the solo against, what is that going to be, Omegatron.
That's right.
It's going to be tough for Confrey there. What are your thoughts in regards to Confrey? Lots of discussion around this guy.
Yeah, we've talked about him a lot, but I think the easiest way to sum up Confrey is that this is a solo laner that plays for late game. He's not known for his early game. He's not known for his control of the laning phase, but if he makes it out of it, he's a fantastic team fighter. He knows where to go, who to zone out, who to focus on, and how to spread out the enemy team. And he does it so well that all Titan has to do, as we saw with the SK Gaming lineup, is that if he survives the laning phase successfully, even with some farm, he's going to be able to use that to win team fights, get goal furies, get objectives, and we saw that against SK. They were getting goal furies the first 4 of the game, I believe, in that matchup, and it seemed like there's nothing that SK could have done about it.
Well, it's actually interesting going into the finals here. Now, I believe Confrey has played a lot of Osiris this tournament. However, versus the Cog Boys, they don't let Osiris through ever. So I'm really curious to see what Comfrey will do with Osiris pretty much guaranteed ban going into the finals. Like, I'm 100% sure Osiris is not going to be available. So, and obviously I believe it's pretty accepted between both regions that it's going to be a warrior in the soul lane of some sort. Like, there's going to be something tanky there. So what would Comfrey go there? I hope he's well practiced on his Hercules, Chalk, Guan Yu, but yeah, I'm actually really curious to see his decision.
Zimstar, your thoughts in regards to Comfrey?
No, I agree. I mean, as long as they don't go back, to the old Afro Hell, kind of support mage in the dual lane, solo lane, I think they'll be fine. I mean, Comfrey just, as Ella said, go for the heavy, kind of bruisers, farm, go into the late game and just soak everything and just be a nuisance to the other team.
Yeah, that's going to be it's definitely going to be something that they have to make happen.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they have to get in Cog Prime's face. It's already evident that that's just, there were shades of that in the Cog Red game, right? Where they, despite the fact that Prime had control in game one, Cog Red were able to just, counter back, and they were in their face the entire time. And Cog Red just kind of, buckled under that, even though they had map control, right? It just showed like the aggression that came out of, and the mechanics. Well, you can't forget about that. Just the talented play out of Cog Red really gave them that victory there. But another player that we got to highlight here for Titan is going to be the jungler for this squad, Repicas. This guy's been also a point of discussion quite a bit, but for a good reason. He's been playing incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Zero's struggled a lot with using Kali, but Repicas knows Kali through and through, and one of the things you don't want to give him is that Kali. In fact, Titan almost lost their match against OMG in the beginning, but, because they had Afro Kali, they were able to pull it back. That late game, you see at the bottom there, specializes in hyper carry assassins, Kali and Circuit, and this guy knows how to make the early game fit, which is why Comfrey and Repicas work so well together, is that in the beginning, when we win those matches, right, we're Titan against SK, they were struggling in the beginning really hard, but every time SK got a little bit of an inch, Repicas prevented it from becoming a mile by jumping there. The Thor plays would clean up the low HP targets, make it an even trade or close to it, and then they got to late game where we saw Ataraxia as well as Comfrey in the soul lane shine. So Repicas is a character you want to make sure he can't get his main hyper assassins, but at the same point, he hasn't been playing as much recently. Yesterday, he didn't play too much of the Kali, actually didn't play all Kali at all, but was able to, he threw out the Athena as well, which is very strange. So you can see, and this is one of the props that we've been giving to Titan the entire day today and yesterday, their ability to be fluid and go with the flow and acquiesce with what's going on in the game helps them be strong. Zimstar, what can Repicas pick here out of his god pool?
Repicas showed to everybody yesterday that he doesn't need to play Kali or a hyper carry to carry his team. He did an excellent job on Athena, and I think that, that just means that he could basically pick up anything he would like. I mean, obviously Kali is really dangerous. He's an excellent Thor as well. And, if you just throw Athena and probably Emir into that too, in the jungle, then you have someone you can't really ban out.
Honestly, I think Repicas, people are sleeping on his store. His store was absolutely amazing. That game 2 versus SK, he was absolutely making plays, and that's also a pick that Cognitive Prime values a lot, is the Thor pickup. So I think if Repicas can get Thor and start just going crazy early game, I think people are just going to forget about his Kali and know him as the new Thorgars.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Cognitive Prime up against Titan, but someone who on Titan has the name of Cognitive Prime is pretty prime himself. I mean, he's got so much talent and his accuracy. I mean, I commonly refer to him as the sniper. His ability to hit those long-range skill shots is among the best by far. He likes playing those ISIS characters. He's like playing Volk in the long-range ultimates, and he's able to kind of maneuver himself in the right position to get the damage out, and he's always a threat. Apparently, he also has best hair in EU, and unfortunately, he shaved it recently. It's a little bit shorter. It actually used to be bigger than that on screen, but, this guy, again, and like you were mentioning earlier, Allied, and Zimstar as well, we're talking about mid laners that are unsung heroes. You're talking about Pretty Prime.
Pretty Prime used to be this late night rank streamer. He's Swedish as well. So I checked the stream last night. He lives really close to me. He used to be this rank player who, he was good, but was like, yeah, he's just a good player, whatever. Yeah, if he's on my team and ranked, yeah, good. He won't feed. But then he just kept on playing, and now honestly, I would place him as probably rank 1 millionaire in Europe. He just seems to know what's up. You know, he just knows when to be aggressive, knows when to disengage. All around, extremely good player.
Now, the story of Pretty Prime is actually pretty impressive. So he came in a little bit later in the scene, so not a lot of players gave him respect. I think it's really hard, especially coming through ranked and queuing ranked non-stop. It's really hard to give him respect unless you're carrying consistently, like winning most of your games. You're known as a hard carry. So Pretty Prime coming in, played mid lane, and notably would feed. I remember watching European streams and it would be like, oh, we got Pretty Prime again. And it was like, oh, Pretty Prime, what is he doing? But over this like short period of time, he played, I'm talking non-stop ranked. Pretty Prime has been on good teams, and he has rose up the ranks all the way from the bottom to the top. And absolutely, like, I'm so excited to have him here because it just shows that hard work, dedication pays off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the recipe for success. And, you know, of course, Pretty Prime is looking, without a shadow of a doubt, to continue that success here today. Definitely a lot of pressure on the line for these guys. They're going to battle it out for $1.3 million, folks. That is a lot and a lot of money. Second place also going to take a sizable, you know, chunk of the money too. There you can see the prize pool, over $2.6 million here, folks. That is just some absurd money that is on the line. I really am just super excited to get into this matchup here, Rory. Dryber, at this point, I think we've broken down the teams. I think we've you know, discussed the matchups. We discussed how the picks and bans are going to look. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, 2.6 million is no small chunk. I mean, that's definitely a lot of burritos for Erez. But, you know, one thing that we touched on Friday, and we have to talk about again, we're here at the Smite World Championship 2015, powered by Curse Voice. But, you know, we have our esports team, we have our production team, the Smite Pro bunch, our analysts, the players, the fans all out here. But we're forgetting about the developers back at the studio. They've been working real hard to make sure that fresh content comes out every day. In fact, we're actually running a PTS right now to test the newest god to be released next week, Hu Yi, the Chinese hunter. Let's check him out.
Welcome to the Smite God reveal for Hu Yi, Defender of the Earth. In a time long past, 10 suns rose above the horizon. Such incessant light and heat ravaged the earth, wilting fields of grain, drying rivers, even melting forged metal. Bent beneath the scorching rays, the people begged the Emperor God Dijun to aid them. In reply, he called the great archer Hu Yi. Armed with a mystical red bow and a quiver of white arrows, Hu Yi traveled to Earth. What he found was a barren land. Shielding his eyes, he peered to the sky where the 10 suns cruelly flared. Knocking arrow to bow, Hu Yi loosed a warning at the suns, hoping to frighten them away. But they impassively remained. So, Hu Yi drew again and fired a killing shot. Pierced, the sun exploded in color, and a giant red raven with 3 legs fell to the earth, slain by the white arrow. 8 more times Hu Yi drew arrow to cheek. 8 shots more he let fly. 8 more bursts rent the sky, and 8 more ravens fell dead. But 1 sun he left, and so fearful of Hu Yi's archery, the sun behaved. Hu Yi's passive is called Sun Touched. After taking a critical hit, Hu Yi can't be critically hit again for a few seconds. His first ability is called Ricochet. Hu Yi draws back his bow for a powerful shot. After firing, his bow bounces off a wall up to a maximum of 3 bounces. The arrow stuns if the target has Mark of the Golden Crow. Hu Yi's second ability is called Mark of the Golden Crow. Hu Yi marks an enemy, dealing extra damage to marked targets. At rank 3, marked enemies are visible on the minimap. At rank 5, Hu Yi gains increased penetration against marked gods. Hu Yi's third ability is called Dive Bomb. Hu Yi launches into the air. After a short time, he quickly dives to the ground, damaging nearby enemies. If the target has Mark of the Golden Crow, they are knocked back. Hu Yi's ultimate is called Sunbreaker. Hu Yi shoots 9 arrows into the sky, striking one sun with each arrow. Marked targets will have their movement speed slowed. In this first scenario, Hu Yi pushes left lane with the help of Sylvanus, activating Mark of the Golden Crow on Amir, who follows up with Ricochet to stun Amir as a few additional shots take him down. In this second fight, Hu Yi continues pushing left lane, activating Mark of the Golden Crow on Shibalenke. The Defender of Earth follows up with Ricochet as a final Sunbreaker takes down the hidden Jaguar Sun. In this final scenario, Hu Yi and his allies engage the Fire Giant as the enemy team arrives to counter. Activating Sunbreaker, Hu Yi takes down Nemesis. Ricochet provides additional damage as Shibalenke goes down. Dive Bomb and a few basic attacks take down Amir as the team turns focus on Guan Yu for the Diacide. As the Defender of Earth, Hu Yi enters the battlefield with valor and perseverance. Ricochet can provide Hu Yi with a lane clear. Next, picking up Dive Bomb can provide mobility as well as additional damage. From there, the priorities shift to Sunbreaker, Ricochet, Mark of the Golden Crow, Dive Bomb. Thank you for watching the Smite God reveal for Hu Yi, Defender of the Earth.
Alright, so you know how the world always ends up in peril and needs saving? Well, that's where Ho Yi comes in, Defender of the Earth. You see, this one time, something a bit strange happened. Out of nowhere, a bunch of suns suddenly rose above the horizon. 10 of them. That's like 9 more than necessary. Anyway, it was super hot and lame and stuff, so people started begging the Emperor God Di-Jun to help, and he was like, "'Kay," and called the great archer Ho Yi. Now, Ho Yi flew in like Captain Planet, ready to save the day. He raised his bow and loosed a warning shot, probably yelling, "Hey, suns, don't be there in the sky. Don't do that." But the suns didn't listen, so he was like, "Alright," and proceeded to commit 9 counts of murder. One by one, he shot each sun with an arrow, causing them to explode and drop fat loot in the form of giant dead 3-legged ravens. Overall, it was a good day. Anyway, the final sun was pretty spooked by the incident and began to behave. It dipped below the horizon, and thus everything was hunky-dory. Ho Yi took the power of the ravens he murdered and toured the countryside, defending the earth and being a pretty sweet archer. Suck on that, William Tell.
All right, well, there you saw the reveal there for Hu Yi. Looked so cool, by the way. That was, I'm really excited to try that one out.
He's a champion billiards player.
Yeah, it really is. When the bank shot hit, I was like, oh, that's so cool. Of course, cool stuff there from the development team over at Hi-Rez. Of course, they've just been constantly churning out new gods, new updates.
Right.
It's been a great time. But yeah, I mean, we're winding down, as you can see there, the timer there, 16 minutes and 28 seconds, folks. Time is dwindling down for the grand finals here at the Smite World Championship, powered by Curse Voice. We have a couple of more predictions to do, as we've been doing all throughout this day here. Allied, let's go over to you. Talk about, and let's just talk about the teams real quick, the matchups. We won't get into our predictions just yet. We'll wait until about like a couple minutes before showtime begins. We talked about all the players. We talked about the matchups. I felt like we've broken down so much at this point. But what are going to be the little things, the minute details that could help whether it be Cog Prime or Titan, overcome and be the Smite World Champions?
The tiny details are going to be just a little bit of objective control and just individual skill. That's usually the minute details that can push the team to win. I'm talking about like the hype, like one-on-one. I'm talking like Ataraxia solos Barracuda, and then and then Comfrey, like, Comfrey getting bought by Omega, oh my god, like stuff like that, because that is not only hype, but those are the tiny little victories that you need, because they're not objective based, but those tiny little victories, the tiny little goal leads, are what you need to win the games. Honestly, when we saw Devios multiple times throughout this tournament, you just walk up, bop Omega, rotate, destroy everybody, be a tanky, unstoppable force. We need that out of all the players.
Yeah,
I'm
best
talking like young Badgie's Ymir status, like the clutch walls, like tiny skill displays like that push their gods to the limits, are what is absolutely needed to win this $2.6 million prize pool.
Yeah, we're talking about some of the best teams in the world, and we had a lot of intentions going into this. I mean, obviously, our predictions were varied when you got down to third or fourth, but we were very similar in the top three as far as who we thought was going to win. And if we've learned anything this entire weekend, it's that teams can surprise you. And not only that, but there are so many pieces that make Smite the game that it is, that you can, use and abuse and extrapolate any little piece. And I'm looking at these teams to see who can actually grow the most within this best of 5 set. We've seen Titan do it, right? They came out game day ready to go yesterday in the semifinals up against SK Gaming, not anticipated to even take a single game off of SK Gaming, and because they were able to change their picks and use them effectively, they showed true individual talent. Zimstar, to you, as you are sporting this brand new bow tie to show your support, what does it take to be able to, I mean, if you jump in, you play a god you don't normally play, how do you approach a lane knowing that you're playing against someone that's playing something that they're comfortable with?
I don't know. This is sponsored by Hinduman, by the way. I just must give a shout out to Hindu.
Yeah, he's been on point with the bow ties.
Yeah.
And he got Scott to wear a bow tie as well. Like, that is just
that's an accomplishment.
That's some next
Which
level
Scott
stuff.
looked great in it.
Oh, yeah, he did. I give him that much. That's the most I'll give him this weekend. To your point, Sam.
I'm just rooting for my EU brethren. I mean, the thing is, Prime is looking really good. And, all of the picks in all the lanes are so different. I'm just really hoping Titan, I mean, if there's anything Titan can do, I mean, if they're really good at anything, it's changing the playstyle to fit, so they can win. I mean, even if they lose game 1, I wouldn't lose that much hope. Losing game 2, I think they can adapt. So I don't take away too much from the first game if they happen to lose. I think they can adapt to the situation and just do well.
Okay, fair enough. I think that for, Cognitive Prime coming in here, the story for them throughout this tournament, has just been the veterans, right? The veterans that have been in this position, not necessarily in this position, because this is a very unique, one with this, with this crazy prize pool, but they're no strangers to this kind of high-level competitions.
Right.
Of course, I wasn't around, during the launch invitational days or the launch tournament days, and I have to ask you, because that was like the last time we got to see EU and NA collide. From your perspective as a caster at that tournament, how did you feel at that time EU and NA matched up versus where we are now with the EU NA matchup?
It was really, really close, and it comes down to momentum, especially between the two regions, right? And we saw that actually in the placement stage earlier. It picks like Ao Guang, where Cogred was favored over SK. That Ao Guang pick was a little bit too out of the ordinary for Cognitive Prime, and I think these teams are scrimming only each other. And I feel like that's actually becoming a crutch for some of them in the way that they don't, open their minds and see the breadth that can be the pick and bans process and the team comp creation that gives you so many different options. And we'll see what Cog Prime can do against Titan. And, in the launch tournament, like you mentioned, Golden Boy, we saw TSM, of course, shout-outs to Zimstar in the previous lineup there at that event, who ended up taking the whole thing. It was such a fantastic series to watch. And you can see how much the emotion from each game just becomes baggage and carries with you to the next. And one thing that I'm very excited about, which varies from the regional championships we saw. In the regional championships, we saw some teams huddle together, some teams step off stage and loosen up and stretch, and we saw some teams just sit in their chairs, not move, and just brood in the moment. And what I'm seeing so far from these teams is that we hear it while we're on the NSS. I mean, we're right behind the screen. We can hear the players. They go and we think 1, 2, 3, Titan, and they're yelling it and they're screaming. Their emotions are there. And I think if you keep doing that, it's that quarterback's mentality, that quarterback's amnesia, where you have to forget the last game. Every game is a single instance in time. Take what you learned, apply it, but then look at every game fresh. Allied, what is that like?
Honestly, at least for us, so usually I'm like the person, like, even though I think I can get the worst morale after games, going into the next game, I tell everyone what they need to do, like fresh start, etc. And even though, like, I know for me, like, I have a hard time recovering after a loss.
Yeah.
But so does the rest of my team. So I have to help them out as best I can. And I think, like, you forget that and you sacrifice yourself for the team to help out your other teammates and bring the morale up.
Yeah, that's right. The point that I wanted to make about that too is, because I way back when, right, when I was in 10 times better shape, I played football. I was a quarterback, and that was the mentality that you had to have. But it went beyond the game, and it was every play. Every single play, you have to shake it off. If you make an error, there is no complaining. If there is a misread, there is no going back and thinking, could have done this so much better. None of that exists at this point. It is all forward thinking. That is it. You are a train. You are on a track. The train never goes backwards. It only goes forwards. That is what both of these teams need to do here. And the team that doesn't is the team that will fall. And, I don't know out of these two teams who it is, because the truth is, with Cog Prime, they were in a bad situation against Cog Red. Real bad. Cog Red was bringing it to them. That game 1 Hercules out of Divios, man, that was earth-shattering. It was just, like, too good. Then you also have Titan. Titan was struggling against OMG, right? Like, OMG, not to take anything away from them, but NA and EU have had more time with Smite than Titan, than, our friends over in China have had, right? And they struggled. They struggled with them. For them to shake that off and just push forward and to dominate SK the way that they did and, move forward to this final, it takes so much endurance, so much just stamina there. It's very, very stressful. And I give a credit to both teams here for enduring, right? They've endured, they've weathered the storm. Now it is time. It's time for them to shine here.
Well, I think something that is, worth mentioning as well, when you talk about artists, the creative juices flowing, sometimes it gets inhibited by stress or by, emotional state. And, one thing that is really difficult, and something we saw with SK as well, is if you haven't shaken that off, the picks and bans process is a very creative process. You have to make sure you're reading what picks are coming in, and you're projecting forward 5, 6, 7 picks in the future, trying to balance back and forth. And it's more of a dance. You have to make sure you know what they're picking, what you're picking, what your backup is if they pick this. How do you ban this character out? What are they looking to do and accomplish? And if you don't shake off the last game and you go into the picks and bans, you're gonna default to comfort picks. You're gonna say, I can't think. I don't know what to pick up. I don't know what to counter. What are they going to ban? You know what? I'm just going to pick the guy I know and hope for the best. And that's 100% true. You have to have that quarterback's amnesia in order to go into the next game fresh and look at the picks and bans, because you both mentioned it. We've all mentioned it today. Games are won and lost in the picks and bans process. If you don't get the right tools for your team to use in the game, it can go so poorly. So, you have to be able to jump in the picks and bans and make it work.
Well, folks, time is dwindling down here. As you can see on the timer, 6 minutes, 48 seconds.
Oh, boy.
I think it's time for us to get into our predictions, gentlemen. Our predictions. Let's get this one down. Of course, it's been an absolute pleasure all weekend long. Of course, bringing you the pregame show for each day here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. But it's time for our predictions. So we're going to start down the line here. Allied, you first.
I actually just recently changed my predictions. I'm going to join the Titan Dream here.
Whoa.
I'm going to say 3-2 Titan.
3-2 Titan, edging him out in Game 5.
Yes. Well, I love Cognitive Prime, but after thinking about and honestly, analyzing, what they've come through and how, well they can adapt, especially under this much pressure, Titan Prime. The Titan Dream.
Titan Dream.
Titan Prime.
Pretty Prime.
Woo, scary.
Pretty Prime and the
yes.
Titan Dream. All right. I think it goes without saying what you're doing, but who knows, man? He changed his opinion, so you might too, despite you wearing the bow tie.
I want EU to win. I want Titan to win. But if I'm going to be completely honest, I think it's going to be 3-1, possibly 3-2 to Prime. Unfortunately, I just feel like... I don't know. I just feel like
that hurt you inside.
No, yeah.
To the core.
I'm rooting for the Titan boys, but you know, if I have to be like look at it logically and you know and compare the teams, I think Prime has an edge.
Okay, Driver.
You know, I love these teams, and I love the story, and you've been mentioning it all along, Golden Boy. The veterans are taking on the team that has gone through the biggest struggle, right? They came out of nowhere. And, you know, when we were first designing the whole SWC process as a company, we're saying, you know, we should probably have some way for teams to come in and be able to play their way into the tournament. It's probably not going to happen, right? We know these teams have been playing for the longest time. And so you had this team coming out of the Challenger Cup, the Amateur League, and it's like, okay, well, they're actually really good. And then they got the wild cards, got all the way here. And again, we've been doubting them the whole way. No one has expected Titan to go as far as they have and come up against Cognitive Prime. There is a man who predicted Cog Red, Cog Prime, first and second, Cog Boys, and he's waving a European flag right now. Yeah, I'm going to agree with Zimstar. I think this is going to be a very close match. I'm going to say this is going to be 3-2 Cog Prime.
All right.
I just need to just say something first. I mean, we all know how wrong I've been in my predictions so far. So I'm predicting Cog, you know, maybe so Titan will win this
Reverse
time.
psychology?
Oh, reverse psychology.
All
Well,
right.
folks,
That's the strategy here.
I'm sure that's what you're going to tell Titan after that.
Yeah, I mean, then I'm good either way, right?
yeah. Well, my prediction here is going to be very simple. I'm not going to use any words.
Oh.
Just going to do this.
Golly, it's getting hot.
Cog Prime, baby.
Whoa!
All day, every day. Cog Prime's going to take this. Hands down. That's why I'm cutting a promo here. These
Boom.
guys are going to do it. They're going to bring it home for the United States. It's going to be one heck of a battle. I'm calling Cog Prime 3-1. Titan will fight back, but Cog Prime is going to be the SWC champion.
They're playing for something, ladies and gentlemen. They're playing for one of the coolest trophies I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's get a close-up on this. This is going to be one of the 5 that is given to every single player right here on the table. And you know what? We also have a bigger version of this. And I'm sure everyone was wondering, how in the world did Thor spin and angle the hammer to create a pedestal out of it? Let's find out.
My name is Matt Silva. I'm a special effects makeup artist here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I own the company Black Tie Effects. My company, Black Tie Effects, deals in specialty sculpting, molding, and casting for custom characters and prosthetics for film and television.
The Smite World Championship is the largest event in Smite history to date. So we knew that we needed to create a trophy that lives up to it.
We wanted to make a trophy that was so big and so epic that, you know, whoever won and got to pick this thing up at the end of the tournament would just feel like a hero.
So the trophy incorporates a few elements from our new Conquest map, including elements from the Chaos and Order base. Plus, it incorporates the sigils for the 7 Pantheons.
Thor's hammer was an iconic element of the game, and we definitely used him in a lot of like different videos and stuff. So we're like, that's a great, small, concise little item we can use to kind of have a starting point.
For somebody to be able to reach into this trophy and pull that hammer out of the rock, it's just, I mean, it really takes it over the top.
All these models were designed to be in-game. Like, they're not specifically designed to be physical. So there's a lot of work that actually has to still be done even after they're sculpted.
After hundreds of hours worth of printing, we collect all the pieces, we clean them up, and we assemble them together. We bodywork it, we make it look nice and smooth and, you know, polished up, and then once that's all done, we, you know, paint it up. I mean, when you see this thing in real life, it just takes your breath away.
fans, to the Smite World Championship Grand Finals. These teams have been on an incredibly difficult journey, and it's all ending now. In just a few moments, the two best Smite teams in the world will be competing for the first place prize of $1.3 million. And introducing your teams now, from Europe, the team that surprised us all, making their way through the Challenger Cup, making their way through the wildcard event, and winning the European Regionals. Guys, give it up for Titan!
Titan, a team that came through the wildcard process in Europe, a little bit of that kind of fly-by-night team that kind of just get it all together and make it happen through teamwork where individual skill doesn't pull them through.
Overall, like, game plan for going into this round was pretty damn solid. We just picked early gods, tried to invade everything and just hammer it down like piece by piece.
Can't wait to meet either of the cognitive teams. They're very good teams, and I think we have a shot.
Our team's biggest advantage was me. Seriously, I think our biggest advantage going into the SK games was we had a lot of practice against them during the week. So we kind of knew what they were going to pick, and we put a lot of time into our draft against them. So I feel our biggest advantage was our draft strategy, and we knew what they were going to pick, and it worked out. My name's Nate. In game I go by Anorexia, and I'm the hunter player for Titan.
My name is Kevin. I play for Team Titan, and my in-game name is Conflict.
Emil, Pretty Prime, Titan.
Everyone give it up one last time for Titan! And now, your second team, the hometown favorites and the most tenured team in the SWC. Guys, give it up for Cognitive Prime!
Hey guys, I'm whoa my god, came back to a really loud ad. I do like Forever 21 though. Yeah, I was feeding the cats and using the bathroom and stuff. But I'm back.
Starting with Prime as the number 2 seed overall in North America, you're looking at a team that, generally speaking, relies a lot on their dual lane hunter, especially Barracuda.
Going into the grand finals tomorrow is one of the greatest things I've ever felt in my entire life. I could not be more proud of my team. We're all playing on the top of our game. And I think tomorrow we're going to easily 3-0 Titan because we're the best team here.
Looks so young with his hot-ass girlfriend.
I think what gave our team the advantage against Cognitive Red was that we've scrimmed them almost exclusively for about 6 months now, if not more. And we just know exactly how each other plays.
How long ago did you guys message me? Like
I think if we
20
played
minutes.
100%, we are the best.
Welcome back to me. Oh, thanks, Flip.
The only thing that can stop us from winning is ourselves making stupid mistakes. I'm very confident that my team's going to win the grand finals. I don't see any possible way my team could lose.
My name is Rosario Velarde. My in-game name is Jeff Himla, and I play for Cognitive Prime.
My name is John Salter. My in-game name is Barracuda, and I'm the hunter for Cognitive Prime.
My name is Brett Feli. My in-game name is MLC Stealth, and I'm the middle lane for Cognitive Prime.
Finished having fun while playing Chess Princess? No, I was feeding the cats. I haven't had fun yet. I was having fun with chess though.
Give Cognitive Prime one last time, everyone. Let's hear it up for them.
Had to open some new treats for the cats.
Shining moments of the SWC.
I don't know about her with her hair back. It looks a little weird. It's like loud in here now. I have the air conditioning on. It's 90 degrees here. I think it's more than 90 degrees. Let me check. Nope, it's 93 degrees. It's 93 degrees here. Wow, that one girl's hot. Uh-huh. Boom. Whoa. Hold on. Rewind. What was that girl wearing? Wow. Not much. Not much at all. Impressive. Okay. You should do that Neath cosplay? That would be fun. I don't have tits like that though. I can't believe that Giannis didn't win the cosplay. It's kind of crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for your players. Let's hear it up for them. From Titan, the solo laner, Confree.
I'd be surprised if you were wearing any clothes at all in that heat. Yeah.
Titan,
I had to put on the air conditioning. Other fun activities still coming later. Probably Bloop, yeah.
Give it up for your mid laner, Pretty Prime. The support player from Titan, Kanye Life. And your hunter, Ataraxia.
But
Now introducing the players from
what was I gonna say?
Prime, your solo laner, Omegatron.
I wonder what happened to that guy.
Your jungler, Andenser. Give it up for your mid laner, MLC Stealth.
And that guy.
Your support player, Jeff the Sex Hidla.
Still don't know why they call him the sex.
And finally, everyone, give it up for your hunter, Barracuda.
Woo! That man was playing earlier. It's a good game. Oh, so the Grand Prix that I'm going to be going to? Apparently, I didn't know this. I thought it was just going to be like the one day. We're going Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I checked the weather. It's going to be 98 degrees on Friday. 98. And then it's going to be still be in the 90s or upper 80s, like, I think the next 2 days.
Now,
So
you know the difference between first and second place is
I basically need to wear no clothing.
So there is a lot on the line. Is there any last words you have for your opponent?
Best of luck.
And to you?
Good luck.
All right, gentlemen, please
Good
shake
job, guys.
hands
Very professional.
and go to your stations, gentlemen.
So you're streaking at the Grand Prix? I mean, maybe, right? I could wear like pasties on my nipples and some panties and just go like that. Might be against the rules though.
Who's ready for some smite?
That was cute.
What the?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Dry Bear, Trig Esports' very own Simstar,
Gotta be
and
princess. Okay.
the one and only with the gorgeous hair, allied from Complexity, folks. We are going to break things down as the picks and bans.
Yeah, 3 days in the heat. It's going to be
here.
kind of
Thank you
crazy.
so much for joining us. If
I
you're
need to find
just
out
joining
how
us
that's
for
going to
the
work.
first time and you're curious about Smite Esports, well, no better.
It might be better if I don't dye my hair red, because if I'm going to be sweating and it's temporary hair dye, it might like transfer, you know? if my hair gets sweaty,
the best video game play.
it might get on
period
clothing and
from
stuff.
these guys, I am so excited for this matchup. And like Kelly said, Driver, and you hear that motivation
1, 2, 3, Titan.
Like Kelly said, $800,000 separates first and second.
I mean, we're talking about 1.3 million for first, just over 500,000 for second, and $800,000 is not the winnings. That's the difference in the two. That is mind-blowing. And we're talking about, okay, third and fourth, they got 391,000, 260,000. No, 1.3 million goes to a single team of 5 guys playing Smite up on stage. Now is the time to really get.
Can you imagine winning $1.3 million playing a fucking video game?
Series, though. So this is going to be a huge lineup for them. And we talked about it all day. We saw them walk in. They felt the crowd. They high-fived.
Sunscreen. Yeah, I'll probably get sunburned anyways,
so.
so.
Their game faces on. And Titan, again, is going to be the one to look at here to see what they can do in the picks and bans.
That's right.
That's a lot of sun, especially for somebody who's been indoors, like constantly lately.
Out of the smoke, by the way.
I don't know if I can stand up for that long.
Feeling real confident as well, which I like. Which you need to have. You need to have that level of swagger coming into this kind of a matchup. It's necessary because if you don't, there's no reason why you should be up there. Allied, your thoughts for Titan here? All eyes are on them. Prime, we know what they're capable of. Titan, still a question mark. What do you think?
I think Titan, they look absolutely fabulous and ready. I think this is it. If they're able to take down SK with that adaptation, they should easily be able to adapt to this, because Cognitive Prime generally plays the same team comps, be able to adapt and conquer.
How do you break them out of that team comp? You said Cognitive Prime likes to play the same team composition.
They have general compositions that they like to go for. I mean, it even said on Jeff Hendela's profile page, he's only played 3 supports during the whole SPL season. So you're looking at generally the same god pool for most of them. I think Barracuda, he played actually a lot of hunters, but obviously they're all hunters. Soul Lane's generally a tanky bruiser. Mid is going to be like one of MLC Stealth's famous mid picks, and
here we go, folks.
Go from there.
This is it. Give it up for these boys. First picks and bans.
Wow.
Yes.
This is a best of 5, guys. This is game 1. There goes the Kanye life and Mir off the table. Respect has been given. Will we see the Sylvanas, Jeff the Sex Hinla respect ban in response? I imagine that we would, just because there it is. The 2 supports being banned out. That's how you know this is a top-tier team lineup. You can't just go, oh, that's a strong jungler.
Titan,
but wow.
Titan just gave away either Socket or Thor.
Oh.
Whoa. And you said either Socket or Thor. They gave up both. Here, potentially.
Osiris is available.
That's right.
That is actually the smartest thing they could have done. With Socket and Thor open, they're both guaranteed one or the other. I think Cognitive Prime is comfortable with letting both go through and pick up the #1 solo laner currently.
Number
right,
one
we'll
solo.
See what Titan's pick's going to be. You can see the boys talking to one another, figuring out what they want to do here as they're hovering over. This could be a lock. Let's see. Athena and Socket get picked up.
That's strange, because I almost expected a Replicas Athena in the jungle until Socket was locked in as well. So I'm really curious to see what Titan's going to do here. And I think just because of that, it may be a little bit different. Socket doesn't really function anywhere else but jungle. But Athena, a great pickup here. There goes Thor and
Don't say that in
Gale
Season
walked in
8.
immediately. This is such a powerhouse 3 first picks.
How does this look
Hope
here?
you bring
Let's
lots
go
of
to you. How does
water.
this look
I
for
know
Cognitive
I'll
Prime on their side?
be reminding
Already
you
great
to
picks.
hydrate
I
often.
mean, they're already beefy.
Yeah.
They're beefy. I mean,
I'm gonna try to
Geb,
stream from there.
Like, how are you gonna kill Osiris, man?
I gotta figure out how to do it,
He's gonna be in
though.
your face. You have a Geb shielding him every now and then when he needs to get out. And
If I'm
I
allowed
don't
to.
know, already, right here, depending on what Titan picks up, I feel like Prime might have an edge during this draft.
Titan's going to need Shred, or they're going to have to match that. I wouldn't be surprised if Abakasura got picked up, but I don't know if Comfrey is up to the task at hand, and it looks like Comfrey is trying to pick up Chalk solo before it's banned out, and that's the second best in line, can go toe-to-toe with Osiris in lane. Socket is going to really have to pop off. All eyes on Replicas for this matchup.
Where's that Vulcan ban is what I'm wondering. I mean, I almost expected Pre-Prime to pick up that Vulcan against MLC Stealth. They already have one targeted ban against him, that Scylla going away. And you mentioned it earlier, Zimstar, EU doesn't really play all that much Scylla, so it's kind of unfamiliar to them as far as going against it. So, gonna remove that off the table. There's the Poseidon. So again, 2 targeted bans against MLC Stealth this time around.
They're really fearing him. He was such a factor as well in that Cog Red matchup that I could totally see that being the case here. They know what Stealth can bring to the table, so they have to be cautious of it. Let's see what Cog Prime's going to do. Okay.
Rom.
They're going to get rid of the Rom.
You just get that Vulcan. I mean, he brings so much late game damage to the table, a lot of disruption. He's able to really just get the burst in. Oh no, okay. This was, again, the Dignitas strategy. We know MLC Stealth plays a decent Nox and practicing it for a while. We'll see
did a
if
good job
Pretty
on
Prime
Nox.
was just trying to take that away.
You can tell that Titan has done their homework, and their picking right now is outstanding. This will be a really close game. However, Cognitive Prime, with the ban out on Rama, I think they're trying to bait Ataraxia into his Apollo pick, because Apollo doesn't scale as well as Rama mid to late game, and you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna need a lot of shred for their team comp. Apollo doesn't bring the same type of shred than Rama would.
Chung Kui. Oh, lock that in. That is an
It's
honor
such a
as
beefy
well.
lineup, man. I mean, I love this from Prime. And you have the Geb Shield on his Zong, Thor Osiris.
Chung Kui's locked in. What's going to be the last pick
It's going to be
here?
Apollo.
How do you kill Cognitive Prime's team comp?
It's not AMC, it's going to be Apollo. There it is.
And there you have it, folks. It's going to be Apollo. Everyone in the house, be as loud as you can. Make some noise. Let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1 of the Smite World Championship. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary desk for a best-of-5 finals. It's Titan versus Cognitive Prime. My name is Hi-Rez Bart. Joining me on the desk, the one and only DM Brandon, to bring you this best-of-5. First to 3 wins it, and it's $1.3 million as half of the $2.6 million prize pool going to the victors today.
This is basically an $800,000 money match.
Yes, it is indeed. You got a best-of-5 on your hands here. All things told on the rosters here. Brandon, walk me through this draft, a little bit non-conventional with an Osiris first pick.
Honestly, I can walk you through Matty Pocket walking me through the draft 30, 40 minutes ago. He predicted all 4 of the first bans. He predicted all 5 of the first picks. It was absolutely incredible. Know that Prime is coming into this with a plan, but Cirquette's on the board. You can predict a punch as much as you want, but if it's thrown fast enough, you're still getting hit.
That's absolutely right. And also looking at some other synergy on the side of Titan, they do have Repicos's ultimate on the Circuette to set up a lot for them. Nox, obviously a very dominant mage-style shutdown. And then you have that Shock plus Athena ultimate combination that's very, very difficult to stop. It's basically impossible to stop it from doing some damage and securing at least a 3-man silence.
We're going to be getting into game 1 in just a second here. Remember, guys, best-of-5 finals. This separates $800,000. First point, it's $1.3 million for Smite.
Let's go ahead and take a look into the game here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. It looks like we will have an early game pause coming out, so we'll have some time to talk through this. But first things first, they are the blue team, fighting on the left side of the minimap, having a jump party in the mid lane with their opponents, Titan.
Turn up for your champions.
They're here from North America. It's Cognitive Gaming. Amnitster in the jungle is Thor. Jeff Hindla matching up with Barracuda on the dual lane. Geb and on her. MLC Stealth as the Zhonghui in the mid lane. And Omegatron in the solo as Osiris. Their opponents today fighting with the red trunks out of the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. They are the champions of Europe. It's Titan. Repicos in the jungle as Circuette. Kanye Life matches up with Ataraxia as the duo lane Athena and Apollo. Confrey in the solo with Chalk. And that leaves Pretty Prime in the mid lane as Nox.
You gotta love the early sportsmanship coming out from both teams. They know they've made it this far. There's the first seed Monster, who have constantly been upset time after time, LAN after LAN. No matter how well they perform, they're always the Cinderella of it, or rather the bridesmaid of it. As opposed to the Cinderella story of the Challenger Cup. They were defeated in the play-ins. They were, defeated almost in the kickoff.
Yeah.
So close. And then eventually we get to regionals, and they lost. The game was over.
Yes.
They lost. It was done. It was 2-0 for Cloud9, the freest set I've seen probably of the top teams that have played since the SPL has started. And then out of nowhere, the brakes got hit, and now they're at Worlds.
Yeah, Cloud9 drops that game. Titan goes on to be the European representative here at the World Championship of Smite. And well, Brandon, taking a look at the early item pickups, we have 3 Hand of the Gods coming out on the side of Titan. Talk me through this a little bit.
So what's going to happen here is, generally speaking, if there's 3 hands, you're going to see some type of aggression. You can use the secondary hand, most likely the solo laner, to force away a hand at the mid camps. Now, if there's only one hand of the gods on the right side of the map coming out from the order side, in this case going to be Cognitive Prime, they either have to hand the mid camps or lose them, and then they still can't invade because it's hand to hand. It's still a gamble. In this case, right now in the beginning, Titan's going to have a major advantage.
That being said, Omega doesn't seem to have any items yet on that Osiris. There could still be another hand coming out.
Very true.
It's actually nearly a lock that you're going to see 3 Hand of the Gods on both sides. For those of you that are new viewers to Smite, the Hand of the Gods is an item that does do 480 true damage to neutral minions. It allows you to clear jungle camps extra fast, basically, as well as some shenanigans in the lane, like insta-killing creeps to get yourself an early level 5, get the ultimate online. Look for that kind of dynamic in the early stages.
So we're going to see the Runeforge Hammer come out here from Confrey. This is going to give him a lot of tankiness in the lane. Wants to be able to sustain as long as possible. Osiris going to have generally more damage and a slight bit more clear in the very beginning. Later on, the clear is definitely going to belong to the Thunderstrike coming out from Confrey. Mid lane dynamic is huge here because MLC Stealth, you know, Zhonghui is one of the strongest laners because he can clear the way very easily. He can heal off it, but every time he moves forward, he's going to take damage from Nox. He's going to brutalize him.
Yeah, Pretty Prime playing the Nox. Nox a very harass-oriented mage. She looks to control the lane, especially early. That's where she gets her advantage. In the first 4 levels, if MLC Stealth is able to get out of this one with most of his HP intact, it's going to be a fairly reasonable laning phase for the Zhonghui. Shouldn't have too much trouble here. And as we've seen throughout this tournament, MLC Stealth has taken gods like Scylla and other kind of non-top tier mid laners, mostly because of their lack of clear, and been very successful getting through the early game on the back of his jungler.
That's true. I mean, Andy has been an incredible force throughout these games. We have not seen the famed Landenster at all.
No.
Every time that we have seen him play, he has been a driving force in every single win, and they've gotten to finals with it.
Driving force indeed, but no driving strike in this matchup, no Hercules.
Yes, I don't know why. I mean, he has not lost yet, to my knowledge. Of the top 4 teams, he has dominated every game he's been in.
Let's talk a little bit about Titan's path here to the finals. They look to be the weaker of the higher seeded teams in the earlier stages of the tournament. They had a tough game against OMG and a tough game against the Brazilian team of We Love Bacon. But now coming in, they were able to take down SK, the overwhelming favorite in that matchup. What happened there? Like, why were they able to turn on the gas against SK?
Okay, so it's actually a pretty good mix here. They didn't actually want to take Kali against SK, talking about the Titan boys, and SK still thought they were going to play Kali, and Repicas has, I mean, they're here because of Kali. They're
absolutely,
at Worlds
no question,
because of Kali's quadra kill in the Cloud9 game, absolutely, no questions asked. So Zero's thinking that they need to not give Repi Kali, they take it away, and Zeros, as we've seen, was not a super proficient Kali player. I would have loved to see them just let it through and Zeros play his game. Honestly, talking about SK, there were definitely some mishaps, none of which, in my opinion, were on the fault of Badger. He was the weak link of the top 4 teams, period, to me, coming in. Similarly to how in the kickoff, I thought
okay,
it
Blue.
was Helios,
I'm a little distracted too. It's okay. Oh my God, party horn.
Not the strongest on Cog Red. Same thing to SK. Badger
Hi,
came in as
Coffee.
my
Welcome
bottom
back.
pick, but he definitely left us at top.
So taking a look at our duo lane, where we think a lot of the action is going to come out as play does resume in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. All things told here, it's going to be the Geb on her going up against the Athena and Apollo.
Pretty amazing how even if you lose, you still win $500,000.
I love how Andy has left already. He's like, no, I'm not doing this.
No more
But-
jumping.
That's
So,
my boy.
to be clear here, Megatron did
$1.3 million would be a lot better.
And look at his potion itemization. 4 green, 2 purple pots. The purple pots give you both HP and mana, although at a reduced rate. But what you're looking at here is if you use your HP pot as well as your mix pot, it does give you 1.5 times the normal HP 5 that you get out of the green pot. So it will allow him to make some very, very aggressive trades if he's looking for that in the early stages.
15 health on a character who's already pretty tanky inherently is going to be very, very strong. Death Toll is going to be really big for lane clear, so expect a lot of aggression coming out from
No,
him
this
in
Smite
the early
game.
He normally likes to be tanky.
This
and
Smite
as we
game
see,
here
Humphrey
in Season
probably
1.
expected that as well, but
In the
no,
first place
we
winner
are
gets
going to see the
1.3 million.
starting
Second
off,
place
we are
gets
going to see the
500,000.
normal meta start, except for Barracuda and Jepinla on the bottom once again.
I think they
opting for
said
the
third
speed.
place got like
They've done
300
this
something
now,
thousand,
4
fourth
games.
place got
This
200
seems to
something
be,
thousand.
You know, as you're saying, the meta start
Something
is,
like that.
generally speaking, normally this is the blue buff clear. out of the duo lane, but they're starting to take
And some of the other, I think
more
they
often
gave
because
payments
it was
down
such
to
a
like 8th
liability
place.
over
I think
here.
they got like
On the order side of the map,
40,000 or
it's
something.
always getting invaded, so they're just going to go ahead and pick that up. Let's take a
For
look
like
at the
8th
right
place,
side
you got
now.
like
As
$40,000
the
or something. Yeah.
junglers go to war here,
1.3 million for playing a video game. Wow, it's fucking crazy. So this game, this match, you know, is worth $800,000. Either way, both these teams have already won $500,000, which means $100,000 each. You know, because there's 5 people per team. But you could get $800,000 more if you win. So this match is worth $800,000 basically. No pressure.
Sitting at just over a couple hundred health now as Nox continues to harass him.
You know, what's interesting to me is
a lot of money.
Nox was heavily unfavored by a lot of players, and that was always very confusing to both the casters and the general Smite viewer base with how strong he is. It should be noted that the only 2 players to play Nox this weekend,
yeah,
at
the
least to my
coach.
knowledge, are the 2 players
I know, like, I don't know how it was back then. I know they got some of the money, but I don't think they got like as much. I think now, I think as of season 8, I think they get like the same amount as the players do, like the same split. I don't think they realized how important the coach was, you know, because some teams didn't even have coaches, you know, like along throughout the history of this. A lot of teams didn't even have coaches, so the coach was like one of the players on the team. That was the coach, you know. So, but now most teams have realized the benefit of the coach having like a global view. They can tell you everything that's going on. So. They get paid like the same now, I think. But I think for some of the other seasons, I think they got paid like a partial sum, but not like a full cut. So, not sure how they did it.
Of their own on the bottom side of your mini map. And continuing on to clear the back camps. A little bit more XP efficient was Titan here in this last exchange, but Zhonghui should have a pretty good time in this lane, as we mentioned, with his superior mana pool now.
I was expecting right there for Comfrey to back into by teleport, and he didn't, so expect that we're not going to see a teleport coming out of Comfrey this game. This could be beads, though unlikely. It could be a shell if Jeff Hindler, or rather if Kanye Life decides he's going to go into something different. I'm not sure. As for the experience, it looks like he's going to miss a little bit of experience in goal, but nothing to cripple him.
Omega also
it's distracting to be playing while watching this.
But a kill in the early laning stage will definitely set up the need for that item. This is an item that has a very, very long cooldown. It sits in your second active slot, and it allows you to teleport to towers and later teleport to wards as you level it up. But mid camps are respawning here. Brandon, left side is going to be contested by Cognitive Prime, and it looks like they're going to secure that one easy peasy. Right side, no, hold that thought. Jumping in a little bit is Replicos there, but he thinks better of it moving back. MLC Stealth, was that the ultimate?
That is definitely Recall Demons. That's going to hurt him a lot in the backside. They're going to find Pretty Prime finds a triple ultimate. He's going to go for it here.
Holy shit.
He has to dodge more. Finally, Ataraxia shows up in the back line. Pretty Prime's getting low. First blood not giving up. Finally goes to Andy, but immediately answered back. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far as they're turning on to MLC Stealth.
If he only had the ultimate here,
oh my god, dude.
they may be able to find Replicos nonetheless. There's the card. It's going to be enough.
I'm surprised Apollo's not more popular these days.
With a double kill. One more hit on Kanye.
Oh man.
4-1 at the 4-minute mark.
But every now and then, Barracuda still brings out the Apollo and just is devastating on it. He's like the only one who ever plays it. But like, he was playing it back here in season 1, you know. But every now and then he brings it out
Omega wanders over to the mid lane and picks up the right side
in the current
both of those
season.
By Cognitive Gaming, helping make
well,
that
season 8 anyways.
Bigger, and now he's sitting on a pretty decent lane advantage over the chalk. He's going to pull ahead by a full level.
That's true.
Good for keeping that edge sharp, though.
At the 4-minute mark.
Yes, Blue.
Going to be taken. See bottom side getting 3-man, top side getting 2-man. Comfrey not going to see a part of that. Kanye, is he going to 3? Yes, they are going to 3.
Feels really good.
I think they're really trying to be as safe as possible here.
Pretty Prime with the Dream ultimate there, catching 3 deep in his own jungle. But if you notice, what happened is Ataraxia came crashing down with that ultimate from the Apollo, which put them into a knock-up state, which meant that Stun was suffering from diminishing returns, and they weren't able to follow it up. They could have had that 3-man stun from the Nox followed up by a taunt from the Athena, maybe found some damage, but look in the mid lane. Speaking of damage, in a bit of trouble here is MLC Stealth. A lot of trouble, in fact, and he gets picked up by Pretty Prime.
Did you see the superhero explosion, turn around, walk away? I love it. I love it.
He knew that one was secured, and he goes back to continue his safety and farm, knowing that Anderson is on the roam with that ultimate backup on the Thor.
So 4-2 right now. Titans still at a pretty decent disadvantage, about 1,700 gold in the hole. at only 5 minutes. But that's a number that can be easily remedied by grabbing a Gold Fury. And as we start getting towards that Gold Fury phase, it's more possible. But we are seeing an invade on the top side. Kanye Life probably not in too much trouble, but he does say take some poke.
Yeah, the harass being thrown out there by Anderson, just trying to maybe set up a later kill.
Jeff?
Finance out a bit of trouble here. It's Jeff, and he's not going to have any healing available. That's a free kill onto Jeff Himla.
Was he lost?
I guess he wasn't respecting the Circuit Ultimate, holding him in place and allowing him to set up that CC chain and all the damage. Also, the Audacity was active from Apollo there, adding to the kills.
You know, and that Circuit Ultimate not only secured the kill, but it also stopped him from being able to rotate away or having his team rotate in, because if they went anywhere near him, when that explodes, if you're affected by Last Breath when you die, the poison spreads to nearby targets, and that's just ridiculous true damage.
And you're going to put out a bit of harass on a Pretty Prime and stop the back in the mid lane here for the Nox. Left side mid camp is up, and once again, it's going to go to Cognitive.
So I'm checking out Andy here. He is opting into the Berserker Barrage start. He's going into the jungle. Rebikosh just used Hand of the Gods.
He's going to run into 2. Oh, he was off time with his hand, and the taunt comes through. They're going to be able to get that. He's going to go ahead and use the Berserker Barrage as well to put some damage out onto Rebikosh. Nice damage coming through on the backside, and only if Jeff Himla had that Cataclysm still available there, they may have been able to make a play.
That's true, but they do wind up dropping the invade. Andy not taking any damage for it. They're going to rotate over towards the right camps, and it doesn't look like Reppy could really defend this one.
Yeah, that red buff, no, they're going to allow Pretty Prime to actually snake out and go pick up his red buff. I thought MLC Stealth might play forward there and prevent that rotation, but Pretty Prime will have the benefit of his damage buff now moving back to the lane.
Topside, Anoraxia stuck underneath his tower comparatively to Barracuda, who is just kind of keeping him locked down. I mean, Addy is sitting under half. Barra getting a free back.
The lanes are being won, however, by Cognitive Gaming here. 760 XP a minute on the Zhonghui, 690 on the Osiris, the top 2 in the game by quite a big margin.
Gold Fury might be started here. Ataraxia dives over with the ultimate. They're going to sniff this one out. Ataraxia just took a lot of damage, and they don't wind up gaining anything from it. Nice rotation out coming from Himla, and Andy's onto Reppy.
Yeah, they're going to try to put the damage. Oh, he suns him out during the dash, but
don't worry, it's
Circuit, she has a few of those, and she's going to get out A-OK there. The Athena ultimate being channeled as well. Maybe not needed there.
Give me just a second. Something popped up. Come on, Jasmine. What are you doing, man? Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Thanks for your patience.
There, potentially a bit of a out A-OK there. The Athena ultimate being channeled as well. Maybe not needed there. Potentially a bit of a misplay. It does save, of course, Circuit's life, but now they don't have that available for this Gold Fury contest. Barracuda taking it up in the shifting sands as well. Gold Fury starting to drop. She's sitting now at about 50% HP. Now down to 45, 40%, 39, almost an execute range. And here it is. They're going to be able to take this Gold Fury.
No hand
Cognitive Gaming, they don't have a Hawk 3. Where's the contest? Doesn't matter. Cog Prime, Gold Fury #1. And now Kanye Light, he's eating a lot of damage from the Zhonghui. The Nox ultimate doesn't matter. It's a kill.
I don't know why Pretty Prime was just watching that. That would have been a great opportunity. Jeff Himla, again, not in a great spot. Gonna blow up, almost guaranteed. Rebikosh is dead. He's done.
MLC Stealth.
And Jeff's alive. Again, Pretty Prime watching his team. He's low on mana. He didn't get in there early enough, and his team pays for it.
Look at Omega.
Oh, the huge
Omega, the god, in between the 2 and the 1. Cutting the creeps and forcing Confree into a very, very awkward position now. And he's doing this because the camps are coming back up.
Is he going to see
Such
it?
timer discipline.
I don't know if he's going to go for it. He sees that it might have respawned. He's kind of waffling on his decision. He needs to pick. I don't think he realizes he's standing directly on a ward.
Yeah, he definitely had an opportunity there. Blue buff comes back up, and he does have that timer. But it looks like Titan's going to be able to secure their top side buffs.
Omega had the Hand of the Gods, too. That's a drop steal. Granted, he doesn't have that information. Still, rough Cognitive Gaming with a pretty good lead here. Almost 4,000 gold, which is pretty strong at this stage in the game.
Player damage owned by Nox right now, 4,500 dealt. Right behind her is the Thor, sitting at 3,500 Delta players. But once again, going back to that XP lead, now ahead, 100 XP a minute is the Osiris over the Chalk.
All right, so in the mid lane, Pretty Prime going to consume the return shot coming out from Mr. Annister there. Mid lane, MLC Stealth getting jumped on. Reppy taking a lot of damage there. Forced away. Pretty Prime doesn't have his shield up for a few more seconds. I'm very surprised we didn't see him in.
Oh, the card barely missing.
He couldn't teleport there. Andy didn't have an escape. Berserker Barrage wouldn't have confirmed the kill. It was on cooldown, so it was very smart and very patient of him to be able to stick that one out.
Yeah, and MLC Stealth's card just off the mark to secure that kill for them. Taking a look at this Zhonghui, just once again affirming for me that MLC Stealth is the best player in this tournament playing today.
This guy has been a constant force for his team throughout the entire tournament. I don't think there's a single doubt in anyone's mind that if COG manages to take the finals, that MLC is going to be the MVP.
Absolutely.
Something dramatic would have to happen.
A dominant Zhang Kui play here now, sitting at a very robust 4-1 through the early game, 6,000 gold farm, but not to be outdone by the Thor with the highest net worth in the game. Andenster, an absolute monster right now at 6,300 net worth, 2-0-2 on the slash mark, and he's going to have a Jotun's Wrath up and coming here, maybe around the 12-minute mark, as early as that. No, he's going to have it earlier than that. He's going to have it here at about 11 minutes with 1,300 gold in hand.
He's trying. Wait. Oh, there he goes. I see. Okay, so he's going to have a lot of damage going forward, but for me, I'm still looking at Reppy. He's 3 levels down right now, which is going to hurt him. Looking at the gold, 1,300 down as well, but it's still Circuit. If he gets to the end game,
he could be in a bit of trouble here. No, he's forced to dash out, and they're going to use the Athena ultimate as well. Barracuda's put himself into a bit of an awkward position, but it doesn't look like Titan want to aggress this as MLC Stealth turns the corner. They're going to zone it out. It's a free red buff.
You can't fight Zhang Kui in this situation. Pretty Prime is just too far behind. During the picking phase, Bart actually called the Zhang Kui pick. I didn't think it was going to be it. I thought he was going to go Agni, but Bart was right, and MLC was very clearly right, as he has a dominant early game.
Barracuda being bailed up by Jeff Hilla, who ports forward and eats the taunt. Rebekos gets exploded by the ultimate combination. Cataclysm and the Anvil of Dawn. Kanye Life stunned out underneath this tower, but not enough HP yet to dive. Baron in a bit of trouble. Will we see Atarax use the ultimate here and try to secure this?
I don't think he's got it in him.
I don't think he does.
Look at the bait. Look at Barracuda saying, please come try this.
Yeah, it's, once again, his name is Nate, not Steve. He's going to leave that one go.
Right side, Omegatron and Comfrey continuing their slapbox match. I really don't expect either one of these to drop anytime soon. They are extremely tanky. Both have a decent amount of damage, but it's going to be hard for them to confirm kills.
Stealth, is that a kill and a pretty prime? It is indeed, once again, taking down the Nox.
That card, man, it's no joke.
What does she do about that?
She tries to consume 1 tick of like 45 damage.
She can offset some of the damage there, but at the damage over time ability, very, very effective against the Nox. And all things told, she's not powerful enough and won't be until very, very late game to contest this Zhang Kui in just raw damage output. And likely as well is that Rebekos can't do much to bail him out here with the Circuit. HP pool is just not big enough to deal with the recall demons.
You know, and there was so much healing in the early stages of the game. There's not really all that much healing now. Omegatron can shut down healing himself for any type of lifesteal. And while, of course, Zhang Kui does have some healing, it's going to defeat the purpose of having that Circuit ult for the healing reduction. So it's going to be hard for them to form a strategy around it. And considering Rebekos is still level 9, you got to expect that they're going to keep that bully and keep her shut down.
Minion kills also belong on the side of Cognitive Gaming. Over 100 CS for the top 3 farmers in the game, and all of them belong to COG.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, man. Omega at 120 right now. Barra 115. MLC 113, though he has about 95 more to fill up that Warlock Sash.
Yeah, that's where you see they farmed, the Nox has farmed 63 last hit so far this game and needs another 95 for her Warlock Sash. And it's going to take some time.
So, you know, we talk about Nox and we talk about how strong she is. People always ask, like, how do you deal with this? People with dot damage are your best friends. Andenster right now can rip off her shield almost instantaneously using Berserker Barrage. He can also stop it with the first hit of Mjolnir's Attunement, allowing the secondary hit, which does the real damage, to land. MLC Stealth, of course, has the card as well, which is continuous damage. Oh, Comfrey going in.
Yeah, he's going to silence. Here's that ultimate combination with the Athena as well, but getting out with the beads and Mjolnir's Attunement is Andy dodging the damage. MLC Stealth is positioned very far forward in this fight, and when the Recall Demons comes out, it's going to be a big problem. Kanye Life, you're done, son. MLC Stealth and Andenster combined for a kill with Jeff Hindla on to the support yet again. Gold Fury is going to start being contested here if they find more kills onto this Athena.
I don't think it's going to be contested. I think it's going down. They have 18 seconds without Kanye right now, which is going to be more than enough for them to blow this up. Jeff Hindla going to have that hand 3 online. This is a guaranteed 1,500 unless Pretty Prime finds some absurd play, but I just don't see him going for it.
Gold Fury down now to 50%, falling rapidly down to 45, 40. It's going to get an XP range any moment now, and there it is. Boom! Gold Fury is gone. Cognitive Gaming will take a commanding lead of the early game. 10,000 experience and 6,700 gold in their favor.
You know, a lot of the casters and a lot of the analysts agreed that SK Gaming was going to have this type of presence against Titan, and they didn't. But it looks like that might have been a kryptonite situation. They need to find an answer right now, because if we see all 3 games like this, we're going to have a very short set.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think this one comes down to the picks and the bans, as you mentioned. Talking to the manager of Cognitive Prime, they knew. They had all 5 of those picks and all 4 of those bans figured out to that stage, and they look like they were very, very prepared for this setup. The Zhang Kui, I don't think Titan was expecting this pick to come out, and they don't really have an answer for him.
So right now, looking over in the mid lane, there's a curious three-man grouping coming out from Pretty Prime, Kanye Light, and Repikas. And brutally...
They look shook, Brandon.
Yeah, brutally. Annister, MLC, and Jeff walk back up to that red buff, and they know they're going to take it. They're trying to bait the fight.
Yeah, Titan looks shook here. I mean, their grouping is 3. They want to farm their jungle in clusters just to be safe. And well, it's Cognitive Gaming taking it. Right side lane, though, we may have Osiris going in for the dive. Confrey, no, is going to hold him out. Back at the red buff.
Ataraxia goes in. Jeff Hindley gets a 4-man cat of the dream.
Annister's taking it to the sky here. They will pick up the kill on MLC Stealth, but at what cost? Pretty Prime starting to take damage from the Berserker Barrage. And yes, one more hand secures it. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far of the mid laners. Trying to dash through his Ataraxia, but he's going to get stunned out a bit by the pillar. Kind of an awkward dash, but they don't have to follow up underneath the tier 1 tower. Ataraxia will live.
A 1-for-1 trade right there. Only Pretty Prime going down thanks to Repikas' ultimate, which actually spreads to Jeff Hindla. They don't have the follow-up, of course. MLC does get picked off. But that was a trade definitely in favor of Titan. Not only was MLC worth more gold, but he had a much longer respawn.
Left side mid camps coming up, are up right now. Right side not for some time, and it's going to be Cog Prime once again. I feel like they've taken 7 of 8 of these mid camps so far.
It feels like it. It's got to be something very similar to that at best.
Mid lane now, just continue to aggress his Annister, finding a lot of farm around the map. In fact, he continues to be the top farm player, top kills, top gold, top damage, all in favor of Thor.
So, Barracuda going in for some real damage on the tower. Again, locking Ataraxia down, though both are level 15. Gold's pretty similar. Right side again, Confrey getting pushed away. Omega has just had him unlocked. Chalk was a very curious pick to me. So early in the game, Bart, talked about how there was no way that they were going to ban that. It was a very early pick. I don't know why. I guess they were waiting to pick Nox where she couldn't be counterpicked as much, but Thor was already on the table.
It's just a low-value pick. You're not getting third pick potential out of this Chalk right now in the game. Right? He's not dominating his lane. You know, when you look at what was picked third on the side of Cognitive in the On Her Geb, that On Her or that Geb both have had a lot of game impact so far, where Chalk has fallen short.
I was expecting maybe a Hercules into a Baka ban and then into the Nox pick. That would have been super strong. But left side, Barracuda going to take some damage. Low on mana. Jump going to be on cooldown, and Ataraxia smartly going to rotate out as Jeff Hindla rotates in.
Annister feints like he's going to go to the left side lane and comes and counterwards yet again. Pretty Prime just can't get safe in this lane.
He's trying. He's spending a lot of money, and it's just not going to be worth it.
Yeah, he just has no recourse now. He's dropped a lot of money to Sentries and kind of is forced to stay this way. He is very, very weak against these heavy CC-based initiators like Thor.
We're going to have a huge pincer here. Andy in some trouble. Can't cast too many abilities without taking too much damage. Might be out. Speed buff looks like going to go down in favor of Red.
But that's a lot used to secure a speed buff. That's a Nox ultimate, big part of their team fight control. And they're going to initiate on Omega. Don't you know? Don't fight the tank here. As MLC stealths in the backline, Jeff Hindla moving forward and push off the marker. Titan, they're in some trouble.
They are pushed away. The speed buff basically going to be used to get Reppy out of base faster because he's forced to heal once again.
Yeah, although Titan does secure their buff, they lose their blue buff on the right side as well, and they're going to lose the right side mid camps. Still, advantage Cog.
Major advantage Cog. 6 kills separate the two teams, and yet there's a 7,400 gold difference with no towers down. That's incredible farming. That means the CS is significantly higher. They get the first tower right there, but you're talking about buff invades. You're talking about pressure and stripping away golden experience by sending people back. It's not always about the kills. It's about how much experience and gold you can gain over your opponent.
With that tier 1 going down in the mid lane, that puts Thor over 10,000 net worth, the first one to break the 5-digit mark in this game, pre-20 minutes. And once again, just leaving the right side solo lane, Omegatron proxy farming between the two towers. He's getting a lot of free damage on this tier 1 right.
Andy almost has 3,000 gold by himself over Reppy. That is incredible. At this stage of the game, at this stage of play, the fact that Andy was able to do this and on land nonetheless.
Right. Gold Fury back up about 3 seconds here. Left side camps will be taken by Titan, finally finding a mid camp for themselves, but it's a little too late right now for them. An extra 150 XP is not going to take them out of the deficit they found themselves in now.
Confrey rotating here, not sure what he's looking for. A little bit curious as he walked through the jungle. I expected him to go for the check on the blue. Had he thrown the axe, it would have been secure, but he didn't go for it. He goes all the way from bottom side jungle to top side small camps. Shouldn't miss anything too relevant here. With a ward coming down from Omega, he'll spot him coming back in.
Look at this sentry ward just off the left side of the mid lane near where the tier 1 was for Titan has been warded and counter warded now by both teams 4 times.
That's why we call it the hotspot.
It is the hotspot.
The hotspot. That's where the ward goes. That's like, this is the most gank potential right there. Of course, barring the fact that Thor can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that choke coming into the Gold Fury from the red side of the map is a great place to have the vision, because it just allows you to see if they're trying to flank your Gold Fury attempt. At this stage in the game, as you can see, Barracuda is perfectly capable of soloing the Gold Fury, and with some help from MLC Stealth and the zoning, they push Repicos all the way back to the tier 2, have Andy and Omega, and this is another free Gold Fury on the side of Cognitive Prime.
This, to me, is why your God pool must include Sylvanas and must include Geb. It feels to me that Kanye Life is suffering because his wacky God pool is not paying off. They know to be afraid of the Ymir. It seems they ban the Ymir out. They know they're going to pick Athena, so they go right for it. They let him do it, and they pick Geb right into it. And Geb versus Athena, this is like a pretty free matchup.
Kanye gets stunned out, and the knockup coming through as well, but it's a taunt onto 2. Jeff Hinla maybe taking a spill here as Annister is going to have to bail, but Barracuda's coming in. Oh no, Andy's going to take this guy. They're fighting this one.
Jeff almost down here. One more shot going to do it. Can he get behind Stealth? No, Ataraxia does find the kill.
And Andy goes deep under tower for Repicos there instead of looking maybe for Ataraxia as a bit more of a likely candidate, but yeah, he's not making out of this one alive. Annister does fall back. MLC Stealth gets quite low there, but they trade the Hunters in that. Well, no, I'm sorry. They trade the Guardian for the Hunter, and, well, the level 18 Ataraxia worth quite a bit more than the level 15 Geb.
Indeed. The one-for-one trade, not great. Right side, Comfrey manages to push Omega all the way back to his tower, and now we'll have a clean rotation, albeit a bit late.
Oh, no. Osiris is 100 gold away from finishing Chin Size right now.
Oh.
He's heading back.
Wait, he's going back now? Is he selling something?
No, he just went over. He got 1850 after clearing that last wave, and here we go. Chin Size online, 21 minutes, 20 seconds for Osiris.
Oh, that's dangerous. Now he's going to be doing not only
tier 1
a ridiculous amount of damage, but that's AoE damage as part of his auto attack chain. Of course, single target, AoE, AoE, and a cone in front of him, so they should definitely be afraid. I mean, he has such an insane amount of inherent tankiness that having this Chin Size online is going to make him incredibly strong.
For those of you just joining us, this is game number 1 in a best-of-5 finals between Cognitive Gaming and Titan. Cognitive represents North America. Titan represents Europe. It's 11-5 at 22 minutes, and Cognitive Gaming has held this game from the onset right in their palm and have been dominating Titan so far. And now with the Chin Size online on the Osiris, if you are not familiar with Smite, this item gives percentage damage as magic damage for every in-hand, and you can see just how fast tanks like Confrey will melt. High HP pulls do not help you here. Can they continue initiating in on this? It doesn't look like they can. The Nox ultimate a little bit too powerful here. Cog force back. You can see the stuns coming out, and it's a full-on retreat. They're going to look maybe for the tier 1 before they fall back, though, as a consolation prize.
That's right. I mean, it's 4v2. There's no way they're going to get pushed out too hard. I think they still could go for it. I don't know if we're going to see them push back. Repicos is low here, but it seems that Omegatron is backing.
Yeah,
wow, they're going to back off.
They're going to let that tier 1 go. I mean, it's a high-risk, low-reward play. They had stalled out long enough. Yeah, it should have been free. You're right. Left side lane got a bit of a 100 going on, Brandon.
Uncharacteristic patience coming out from all lanes except for Barracuda. Desert Fury finds Captain Ataraxia and sends him back to the base for a clean 55 seconds.
Barracuda going to pick up the blue buff as well. He's going to leap over the wall here, and he's going to continue farming as he is just an absolute beast so far in this game, sitting on 1,000 gold in hand, nearly 700 XP per minute, and farming at the top with the rest of his team. 11,000 net worth, 800 on her, 11,900 on Osiris, 1,200 on Thor.
Confrey right now getting chased down by 2, using sprint to try to get away here. Omegatron not finding the slow he needed. Him and Jeff will back off, and it looks like Confrey will live to fight another day.
Repicos, wow, will find the kill on the Barracuda with that ultimate there, and down goes the on her, but he got a lot before that death. However, he gives a lot of experience and much needed experience to Repicos with that kill. He's able to take down the level 20 Hunter from Cognitive Prime.
That's right. I mean, like I said before, you can expect to pick as much as you want. Eventually, if she throws it fast enough, you're going to feel the pain. Repicos is low, sure, but I mean, there's no threat here. She'll be able to back, she'll be able to heal up, though she is going to most likely lose her red buff for it, and he's got this one.
Andy, yeah, he'll take this red buff down. A couple more in-hands, dragging away from that Nox damage. And, well, Andy has secured the red buff. MLC Stealth doesn't even look like he wants to pick it up. They're just going to leave that one on the ground, happy with their spoils.
I mean, why not? Take the golden experience away. Strip away the damage from Nox. Stripping away damage from Nox is probably way more important than Zhangque gaining damage.
Right, fair enough. He's perfectly happy just being at the tanky presence in the fights. He has big AoE CC, and he's able to bring it. Right side mid camps are up. No contention just yet as Cognitive continues to search for kills.
We are getting to the late game kind of, so they're not, I think, as relevant, but to see them sit for this long is strange from any team.
Left side looks like the tier 1 going to take quite a bit of damage as Barracuda makes his way back to the lane, and Cognitive has rallied once again to the right side to find this tier 1, and they will take it down easily for themselves. Cognitive Gaming continues to take objectives around the map. Gold over 10,000 in their favor. XP 16,500 now for Cognitive Prime.
Andy is very, very close to hitting level 20, albeit the extra damage onto Anvil of Dawn is not something that's like super relevant. Him hitting max level isn't like a massive improvement to the character outright, but I'm sure it'll help, but he is right close to it. 20s on the side of Titan only. Comfrey at Araxia 19. Repicos way far behind at 16, and Pretty Prime still 3 levels away herself at level 17.
Left side, Barracuda in a bit of trouble. He's going to leap out of this one for now. Araxia moves forward. Go find the Mez. No, it was just off the target. Wow. Dev Shield coming out to purge that. And Barracuda's going to survive that gank pretty easily, not having to blow too many big cooldowns for that one.
We're going to see a 5-man grouping from both teams here as the Gold Fury respawns. This is very, very dangerous right now for Cognitive. Should they try to defend or aggress onto the Gold Fury and throw for this gold, this could spell Fire Giant. It could be Phoenixes, but check out my man Barracuda right now. Do you see what he's doing? He just filled his health up from under half.
Yeah,
and now he's just hanging out.
Hitting Gold Fury at leash and continuing to farm that, and also doing it while not looking in that direction. What a player, what a game.
Gold looks like, or rather Vision, going to be in favor of Cog as Barra starts it up.
Moving forward, MLC Stealth looking for some damage out onto the weaker mages and that Circuit in the mid lane, but Titan just forced to fall back anytime Cognitive wants to aggress. They just control the pace of this game so heavily.
Oh, going right in. Kanye finds a pretty cute taunt onto Stealth to avoid him from paying the toll. It looks like Kanye is going to be pushed back, activating a shell that's not going to affect too much. Ataraxi is going to take a lot of damage, and Barracuda is going to finish up the Gold Fury for free.
Yeah, he just continues to farm this down. It's going to be an easy kill for them. Cognitive Prime flex their muscles. Titan falls back. Gold Fury, number 3 to Cognitive Prime. Number 4, I'm sorry, to Cognitive Prime.
Wow, it's been 4. All right, so Comfrey going to jump forward. He's trying to defend here. The tier 2 really not taking all that much damage. He brings in Athena as well. Kanye taking damage.
Nice talk.
Andy getting very low, and a big silence coming out from Comfrey. Diving deep. Reppy's trying to do something, but he's stunned out. He's in a lot of trouble. Can he find it? Oh, Barracuda.
Barracuda saves the day there and does get that kill before Circuit goes down, but Osiris is in the front lines here, and how do you stop
There's
the
a coffee
when
cake.
He just finds the kill, and there's not much they can do about that.
Coffee
Barracuda will continue to
cake.
address into the tier 2 mid, and they find
Nom,
that
nom,
as
nom.
well. Phoenix exposed in the mid lane at 27 minutes.
And again, you know, every fight has been so clean and the teamwork has been incredible, but I'm still keeping my eyes so direly on MLC Stealth, who is clearly the breakout this weekend. He has had almost no misplays. The plays that he has
Way to go.
completely have turned games around for his team. He's been level 20. He's
Fight
somehow got
me.
out of the early game with
I'd like
200
to.
health, healing himself back up and finding
Nom.
a 3-man push. I mean, the guy is incredible
Nom,
today.
He's been out here, he's been having money, he's been having fun, and he's been stacking HP. Warlock Sack, Height of the Urchin online, 27 minutes, Obsidian Shard on its way, and this Rada Tahuti is about 7 to 8 minutes away, it looks like right now.
How am I going to
And
be
that's
on
where
my
things are
feet
gonna go.
outside in
That's
90-degree weather for 3 days after being atrophied in bed for months? How am I going to do that?
It's going to give him, or rather the end game.
That's
it's
going to be
give
very
him
challenging.
So much damage.
Like, I can't even stand up for 2 hours in the shower.
Of course, they're looking for kills, but you don't need kills to
So I
win
take
games.
shorter
The
showers
Fire Giant fight with that
than I
giant AoE,
would.
recall demons, auto-targeting people. There's no way to
Anyways.
actually battle him. They must bait the
This will be
ultimate out
interesting.
on the Titan side, and if they do, and the Fire Giant isn't down by that point, they might have a reinitiation opportunity. But Rebikos just can't afford to sit and recall demons.
And I'll have to dress really slutty because it's going to be really fucking hot.
With all the damage coming up from that recall demons, if she's anywhere near, she's just going to go down.
Oh, left side again. Ataraxia in some trouble here. Stunned out.
Yeah, all the knobs.
They got him.
Oh.
Dirty, dirty stuff.
He blocked it with the pillar.
Recall demons, if she's anywhere near, she's just going to go down.
Oh, left side again. Ataraxia in some trouble here. Stunned
Oh
out.
my god. He couldn't get through. That
Completely
sucks.
blocking him in. The pillar actually locking him into a small circle. MLC comes over to ensure it goes off. Jeff Hinlow
Good
rotating
play.
towards the right side. I think they're getting ready to set up for FG.
You're going to want to make sure you have plenty of water and actually eat while you're there. Hats and shade are your friend. I don't really wear hats though.
But Restaurant off mid lane here, and Insert gets caught out by the Circuit.
Sometimes.
Unable to find enough damage to get that kill, and that's the Circuit ultimate down. Andy a free trip back to base, and he can
I was telling
rally
Blue, but I don't know if
problem
you
with
were
that
here for it,
Anvil
but
of Dawn.
But with that, you know, it
I
does
probably
give
won't
him
do
a
the red
little
hair dye
more
thing
room to work.
because
Ataraxia not
it is a
100%
temporary hair
sure,
dye, so especially
but
the
does have
first
global
day.
ultimate to get him to lane,
Um,
or rather the fight very, very quickly. So it's
Like
not
if
they
it,
have
my
too
hair
big
gets
of a
sweaty and stuff
disadvantage
like that,
in
it could like
regard.
transfer to like clothing or skin a little bit?
14,000 gold lead.
Because it's semi-permanent. It's not like temporary. But it could still, if my hair gets sweaty, it could happen. And I'll probably be pretty sweaty in 90-degree weather. Damn, Bera.
And he's looking for the Nox. He doesn't find her, but they will find Confrey. The chin side just ripping.
Bera with those pillars, man.
There is of chalk remaining, and now falling back and forced to defend there. Phoenix shell already spent. No beads available either, except for on the Circuit. This is going to be a very, very difficult. Oh, Kanyale's stunned out. Kanyale Cataclysm. They're going to take down the Athena. This is going to set up Fire Giant.
This is too much. I don't think they even.
Oh yeah, the red isn't the best idea then. If it was permanent hair dye, then okay. Then it shouldn't transfer. It still could if it's fresh. If it's fresh hair dye, it still could if it gets sweaty. Mills looking to nom. Looking for a tasty treat. I know where there's a couple of tasty treats ready to come to you, Willow. Yeah, Blue. Everything looks so strange. Are your eyes closed, Coffee? That could be what it is.
Or we'll have to deal with it. Either way, it puts them further behind.
So I'm looking at Confrey here. I'm looking at the chalk, and one thing I love about Confrey is his ability to adapt to gods that are in his god pool. I mean, being real here, there was no Osiris in his god pool before this weekend. I watched him practice it. I saw him mess a lot.
Welcome back from the ad break. Not if you heard me.
He brought it out this weekend. He's done very well with it. But
you said everything looks strange. I asked if your eyes were closed. Sometimes I think things look strange when my eyes are closed.
He's not bringing much to the table. I mean, he's 0-1.
My eyes are closed, or there's an ad break.
He's been a part of one of the 7 kills. Granted, he's also one of the 7 kills. So I'm very surprised to see him go into this warrior fight. It looks like there could have been just a better mage pick for him, and I think I would have preferred that because despite the fact that he's tanking up a lot, there's just not much he's bringing to the table.
Well, the team fight
Old Spite looks old. Imagine that. Imagine that.
And the execution has been there a couple times, but they just got too far behind in the
hull. Oh gosh.
Fire Giant gets stuck in by Cognitive. They've zoned out Titan very, very well here. Atarax is in the sky.
Going up there, and he tries to land down. Atarax
man.
Still in the air.
Bear with these pillars. He's just on point with the pillars.
Barracuda does find Kanye life, and the tank falls yet again. Fire Giant by Max and Desert Fury as they move forward. Omega Drive by 3 with the Psycho Crusher.
Oh my god, they're wrecking the face.
They may be losing the game here. No, they're able to save their poor Circuit before she goes down. 3 members remaining. They got to hold out 5. Tier 2 falling, and Cognitive has fully zoned them
25,000 XP difference. Come on, man.
But there are scorpions on my tie, and I'm feeling a little foolish. I should have had hammers.
Yeah, that's right. Mjolnir superior to the small bug, even though the sting is vicious. It's an infinitely powerful and heavy hammer. So, and in search, they use the zone out as Confrey and Replicos look for the angle. Pretty Prime has to move forward to make this have any kind of flank potential. But Confrey just gets stunned out. Replicos in a lot of trouble as well. The chains are out onto Confrey. He's stunned in, and the second stun coming through. There's an Athena ultimate on top of him.
Oh, through the wall.
But the Titan is starting to take some damage from these fire creeps streaming in, and Cognitive Prime has put themselves in a great position to win this one.
I'm very surprised to see them back and not just push in. Still 10 seconds before Ataraxia comes up, and it looks like Barracuda's going to head back to the base here as MLC Stealth goes to fight in. They just lost their hunter here.
Yeah, and well, Titan recognizing that, they're pushing forward, trying to force the fight, but they just can't. I mean, taking too much of his HP already as Confrey. Single hits from Osiris is starting to really hurt.
So Bear goes into the jungle. He's doing small camps at 33 minutes at level 20, so I'm a little perturbed. But the speed buff, that's something I want to see. This is where the hunter should generally be grabbing this.
Yeah, I think that the team is calling for recalls and they need to itemize up, so he's going to go ahead and accelerate his farm the best he can. Still hasn't finished off his big crit item, as you can see, sitting on just that short, but does have the Executioner chin size, that Zappicorn build.
I was just about to say it.
Completed.
It looks like the Zappicorn build has had just a better effect overall than Unicorn. Shoutouts to, of course, Zapman of Team Dignitas coming up with this build and just showing the dominance that it can have. I mean, you're coming on so fast with the extra attack speed, and then your end game presence is huge with the short sword going eventually into the rage.
Look how slow the attack speed is.
About the ridiculous names we have for these builds. The Unicorn build, not sure, well, I know why it's called that, but it's basically attack speed stacking instead of stacking crit, which was
penetration
for Smite for a very, very long time. Instead, it's a build that stacks attack speed and flat pen, so you hit more often for true damage, basically. Chin size factoring into that very heavily with a percentage proc, as well as AC usually seen, as well as a Witchblade or an Executioner to stack more attack speed. The variant that we see here onto the On-Her from Barracuda includes crit and a Titan phase.
Titan goes right in. Kanye plays a 4-man push there with the taunt. Andy not giving up here, throwing deep. It looks like they're going to just try
I'm glad they clarified that.
No, they're going to leave the mid lane. Phoenix to left side. Confrey gets picked up. Andy goes up into the air to just cover all
Don't do it.
available defensive options. Dives right in with the creeps. All three Phoenixes down and Titans on their heels.
Replicas goes in.
BRB, okay, copy.
Again is their target. He's going to look for the Cataclysm any moment. No, I'm sorry. It's already been used. No ultimates available for Cognitive Prime. They dive to Willow. Megatron taking up the Titan. MLC stealth in the front lines as well. Kanye Light activates the shell, and that's going to force Cognitive Prime out of the base for the moment at least. But the mid Phoenix taken again. Left side taken for the first time. Fire minion streaming in. Titans got their work cut out for them.
They're going for it again. Replicas forced away. Kanye Light very low as well. We're going to see Ataraxia go back and heal. Reppy trying to bait out as long as possible, but he's slowed. And with that jungler down, things aren't looking too good. Eyes on Pretty Prime doing some damage to the back line. Kanye Light tanking it up, and it looks like first
30%,
game
20%,
going to
0%.
North America.
The Chaos Titan falling in favor of Cognitive Prime. They take a 1-0 advantage here in this best of 5 series to determine the best team in the world for Smite. And ladies and gentlemen, we had a pretty amazing game there.
So what I'm thinking here is there needs to be a 100% turnaround. That cannot be the same strategy for Titan going in, or they're going to pay for it. Matty Pocket, the Oracle, predicted every single thing that was going to happen.
Yeah, and well, they kind of out-researched the researchers.
Oops.
It seems like, right? Like Titan is known for the team that does a lot of research. They build this big codex of all of the picks and bans. They really have a good understanding of what they value, what works for their team, and they got outmathed by Matty Pocket.
That's what it is. That's game 1, guys. I think we're going to be checking in with Golden Boy.
Yeah, let's toss it back over to Golden Boy and Dry Bear, guys. Tell us how this went. Break it down for us, guys, and have a lovely time doing it. Bye-bye.
Oh, it sounded like Bart was just like, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, single tear. All right, well, of course, we'll see, Bart and D and Brandon again. Really excited about that. These guys been absolutely killing it, in the caster booth. But, yeah, fellas, go ahead and break this down. By the way, if you're just joining us here, Cock Prime is going to take the first matchup of the Smite World Championship powered by Cursed Voice. I'm joined by Dry Bear, also Allied, and Zimpstar here. Allied from Complexity, Zimpstar from Trig Esports. Again, just a reminder, in case you're just joining us. Let's break this down. Let's talk about what happened here. And more importantly, let's talk about that first blood that had occurred.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Logitech first blood. And this was a 5-kill streak. I mean, it began with the first blood. Cog Prime ended up picking that up. But watch how this turns around just after level 5, 3.5 minutes in the game. The dunk was real here. But beautiful play by Hinland to keep him locked down. Pretty Prime buying a lot of time. There goes the dunk for Ataraxia. The hammer's going to come through, and he will finish off Pretty Prime here just for the first blood. But it continues onward. It's 1-0, but big damage coming down on the back. You're going to find that Athena's a good block, but not yet good enough. Endister going to come back into this fight. One more hit. Actually, I love the fact that the card from Exposed Evil was on Repicos there. He knew it was going to be enough. He backed away from that fight, let him die off on his own, and turned the attention to the Athena and made sure they actually turned that conversion from a 1-0 into a 4-1.
Yeah, Ally, what are your thoughts in regards to Cog Prime in this matchup? Obviously, they look great. One thing that I want to point out too, mid-game, Bart said MLC Stealth is the best player in this tournament today. Do you feel that?
Yes. Sorry. Absolutely.
It's okay. He had you choked up. I totally understand it.
So, MLC Stealth played absolutely lights out. And honestly, I think the common theme here is MLC Stealth's decision-making, rotation, and mid-play is by far, I think he's the best mid laner in the world. There's no one else that can compare up to him. He's been a powerhouse all tournament long, especially with his skill of play, which is a good first ban, honestly, by Titan. I expect to see more skill of ban. The target should be on MLC Stealth, 100%. You can't just ban everything from him. Just take everything away.
Let's not forget, though, Anister
can't
lived in that mid lane.
Gotta get 3 bans.
MLC get going. I mean, he played the Thor amazingly. Those ganks were just mechanically.
I wonder when they increase it to 4 bans.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show that these teams have to understand what their assets are at any time in the game. But your gamer launch player of the game is indeed Anister on that Thor play, 11.0.
That's
now,
crazy.
we spent a lot of time talking about Thorgar, some Cognitive Red, the third-place team in this tournament. But we don't give enough credit to Andrew Anister Woodward there on Thor. That play was phenomenal, and he drove. He was the vessel for that first blood and the exchange thereafter, right? And good support from Jeff Hinland to keep him alive, keeping that heavy hammer swinging with that passive, and got into a 4-kill streak.
Mechanically, I mean, I'm just really impressed. I mean, his beats were like, previous Athena taunts. stun that Polo mid dash when he dunked down. Just like then offensive beats to get like a stun up again. Ridiculous.
Now, here's the thing with Cognitive Prime. It's very obvious they are a well-oiled machine. Coming into this, they absolutely, they go with usually the same strategies, but it works every single time, and they're really hard for teams to adapt to. However, Titan has proven time and time again, they can adapt to any situation and come back. They have the comeback factor on their side, being, you know, coming from the wild cards all the way to the finals right now. So game 2, I think in drafting phase, they're just going to have to draft a little bit differently. I love the respect bands with Skilla. However, I think they could have gotten away with leaving Sylvanas open. Now, see, here's the thing with the drafting phase. They got a lot of information out of the first pick coming out of Cognitive Prime. Osiris is on an extremely high value over Serket. That's one piece of information given to them. I'm hoping they can take that and either turn around to an Osiris band or maybe even bait into another pick so they can get something else.
I agree with you, and something I want to point out here real quick. It's clearly evident that and it almost, well, for me, it seems clear. Titan's attempt here was they were like, it's a best of 5, so we could throw this game away in case of anything. Now, I don't know, not necessarily throw it away, but if a loss came here, it wasn't really a big deal because you have to think, right? Like, you have a best of 5, so you have at least 2 more games to work with. You said it best. They got to get a feel for them. They have that feel for them now. I'm expecting a different process in the picks and bans, Trevor.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that you mentioned it right. The first game is a throwaway, but we're actually going to be throwing away some stuff on stage for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's toss it over to Kelly and give away some stuff at the venue.
Nice.
That's so awkward.
And that was a lot of really cool stuff there.
Kelly looked amazing up there.
We gave away some air. The oxygen was fresh and clean.
Guys, free air for everyone.
Some nitrogen was in there. Some carbon was in there.
Right.
These guys.
You know, probably some floating particles, some dust maybe.
Smite World Championship 2016, sponsored by Air.
All right, well, now that we've done that, we just want to see our pretty faces again. Let's throw it away to Kelly for free things.
Hey guys, you like free things?
Hey guys, want to put it in me? That's basically what she said.
PC set up by Curse Voice. We are going to pick a random card
you're going to
here.
throw it into the crowd?
They are going to contact you through email or phone, whatever you registered up for. And I'm going to pick it up right now. All right, everyone.
You guys get this
ready?
bucket.
Oh, come on. Are you ready? All right, man. First name Ian. Your number is 01038. Wait, actually? All right, man. Well, that's it.
GG's.
Go back to the analysts.
Welcome
so wait a
back.
minute. So a guy just won a $5,000 Alienware computer and didn't claim it? Did I get that right? No, that's what I heard.
I can claim it for him.
You know, it's
stupid.
Free air for everyone.
I got nothing.
I love Happy Willow noises. Deep loop.
Wow.
You get air. You get air. You get air. We all get air.
That was Alien Air.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, welcome back to the Alien Air.
All right.
Smooth as butter.
Boom.
Like
That's
butter.
it. All right.
These guys are such
Welcome
clowns.
back. Now we just had a fantastic game 1.
What a bunch of
Cognitive
nerds.
against Titan. And Titan, I said this in the pre-show, I'm going to say it again. Titan is a team of comebacks
My tits
and
ache.
analytics. I guaranteed myself that they were not going to be able to take game 1, and for the very reason that they wanted to see Cog Prime and react. They're a reactionary team. They're not proactive. And so they've seen Cog Prime. If they're going to take game 2, they have a chance.
Now, coming from the fighting game scene, and DM Brennan would agree with me with this. Usually in a long series games, generally game 1 is lost by most competitive players because it's just more of a download effect. It's like, all right, I see what they do now, I see what you do, and then game 2 they turn it on. All right, well now you can't do it anymore. So I'm hoping to see some sort of same reaction out of Titan and hope to see them adapt because clearly in the first game the biggest problem was Cognitive Prime just drafted a better set of picks. They had a clearly better team comp, really tanky, really in your face, a lot of early game aggression, and it was well balanced out to mid to late game.
Zim?
I think I had hopes for Europe, but I mean, Prime just picked them apart, man.
But how do you feel though about what I said before we threw it to Kelly for the free air, and also what Driver said earlier, like that Titan had to feel out Prime. How do you feel about that?
I just feel like.
Do you think that we're maybe just over analyzing that, and Prime
I think we might be. It feels like I want to believe it because I want Titan to win because I've known him for a long time. But honestly, how can you? I mean, I don't even know. Like, what can I do at this point? It just felt like raw mechanical outplay all over the board, and I have a feeling Titan. Sorry, I love you guys, but you're about to get crushed.
Wow. Whoa. Okay. Bold words.
I mean, unless. Okay, so if they pick up the second game, figure out what Prime did, what went wrong, then they have a chance. But this second game, I mean, it's crucial. If they don't win this game, they're done.
Don't disagree, Allied.
My call is if Titan doesn't,
maybe they need a nice massage along with the rest of you.
Going in there and draft way better.
Maybe.
Looked really strong in game 2. I think it's going to be a 3-0. However, if Titan is able to overcome the cognitive prime, adapt.
I think massaging my tits would hurt a lot right now.
Of which I cannot call.
A whole lot.
We have been doubting Titan since they started in the Challenger
They're very
Cup.
sore.
And I think it's fair to say that if we're going to do it now, we should do it with an asterisk down below. This team has a knack for coming back in the clutch and showing what they're made of up against the most astounding odds. And I think that Titan, I think you're right. Game 2 is going to be their crucible. They have to be able to prove themselves in Game 2 and say, we can come back against Game 1. I think Game 1 was their test.
Strong, Jasmine.
They want to see what Cog Prime does. And again, I mentioned it earlier, SK only scrimmed Titan. Cognitive Prime only scrimmed Cog Red. And this is proving to be more of a crutch than they anticipated. Obviously, you hide your strategies, but I think that we're really showing the breadth and depth of Smite is so vast that if you can contain yourself like that, you're just living in a box. You have to be able to open yourself up and say, we want to know what's out there, what can be picked, and how to counter it. Look at this map control right now, 62% to 38%.
Damn.
This is probably the least close game we've seen today. Even the consolation match was there. Look at the power, pretty even. Speed, I think a lot closer than I expected. 69 to 31 is
doing that
pretty
stuff
close.
did make me want to pierce my
there.
tits again, though.
But the mid camps is probably the most telling story here. 78% to 22% on both sides. Both mid camps about the same. That's gold lost.
Yeah, you can see Titan. They do get a chunk of their mid harpies there on both sides. But really, that was the Cognitive Prime show right there. I mean, right in the middle. They just did stellar work in that regard. And also another thing to point out, they took a bite out of every single camp on the map, right? That just means like their presence was just something not to be ignored. Cognitive Prime, of course, this is what we expected out of this world-class team, here at the World Championships. But for Titan, I also hold them in that same regard. I can see Titan coming back. And while you may think we may have overanalyzed that, Zimstar, the reason why I feel like Titan is calm, cool, and collected now is, we're here in the back, and we saw Titan actually walk by. I could see them better than you guys can. I saw Titan walk by. They were fine. And they took a little longer, right? Cog Red came up to the stage. They were good. They took their time. That means that they were really breaking down. That tells me one thing, and that's it was a serious conversation going on about what they do in picks and bans. Because as we've said, and I'm going to echo the same sentiment, it's pretty much decided by picks and bans at this point.
And I'm back. Oh, good timing. I could use a soft touch and some aloe gel. It's cooling too. That's true. Might be helpful. Might be helpful. You think I should pierce my tits again? Like permanently, Not permanent, you know what I mean? Like with piercings. Kind of want to.
The reason why I feel like Titan is calm, cool, and collected now is, we're here in the back, and we saw Titan actually walk by. I could see them better than you guys can. I saw Titan walk by. They were fine. And they took a little longer, right? Cog Red came up to the stage. They were good. They took their time. That means that they were really breaking down. That tells me one thing, and that's it was a serious conversation going on about what they do in picks and bans. Because as we've said, and I'm going to echo the same sentiment, it's pretty much decided by picks and bans at this point.
But still, I mean, they went for the picks. They worked very well against SK, the early game aggression, and it still didn't work out. And I'm just like interested to see what can they do to them, because do they have to fall back into the old Kali afterwards? That won't work against Prime. They tried once and got completely dominated, and now they get a beat in their own game, which is the early game. Titan, if they can't get through the early game, Titan has no chance. They need the early game picks.
Now, there are some positives coming from Titan from the first game. In their draft, they were able to get Circuit. However, they weren't able to execute it properly during the early game. So I'm looking to see if they can support Circuit or whatever they get, and Replicas support him into the mid to late game so he can thrive and really show off his skill.
All right, we're going to wait for the first picks to come through here. Of course, if you're just joining us, Game 2 of the Smite World Championships powered by Curse Voice is about to be underway. Cognitive Prime leads in this series 1-0. A best-of-5 series to decide who takes home $1.3 million. First ban comes through for Titan, and that will be Scylla.
Scylla has been removed. There is the Kanye Life Amir. I think you touched on it brilliantly, Allied. The Sylvanas ban is going to be the key. I think they can let it through in favor of more preferential bans. I don't think Osiris should be let through this banning phase.
Yeah, that'd be barbells.
Against Cognitive Prime. It was too much of a factor.
I had horizontal before.
I wouldn't be surprised if Titan just first
might do
picked
horizontal
Osiris at
again.
this situation. So there's only one ban left for
Vertical's a little more
Prime.
unique, though.
Outclang is open. Circuit is open. Okay, so they're going with the same picks and bans.
But
However,
horizontal probably
remember, the roles
better.
are
I don't know.
switched here. They can first
Probably
pick
better.
Osiris. They have a lot of first pick options. And there it is.
Whoa. Osiris gets picked up there by Titan. Let's see what Cog Prime's going to do here. And the Alquang ban comes through as well. Let's not forget about that.
I love the
be
bans
Thor,
last time,
right? Isn't it going to be Thor again?
It's going to be Thor, maybe.
Oh my
even
god, man. This
Hercules,
Thor, these Thors here, this tournament has just been, oh my
Ban
god,
Thor.
man.
Ban Thor.
There's Athena.
It's going to be Thor. I liked the last progression that Titan had. I think they played it properly as far as, trying to wait on the Apollo so that they couldn't counterpick the Apollo and ban it out. Ultimately, you saw Barracuda not go for the AMC, his favorite counter to Apollo, because they waited until last pick to get it. Their ban phase was very intelligent here, and you can see they're taking as much time as possible to pick these characters.
I think Barracuda was going for just more of like all-in support damage. On her just brings that to the table really well.
Wait, Circuit's available?
Circuit is available, and Titan's going to grab Circuit, it looks like.
And
Yep.
Agni as
Circuit
well.
and Agni. But what's good here is they have powerhouse lanes to help support Circuit through the early to mid game, because Thor, the early game king, has an easy time shutting her down.
So they're going to swap this time. Last game, Pretty Prime was able to snag up Nox. Wasn't as much of a factor as we had hoped. This time around, it's going to go to Cog Prime. We're going to see what Stealth can do in comparison.
Yeah. He shredded Cognitive Red with Nox as well.
Oh, yeah.
Something to bear in mind in that matchup. So,
King Zimstar,
thing.
it was obnoxious.
Yeah.
Obnoxious, yeah.
I don't know why they banned Ares. I can't.
You have nothing?
I can't analyze that.
I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, what does Konyalev have to play now? Because Athena is gone, right? Emir, Eri is gone.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure he's going to play. Is he going to play maybe a Geb or something? I actually don't know. And I feel like they need that early game Guardian or Warrior to be able to get games rolling. I would love to see maybe Hercules here.
Barracuda is
But I don't think it's going to be an. I think right here, Titans dual lane got all picked.
Yeah, but you left the Apollo open.
Well, Anhur was a problem for them in that last game. So
it's been a problem for everyone.
Yeah, it's been a problem a lot. So it makes sense to get rid of that.
Maybe we should do both horizontal and vertical.
That Ares ban, though, I'm really...
I mean, I could see why. I mean, Connie Life does play Ares, but you would
Maybe
never
we should make an
expect
X.
Ares to be enough
it's the
threat.
B.
And
That'd be kind of cool.
It's the B.
Cobb gets picked up here by Cognitive Prime. And, of course, crowd gets a good reaction out of that one.
Now, here's the thing. They're saving Soul Lane pick for last, and this is different from Cognitive Prime. This is key. What are they saving for Omega to go against Osiris? Omega might have a pocket strategy, something just for the situation.
The baby?
Because they usually, it's most likely going to be Big Baby, but the Rama and Hercules block is the Titan.
I like this. I like the Hercules. I mean, that's the only support really that was left that you can be aggressive with, other than some Wukong.
So who does Cog Prime pick up here?
Nah, Vimana.
It's the baby. It's got to be the big baby.
It's so obvious.
All
I
right.
mean, if
well,
it is game hyper carry, you've got the control. Hercules is going to be very aggressive in the support
Why don't you go
role.
Fenrir?
They've got Rom for late game. Titan, they've got a very bursty lineup with a pretty decent front line. Not the best. I mean, you got a lot of single target damage there. Hercules and Osiris will have to be super effective this game. If they shut down Confrey, their front line will suffer heavily.
Right now, I'm greatly in favor of Titan's team comp. Just that massive tanky front line, but
there you go.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead take it over to Bart and Brandon for game number 2. Boys,
I think they go too fast after that. They should analyze it.
Thank you very much,
What's
Alex.
wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the
Watch
commentary desk for the second time
Why do
here in
these
this
things?
best of 5. It's a 1-game advantage in favor of Cognitive Prime, and here they've drafted the B, Brandon.
That's right. For the second time this tournament, Barracuda has opted into Amuz and Cobb, something we expected earlier
Oh my God,
on.
the air conditioner's so
I didn't think we were
loud.
gonna see it again. I thought this was going to be a one-time thing, but he's going for it.
What's a little bit awkward to me here is the Muzenkov versus Rom matchup. Usually Muzen excels versus the gods in his lane that do not have native attack speed steroids, allowing his
If
hives
you
to
did
really
vertical,
shine
I
that 50%
found
attack
some
speed
really
buff
cool
that they get
jewelry
at
for
max
them.
rank. But
Dangly
here
little
Rom has a
chains.
very,
Oh,
very
really?
potent attack speed sim, so how is that going to
Show them to me.
Honestly, it's
Maybe
going
I'll
to
do
come
vertical.
down more to the dynamic of the supports trying to get him through the early game. And with Kanye Life going on a character who can shut that B down very, very easily with just one pull.
I know there's some cute
it's gonna
jewelry
be
for
up to
horizontal
Barracuda to
ones,
stay
too.
Very safe and very passive for the first couple
But,
of
like,
levels.
you know,
Same thing. Most
vertical's a little more
likely
unique.
For Confrey. I mean, the true damage is going to shred.
And because I had
through.
horizontal
Fox's
before,
Aura is a great counter pick
it might be better to go vertical,
into
but
that
I don't know.
The physical damage reduction not going to be removing a lot of his early game power, of course. And the kind of Muzenkov versus Hercules matchup is really tough. Mitigate wounds. B does a lot of damage over time, and mitigate wounds is going to completely mitigate all of that. And he's going to be left with just his ultimate to burst that Hercules. So this dual lane could get away from Cognitive Prime really quickly, I think.
And then
I was
Oh my
hangry,
God.
And that's why I started Daily Harvest. Working long hours, eating lunch at like 3 p.m.
Get out of here, Rachel.
Obviously, there's the dynamic in the mid lane. Pretty Prime.
Trying to watch Smite. I don't care about your fucking food.
There's a lot going on in this game that's going to be very interesting for the first 4 levels.
Well, let's go ahead and move right on in, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between Titan, the #1 seed.
There were like 12
Europe,
people in here
versus
yesterday
Cognitive
watching this.
Prime,
Now
the
there's like
#2 seed out of
4.
North America. Let's introduce your teams. They are the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap.
They just couldn't
the left
hang
side of the spectator
with the
UI.
entire thing.
It
It's
is
been going for like 24
Titan.
hours.
They are Kanye Life pairing up with
That's fine.
Ataraxia in the duo lane as Hercules and Rom.
Maybe longer than that.
Rapakas in the jungle as Sarkett. Confrey in the soul lane as Osiris. And Pretty Prime in the mid lane as Agni. Their opponents today with a 1-game advantage, wearing the red trunks, the top side of the minimap, the right side of your spectator UI. It is Cognitive Prime.
Okay, still funny.
In the jungle is Thor. Jeff Hinla matching up with Barracuda in the duo lane.
I don't know why they announce them all each time. Like, we know it's the same squads from the first game. It's like, we know. Why are you telling us?
Starting off, everything looking pretty normal to the meta, not too much craziness.
I guess
going
I think
on.
he's just
Kanye
having fun
trying
with
to
it
spot
as an
out any
announcer.
Invasion opportunities. Jeff Hinla activated preemptive strike here. I don't know if he intends to go in. Him and Kanye are kind of staring each other down, but I don't think either's going to commit to it.
Oh, look at the Hercules start, Brandon. Look at that itemization.
You know, that's really strong. So what we're going to see here more than likely is not going to be a pull driving strike. It's going to be a pull creeping curse. Then what Kanye will do
Never
is he
seen that
will
before.
reposition himself awkwardly in between the B and the tower, and then using the driving strike to push him back once Barracuda has somehow gained distance from Ataraxia. There's a lot of danger involved here. Top side, it looks like the blue buff is getting taken away. Took a little bit, and they're going to lose a small amount of golds here, given the fact that it was already
I guess it's
pushed
like
down.
Horrific Emblem.
A beautiful rotation into the jungle.
Yeah, and the B, not a big early game fighter, not going to be able to do much about this. They would have to pull the Nox out of the mid lane to contest this. This is going to be a free red buff invade on the side of Titan, and they're taking it from the top side of the map. That's not going to be available to Nox, but taking a look at MLC's build, he elects for something a little bit different than what we see out of most Noxes, where the rest of Warlock stash, he goes for that early MP5 out of the Lost Artifact. Wow, that's a really early creeping curse, and he's going to take way too much damage. Kanye Life.
Does he not know that the red towers are bad for him this game?
I think that maybe, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Hercules support, and we haven't seen Kanye playing in some time. Obviously, they've been scrimming a lot, but the pace of the game maybe just got away from him. He thought he was a little bit more resilient than he was, clearly there, and takes a spill.
That was a misplay front to back that was just completely ill-conceived, and they're going to pay for it. And now Andy's getting free push here, and on left side, poor Ataraxia getting completely stuffed underneath his tower. In the early game where the B is generally going to be weak against someone like Hercules, it's just going to get away from him freely.
But now Barracuda and the rest of COG are going to be able to collapse on the orange buff, backside left. Titan really needs to secure this for their jungler, but they're being zoned out completely. Cognitive, they draw the mid laner here as well, and they secure the buff easy peasy for, well, who did it go into? Jeff Hindla?
I'm not sure. I see one.
Oh, Andy.
Andy just picked one back up. That's going to give him about 85 to 90% uptime overall on a speed buff, given the fact that he also started with his. With that,
Omega wants to make plays, but Confrey's going to walk out of that circle of death. Omegatron in the Bakasura here. This matchup is an interesting one. Bakasura and left side lane. Hercules, he's playing very far forward. Barracuda's going to be able to put the honey down. I'm not sure they have enough, though, to burst down Kanye Life, but they do gain some lane advantage out of this. That Hercules is definitely struggling so far, but it's a god that can make a pretty decent recovery. He can transition into a kind of 4-position farming role if he needs to as well.
I really like the shot from Barracuda there as well, using the swarm to not only hit his opponents, but some of the creep wave as well as he was being pushed back. The big fadeaway is going to give them an opportunity to ensure they're not going to lose any creeps to the tower. And with that, we're approaching the 3-minute mark, so we're going to watch those supports as they start to rotate. But already it looks like Cognitive Gaming is gaining a little bit of an advantage.
Mid-camp's coming back up. You'll see the supports rotating out of their respective lanes here in just a moment. Taking first out of the lane is Jeff Hindla. 3 minutes, 8 seconds. He makes his move from the lane, and he's going to be there just in time. Pretty Prime stunning out MLC Stealth and Andy, but it's just going to be a bit to harass him. And once again, Cognitive Prime flexing their muscles and holding both of the mid-camps.
Oh, Reppy in a lot of damage. That could be a kill.
Oh.
That could be a kill. First, oh no, second blood goes to Stealth there. The ultimate, the ticking time bomb. Oh, he might not have gotten it, but he comes in with that last siphon darkness and just slams it home.
And we've been talking up MLC Stealth quite a bit in this tournament, considering him potentially the best player. In my eyes, definitely the best player playing today. And all things told, you've just fed that player 2 kills in the first 3 minutes of the game on a highly dominant team fighting mage that has tremendous poke potential, and from ahead it means she gets her Warlock stash very, very early, which means that she's no longer an easy gank target.
You know, what does this say to you? Because 2 times in a row they have banned MLC Stealth's best god, and now 2 times in a row he is showing that he doesn't even need her.
But that's always been the case with MLC, even back about a year or 6 months ago when he started playing Scylla for the first time, transitioning out of the Poseidon, right? He was playing the Poseidon, and then they started banning it against him. He picked up Scylla, showed us just how dominant she could be, and then Zhonghui, and then Giannis, and then back to Scylla now. His god pool is just so expansive. Now picking up the Nox, showing us that he really doesn't have anything outside of his reach.
So, formerly the mid laner for Team Dignitas, I'm talking about the best. The best had a very awkwardly small god pool. In fact, generally had the smallest god pool in the FTL the first time, you know, one of the first seasons. And his main god, in my eyes, was Scylla. I think if Best had still be playing, I don't think anything would have been different on Dignitas. In fact, I think Nah was a strong replacement. But I think things would be much different for Stealth in the Scylla department if Best had kept playing. Because I think more people would have been forced to ban her out during the Pro League. With that, though, Stealth shows a very strong pocket pick. Had Nox coming into this as, you know, semi-secret technology. Showed that Zhonghui can be played at a top level in the mid-game. I mean, the guy is just unfazed.
Let's talk quickly about the solo lane here. We won't have a lot of action. Under tower, pretty prime. He's going to eat the stun, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. For those of you who don't understand what's happening with that Nox, when the purple swirlies are on them, basically she's used her ultimate. It does damage to the target for every time they cast. It has a dot damage as well, and then stuns them 5 seconds after they're affected, dealing damage again, that application damage again. So that's how we saw that play come out. Right side in the solo lane. As we mentioned, let's quickly talk about this. It's an assassin in the form of Bakasura, matching up against a warrior, a much more resilient style character in the Osiris. However, Bakasura has a lot more attack speed, can gain HP back by devouring minions, and has an ability called Butcher's Blade that gives him true damage along with his basic attacks for a duration, meaning he scales exceptionally well with attack speed. Orange buff, bottom side, Brandon. Looks like we have a bit of an engagement.
Yeah, they're going to try to go in for the steal again, and it looks like they're going to be finding Kanye as well. Andy goes up into the air. Stealth taking some damage there, but not nearly enough to deter. Rama in the air raining damage from the sky, but again, not nearly enough to put any fear into the red team.
And with Pretty Prime at 50% HP, it's going to be pretty difficult for Titan to contest these mid camps. Both likely to go to Cognitive Prime again. Left side did go to Jeff Hindla, the Swindler, and Stir, and MLC Stealth moving in to take the right side camps, and they will secure them for Cognitive Prime. They're going to pull ahead, Brandon, in this game. 1,700 gold, 3,600 XP. They built themselves a nice lead in the laning phase.
You know, that's just 2 kills. And they're up by that much.
2 kills on the mid lane carry.
Right, and that's showing how much pressure they have. Barra's going to get greedy here. You could feel it. No, he's going to back up. Barra's so patient today.
Pretty Prime in some trouble here. Jeff Hindla moves forward. There's a Nox ultimate, and he blows himself up. Does Pretty Prime. MLC Stealth with all 3 kills in this game. You know what MLC stands for?
Go for it.
Mid lane carry.
Okay. And he is. Like, look at this. 3-0.
Does it actually?
We're 7 minutes into this game right now, and they're going for what is probably going to be an uncontested Gold Fury. At this rate, I would be not very surprised to see a surrender vote stop game 2.
Yeah, this one's getting out of hand very quickly, and Hercules is not the kind of god that can contest those objectives very efficiently. He's more of the pop mitigate wounds, which for those of you that are new here, it's an ability that basically all of the damage you take while it's active gets returned to you as a percentage later, depending on what rank the ability is.
Sure.
And all things sold here, he's really more, he wants to pop that and kind of walk in, as opposed to most of the other Guardian role players you see have movement-based abilities, like we just saw the Athena dashing through there. To set up those potential steals or disruptions. Hercules is gonna definitely struggle to do that, and we saw it there. He couldn't even come off of his tower to try to interrupt that play.
So we're about 8 minutes into the game here. Still, obviously, no Fire Giant doesn't spawn until 10. Cognitive Gaming leading by 3,700 gold at 8 minutes ensures that they control the mid game. Players like Thor, who are incredibly strong at this phase in the game, especially considering that he's, let's see, a level ahead of Repicos once again, who has opted into Serket. Now, Serket is considered, and I think most definitely, the best character in the game, but the issue here is that everyone on Cognitive Gaming is playing to shut her down. They're invading the jungle early to make sure they utilize the Thor passive, stealing away the experience she needs to get into the mid-game as a strong contender. Her early game is not that great.
No, not at all. She's a very item-reliant god as well. Needs cooldown reduction to be able to initiate and get out of fights more often than not, and also needs some crit online at some point to be able to have 100 to 0 kill potential like you would want out of an assassin. Now, what she does bring to the table without farm is her ultimate, which is 100% healing reduction as well as a true damage dot. If it pops, it does spread, as we mentioned as well. So it also allows her to reposition a single god if they don't beads it out. So she does have some base damage and non-scaling utility, but she's really pretty item reliant.
Ataraxia just got his blue buff stolen. While he is kind of low on mana, the big deal here is that he's already very behind. Barra being level 11, Ataraxia just getting into level 10. That's what? Being? Oh, Bart, you're being ridiculous.
Left side mid camps are going to go to Barracuda here, and he's going to get the credit for them. That's going to put him even further ahead of poor Ataraxia on the ROM over in the dual lane right side camps. This is now the 3rd respawn that has gone only to Cognitive Gaming. And that's translating into a lot of the gold differential in SWC here, less the Gold Fury 1500. It's come a lot from the mid camps with only 3 kills in this game.
Grouping up in mid here is Titan. They're going to see Jeff Hindla, but Kanye Life not taking the risk. He's already 2 levels behind. I think this is starting to spell the weakness right now in Kanye's God pool.
Barracuda picks up his own blue buff, having a lot of uptime now, and this is going to be a very dangerous situation for Rom. The Muzenkov is going to be able to spam out his abilities and clear the wave, and you can already see Thor trending downward on the map, looking for an invade on that orange buff. They're pinging it out. Our Titan, they know that the invade is coming.
Repicos going to rotate in. They're going to see it. Driving Strike going to be used. Creeping Curse gets the pull. Andy might be in a bad spot here. Berserker Barrage. Oh, he's going to try to... No, we will not get up in time.
The poison is going to apply to Jeff Hindla as well. No healing and the dot going there. MLC Stealth comes charging forward. They're going to look for a kill on a Pretty Prime. They should be able to find it with the sun coming out and one more Siphon Darkness. There it is. Perfect placement from MLC Stealth. Secure that kill around the wall. They trade 1 for 1.
That was
MLC Stealth's ridiculous. I wonder what happened to him.
Scary to see Serket dive in there. I thought she was going to get picked off. Thor almost getting out of that one. Not quite. Andy decides not to use his ultimate, which is probably a good thing. He probably would have died either way.
Yeah. Nonetheless, the orange buff invade still comes through. And they've taken it away, has Cognitive Prime, and, well, they just seem to be the better team in this contest here today. Once again, pulling way ahead of Titan in this early stage of the game. You're looking at a 7,000 experience advantage, and this is where the base damage and HP values start to really factor in here. The gold is still within reach, 4,300, but that 7,000 experience and growing is going to be the problem. Looking at Hercules, only level 9. You have level 13 Nox, B, and Bakasura in the solo lane.
So for Reppy right now, he has been doing an amazing job throughout this tournament. I even tweeted this morning that if Titan wins the game, for me, likely Repicos would be the most valuable player. But his strategy is starting to have, there's a few chinks here. The first is he loves to camp mid, he loves to camp duo. He doesn't usually go for solo because they're very tanky. In this case, he should be camping Bakasura. Secondly, they know that Repicos is the strongest, so they've been camping. Again, his jungle is getting taken. He's not getting farm. And when he is, he has to leech waves from, like, the mid lane.
The level 14 Nox is farming 740 XP per minute. To put it in comparison, the Hercules is farming 380 experience a minute.
Oh, that's going to be a well over double by the time. I mean, we can see Kanye at level 9, MLC Stealth at 14, so you can see the ramping up that happens with how much experience you need to properly level.
Anderson's going to get blown up here, and the No, he's going to make it out of there just for the moment at least. Repicos goes down. That's a big kill. Omegatron coming through doing a lot. Kanye Light has not fallen yet, but Confrey moving forward. He finds the big tether, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
I thought the bees were going to kill him. No, Kanye just barely going to escape. Comfrey, Pretty Prime, and Ataraxia will hold the tier 1 for now, but the damage has been done with the separation as the big camps respawn. I expect both to be going to the Cognitive boys.
Omega may have a little bit of trouble. Siphon Darkness coming out. He'll devour the last minion. No, he won't.
Did Comfrey just miss the hand of the gods?
I think so, but Titan did take one of the minions. Andy takes to the sky. He's looking for Pretty Prime. No, he just zones out Confrey there. The Thor ultimates have been a little bit off the mark from Andy so far this game.
Not
a couple
just from
times.
Andy, pretty much everyone.
Yeah, the nerves factoring in here, absolutely. But Andy's been trying to spot out the Circuit dash and stun it out with his ultimate. It's a very low percentage but high reward play. In the meantime, Cognitive Prime does take the Gold Fury, the secondary map objective, giving them 1,500 gold and a boatload of experience as well as the fight breaks out on the left side.
Kanye goes for a good pull. Barracuda takes a lot of damage from
Oh, the wall.
Who also takes damage in turn. Kanye very low, and Barracuda will be able to pick that one up and regain the stinger for the cooldown reduction on the ultimate.
The way that Muzen Cobb ultimate works is he fires his stinger, it cripples the target, preventing them from using movement-based abilities, as well as doing a considerable amount of burst damage. It then drops the stinger off of the target a few seconds later, and you can pick it back up to reduce the cooldown by about 80%.
Which is pretty crazy. I mean, if a team fight extends and he has cooldown reduction, you are looking at like a very, very small interaction between ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, it's already back up, for example.
And if he decided to push forward, that could have been a kill on Rama, but he decides not to be greedy. He's going to go back and spend money. Balance Blade online. I'm expecting Barracuda to rep the Zap build once again.
With 105 last hits in this game so far, Nox has 17 stacks on her Warlock stash. It's going to take her about another 6 to 7 minutes to finish stacking this bad boy up. Leading the charts in CS is Bakasura and Muzen Cobb tied at 136. That's damn near all of them.
That's an incredible amount of push. And for Bakasura to have that many against an Osiris is beyond incredible. Omega showing insane prowess.
I don't
see
CS.
Osiris continues to climb the net worth charts. He's the only member of Titan that is above any of the members of Cognitive Prime. He's about 200 to 300 gold ahead of Athena.
I thought they were going to see the invade there. Almost got it. Bottom side.
Oh, Andy's going up. Kanye Light is definitely the target here. He's overextended, and the stun comes through. This one's on the target. Kanye Light. Boom goes the dynamite as the stinger gets picked up yet again by Barracuda.
That's another 18-second cooldown as the chant screams out there. Barracuda calls once again. Now body blocking for his hive, doing a lot of damage. Ataraxia will be forced out. Gold Fury not up. Surprising to see him go so far forward. We're going to see them push in. Repicos has backed off. Ataraxia has backed off. Pretty Prime is completely segregated.
Long-range stun beads forced out. They are a rank 1 beads, I think, as well, onto the ROM. 180-second cooldown. Right side lane. Bakasura finds himself a tier 1 after the Osiris rotation was forced out. Even more farm pulling ahead once again is Cognitive Prime. Can Titan stop them at all?
Whoa, I don't know. We are seeing him dive through towers pointlessly. Beautiful taunt, forcing out a nice big shot there. Pretty Prime taking some damage. MLC Stealth not in the best spot. Age is going to be strong there. Reppy taking some damage. Actually, really not all that much. I'm surprised he backed off, but Omegatron goes to the backside and finds himself a kill.
Confrey's going to tether up on the Bakasura, but that's now down. His passive is fully procced. He's in that ghost form, taking reduced physical damage and being able to run through player collision, but it's not really going to be enough to turn this fight in any way. The nice rotation, nicely timed by Omega, finds that backdoor in a pretty prime and gets the backstab kill on the mid laner, helping keep down really what's going to be the primary damage dealer at this point in the game.
So, talking a little bit about Titan here, they went in from the Challengers Cup. They didn't win enough tournaments or anywhere near enough tournaments to make the Smite Pro League. They get to the wild cards. First week, I think they take second place. Second week, they take first. With, of course, SK Gaming. They go to regionals. They wind up winning. It's amazing. But the real set I want to talk about is Titan versus Fnatic. First game against Fnatic, and I guess first game and subsequently almost second game against Cloud9, they got bodied.
Yeah.
Straight destroyed. Very similar to what we're seeing now. In fact, it could have even been worse. And with that, they still managed to make the comeback.
Yeah.
I know every caster is supposed to build it up, but I must impress upon you the importance of not underestimating this team.
What they don't have, however, is that late game hard carry in Kali. Left side, Anderson trying to find Replicas for this kill, as well as the team chasing down Ataraxia. Kanye Life looking for the peel. Replicas gets blown up by the backswing on the hammer. Kanye Life's going to use his creeping curse here and get that AoE slow, but he realizes that he's not going to have very much room to move. Agni throws out a long-range stun, but it's just kind of a last-ditch effort as Kanye Life is going to take a spill to MLC Stealth. Not enough magic protection online for that Hercules. He's just going down the Nox repeatedly, and now MLC sitting at 5-0-2. Top net worth in the game. No, hold that thought. Net worth is being out of control. Bakasura 9,500, 9,100 farmed on Muzin.
I don't understand how Barra has that much gold. I mean, I understand. Oh, but never mind. His minion kills are 173.
Look at this. This is a really interesting graph here. Time spent dead. 93 seconds for Agni, 93 seconds for Hercules, 84 seconds for Surket. 33 seconds of downtime on the Thor, and no one else in the game has died. But the Tri-Core, well, the support fourth position farming here, Hercules, and the two core Agni Surket have been dead for a minute and a half each.
Yeah, on average, it's exactly that. And they're going to have to do something better in team fights. Maybe they shouldn't team fight. Unless there's an objective in control, they need to start letting things go. Repicas and Kanye Life are consistently trying to control their jungle when it's getting invaded, and sometimes you need to just let it go.
One of the challenging things about playing Smite from behind, to that example, is that Repicas. Oh, yikes. That did a lot of damage.
Good thing he has 9 dashes and was able to get away.
That's right. But like the difficulty about playing Smite from behind, at least one of the subtleties of it, is that unlike other MOBA games, you can't dodge fights very effectively.
Right.
You know, if they're farming, if they're taking the Gold Fury, maybe you can take the tier 1 on the right, but you can't get really efficient trades on the other sides of the map because the map is so small. That being said, Gold Fury has been started.
And Stealth and Andy are pretending they don't even care. Silence actually going to stop the driving strike there. Kanye Life stunned out, doing a lot of damage from the back line. Andy decides he's going to go even farther, looking for the poke in the back. Where's he going to go?
He finds Confrey.
Man, these Athena taunts are
going to come
terrible.
out from the Osiris, but they're going to try to burn him down before it procs. Oh, no, he does get the one stun coming out, but they do take him down. MLC Stealth with the credit for that one, his 6th kill of the game.
You know, before I was seeing so many kills coming to the mid laner, and it always felt like they were getting 1 point or like two big hits, and it was their kill at the end because they got the last hit. It almost looked like kill steal or kill secure opportunities. On the other hand, with Stealth, it looks like he's doing most of the work.
Megatron is just showing that he is online. Witchblade, Runeforge Hammer, some penetration out of his boots, as well as additional attack speed from his Balance Blade. Looking for the chin size, but you see just how fast, with that true damage, he can rip through some of the low HP targets.
Right now, MLC Stealth is sitting on a staggering 13,000 damage. Barracuda at 11.6 himself, which almost put them higher than everyone put. Actually, it does put them higher than everyone else put together on Titan.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that helping illustrate just how big the disparity is between these two teams right now. 12 kills to 1, 20 minutes in. If you're just joining us, this is game number 2 of a best-of-5 matchup here in the grand finals of the Smite World Championships. The winner's taking home 50% of the $2.6 million prize pool.
There is, like I said before, this is effectively an $800,000 set. That's got to make you puke.
Yeah, and you can see, looking at those player cams, that a little nausea may be setting in.
You know, I wonder what it's like to be mad that you only won $500,000. I hope I'm sometime in that position.
Well, there's only a couple teams in the world that are in that regard. Maybe Vici Gaming, IG. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's almost exactly only it. Shoutouts to Samsung White as well, of course.
Yeah, also sitting in that. Oh darn, we won $500,000.
Oh, I think they won the big one.
Oh, they did one. They did win. But their big one, not as big as our big one.
No, just a little bit.
Turn up.
We like to stroke a little bit. It's fine. Right side, Tier 2 tower getting pressured as Cognitive Gaming moves in to extend their lead by another 1,500.
Yeah, that's the final Tier 2 is going to be falling as well as Barracuda has shoved up the left side lane, completely unchecked as a B, and as you can see, his attack speed is absolutely bonkers at level 20 with those hives. The hive ability, it is those hives on a stick that you see near the B there, and it's granting him 50% additional attack speed right now, as well as 30% movement speed and 12 HP 5.
So right now, I'd say we're about a game and a half away from the absolute death of Landinster, as Andy has had an incredible amount of just prowess in this tournament. Not even today, not even this set. I mean, the entire tournament, Andy has been an incredible force for his team.
Yeah, it's all things told, this has been a very dominant game for Cog Prime. And I think that was the big question about this team. They've always been one of the more dominant, if not the most dominant, the most winningest of all of the Smite Online teams. But they always seem to fall a little bit short at LAN, and everyone always pointed at Andinster, who arguably is the best jungler in the world just for his poor LAN performance. But here, I think that they've silenced the haters, if you will, as they start the Fire Giant. It's starting to fall relatively low here. There's no contest coming out from Titan. I don't think Titan has any idea what's going on.
I barely have an idea of what's going on. That's a very ballsy call. Kanye Life not going to take a lot of damage there, but they're going to notice there's a Fire Giant buff attacks to Andinster.
Andy's going to continue charging forward with that Athena ultimate. It comes crashing down. Kanye Life just gets exploded as the burst damage comes through. Omegatron surging forward with MLC Stealth. They're looking for Confrey next. The silence comes out. It doesn't look like there's going to be much more aggression, but the Phoenix is going to be the target for Cognitive Gaming. They don't have that Bakasura ultimate to help tank it up for them, but they'll clear the wave out and wait their time.
That's right, and they're going to push in now. It looks like Omega going right for it. Huge amount of attack speed. The Phoenix falls very quickly.
Repicos comes charging forward. He looks for the ultimate, but he's going to get blown up. No, barely going to survive now. Confrey the one taken to the front lines, but the Phoenix is already dead. Titan needs to be sure that they don't give up too much, but the base is broken.
Right there, Reppy was inside 10 health. Bees almost getting one more Bees tick would have been a kill. Right side, looks like Red Buff's going to be taken. MLC Stealth will grab that and extend his power up to 619. That is an absurd amount of damage at this stage in the game.
Yeah, this is where Nox, before she had some changes and some buffs to her, used to shine when she had absurd damage. And yeah, that might be a death.
Oh, going for it. Look at this. MLC Stealth taking some damage here. Good aggression. I like the aggression right there coming out from Pretty Prime.
So we are about 6 minutes after he picked up that Warlock Sash, 91 stacks up on it. This item gives you additional mana plus HP as you kill minions, and it caps out at 100 stacks. That's on the Nox with the Obsidian Shard, Ratatouille, and Pen Boots. He's going to be hitting extremely hard, not really true damage, but it's going to be very, very drastically reduced magical protection.
Siphon Darkness right now, of course, talking about Nox's 3, is hitting, if it were unmitigated, for over 500 damage. Luckily for Rebikos, he accidentally dodges the 2. That silence would have probably spelled his death, given the fact that if he had that damage applied to him, plus it would have been a kill.
The disparity now between the teams has exceeded 20,000 gold and 27,000 experience as Gold Fury goes down for the 4th time in favor of Cognitive Prime.
I think this is a bigger disparity than what we saw between Cognitive Red and OMG.
This is going to be one of the biggest gaps you're going to ever see in a game of competitive Smite. Over 20,000 in both categories.
At 24 minutes, like that's unprecedented.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's coming off of that snowball they've just had. They took all of the towers in rapid succession, found a lot of kills, as well as that Phoenix. But with only 13 kills in this game, a lot of that experience is kind of quote-unquote true or real experience, right? It's from farming, it's from zoning, it's from just outplaying the team, getting more out of the map.
No one level 20 right now in Titan. Confrey being 19 is their highest push, but honestly, looking at that build, he doesn't have nearly enough defense coming out to really stop the damage. Mostly looking at stealth here, he has built Witchblade, which is physical. He has built Runeforge Damage, which is physical. His passive is physical, which means he's not going to have the mitigation necessary to stop MLC Stealth.
Yeah, he needs about 4 to 5 seconds of uptime in the fight to get that that chain to actually proc and stun someone out. Kanye Life could be in some trouble here as the Thor ultimate comes through off the mark yet again from Andy, but it doesn't matter. They secure it nonetheless. MLC Stealth seems unstoppable right now.
Heavenly Agility pop. Confrey trying to do something. Almost no damage being done. It's likely he will fall in the back line. So Megatron gets very, very greedy in the front.
Barracuda takes him down. It's now a 2v5. 3 members are down. Surging forward is Cognitive Gaming. The Barracuda fish coming out. The Fire Giant starting to fall. Titan getting very, very low. Game number 2 is going to go in favor of Cognitive Prime. They have tournament point going into game number 3 versus Titan.
North America will extend their lead.
Wow.
One game away from becoming the first true world champions of Smite. Guys, things are dire for the entire continent of Europe.
Yeah, Titan's gonna have to find something else. They gotta figure out something else they can bring to the table here. The Serket pick has not worked for them now. They need to just move away from it. But this is where the mind game set in. Is that what Cognitive Prime is setting up for, like we saw in their matchup against Red?
First things first, the Serket pick can't go through. I mean, as much as I know that she is the best character in the game, it's just not working out. They need more early game presence because the early game comp coming out from, the MLC stealth damage, it's just too much. I want to see Reppy switch off, and if they're going to go late game, it better be Kali.
And a quick plea to all of you players out there, please don't pick on Moose and Cobb and think that you're Barracuda. You ain't Barracuda.
No.
But with that, guys, let's toss it over to the analyst to break it down for us. That's going to do it for the commentary desk for game number 2. Take it away, Dry Bear and Golden Boy.
Thank you very much, Bart, as well as Brandon. And so the little jab to Moose and Cobb there, saying don't pick it. It's just Barracuda's really good. Allied.
Bear is amazing. I'm so glad to see the B in the finals, honestly. Like, it's just come a long way. Come a long way as hunters.
Yeah,
but
started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
There we go.
Had to be done.
Had to be done.
Cheers.
At least one time in a tournament.
That's right.
At least one time. But to your point, though, what was it about that pickup that just shined for Cognitive Prime?
I think it was just the amount of control and CC they had set up really well. Bear, once again, has an outstanding laning phase and was able to really punish Ataraxia and just put him just on tower. And it just really shows he knows the limits and each matchup individually. And I don't know, Bear is amazing. Just like outstanding play. And also I wanted to point out that on top of that, it also helped that they banned out Kanye. Like,
yeah,
they absolutely just banned him out. Took out Ymir, they picked Athena, they banned Sylvan. Like, it's just they don't want him to get his gods, and it's very obvious, and it's hurting because you know it's bad. You have to stretch all the way back to Herc support. What is this, 2013? Like,
well, Herc support is not that bad in some situations, I guess. But in this situation, he was forced into it, and you don't want to be forced into a situation you have to play Herc. You just pick it for like a counter, But man, he was just feeding Cog all day. It was really hard to watch. And this is the game, unfortunately, I think Titan had to win if they wanted to gain momentum.
Yeah.
Cog Prime are looking pretty good.
Honestly, when you look at these two matchups, the number one thing that's also a consistent theme for the past two games is that Cognitive Prime has a lot of jungle and map control. Coming out with the Thor pick, and Titan has to be thinking to themselves, the Serket pick is not working. I'm sure this is like the first time they've ever played Serket because it's always auto ban. But right now, I think Cognitive Prime is making a statement. It's like if you do not have early game map control, if you don't have an early game jungler that can match up to Thor, well, guess what? Say goodbye to all your early game presence. The ganks are not going to happen, and I'm taking your speed buff because Cognitive Prime were on top of the speed buff. They got the first speed buff of the game and immediately made plays off that. They farmed Kanye's Hercules over and over again, got a lot of objective control off that, and MLC Stealth is a monster. He just outright outplayed everybody, went 4-0, and it just shows. I think they are just the better team, folks.
I don't think there was a whole lot of synergy in the lineup they had on Titan. I mean, Hercules does hold down the front line. Osiris is there, but there's almost no peel. I mean, if you want to kill someone on Titan, who's going to stop you? Serket maybe has the madness on top of it. You've got Herc with the grab, but there's not a whole lot of control there. So if you get caught out, you get caught out. The problem is there's an artillery cannon in the back with Nox on MLC Stealth. But let's talk a little bit about the Logitech First Blood from that last game. And, this, I think, was the point where, you're coming out of game one, you lose. You got MLC Stealth bringing the night here. Shout-outs to DID. And he's going through the jungle. They get rotated away. But I like how he positions himself against the wall. There goes the hit. And, Kanye, I like the fact that he wanted a position for the driving strike. But you have to be prepared from the counter initiators that come out. There's the silence, of course. You can't driving strike immediately. There's a lot of damage. The tower hurts. And from then on, if you go for those like cheeky supports, something like a Hercules or a Chalk, and then you give up First Blood, from then on, you're not doing very much damage, which is what you picked the warrior support for in the first place. And then you're also not tanky enough because the stats on a warrior don't match the guardian stats you're going to get from leveling up.
I agree 100%. And as you saw from the First Blood replay presented by Logitech, so honestly, going into that is that Hercules Level 2 tower dive, I don't necessarily agree, but it would have been quick and done with. But MLC Stealth, showing his player skills, showing his individual skill, his player cap, bringing Nox to the next level, realized what Hercules was going for, silenced him, and noticed his positioning in the tower line. He was way too far up. Driving Strike would have covered the distance, absolutely covered the distance to get out. But since Driving Strike was not available due to the silence, took way too many tower shots, on top of the damage in general, died immediately.
Zim, what are your thoughts before we dive into who the player of the game is? How do you feel about Titan right now?
Player of the game, this game, I would give it to MLC. Last game to Anister. I mean, these two guys are just working that mid lane like magic, you know? I mean, the synergy they have is insane. To just make sure MLC get rolling, and he will carry. And then they can actually rely on him to carry the game. A lot of players, there are players that get fed, but they don't carry the game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name any. But, you know, there are these kind of players, and you just need to know that if I'm going to give you a kill, at least carry the game for me later on. That's what MLC can do.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's, it's funny because, Zimp doesn't have IFB, right? He doesn't know who the actual player of the game is, but without that, he guessed right. The player of the game is MLC Stealth yet again. Gamer launch, player of the game, folks, playing that mid role. The question now goes into this next matchup. How do you combat MLC Stealth? Can you stop this young man? Or is he on the path to helping his team win $1.3 million?
It's 2v1. Pretty Prime is, I don't know what is... Repcast is just falling behind, and Anister isn't. And when they come mid, it's just 2v1 lane, man. And like, when it's 2v1 at this level of play, it's I don't know.
The mid jungle combo is an extremely strong combo, and you need a strong 2v2, and I like to call it a 2v2 because those are your core people you need for mid harpy fights and rotations. You need the mid jungle combo. So right now, what it's coming down to, Cognitive Prime realizes that they're like, hey, well, guess what? We have Thor and Nox. What do you guys match that with? Serket and Agni? It's like not only does Nox the mage counter, Thor is the early game supreme king. He controls everything early game. I wouldn't be surprised if Titan banned out Thor in the next match. And it's not even just so much of like, oh, well, Serket's OP, whatever. Cognitive Prime understands and knows how to play against Serket, and they have their counter. It's Thor. So what Titan needs to do is realize that and go into the next matchup with a better 2v2 little mid-jungle combo. Like, survive the early game, really. I mean, just too much pressure from Anister and MLC Stealth.
Yeah, I think you look at the lineup in the 2v2, I would just consider MLC the wild card, right? Just make that the big question mark, and look at what gets picked for the jungle. The Thor is a great thing to mention, because you look at it and say, it doesn't matter what MLC picks. It's going to be scary, right? I mean, he's proven they can pick Scylla, Nox, and John Quay at a high level so far, and none of those are the characters you're like, I need to ban that right now, right? And so it doesn't matter what it is. You have to focus on Anister. Make sure he doesn't get that strong, CC-heavy, initiation-based early game jungler, and you'll have the control. But, you know, when it all culminates at the end of the match is the final push. Let's check out the Alienware play of the game and show what happens when Cognitive Prime gets enough gold and experience and exerts their dominance here. Now, remember, this is a best of 5. We have a possibility of 3 more matches to look at, but right now, Cog Prime is sitting pretty. Oh. Okay. Boom. Then they're going to be looking at game number 3.
that was a stretch.
I tried. It was a pretty prime for those of you who are just not on my ridiculous level. But
this guy.
The only way to play the game is that final push there. And you know, 7-0 and 7 was MLC Stealth. He had a constant pressure, tons of damage, and was able to control everything. So, you know, as well as Omega, right? 5-0 and 2 with the major damage. The solo lane was not really much of a factor. You know, Zimstar, what junglers can Anister not play?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the thing is... Okay, you give Serket to Titan. He'll play Thor. I don't know. I think Titan needs to, like, really step up the game when it comes to drafting. Right now, so far, this entire tournament has proven that NA is better when it comes to the draft. And also, they figure out the solo lane meta at a whole new level, I think. It's true. It's hard to deal with. And I think, honestly, now what they have like disadvantage over the other team,
100%.
they can just pick whatever they want to and just know.
Yeah, well, let's take a look here at the
0%
map breakdown and
speed.
see what's up. And again, you know,
That's
Cog
rough.
Prime, Sea of Red, pretty much besides one part. I mean, they didn't bother because they didn't need to. Fire Giant control, Gold Fury control. But here's the big statistic that you gotta point out. Speed.
0.
Speed at 100% control there. That is a stat we have not seen throughout this entire weekend. It was at least one time where the other team had gotten their speed buff, but this time around, and we said it before, speed is the key to victory, right? And that was a common theme. Go ahead.
No,
Do what you want to say.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Speed or feed.
Thank
Speed
you.
or feed, and that is what Titan did.
Yeah, they definitely
fed.
did. And one thing it's pretty easy to look at, right? And the people that defend the order side speed are really just support and hunter, but mostly support, right? The jungle and the support come together, and then mid usually arrives last because they have to clear the wave and get back there. If you're aggressing as a chaos mid, you're going to clear the wave and rush over to the enemy movement speed in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. The problem is Kanye Life gave up first blood, and he was super far behind, so he can't get there for that speed. He level 2 first blood, and so you have this 2 versus 3 without a tanky support, no front line, no peel, and even if we got Pretty Prime over there in time, he couldn't contest and was giving his life away. So
Yeah.
I think they definitely need to get a good, solid support onto Kanye Life. I respect the man. I've been loving him since he was Murder. And, you know, at this point, he needs to give up on, I have to play the secondary aggressive supports, pick up something like a Geb, get an Athena, get some peel, save your teammates, and save these team fights.
And that's a really big thing we're seeing here. It's take away the Ymir, take away the Athena, and what does he have left? And I think what Cognitive Prime is doing is they're pressuring that. You would have never expected a specific ban to Murder, but, I mean, Kanye Life. But, however, they're just, it's getting to him. I mean, like, you're looking at, like, finals, $2.6 million on the line, and Geb has not been picked yet. He's like Hercules. So you could tell we're really stretching far back in the God pool, but with support, because you have to supply so much protection, so much peel, so much map vision control, everything for so many players on your team, that Hercules just doesn't do it. And at the end of the day, Hercules support, in my opinion, is just outright unviable, because Hercules is only really, really good when you're so far ahead of the game. So
yeah, it's going to be a challenge, of course, for Titan. As you can hear, the crowd getting absolutely crazy here for both teams. But, you know, I know a lot of people in here are cheering for Cog Prime. They want those boys to bring it home. But you know what, though? Again, it goes without saying, Titan, this is it. This is it. Your back is against the wall.
Shoes are one of my favorite accessories because they always complete the vision. It says who you are and what this moment means.
Bro, chill. The loud ass ads.
It's going to be a challenge, of course, for Titan. As you can hear, the crowd getting absolutely crazy here for both teams. But, you know, I know a lot of people in here are cheering for Cog Prime. They want those boys to bring it home. But you know what, though? Again, it goes without saying, Titan, this is it. This is it. Your back is against the wall. You know, your opportunity to be, you know, not only, I mean, if we look at the numbers here, I'll just bring this up in a second, like how much these players are actually playing for. You know, the difference between first and second place, $522,000, $452. I said dollars 2 times, whatever, YOLO. Then first place, $1.3 million. That is a wide gap.
$800,000 difference.
That's a lot of
crazy.
nuts.
But you can hear them. You can hear the crowd, and this to me is an uplifting show of support for Titan. This is them. Titan is on the chopping block, ladies and gentlemen. This could be their last match in the Smite World Championship 2015, powered by Cursed Voice. And you're looking at this and thinking, can Titan bring it back? They have to win this match.
It's going to be so hard. I mean, you have to think about this, right? The player, like, you can't concern yourself with banning out MLC stealth.
No.
You need to concern yourself with screwing up everyone else, okay? And as best you can, you have to outplay him. You have to outplay him, period. There's no other option, Allied.
And that's the key thing you're seeing here. It's not all, there's drafting problems. However, there is also individual skill problems and team strategy problems. And honestly, I think the best way to do it is to address what is the most common problem and address it from there, like early game jungle control. Titan has no early game jungle control. They can't even get their speed buff. They need to recognize that and be like, that's a problem. How do we fix that problem?
They have to fix that.
Do you pick Circuit? No, man. Okay, what do you need to survive early game to help us and be a jungler and start getting off like we all know Replicas should be able to do?
What if Circuit doesn't get banned, which we're going to go into pick some bans here for game number 3.
If you got first pick, maybe give him Thor instead.
Against Titan, and wanted to ask you this real quick. You don't ban, let's say they don't ban Circuit. Cognitive Prime, do you think they care enough to pick up Circuit?
They do not care. I think their eyes are set on Thor. Thor's been winning them games.
Yep.
They've given it up. They know they can beat it. Circuit might not even be picked this game. I would not be surprised.
You know, honestly, Cognitive Pride doesn't seem like the propensity to go for it. Titan did not do anything with it last game. I would have let this through. I don't think Anister would have made that big of a difference. Now, we have seen Anister play it once so far. It was successful, but on the back of Cognitive Prime as a team. There's Ao Guang banned away. Now, Titan has first pick, first ban here. There hasn't been that much success in this slot. Get Thor right now. Do not let him have it.
There you go. There's the Thor pick.
There we go. And I really hope Replicas can use this.
Osiris on the other side for Cog Prime.
Yep.
And the Athena. Should have banned the Athena instead of Circuit.
Needed the early game aggression gods.
Oh,
if they can just pick up, hopefully it's going to be an Ares pick from Titan's side because, I mean, obviously, I don't know if Cognitive can play anything else at this point.
Before the next ban phase.
Before the next ban phase.
Yes.
So I would assume to pick it up now together with the Thor. You know, get a good early game mid. Maybe
they need something, and you know you are right there. You wizard, you're the wizard, Hattie. He gets the Ares, and they get the knock. So Titan's looking to fight this one back.
So it's interesting to pick the Ares this early. I know they don't want it banned, but that is exactly why Nemesis, the number one counter to every god in the game, will take away
Hey, Compy,
Ares'
welcome back.
will take
You're
away
eating
his
Chinese
speed, will give it
currently?
to her own, and Ares becomes
cool.
a
Is she hot?
walking target.
So what does Titan need to do in the next ban phase and also in the next pick for them to at least control the
on her needs
impact?
to get banned.
On her needs to get banned.
On her needs to get
because
banned.
even if you ban Scylla, Emerald Stitch is gonna go Zong and wreck your enemies.
If
So it
Ares
doesn't really
wants to
matter.
have a decent laning phase here, on her needs to be taken
Take
out.
away the Osiris counter. There goes that. Smart play. Baka very strong against Warriors. That's going to put Comfrey in a tough spot. Titan's going to get rid of
It's gonna be a Scylla.
She's only warm.
From MLC. It's going to be Scylla. Easy.
I think they can.
Well, that works.
Yep, there's the skill pick.
There it is.
There's the Scylla pickup. That's going to be dangerous territory for Titan. So this just complements this build that Cognitive Prime for example.
Oh.
There's the on her pick.
Okay.
He was
They don't
holding
have to
skill
pick it.
for the
Yeah, I
hype.
think they were worried that they would see Titan pick up on her on Ataraxia just to take it away from them. Obviously,
Yeah, I
Scylla
can
doesn't need
take
to pick right
Scylla.
now. Pre-Prime has already selected his Nox. He's not going to play anything else, and so they're waiting for the last pick to do it.
I guess you
Titan
could
has to
take
be
Scylla and
very
put Nox in the
cautious
solo
on what
lane.
these
That'd be
two
kinda
picks
weird,
are.
though.
They've got a good front line with Ares, a good front line with Thor.
Oh
Good
my god, my
team
tits are so
initiation,
sore right now.
backline damage. They need a strong late game carry.
And now this is where it comes down to: do you pick the Rama into this, or there you go, Ataraxia with the Rama locked in. So now they have a strong dual lane that scales well to mid to late, and there's the Chalk solo.
I really don't like I'm not a big fan of Shock so far. I don't know. I feel like
It's been very lackluster, right?
And the last pickup. Almost instantly, perhaps. Let's see if this is the case. Yes, it is. Scylla is picked up by Cog Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, of course, to drive us through the action. None other than Bart and Brandon. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the commentary desk for what could be the final time. Cognitive Prime up 2-0, and they've drafted their signature Scylla. They have on her for Barracuda. They have
I wonder
Nemesis
why
for Anister and
they're so
Osiris
sore.
as well. Did they not get anything they wanted in this
Yeah, I don't know. They're
I
really,
think
really
that
sore, though.
things are looking very,
Reminds me of
very
how it
grim
felt
for
after
Titan at this
I
stage.
pierced
I
them.
don't see why
I
you
wonder
pick
why.
Ares in your elimination game.
When it comes down to it, when they go back to these replays, it's going to come down to the fact that they know he's not getting Ymir, they know he's not going to get Athena, and if they do, they're not afraid of it. This
The
is
Athena
end
taunted
of
to the
Kanye
Scylla
West's
ult,
God
that's
pool
just
because he
bad.
didn't practice enough Geb, he didn't practice enough Sylvanas, and Titan has clearly underestimated the tier list.
I just don't understand how you can have a player that doesn't have the 2 best gods in his role in his pool.
And not to mention, they are 2 of the probably top 5 gods in the game.
That's right. I mean, it's just such high pivot-based picks. The first pick of Thor as well, maybe a little bit questionable considering what else was on the board there. They gave away Osiris and whatever else they wanted, which was that Athena. Cognitive Gaming has definitely held the ball on how these drafts have gone. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into game.
Game
Go ahead, get this bad boy started.
Again, I will mention that we could be underestimating Titan. This is the one team you cannot clock out against early. They have defeated people under the most incredible.
Can you imagine how sore they'd be if they were
Phoenix is
pierced
down
every
with their
day
Titan
for a
at
week?
10%. They have won games and on the verge of elimination to win tournaments.
But they've always done so on the back
No.
of a hyper late game carry in
I
Khalid.
can't imagine
Here, they
that.
do not have anything that can fill that
I've never
role outside of
experienced
their
anything like
hunter,
that.
Ataraxia. But we'll see what they could put on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, it is game number 3 of a best of 5 series. Titan representing the #1 seed from Europe. They are down 2 games to nothing versus Cognitive Prime. Their roster is Kanye Light pairing up with Ataraxia in the duo lane as Ares and Rom. In the jungle, it's Rebecca.
Oh gosh,
Flame
chess
Prime
game.
in the mid lane as Nox. And that leaves Confree
Oh, time
as
for
the
that.
solo lane
I'm
chop.
trying to watch game
Their
3.
opponents in this 3rd game, they are the red team. Hailing out of North America, the hometown boy, Barracuda, leading the charge. Cognitive Gaming, Andinster in the jungle. Jeff Henla is your support. MLC Stealth in the mid
Your voice
lane.
sounds so cute when it breaks like
Barracuda
this.
as your hunter. And finally,
Thanks, coffee.
solo lane.
Going into it, nothing crazy coming out. I really was hoping Titan would be going for their speed buff here, but they are standing directly on a ward chip and choose to go for what seems to be the cognitive start on the order side duo. They will have felt the hurt, so it's very smart. Kanye Life rushing right in. No Hand of the Gods to be used here. And starting on top side, Jeff Hinla getting away with using his Hand of the Gods early.
Yeah, they're not going to get blown up for it, but they also will not have the blue buff available. Ataraxia getting zoned out a bit, and Barracuda going to move forward as well. But let's keep an eye here, Brandon, on the mid lane, where it's 2 fairly low clear mages doing battle. However, Nox has a big advantage in the harass department. Red buff Anister is going to get spotted up. Replicon ports forward, but without the stun to lock him in, only sitting at level 2. Anister is going to survive. No first blood in the first minute today.
It's going to hurt Repicos at that reset, but the actual call to reset it was so incredibly high level. Getting that done is something that very rarely happens. Beautiful play coming out, and Andy takes the first real chunk of harass.
On the left side lane, Jeff Hinla falling down to about 50% HP here. The Ares change just doing so much damage in the early stages. They are going to rotate their jungler over to help secure this blue buff. And it's going to be actually really, really XP efficient as MLC Stealth is here as well. And honestly, this is going to help the mid laner out tremendously, getting Scylla to the point where she is a little bit more viable as a clearer in the mid lane. And, well, as we've seen so far, MLC Stealth does not need much help.
That's true. Going towards the red buff now, we're going to see the 2-man grouping. MLC Stealth getting a part of 2 camps there, but
Titan better be careful here. If they lose this game, they lose $800,000.
Of experience.
$800,000 on this one game.
Talking about Kanye Life, in the beginning, I mentioned
That's
quite
crazy.
plainly that his god pool is small. It's very important.
It's a lot of pressure.
But we should talk about the last time I underestimated Ares. He won that game flawlessly against Fnatic to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a pretty solid, on paper, kind of counter to the Athena. She relies a lot on her dash, but as you can see there, the taunt combination when he tries to move forward, those chains, very dangerous. The lead forward from Barracuda. He's looking for the first blood. He's going to get 3 auto attacks. 1. Not going to be able to get any more than that. That's going to be all she wrote. No kills on to Kanye Life, ladies and gentlemen, as Barracuda still searching for that first blood.
Ataraxia right there didn't quite find anything as well. Not only did he wasn't able to peel for his team, but he didn't.
Rebecca in the mid lane. He's in a lot of trouble. He's a monster. And down goes Rebecca for the first blood.
He will be consumed on the second hit. Pretty Prime actually activated the level of the move and then did it before taking the damage. But of course, the true damage had been done. First blood once again going to North America, and Titans' attempt to win the World Championship seems to be waning.
For those of you a little bit confused, that I'm a monster move is not auto lock. It's not a guaranteed hit. MLC Stealth is actually just that good.
He has had a very high conversion rate on that move this weekend. And it's not generally a very easy move to land.
No, it's one of the more difficult ones. It's got a big build-up. It's very obvious when you've entered into that ultimate state, and you have only about 8 seconds to fire it. Oh, it's a fairly extended time. Hold on, hold that thought. Left side lane, we have a big grouping here. Getting very, very low. Jeff Hinley is going to fall to the damage from the chains. Barracuda is using Desert Fury just to disengage.
That could be trouble.
Doors up in the air. He can re-engage, but as you can see, Barracuda standing in the crush. He's going to work to leap over the Gold Fury once it's back off of cooldown. Replicon's forced out of the fight as well. And Barracuda, very, very elusive using the pillar and the Gold Fury there. They were unable to continue aggression.
Replicon's got scared of the crush. Honestly, he should have just taken it. A kill onto Bear there would have spelled absolute brilliance for Titan, but they do answer the first blood back, yet are still down 700 gold.
One thing right off the bat that's very clear about Titan and their game plan here is they've realized that they can't lose all of the mid camps.
Right. It's very important.
They have lost all of the mid camps in the first 2 games here. They start to split them, and actually, are they sitting on an actual lead in this game? No, it's still in favor of Cognitive by about 1,000 XP and 700 gold, even given the mid camp pickups and some early kills.
Titan's farm has just been beyond lackluster. Plain and simple, Repicos consistently falling behind. Pretty Prime almost always behind Stealth, and that's no different here.
A
Level 6 to
heist,
level
what?
7, and with that mana, you know Pretty Prime's going right back to the base.
That just has to do with Cog Prime's XP efficiency, as you see here. MLC Stealth and Anisur splitting damage and splitting the gold with the Bumbas mask for these camps. This is something that Cognitive Prime has always excelled at.
Ahoy,
One of the first
Captain.
teams in the North American scene we saw really utilizing that Bumbas mask. This is the starting item for junglers, and it basically
Maybe I can
gives
join
them
on
a
this
little
one
bit
too
better
if I get there
clear,
in
while
time.
also giving them some sustain and helping share gold and XP at a higher rate with nearby gods.
So right there, Kanye like
Ah,
pushes up
I
the
did.
mid lane.
I
Instead of just
did.
going
I
for
really
last hit,
did.
stripping away
I did
even
that.
more experience and gold from Pretty Prime, putting him now even farther
Just
behind
now.
MLC Stealth, who, you know, strangely is the one to continue carrying the game. He's 1-0-0
Side lane.
as damage.
Confrey's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get set up by the Osiris. There's a Nemesis on his back as well. They could use the ultimate if they wanted it, but they're going to save it onto Anisur, just electing for the harass onto Confrey.
I think Confrey was actually waiting for the ultimate to use his in case they initiated, so great patience on his end as well.
But now they have the ultimate available for Pretty Prime. He's playing up in the lane. He's in a lot of trouble. Anisur is here. The ultimate comes out. Slice the dice as well. Damage coming through. Consume was used. And
Oh my god, dude.
And here comes the gun. Throws up to it. Rubicon helps turn this one around. Down goes Pretty Prime.
Oh, he lived too.
Kanye Light finds the pull. Onto 2. Crushes there. Kanye Light taking the damage. No more spells. MLC Stealth out from Sentinel. And it's just a kill for Cognitive.
Reppy once again dropping the
Oh.
ball. He should have reinitiated.
Can't even see him. He's just shooting through the trees. Bro.
And keeping his team alive just for now.
That's a really, really important kill for momentum.
That was an
Defensive
important
from
kill.
Continuing to farm up, as well as giving a little bit of a
That was a
morale
good play.
boost on the side of Titan.
Sniped. You couldn't even see him. It was a blind snipe. You just kind of knew basically where he was.
Feels like such an important moment in the game, that kill.
That
It's
shit's
so-
crazy.
I think great that it was the captain.
Oh my god.
It's so relevant that he's the one to say, I understand you dropped the kill. I understand you guys didn't quite get you were looking for there, but I'm here to help you guys. Keep the morale up. We're pushing into the mid game. We're not letting it
Aw,
go just yet.
Rip Willow.
Anisur playing a dangerous game there and actually ends up juking that stun from Repicos. And now with some cooldowns used up, Anisur and young Jeff Hindler are going to have a pretty decent time at taking this left side camp.
Kanye right now doesn't have blink for about another 30 seconds. Same thing for his ultimate no escape, which of course is going to be a major factor in the game. Taking a look at Cognitive's actives, there is literally one set of beads and an Aegis amulet. So there's not a lot of potential for them to escape the no escape.
Continuing to group up in the mid lane is Titan. 3 members here, 3 members from Cognitive Prime as well. Gold Fury seems to be on the mind of the teams.
Yeah, we're seeing a grouping here. Right now, the vision belongs to Cognitive. Kanye does have a sentry, will drop it and regain vision control. And with no one in the base right now,
Rip Willow, have fun with Davey and some Kraken. I will have fun, thank you.
For now, the vision will belong to Titan.
Yeah, and this seems like a Titan game. The only thing I'm worried about here is that shock in the solo lane.
Again, Comfrey has opted into a god that performed extremely poorly in the previous match.
I mean, he's a good solo laner. Shock, he's very, very safe. He can find farm, and he can scale with farm, and he can use items well.
Yeah, but
what he can't do,
vanilla.
he can't stop Omega's Osiris from getting 6-slotted.
He's a vanilla character. He doesn't do anything badly, doesn't do anything good.
Yeah, he won't slow anyone down, and that's going to spell some problems.
Oh, right. We're going to get a grouping here in the mid lane once again as MLC moves forward. Going to get silenced out before he can find anything.
Left side, Repicos and Kanye Life are waiting with the ambush, but Barracuda is facing in their direction. Even without ward covers, a game sense lets him know that he could be in some trouble here. Atarax goes for it. He finds a cribble. In comes the rest of the team. The chains are out. Barracuda using Desert Fury. He uses the Athena ultimate.
Oh, shit.
Dodging forward. Kanye able to up.
Got him.
Down goes Barracuda, but here comes Anisur. He finds the ultimate on Ataraxia, who dodges forward.
Oh, you better get out, Ataraxia.
Oh, they're trying though, and he goes down. Ataraxia.
Wow.
Finding the bait, and now a double kill for Rebecca. Pretty Prime down. One more hit's gonna do it.
Holy shit, they're making a comeback.
Pretty Prime has a blink on Nox at 8 minutes into this game.
That's what he does, man. That's how he won in the previous set against SK Gaming. He goes aggressive, but there's a 4-man grouping here. We don't have the Hunter. There's no way Omega's making it over, but the issue here is that MLC Stealth could still wipe that team.
Yeah, he missed his route, though, which is going to mean that Config can zone him a bit here. The Gold Fury starting to get low. I'm a monster coming out. Can he find it?
No, that was not good.
Questionable play there. And granted, as you mentioned, in theory, he could have killed the entire team. He was trying to steal away the Gold Fury, but was just a little bit off the mark with that I'm a monster.
He should have dived in. He needed to all in much sooner when they were still stacked up. Of course, he didn't have that information, but he winds up paying for it. And for the first time, MLC Stealth with a big misplay puts his team behind as Titan finds a 1,000 gold advantage. But I do want to highlight and give major shout-outs to my man Omega, who recognizes the fact that he's just not getting over there. He strips away the blue buff and takes it, and then drops the red buff on the ground for his team as well. Brilliant, brilliant use of his time.
Yeah, Omega playing some of the best Smite of his life here. He's one of the longer tenured players around in the scene. We've seen him fall in and out of favor in terms of a dominant or a top of his class solo. But here we've seen him play a game that we haven't seen really from anyone else. It's the very Omega style of play, very lane dominant, a lot of taunting, a lot of emote spamming, and a lot of head games.
Oh, Kanye, great spot here. Stealth gonna Aegis it, and Jeff Hindler gonna channel it out.
That's smart.
We're gonna see a lot of damage onto Jeff here. Can Comfrey move forward? Oh, I'm very surprised to see him not go a little bit deeper there, cripple or not.
Yeah, the Nemesis ultimate came out onto Comfrey, which made him fall back. Omega finds a tether, but actually leashes it himself. Nox damage is gonna help slow down Cog's surge forward, and Osiris has realized he can't find any kills, but there's the second combination. Kanye Light's gonna get slowed up, taking a lot of damage. Omega trying to find any will with the Psycho Crusher. Down goes Kanye Light.
Eyes on Ataraxia in the air. It's going to need a big shot here. Can he
find he missed.
Oh, he cannot. Silence out onto Andy. Ataraxia is going to try to find a kill here, but he knows he's going to be forced to retreat. A small but still relevant victory for Cognitive Gaming.
XP actually swings into the favor of Cog, albeit by only 700 on the back of that fight. Gold difference still in favor of Titan at 800. This game is basically dead even at 11 minutes, even though Titan is holding 6 kills, to their credit.
We got 1,000 gold difference roughly. I mean, realistically, that's not going to be an item level per person, or rather even for one person. It's going to come down to if they can use it. This isn't a defend or protect the lead situation. This is a I must farm as good as MLC Stealth situation. This is a I must continue outplaying Barracuda situation. And in the last fight, Baron found the good ult, and Ataraxia didn't.
And this game, however, Confrey seeing a little bit more successful with the chalk. He's made the rotations, as you mentioned. Omegatron has elected to farm instead. You can see him going toe-to-toe. We got a slap fight over here.
I'm actually pretty surprised to see neither of them has picked up teleport to towers yet. Both of them sitting on Hand of the Gods 1.
Yeah, they, I guess there just hasn't been a lot of pressure in this lane. We've only seen the jungler over here a couple times, and neither of them really likely to fall with the tier 1 still up. So all things told, it's a farm lane.
So Reppy right now, 3-1-2 compared to Andy, 1-1-2. That's a little bit confusing to me, considering the fact that they're the same level. Andy actually getting the lead now, hitting level 12.
Yeah, Andy's pulled ahead now on this Nemesis, even though, as you mentioned, behind in the kills, Thor just not farming very efficiently on the back of Repicos.
That's true. I mean, realistically, Andy has always had a very significantly higher farm rate than most other people. Ultimate coming out onto Kanye. Is MLC a monster? He's looking for it. He's got to wait there, but he finds one. 3-man silence going to come out, trying to wait for a little bit more damage to come through. Might waste it. Not going to find the second hit as Reppy dives into 3.
Omega moving forward. There's the big Psycho Crusher onto 2. No healing coming out.
The Scylla ult is so satisfying to hit.
He's going to miss any more.
It's hard to hit, though.
Confrey surges forward, establishing the front line for Titan. He's going to take some damage for his trouble.
Damn.
Back in. Can it be enough? No, Jeff Handler forced out as the sun comes from Thor, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
In favor, in my opinion, of Titan, of course.
Absolutely.
Given the fact that Barracuda's going to face about 30 seconds of respawn compared to the fact Huntley is already up.
Titan looking like they want to keep their tournament hopes alive here, down 2 games to nothing in a best-of-5 series. One more victory for Cognitive Prime will make them the best team in Smite in the world. Titan fighting for their hopes. They're building themselves a lead, but it's not substantial yet. They really need to take a Gold Fury, a couple towers, get some footing before you can call this one in their favor.
So, topside speed buff about to respawn. It's strange that Andy's going to rotate away. Still could be some time before it comes up. It is within that 30-second mark. So I expect that he's going to try to maximize his farm, as he always does. Goes to the small camp first. Speed buff just blinking, so expect the rotation back soon.
Yeah, speed buff on the top side, going to be coming back up shortly. Red buff, as you mentioned, going to be picked up by the Athena Nemesis Scylla combination. Gold Fury also up in about 30 seconds, so be mindful of that as we watch the teams rotate for that top side orange buff.
All right, so Stealth going back into the mid lane, not missing any farm there. A little bit of gold to the tower, but nothing super relevant. Mid-camp's on right, about to come up, and again, Andy walking past the speed buff to ensure that he's going to get a camp that could be contested.
Right side, let's see, we got about 15 seconds left. The chains are coming out, but they do miss. Kanye Life takes some damage.
4v4.
It's a 4v4 now as the rest of the backline rotates in. Repicos there, as is the Osiris, but backing off now is Titan. They're going to give this one up to Cognitive Prime.
Strange to me, considering that they did have a pretty good line to that. Pretty Prime was completely blocked by the front line, and the rotations coming over. Comfrey didn't really have too much threat, honestly. I mean, the Nemesis all coming out, and then him reducing the damage he takes with Ares applying pressure could have been very strong, but they decided to play it safe.
It's a Razor's Edge game, though, with Nox against other pro teams. She's just very, very
Razor's
low
Edge.
and needs a lot of farm to...
Oh, Razor's Edge.
Oh, whoa, Reppy going immediately for Bera. Bera, I think, yes, jump is down. Not in a great spot. Bad teleport coming out from Repicos, but Ataraxia, again, cleaning up the mess, finds another killer. And
Wow.
Barracuda's going to face another 35 seconds of respawn.
Ataraxia's popping off.
Demonstrate why we've seen... Yeah,
Oh,
in
shit.
a lot of trouble, but here comes Anderson. Doesn't matter. Reppy finds the backside hit on the Mjolnir
Rip.
Tumen. Down will fall Repicos, however, in exchange as Anderson rotates in. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but at least Cog gets something out of it here as Titan starts to pull ahead now. The lead's still not very respectable, though. It's only about 1,000 gold, and the experience is dead even.
When Cog is in this advantage, it's like 4,000 to 5,000 gold. When Titan's in this advantage, we're only seeing about 1,200.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, the pace.
Fun
feels
fact,
very
razors
much
are
like
sharp.
A game where Cognitive has been in the lead. However, you're exactly
They are.
right. A tenth of the lead that
Yeah,
we saw out
coffee.
of Cognitive Gaming on the side of Titan.
Gives me bad ideas.
Coming out, still taking a lot of damage.
Bad
Actually forced
ideas.
his bees as well. They're going to be down for 3 minutes, but he still has the Greater Aegis active. So he's not going to be in too much trouble as he does retreat, and no Gold Fury attempt. I thought they were going to try it.
Yeah, it is a little bit questionable to pick the Scylla into the Ares knowing it was there. The chains that Ares attaches means that the god cannot use ability-based movement. So that teleport under the ground to the Doghead Sentinel ability on Scylla, one of her most important abilities, probably the best ability that she has in her kit. It's a very, very, very fast cast time, a nearly instant teleport that goes through walls.
Yes.
And when that gets shut down by the Ares chain, she becomes very vulnerable, as you saw, blowing a 3-minute cooldown just because of the threat of getting hit by one.
Well, again, she still has the Greater Aegis, so she still can provide a little bit of support. They can rely on Jeff Hindla as well for peel, although Athena doesn't have a ton of peel. She has one gigantically great spell to ensure that if the Confound hits, they'll be pushed away, or she can increase the defenses of Scylla, mitigating damage incoming by 25% with the ultimate. Oh,
Prime, yeah.
See that?
Yeah, that was
beautiful.
Yeah, so what Nox is doing there, she has a stealth shield that will absorb 90% of damage from the next ability, and is using it to avoid those crutches coming out of Scylla. We have Barracuda in a little bit of trouble here. Kanye Life, though, gets taunted out by Jeff Hindla, and the Gold Fury attempt is going to be stalled there. Barracuda taking a little bit more harass than he would have liked.
Ooh, Andy moving in. Again, a lot of pressure into this Gold Fury still, as we see a rotation coming over from Comfrey, but he just walked over a sentry, and he will be spotted.
There's actually a ward here down for Cognitive at the Gold Fury, but we have a team fight breaking out. Anderson trying to dash away.
Oh,
back in by the
shit.
ultimate.
Oh,
Jeff Hindla
Comfrey
is in a lot of trouble as Comfrey.
Damn, Ataraxia.
And now here comes Surging Titan.
Oh,
Barracuda
you're
comes in the
probably
back
gonna
line,
die.
but he gets started out by Repicos and exploded. Triple kill for Ataraxia. Gold Fury is going to go the way of Titan.
If they get
Coming
through this
back.
game, they force the game 4, Rama better be banned because Ataraxia has shown up like he has never shown up. He has always been the middle of the line player for the team, but holy hell is this guy on fire. 603 and is responsible for every major objective push so far.
Dev's Glove and Chin Size with the pen boots online here. It's a really, really early
I'm
Chin
sorry,
Size.
Bart, is he level 18?
Level 18 at 17 minutes into this game with a 3,000 gold luxury item under his belt. This is a big-time ROM, and it should give you some indication as to why this god was banned in so many games earlier in this set.
You know, there was a pretty meager lead, but it's turned quite relevant as 3,900 gold separates both the European and North American champions. 12 to 5 currently.
Yeah, that's a for real lead, as we would say.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've seen Titan command the map.
Yeah, that's right. So now the Otis on Cognitive Prime to find their footing in this game. They haven't played from behind against this team yet in the tournament, nor in any international competition prior to this. As a relatively new squad from Titan coming out of the amateur scene to find their way all the way to the #1 seed in Europe and into the finals of the Smite World Championship, playing for their share of $2.6 million.
All right, so Sentry Ward going to be countered in the hot spot coming into the mid lane. Kanye Life not going to be too threatened. In fact, he's moving forward. And again, I should point out that we didn't like the Ares pick, and he's doing amazingly. He set up a lot for his team. He's protecting Ataraxia, who is obviously dominating. Kanye Life, again, with his rather unique god pool, seems to be allowing him to play well.
Yeah, he's been involved in 10 of the 12 kills on the side of Titan.
That's
very,
impressive.
very well for any support.
That's incredibly impressive. Only picking up one and just barely. No escape. Applied to 2. Immediately, Jeff Hindla going to apply his damage, and he's taking a lot there as Repicas jumps in.
Jeff Hindla could be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, he's going to get stunned by that Nox ultimate, but no.
Oh, he lets him go? Oh, wow.
Pretty Prime snipes it out. Here comes MLC Seldo. The crush going to be ages out by Pretty Prime. Omegatron moving forward, but he realizes very quickly that
I've had plenty of ideas involving Razors already.
This guy is the Thor looking for a crash down. Will just make his way back to the lane, and they may try to transition this into a push.
Stealth in some trouble here. A lot of damage coming through. Aegis is really get away. No, Pretty Prime finding another cleanup kill as Comfrey and Ataraxia tend to proxy 3 members. No use of shifting sands there. Barracuda is attempting to spend a lot of his resources into a rather tanky chunk.
Tier 1 mid lane does fall in favor of Titan. First tower of the game. Sorry, second tower of the game going in their direction. And that gold lead has grown 5,000 now, 6,000 in the XP charts. No gold period to transition into, but there is speed buffs spawning on both sides of the map. They should look to flex their muscles a little bit and take a page out of Cognitive's book and strip some XP away.
So we reached the 20-minute mark, Bart, and things are a much different story than they were in the previous games for the European champions, Titan, as they have made an incredible push into this mid-game. 6:05 now for Captain Ataraxia. Pretty Prime finally showing up this game with a 3-1-6 score himself. Comfrey 0-0-6. Everybody being positive except for the support, who's only 1 kill behind, but with 11 assists.
That's a lot of assists.
Looking at the backside here, Thor has his speed buff. Nemesis on the top side has picked up hers as well. Both junglers have the extra run speed and attack speed available to them. Cognitive Gaming still looking for a foothold in this game. Titan has really done a nice job of controlling the laning phase, utilizing that Nox very, very well to secure some long-range kills, as well as using those silences very effectively. And it was really a big rotation from Confrey to set up this lead, getting a 3-man silence on the back of an Ares ultimate.
You know, but with that, Confrey's actually only 200 gold ahead of Omega, who's currently sitting on 200 creep kills compared to Kanye and Ataraxia, both sitting in the 170s.
Yeah, but this lane not being won by Osiris, even though he's keeping parity, it's okay. We won't see him carry this game most likely. That's going to be really the realm of the Nemesis combining with either the Scylla and the On-Her, to find those kills.
Yeah, Comfrey can still get blown up. She shreds a lot of protections, but remember, guys, if Comfrey activates Stormcall, his ultimate, from the time that he's channeling the spell in the air, before he comes down, he takes 50% reduced damage.
Can you believe that used to be 100%?
Yes, I can. I used him a lot. It was fun.
MLC Stealth caught in no Nox position yet again. The Confound comes out to help try to bail him out. He does have the Nox ultimate active on him and will eat the stun now, but that ult is down, and they do not secure a kill. Cog likely looking to take a fight here. Yes, Athena's going to pour forward his Answer. No, thinks better of it.
Yeah, Jeff Hindla getting the ultimate kind of wasted there in a rather curious spot, as well as Gold Fury will be respawning in 27 seconds, meaning if Jeff gets pushed out, he's going to stay out.
Yeah, Jeff, he really cannot die here. It's Kanye Life does find the chainsaw onto Jeff Hindla, and now trying to move forward. Takes a lot of damage. Barracuda is doing damage.
Oh, man.
Ataraxia will find him. Ataraxia sniping him down, no problem. They trade their jungler for the mid laner of Prime, but the fight has not stopped yet.
Omega going for it. I don't see him going for it. Omega uses his ultimate, and they're going to be forced away. This is almost a power play here, but with Reppy down versus Stealth, I actually do give an advantage here at the Gold Fury fight to Titan.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for them. Out of position are both the On-Her and the Osiris.
They're letting it go.
No way they rally there in time. Jeff Hindla is not even going to bother turning the corner. They're going to take their red buff and give this one up. Third Gold Fury of the game going to fall for Titan.
You know, that's one of the hardest calls in any game. You know, any MOBA, you see an objective being taken and you know you can't pressure it, and you have to go, the words have to come out of your mouth. You have to say, we have to let that go.
Yeah, we got to sacrifice that, but as we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, the Spite map is fairly small, so finding objectives on the other side of the map can be very, very challenging unless your positioning is perfect.
Dies.
Omega attempting to do that, but he's a little bit late as Ares rotates in with the chains. Omegatron is going to try to secure this blue buff, and he will, but here comes the team.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. No ultimate. I hope the blue is worth it, buddy. That's going to be a pretty long 1-minute respawn for you, and you're going to lose your tower for it.
Definitely not worth it.
Left side, Ataraxia battling out with Barracuda. Jeff Inla comes in. Bear's going for the chase. They want blood.
Yeah, they really want to try to pick this kill up. It could be a very, very important kill for them. Desert Fury being
they got him.
And there it is. Well played for Barracuda. And they should be able to take this tier 1 on the back of that as well. They see the Nox and the Thor rotation coming out. And no, it's going to just be the recalls. Thor not going to be able to close the distance and stop this. They'll get a decent amount of damage onto the tower as well from the minions before Thor can come and clean that out.
So right there, I heard a huge chant of Barracuda. I was really expecting a huge chant of Jeff Timla. Because that was the play. He saved Barracuda from danger. He applied the taunt to put Ataraxia in a bad spot. The shield wall procs at max levels to make sure the damage is done. Barracuda did his work, but that was all Jeff.
Right side lane, tier 1 tower does go down in favor of Confree. Titan continuing to take objectives off of the map. Nemesis is over here helping to farm up, and she's going to clear the wave off of her tier 2, but map control is starting to slip for Cognitive Prime here. The wards are getting deeper and deeper from Titan, and Cognitive has not had an answer for about the last 10 minutes to this Ares.
That and the gold difference keeps, just raising farther and farther in favor of Titan. 6,100 gold. That's more than an item level per player on the team, and in some cases could be close to an entire item itself.
But it's a very, very different style of lead that Titan has here from what we saw out of Cognitive Gaming. When Cognitive won those first 2 games, all 5 of their members were ahead in net worth at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, Osiris is sitting in the 4th most farm position on her, sitting above Ares as well. So they're not out of this one yet is Cognitive Prime. They have the farm on their cores. It's just a matter of can they transition that into winning a team fight to help them take some objectives off the map. They need to win a team fight, take a gold fury, and then this is basically a dead even game.
For me,
Not
this
that
has all
even.
been Ataraxia so far. I mean, if Cog wants to shut it down, they're going to have to stop these fights, trying to go onto Nox, stop trying to kill Reppy, and they need to stop fighting until they can see Ataraxia plainly in sight, not on boards, not in the jungle when he's walking through, a minion camp. They might have an extra minion here. They need to see Ataraxia on the map or pick
Setting up
him
for
up.
a kill attempt onto the Osiris here. The chains do miss, but they're going to go in nonetheless. Omega has his ultimate available.
Oh,
Will use it. The Athena ultimate coming in as well for the damage mitigation. He's not taking very much physical damage here.
He's so low.
One more Cyberdeckers. No, that Nox ultimate is going to be enough to clean him up when it procs. Down goes Omegatron. Jeff Hilla's going to follow the Circus Rush. Dashing forward. Doesn't matter. Rebecca finds the kill. That's 2
Let's
down.
run. Don't go back. Run.
Gonna have their work cut out now.
Naz, right there. Andy's going to be forced to escape left side. Ataraxia feeling the hurt here from
This looks
Barracuda,
crazy.
who just landed a few more shots, but the insane amount of healing coming out from Ataraxia is keeping him alive. But Barra not dropping it just yet. Going to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Barracuda does have significantly less lifesteal at this juncture than is on the back of Ataraxia. That Aussie, this item is a non-damaging attack speed lifesteal pen item that gives you more
Not Fire Giant.
additional lifesteal and HP when you
Non-damaging?
Bart, why aren't they going to the Fire Giant?
It used to not have power.
Tier 2 on the right side. I guess they expected that the Nemesis was going to be a little bit better position, but Cognitive Prime with the perfect answer to this kind of off the mark push from Titan. They push up the mid lane, get a lot of farm in the Nemesis. They push up to the tier 2 on the left side, and wrapping around now is the Nemesis. The backstab is out. Ataraxia in a lot of trouble. He takes this guy, but he doesn't make enough in time. Down he will fall. A misplay from the very, very far under here. But Barracuda gets exploded now by Repicos.
Finally, Repicos showing up in this set. I mean, he's been so quiet. In fact, maybe even detrimental in the first 2 games. But this game has been an absolute just knockout situation for him. Every single play he has made has been so big.
Right side mid camp go to the way of Titan. Pinla thought about contesting him, and now he may pay with it for his life. He does have that Nox ultimate active on him, dashing forward. He's going to do some damage. He's going to use his Aegis to avoid that. Very, very strange that you're going to see an Aegis out on an Athena. Usually it's a more defensive-oriented spell like a Shell or even a Creeping Curse to try to make up some HP differential from Confree.
So there's there's healing on Confree. There's a lot of healing on Ataraxia.
Will
as
the
well.
Wondrous?
Unicorn build, brawlers, or rather, we have the
Thanks,
Death
Blue.
Gloves and the Aussie both providing a lot of lifesteal. So instead, he goes into Aegis to protect himself. The issue is he's not a target.
Right. Usually you want to see the Aegis on a target that they're going to dump a lot of burst into, and you can avoid all of it. Anderson, he's going to take a bit of damage here, but he's not in too much trouble. Well, now he is as the chains come out from Kanye Lake. He's going to zap away a lot of that protection, and now he's going to try to resurge back in with the Athena, but the taunt, the cripple was still there, so he was unable to dash forward.
So right there, that was really big for me on the side of Repicos. He gets the stun and doesn't.
It seems like on this old Conquest map, like snowballing the match is a lot easier. Like you get a couple kills in the beginning and then you kind of snowball.
That is incredible matchup knowledge and brilliant play.
Although we watched that one game that got turned around, so maybe not. I don't know.
Left side, there is a Witchblade. I would like to see some Midgardian
Willow
mail
is
as
quite
well,
wondrous
and
indeed.
there's no room
Bloop.
on that side for a Enfeebling Curse, which would be incredibly beneficial at this stage.
It is going to be another Gold Fury going the way of Titan, their 4th of the game, if I'm correct. That's just a lot.
Right side, Megatron taking a tier 1, answering back a small amount of gold, putting himself in a small
I'm trying to
amount
make this
of danger,
chess
but
move
Angel
here, and you
Silence,
guys
I
are
don't
like
expect him to take too much threat here.
turning me on and
Not
stuff.
really hard to see this table. What he does have is a short duration knockup, but it's contingent upon 2 spells hitting. It's a low percentage play. He does have the silence as well, but it's not going to be enough to stop the Osiris from just running back to his base in impunity.
So Barra, Andy, and Omega all level 20, Stealth level 19, very close. So they're effectively 1 level behind for the
She
core
truly
damage
is.
dealers, and then
Aw.
Jeff Hindla is 1 level
Thanks,
behind
Blue.
Kanye. The experience
Thanks,
difference, while
Coffee.
it reads 9,300,
You guys
is
are so sweet to me.
basically irrelevant. Gold difference, however, 8,100 is still quite relevant indeed. So they're going to have to be careful on their fights, especially with Jeff Hindla still having that Aegis.
To put it into some perspective for you, about a 5,000 gold differential you can feel. It's about half of an item on
To put it
the
plainly
MLC,
and
right?
not
8,000 for
arrogantly,
about an item or
emotionally
the better
damaged
part of
girls
a
are more
luxury item
fun.
ahead of you at this stage. So, Cognitive Gaming has to make this up.
Anyways.
Getting some spells and finding some pick-offs
I gotta make this
before
chess
they take
move.
a true 5v5 fight.
When it comes down to me, I want to see Andy ult, and then Scylla's got to be on the target immediately. Stealth and Andinster must be on the same target at the same time, and they must provide enough threat to scare people away from fighting Barracuda.
Once this Witchblade is done on the Nemesis, I want to see her spend that extra 600 gold and go ahead and pick up that Fist of the Gods out of the Hand of the Gods, setting up that stun for MLC Stealth.
You better hurry up and find a move before we make you quiver and whimper. What do you mean?
Especially when paired with burst mages like you see on
Oh, God.
Reppy going.
Reppy, he's just going to try to bail
They
out
got
here.
Fire Giant. I can't believe. I thought that was a bait. They actually got that.
And they took it down much faster than I expected as well. Jeff Hindla is going to be in a lot of trouble, and he's going to take a spill here.
Oh my God, they're gonna destroy them now. They have Fire Giant.
Surging forward is Titan, and they are not going to go down without a fight here versus Cognitive.
they're about to
Prime.
win.
Down 2-0. They surge back with a brilliant draft. They pick up the Ares. They set up a great game for him, and now we're pushing to break the base 5v4.
Now, this is what I'm always talking about. When you're in the lead, protect the lead. They must be careful. So many games have been thrown at Phoenix's. MLC Stealth already under half, though. That's going to give them a way in. Jumping in right away. Kanye Life tanking it up. Pretty Prime takes the Nemesis ultimate, and Andy's not going to be able to follow that one up.
Yeah, there's no one can follow that one up. Omega could jump forward with his ultimate, but it's just not where you want to use that ability. They have done a pretty decent job here in Cognitive, however, stalling out this push onto the Phoenix.
Let's see some red light.
Confrey's going to go ahead and drop that silence down. Barracuda may fall in the well. No, dashing back is Confrey.
That was a pretty cute teleport. I like that.
That was, yeah.
I like that.
Clever stuff.
So they're going to bail out. Light.
Confrey. They have done a pretty decent job here in Cognitive, however, stalling out this push onto the Phoenix.
Let's see some red light.
Confrey's going to go ahead and drop that silence down. Barracuda may fall in the well.
Oh,
No,
the axe.
dashing back is Confrey.
That was a pretty cute teleport. I like that.
That was, yeah.
That was.
Clever stuff.
So they're going to bail out here, probably just clean up the jungle, go for the tier 2. Lord knows they have the damage for it.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy kill, an easy 1,500 gold pool. Maybe not, as Cognitive Prime will say they want to fight this one. Tanya Light moving forward. Anderson already in a lot of trouble, not going to get pulled.
Is that actually going to find it?
No, Repicos does, though. Thor comes crashing down. Tier 2 to fall here as Cognitive Prime slips yet again, dropping their jungler.
So tier 2 going to fall. Another 1,500 will separate the two teams. 12,000 gold now. A lot of it still in pocket, of course, but they're going to push in again to the Phoenix. Diving into the backline. Omega has a line for a kill, but they're just not feeling it.
Yeah, just off the mark there was that ultimate from Scylla. Moving forward is the
Oh my
Repicos
God.
as well. Ataraxis takes this guy, down goes Barracuda, down goes Omega trying to pretty Prime. Confrey in a bit of trouble, but now it's Jeff Hindla's forced to use his Magi's. MLC Stealth and Jeff Hindla, no ultimates available. Going to try to hold out the 5 members of Titan.
That Phoenix is falling quickly. Stealth still has enough damage to hold the Titan, and I think the boys on Titan are going to know it. So they're going to go over. Actually, no, they're going to go back and spend gold in hand right now. Everyone is sitting at 2K or higher, except for Repicos, which was 1970.
They're going to buy those items and be very proud because they have an opportunity to make their way back into this set 2-2-0 right now. About to be 2-1. Wow.
Bart, not only that, there's still over 90 seconds left on their Fire Giant buff. And remember, guys, Fire Giant buff allows you to push down towers and Phoenixes even quicker. So you know they're going to take this opportunity to rush down the left lane.
I mean, the itemization on Titan. 3 Titan's Banes, 2 Chin Size, 2 Winged Blades, 2 Witch Blades, and 2 Brawler's Beat Sticks.
2 Beat Sticks.
There is a lot of physical damage coming
Why
out.
are there 2 Beat Sticks?
hey,
Why
they
not?
need the pen. They gotta have the pen on the ROM to set up the unicorn build. And what you see here on ROM is the true unicorn build as designed by the one and only Kret. But the Thor has picked one up as well for some additional flat pen.
It looks like it's just going to have to be the 20 penetration. Nothing else really makes sense here. He has full beads. Right now, Repicos is a very dangerous man.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, if you get spun on, it's gonna be about 1,400 to 1,500 damage depending on your armor value. Kanye Life is gonna grab, but it's not gonna find anybody. Jaffinla Aegis is nonetheless. Repicos is taking to the sky.
That's a really big play because forcing out all that usage is going to make it very hard for them to defend. Here comes Repi. They're gonna be able to go forth. They're trying to burn down this Phoenix quickly, and they are gonna get it. Two-man ultimate. Bear is in a lot of trouble. Barracuda goes down. MLC Stealth getting troubled here. Does a lot of damage.
Oh,
is he
shit.
gonna get in? No! He's not a monster. He is respawning.
Omega goes down as well. Ataraxia up in the sky. Jaffinla gonna be the last shot up in the target.
Dude.
No, he's just shooting the Titan. It's only Anister alive. Titan pushing into the base. 60%, 30%, 20%. Down goes the Titan. We're going to game 4. Europe not dead yet.
Everybody,
Impressive stuff.
after 2 extremely dominant first games where it seemed this would be a clean 3-0, Titan finds their comeback potential hidden within themselves and manages to burn down the North American champions.
Yeah, I think the difference maker here is that Anister not playing that Thor, which you've seen him be so successful on. Nemesis, while being a very good god, we mentioned it during the broadcast, didn't have the synergy with Scylla in the mid lane you're looking for.
Right.
Such a mobile ganker as Nemesis. You can set up that I'm a monster pretty easily with Fist of the Gods.
Yeah, you're very surprised to not see it. I think we're going to see a switch off of Nemesis here to a god that might have a little bit more CC. I hope Titan's paying attention to the dynamic and don't just think that that was just all them. Although it could be argued that that was pretty much all Ataraxia.
Well, we'll see what Zimstar has to say about that one as he just predicted his own country to lose. Boys of the Endless Test, Dry Bear, and Young Golden Boy, please take it away. Let us know what we saw there.
There you see what they're playing for, folks. $1.3 million. We synced that up, and young Golden Boy, I think I might be older than him. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But in any case, though, I think it goes without saying, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a game.
We've got a game.
We got a series here, folks. Titan
Crazy.
came out swinging. They were like, I'm not going out. This is it. Staying in the fight. It's so good. I'm so hyped.
I wish I saw Ataraxia's eyes in the beginning of that match. I mean, this guy heard the call of a champion. I mean, in that beginning, Ataraxia was like, no, guys, get behind me. We're going to do this. They segue into Repicos in the mid-game, taking off as well. We saw Confrey lifting the gates, but again, we've got the goddess of the night, Nox, hitting home and hitting hard. Nox was a big player for them.
Yeah, and Nox, and I must just say, Ataraxia, Jesus. He just carried his entire team through the entire early mid-game. That was ridiculous. And if they, now, here's
That snipe, though.
Yeah, the snipe was amazing. I mean, entire Titan just played so good. And also, this is what happens when you don't ban Kanye Life out. On Ares, did you this year notice the difference between his Hercules and Ares? It's just like night and day, you know? He was just making plays all over the place. I mean, chain after chain, ulti after ultimate, it was crazy.
What was interesting to note there was that Cog Prime were actually winning a lot of the early game. It wasn't until that dual lane triple kill into a Gold Fury for Titan. Absolutely, they just turned everything around. Titan from there literally got probably the most momentum I've ever seen. They just went around killing everybody. Every single objective was under control. And Titan, with that one dual lane 3-0 sweep, just won the game.
I was out of my chair in that match, and you can even tell the crowd was excited. Even Cognitive Prime fans were out there cheering a little bit for Titan just to make this that much better of a series, and Titan has come out to play. We mentioned it all day long, the fact that Titan is a reactive team. They need time and experience against teams, and they can start to pick apart the subtle things that make it work. They're very intelligent players, but let's bring it back to the Logitech First Blood of that last game and show why they need to be prioritizing the right picks here. You can see ML Scylla here right in the mid lane looking for some damage output. Good rotation, and Repicos, you know, he just made a majorly fatal mistake, but here comes the dunk. He tried to go for a pretty prime, not going to happen. Of course, that's all he needed. He just needed that little bit of gold to start it off.
One thing I will say about, MLC Stealth's play there was, while he did do a good job with Scylla, one thing I did note was he wasn't hitting the I'm a Monsters. Like, he wasn't like on the money as he was in previous games, right? That that played a huge factor. That was very reminiscent of what we saw in the Cog Red, Cog Prime matchup yesterday, where, you know, MLC Stealth had Scylla, couldn't really do much with her. And, you know, but I also want to credit Cog Red on that because they made it very difficult. So it's not a matter of MLC Stealth not being able to, but it's just a matter of their opponent, you know, just forcing them into bad situations. That seemed to be the story there. But another thing, too, that I have to say was Repicos' Thor was great. I thought that was exactly what they needed. There were a couple whiffs there with the ult, but it's okay because he made up for it in the team fights big time. Allied, your thoughts?
Honestly, I think that was the key difference is with the first pick Thor. I think Thor has been the major focal point of each game so far, and that early game presence and early game control in the jungle is absolutely key, especially for Repicos, who's known as the backbone of Titan. We need him to absolutely get control of the jungle, make his presence be known, and then he becomes that outstanding carry throughout mid to late game.
Look at this right now. This was a match that Titan pulled back towards the mid. They got all the Gold Furies. They got all the Fire Giants. And look at this. 50-50 speed right on the dot. Shoutouts to F dot. And 53% mid to 47% mid. I mean, they had the control of the objectives that meant the most. And that's what we've been preaching the entire time. Get speed, get mid, you'll win the game.
I think they just need to not give Titan Thor at all. I mean, may just pick it up themselves. I mean, they can choose right now because they lost, right? So they can choose first pick. Am I wrong?
Yes.
They can choose.
They can choose. So just go first pick, force them to ban Thor out, or otherwise just pick it and just ban out Colony Life. That's how they won the second game. I think they should just do that again. Yeah. Don't let Thor go through because it's ridiculous.
That was my concern as well for them.
I think Thor going into next game is going to be absolutely bad. I don't see Thor coming into play. And then I'm actually interested to see, when Thor is banned, where does Surket open up? Does Surket get picked, or is there another counter to Surket in the jungle that might, like Zimstar said, possibly Bakasura jungle is a counter. I'm really curious to see what's the stance on Thor and the stance on Osiris, because now that Osiris has been beaten, do you care about it anymore? Like, do you just stalemate it with Chalk? What's the actual answers?
It's very true, very true. And I mean, honestly, you know, until picks and bans comes up yet again, you know, we won't know that. But you are right, though. That Thor ban is pretty accurate. I would be shocked if they let it go. And you know, it's funny. I'm looking at the chat, and a lot of people are just typing ban Thor, and honestly, I don't disagree. It's just he's such a game-changing god, right? And I don't know, maybe if I'm missing something here, but just Thor opens up opportunities for the team to be able to pull off crazy plays.
I think this was a duel, and I think you're right, Zimstar. I think giving Ataraxia and Kanye Life the tools they need to succeed. You can see 1, 2, and 21 from Kanye Life. He dropped 17,000 damage that game, nearly the same amount as Thor. He actually outbeat everyone on the enemy team except for Barracuda, and Ataraxia, because of it, benefited. Look at the damage. He went crazy. Like you said, the call of a champion. You said it earlier during while we were watching the game, Gold Boy. This guy was like, this is not gonna happen. Triple kill right for the Gold Fury, led into the Gold Fury, getting some free gold for his team, and then of course that segued into the catch-up from Pretty Prime, big AoE damage. We saw it towards that last ending push. Omegatron about to get away, but not today. Nox got that ultimate dot on top of him. You know, making sure that Kanye and Ataraxia succeed, and then Pretty Prime doesn't end up dying too much is all they need.
And also, I want to give a shout out to Comfrey. I mean, this game he played so very good on the shock. You know, the silences were on point. He just came in when he needed to be there. He went 4-0-12, if I remember correctly.
4-0-12.
4-0-12. He just knocked Omega out of the box, man. I'm impressed.
One thing also,
knocked him out of the box.
About Ataraxia, because I wanted to bring this up. You know, as you had mentioned before, when we were watching the game. You know, I've been in this business for quite a while now, and there are just sometimes where you see a player who will just straight up tell his team, listen, I understand what you're all trying to do here, but we're going to come back in this. We're not going to lose. Just get behind me. We're going to tear it apart. And I felt like that's what Ataraxia did.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know if that's how the conversation went down, but I'm pretty sure midway through that game when he realized he had the hot hand and everything was clicking for him, there was really just no point. There was no point for anyone to try and force the subject. Let this guy do his thing. They certainly did that. He went off. He played incredible. This whole team played great. But also another thing too, that Ares, man, that Ares pickup was so awesome.
Take your time.
How many times that ult became, just a difference maker there? Like just the way that they would, like play around them and force them in these bad positions. I mean, incredible.
It was actually crazy that they decided to pick up Ares that early, but what really helped Ares out a ton was the triple winged blade pickup. They got it on mid, jungle, and the support, and it's actually one of the best items for Ares and Ymir, which is probably why you see so much winged blade coming out of Europe, you're immune to slows, and that's the biggest problem with Ymir and Ares, is that you get pinned down, you get slowed, you can't get away, and that's it, you just die. But Kanye was able to get out of that and really shine as a support this game, and it was a huge turnaround. I thought that was like the towels in for sure because of the hurt play last game, but he stepped it up and momentum's completely reversed. I wouldn't be surprised if they took another game off call.
Well, I mean, they had just Kanye by himself, 28 wards placed that game. This guy, when he gets the God of War, Ares, he is in his comfort zone. He knows what to do, he knows where to run, and he knows who his victims are. And again, just to reiterate, he did 17,000 damage that game. That was more than Aninster. That was more than MLC Stealth. That was more than Megatron. That was almost as much as Barracuda. He was dropping damage while also mitigating damage, while also initiating and providing vision on the map. This guy was all over the place.
What's interesting to note is that you said before that MLC didn't really pop off as the previous games, and that's true, and that's really the problem because you saw this in the series beforehand when it was Cognitive Prime versus Cognitive Red. MLC Stealth, he did like just very average, if not under average. He actually at one point, I believe 20 minutes in, he had the lowest farm on his team, if not the game. And it just goes to show, which is why a lot of mid players aren't really familiar with playing Skilla and don't even pick her at all. She's a very hot, cold, on and off character.
Interesting. Zimp, what are your thoughts in regards to how Titan played that one? And what can they do going into Game 4 as we hear them getting ready to go, getting themselves psyched up?
I mean, just make sure your draft allows you to have similar dual lane where you have Connie Life on his comfort picks and either Ares or Ymir. I mean, as long as you can get any of those two, I think they're gonna do just fine. Just be a little bit careful because I do think Prime would know how to counter Ymir. I would just put Ares on higher prio because they didn't seem to respect Ares enough, man. The chains did so much damage that Prime was kind of just picked apart by them.
With the plant-based pudding on the go, squeeze out their best with
plant-based pudding. Okay. Oh, it was close. It was close. 33? Well, okay. You gotta wait 20 seconds. Okay. Game 4, baby.
Well, just to add context to this right now, fellas,
Add
we
some
are in a
context.
best of 5. We're going into game number 4. This means that in order to win now, with Titan being 1-2 against Cognitive Prime, they have to win 2 more matches straight and go undefeated the rest of the series. All Cognitive Prime has to do is win 1 more match. And so they are still very much on that chopping block. They need to be very careful where they place themselves, how they position their team, where their team comps go, and every single play counts. They don't want to get first blooded. They don't want to give up gold fairy. They don't want to give anything away.
Yeah. Now, the question I have for you 3 gentlemen is, do they ban out Kanye Life?
Yes.
Do they try and ban him out?
Yes, just ban him and make sure you don't give Thor to Replicas because that guy is on par with Gars and with Anistor.
All right, well, let's see here, folks. Game 3, there
it
goes
is.
the Ymir ban.
Well, they've got first pick here on Cognitive Prime, so Titan is most likely going to lose Thor regardless.
Just ban
Ymir
Ymir
at the table.
Ban Ymir Ares here.
Ymir
and
Ares?
You force Titan to ban the Thor for you, and you probably end up with something you want anyway, like a Sylvanas maybe.
Osiris.
Or Cyrus, yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. Cognitive Prime being first pick is in such a power position. They really have 2 free bans to target ban, and Titan really has to respond with their own kind of bans. But you gotta be careful. Does Alquang get through? Does Thor get through?
Oh,
Thor
there it
does
is.
not get through, and Alquang does not get through.
Alquang's out. Serket's still available. It's an instant lock from Cognitive Prime.
There's
down there.
We might see Kali. We might see Kali picked up by Titan again.
Yeah.
Back to the roots.
Whoa, it's this a Repicos Athena?
So you know what I just learned from this is that when Thor is not on the table, then Serket is back up to first pick priority.
This is
That
scary,
is something
though.
you just
MLC Nox on the table here. Athena has been picked, although this could be a jungle Athena. Keep in mind, Geb isn't it going to Jeff Hinla. One final pick. Pick that Ares and lock it. Send Athena in the jungle.
There you go. So Ares gets locked in. Very, very smart call there. And let's see here.
It's a
what
really
the
strong
next
front line.
banning phase brings us.
Get rid of on her.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah.
Why you say that?
It was such a factor last game. Even they're so far behind now.
Not gonna happen now.
They're just banning Baka to counter the counter to Osiris to make sure that Comfrey has a good lane. But I think on her is a major factor unless they're having Ataraxia planning to pick it up.
That's true. That could be something as well. We'll see how this works out as Cock Prime
Go
is
knock
gonna put in
solo
that
lane,
last
but still a
ban.
mid lane.
A safe ban here would most likely be a Hunter coming out of Cognitive Prime.
Maybe
However,
Rama or Apollo?
Ram.
Most likely.
Ram would
but
be a good
yeah,
one.
there's the
And
Rama.
there you go.
Yep.
There's Rama. So Rama takes a seat for this one. Now let's see what the picks look like. Just again, folks, if you're just joining us here, it's the Smite World Championship powered by Curse Voice. Players are battling out $1.3 million and on
Oh, he's going to pick
Pick the
Apollo,
honor.
probably.
It's so smart. Take it away from Barracuda. Make sure they don't have the control in the late game damage. And this is working so well. The thing that's weird about this is what can they do to round this team comp off? Zimstar, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm just sitting here thinking maybe there's gonna be like another AMC, but at the same time, AMC not that good against an Anhur. Most likely, Hercules would be great for
We
this Omega.
forgot about Hercules and his effectiveness
Hercules
as well.
Something I haven't seen yet is Barracuda's Freya. He does play Freya a lot online. I'm surprised he hasn't picked it yet, mostly because early game it's lacking. So I'm curious.
There's the Bear
Apollo
Apollo.
pick.
Yeah, that's Apollo. Is this going to be a Herc? And let's see if this is locked in. It is. Last pick coming through. Who's it going to be?
I have no. It's Vulcan.
Vulcan gets locked in, folks. Game number 4 is about to go down. Let's toss it over to none other than Bart and Brandon.
I guess
Take
you
us
could
through
use
the
Vulcan.
action, fellas.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the commentary desk for our 4th time today. It's game number 4, a 2-1 advantage still in favor of Cognitive Prime, and Titan has pulled out the Vulcan, a god that, where has he been this entire set?
I'm not sure. Pretty Prime doesn't really like playing him, I assume, into Thor. Can't stop Berserker Barrage anymore, but with Thor banned out, he's going to have an even more difficult time trying to peel away Serket, who is largely considered the strongest god in the game.
There's fantastic setup for that Vulcan ultimate in this game. The Osiris tether, the Ares tether, as well as shifting sands, a big AoE slow, will just allow him to land those more often than not to mention confound on Athena. This entire lineup feels crafted to work really well with Vulcan.
Right, so there's a Serket and a Nox and a Hercules and a Geb and an Apollo on the same team, comparatively to Athena jungle, Ares support, and now an Anhur who's decent but not like game breaking. Titan has to win the early game. If they lose the early game, this is going to be done.
Yeah, kind of as you were alluding to there, Cognitive's picks generally considered to be the stronger set. Titan's picks, this is like how they like to play, which a little bit different, but Cog a little bit different than the last draft. They're picking that high tier here. You can tell they want to win. They're ready to go in.
And they're going to go in indeed as we go into our 4th game in Grand Finals. We are going to see what could possibly be one of the best games in Smite history, as we're going to see a very strong tier-based lineup go up against a lineup that's all unique character, skill-based personal picks.
It's a triple-double hog start on the side of Titan.
Love it.
There's some cheese incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. Wait,
Some
wait,
cheese
no.
incoming.
5 is Titan down the right side of the map. Are they going to find
Omega's in
us
trouble.
into this trouble?
Oh, a little bit too early there, Kanye. Had he waited about 3 more seconds, Hercules would have appeared around the corner, and they
3
would have taken
seconds.
some serious hurt.
Well, it
That's a
doesn't
lot
look
of
like we're going
seconds.
to have any early aggression here, so let's go ahead and introduce your teams. They are the blue team with
Hey,
a
Siri.
2-1 advantage. Fighting out
Set
on the
timer
bottom
for
side
3
of the
hours.
map and the left side of your spectator UI.
Okay.
They are the number 2 seed coming out of North America. It is
Thanks, bro.
Cognitive Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, Andinster in the jungle as Serket. Jeff the Sex Hindler in the duo lane as Geb. MLC Stealth in the mid lane as Nox. Barracuda as your dual lane hunter on Apollo. And finally, Megatron as the champion of Rome, Hercules in the solo lane. Their opponents finding their first win in game number 3, battling for their tournament life. The #1 seed out of Europe. They are wearing the red trunks from the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. It is Titan. Ataraxia is your hunter as on her. It's going to be Pretty Prime in the mid lane as Vulcan. Repicos in the jungle is Athena. Confrey in the solo. And Kanye Life is the support Ares.
I was really wondering why they keep letting them get this speed buff for free. Finally, Kanye Life shows up. Jeff taking a lot of damage here. It's getting within hand range. They're going to have to basically get lucky on this one. No, Kanye hand! Kanye hand! No, he messes it up!
And now Barracuda with the speed buff. That chain, very, very good that chain hit, because if not, Barracuda likely going to run him down. He's still going to try forward anyway. Only has a So Beautiful, no dash forward to try to set this up. He'll just get a lot of damage on Ataraxia with the passive. And he's what a nasty play. The sidestep god, Barracuda!
This could be real big trouble if they go back and watch this replay. If they lose this, Kanye Life is going to live down
level 2 gank in the mid lane. MLC Stealth in some trouble. No, Pretty Prime harassed just too much. They can't make anything out of that.
That and Repicos does not have Confound
Stretch
yet,
out.
which means he couldn't confirm the second hit of Shield Wall. And it looks like he has not leveled an ability for his 3rd level yet. So I think he's going to wait until he gets into the jungle before he goes.
Right side lane, Confrey is going to get plucked, and Driving Strikes for CC already used. I don't think there's a kill potential here, as the minions are just too big, and Omega takes quite a bit.
That's how you know the matchup. Confrey walking back in to do some extra damage, even with Andy hanging around Confrey undeterred.
Pretty Prime hitting level 3 and picking up his red buff. In the meantime, MLC still sitting at level 4 just from lane minions, and now will fall back for the red buff of his own. Right side lane, Anderson trying to play forward on the Confrey, but they're going to miss their CC chain, and Anderson sitting at under half HP now.
Jeff, it looks like, is not going to go for the invade. He will go for his own blue buff. Topside jungle now completely stripped away of any buffs. Just the small camps remain, which are getting cleared very quickly. And maybe a bit of miscommunication there as Pretty Prime rotated up, but Repicos just burned it down.
I'm pretty happy with this adjustment from Cognitive Prime to not aggress so deeply into the enemy jungle in this game. They got caught out a couple times with the blue buff on the left side in that duo lane, and I think it ended up being a big contributor to why they lost game number 3.
So going into lane now, Ataraxia gets into level 4. Barracuda getting into level 4 as well with a slight experience advantage, and I mean slight, to Barracuda. Barracuda very smartly puts the blue buff on the ground and goes back to wait for it as the speed buff is going to fall off in just a sec. Oh, is it not? What's happening here?
Did that feel good, Willow? Sounded pretty good. Yeah.
He wanted to maybe leak
That was a good
more,
stretch.
really show his face there, and now still standing over the blue buff, and will pick
I've
it
been
up
in one
now.
position
He's
for too long.
100% upside so far.
Oh, in trouble here. Omega about to hit level 5. Can he hit it fast enough to find the
No,
kill?
I'm all curled up.
He's going to try to dash forward and go for the kill. Confrey does have the opportunity to turn around here. Driving strike Boulder. Not enough. He dives in. This could be a turnaround. Omega
No way.
First blood to Europe.
A gutsy play there coming out from the
That's a
Hercules,
very gutsy
attempting
play.
to fight through the incoming Athena ultimate, and ends up just taking too much damage, misjudging what it was coming.
I think what
I
it
thought he
comes
had
down
him
to
too
is
with the
Repicos
boulder.
had the presence of mind to understand what Omega was going for and got that ultimate off before. Confrey might have called for the bait there. That was beautiful teamwork and 100% absolutely calculated.
Right side mid camps up first. Repicos in position for them, and it's closing in with MLC Stealth. They're going to start him back. They're going to have a lot of damage here now with the ultimate coming out as well too. It's quite a bit of damage. The next time coming out. And Siphon Darkness. Boom! Return kill for Cognitive Prime just like that, and they'll secure the right side and left side mid camps.
Dots on dots on dots puts down the European jungler after a pretty good first blood play. Mid-camp's going to be separated one to one team, one to the other. Titan still with a very small advantage as Andy jumps into the mid lane, but a strange no aggression.
Well, he jumps in, he sees the turret, and he realizes that he doesn't want to take 3 or 4 shots on that to try to get a low percentage taunt off on a Pretty Prime and falls back.
Now it looks like 3 people pushing up so they can go into their own jungle safely. MLC and Andy will retreat back to the right small camp. It seems to split that. Repicos has respawned, but splits with no one again.
We're passing the 4-minute mark now, and the major buffs are going to be respawning. Both speed buffs about to come up on the top and bottom side of the map, as well as the right side top blue buff. That is the blue buff for Titan. We'll see if Confrey can secure that for his team. It looks like the orange buff will go the way of Repicos, no problem.
I would love to see someone
That's a
aggressive
yellow
onto
buff.
bottom side blue from Titan, but it looks like this one's just going to be a clean win for Andy. Jeff will rotate up to split the experience and gold, but honestly, it doesn't seem like we're going to see much in terms of invasions for this round.
Yeah, the orange buff going to go quickly over to the Circuit. She scales a little bit better than the Athena does with this movement speed, Ralph.
So now Athena goes back up, and again, strangely, not splitting this camp with Pretty Prime. Level 7 right now, MLC Stealth, of course, level 8, which is very important. He did manage to find a kill as well, and is sitting actually, it looks like they're pretty close, but we're going to see Reppy in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a lot of ultimates bursting out onto him, and, well, he's going to go down now as the knock comes through.
Oh.
Maybe not. No, one last tick of the poison, not going to do it.
He
Repicos
lived.
barely surviving there. And also important to note, Repicos has built into a
long
very
poison.
early Fist of the Gods.
I like that.
Oh, maybe.
I like that because he's
Maybe we
showing
should
that
have
he can
a
still be
change
tanky as
positions
well.
redeem
He just took
sound alert.
Cataclysm,
Give me
three
Mad
off the
Hatter.
yeah, and last
Change
strike,
places
Barracuda going up
soundbite.
into the air to stop himself from getting pulled by no
That's a
escape,
good
but
idea.
where is he going?
He's just going to fall back to the wave. He wanted to fly a little bit, see what it was like to be not under his tower for a few minutes,
Funny
and
blue.
then right back under the tower.
Kill him. Right side, Omega and Comfrey going back on it. Comfrey actually very low right now, and strangely continues his aggression. Omega should have a pretty close amount of damage to go for the kill, and if Comfrey aggresses near the tower, it could be disastrous, but he's playing it safe.
Top side, both buffs being picked up now as 4 members farm the jungle.
I'm like,
fairly efficient,
I'm curled up
actually,
in a
going
little
this way,
ball
but,
right now.
It will not do that kind of flash farm on
I could be
the
like
mid laner that
one of those
perhaps
girls that
was
fits
able to
inside of a
pop up
Tupperware
fast.
container.
But it does help out young that on her a little bit in his levels.
Pretty Prime right now moving back to mid lane, should have a pretty free attempt of the clear as a lot of people are starting to rotate. No, they're going to give it up. Ataraxia backs off the rotation, and it looks like the mid camps are going to be contested. Left side almost guaranteed to go to Cog unless some pressure comes out from Titan.
Yeah, Jeff Finless here. They realize that they can counter war this, and they'll go ahead and go for that, as well as picking up the mid camps on the backside of that engagement. Omegatron surges forward. He's going to get taunted out. He's going to take some damage as well, but I don't think it's enough to end up killing off the Hercules, and now right side camps are available to be contested by Cognitive as well.
Looks like Comfrey's going to try to rotate in, but he's
yeah.
going to find himself in a bad spot. He recognizes this and keeps his
They're
distance,
going to try to collapse
but
here.
not enough distance.
He's going to go for the tether. Omegatron's going to stand and fight now.
Yeah, we can dive
Camps
out.
Are going to go ahead and reset now. No moving forward. Here comes Repicos, but not going to go for taunt. There's a confound coming out now. There's the Lord of the Afterlife. Going to reduce healing from Jeff Himla as well as MLC Stealth. Pretty Prime.
Wow.
Going to find one kill. Confrey finds a second, but Annister on the backside does find Repicos. Omegatron in a bit of trouble now as he gets piled in by 2 driving strikes forward.
This is trouble.
Annister's going to be looking for Kanye in the back of this fight, but now he's forced to surge forward and just protect his Hercules. However, in the meantime, look how the left side tier 1.
That's right. All the while, Barracuda trying to do some damage here. They did get a wave stripped away. Ataraxia will lose some experience for that one. As you do see, Barracuda has procced into level 9.
His ultimate is back up as well, so this is a fairly safe split push, especially with only the on her incoming and Circuit hot on his trail.
Does he see this? I think he's going to hear it. Jumps over. Barracuda. Ooh, huge shot cancel. Oh, he's going in. Is he crazy?
Well, Circuit, here she comes with the Athena ultimate going to come out as well, and they're going to just bail on this one.
Oh, they're going to try. Barracuda's not in a good
Oh.
spot. Taunt coming out, not
Get
going to be
the
able
ult.
to Desert Fury.
Oh.
No, not going to be able to use it there. Ataraxia doesn't manage
Barely
to
got out.
kill. Barracuda once again will escape.
Yeah, just the skin of his teeth there. Does he make it out of that one? One more on her one more on her in hand would have been enough to do it. Desert Fury not available at the time.
Right.
Unable to secure that kill. Was Titan, and it remains 2-3 in a very ponderously paced game.
Yeah, 600 gold separate the two teams. Still no Gold Fury attempt at the 8-minute mark. Both teams, I think, are being a little bit more cautious. Maybe not on the Titan side. They've been forced into a pretty bad spot, but I think the last game was a wake-up call to the boys on Cognitive to say, like, hey, this is not over by a long shot.
Definla rolls out to come scout the Gold Fury here as Kanye Life and Pretty Prime surge over there doing a little bit of counter warding. In the mid lane, moving forward is the Circuit.
Oh, Andy.
But Andy playing on this one really, really aggressive.
Where is he?
It sounds like I could use a good cuddle via the spoon.
They feel like they need
Thanks,
to keep
Flip.
this
Yeah, I
Vulcan
could
down
use a
and
good
keep
cuddle.
on, risking a little bit to try to pick up that kill.
Realistically, you can't keep Pretty Prime Vulcan down.
I need a
This
good
is his
fucking
job.
too.
That's what he does.
It's being realistic.
One of his best, if not his best character, and he's been fairly successful with it so far in the tournament as well. Obviously, it was quite successful against SK.
I need a
during
good
that match.
ass fucking.
So into the mid lane, Jeff Himla goes trying to hold things down while MLC Stealth rotates it once again with Andy to be able to camp.
Don't mind me. Just like being vulgar.
Push.
Right side, Circuit, they found out
Oh
of this one
shit.
target. They're gonna take a lot of
You're
damage
probably
from that
dead.
Vulcan ultimate. No, not
Oh,
enough
he's
by
got the
far.
Ares ult.
The Cataclysm comes out. Here comes Kanye Life. He's
Oh.
got Repicon.
No, Reppy,
He moves back
Wow,
in.
really?
No, the Circuit ultimate fell off.
He's
There is
alive.
no poison. MLC
Dude,
comes out.
what a turnaround.
MLC Stealth is not alive.
And it's Sir Hinla Stealth all falling there.
That was a
I can't
great
believe
turnaround.
it. That was the dream. That was the ultimate gonna spread to everyone around him, but somehow escapes with the most meager amount of health I've seen, and right back into the fight he goes.
Reaction time there for Barracuda to save his life, but the Gold
Yeah.
Fury has been started now by Ataraxia and
Reaction
Rebel
time.
House, and this is going to be free.
Bart, this is This is building up too much for me. I'm getting too excited that this could be game 5.
Yeah, they've pulled now onto very different than the last game at pre-10-minute mark. They have a real advantage now, 2,800 gold, 3,500 experience.
Now, this is something a lot of players probably haven't seen, and that's, of course, going to be the Athena jungle. Now, this was originally created and cultivated by Lassus of Team Dignitas. Eventually, just stopped doing it. For whatever reason, didn't feel it was
With me and
strong enough.
coffee, you can
So
get
a lot of backstab,
all
a
the
lot of
things
bombs.
done.
But Rappy, talking about all weekend about
If you
how
guys
this
were
was
actually
gonna be
here,
his
yeah.
pick. This is what he was going to bring it out in
That'd be
dire
really
straits,
great.
and he was going to go for it. And then during picks and bans, I immediately looked at the screen and thought that was not a good idea, but obviously I've been proven wrong. He is 0-2, sure, but all 6 of his assists are all 6 of the kills on the Titan side.
Yeah, he's been involved in basically everything, using that Defender of Olympus ultimate to move across the map very well. We have a grouping in the mid lane here by Cognitive. It looks like they want to force a fight.
Maybe
as
it's just
Anderson
have like a
moves forward and
non-stop
finds a bit of
threesome.
damage on a Repicos, but there's not much they can do to follow this up. They're going to use
he's
the
gonna
ultimate
try.
here as well. Moving forward is Gem Cataclysm. And
got
they're
him.
gonna use 3 ultimates yet again. This time they will be successful in finding the kill. Jeff Hinley eats about half of his HP from the Vulcan. MLC Stealth shrugs it off with her shield.
Kanye actually gets hit by the Siphon Darkness in the back line. Comfrey in a lot of trouble here. Great turnaround potential for the boys on COG.
MLC Stealth going to be able to blow this one up. It looks like no Ares will get the ultimate off.
Oh, nice. Oh, my God.
How are they not taking him down yet? Comfrey continues to search in this fight. MLC Stealth eventually does find that kill, but at what cost?
I really wish Pretty Prime didn't go back on this. Stealth has the opportunity.
Dude.
That's going to be a 3 for 2. Still in favor for COG.
These guys get beads or like what?
They trade their support and their jungler in exchange for the solo laner and the support on the side of Titan. It ends up being probably trades in favor of Cognitive. Anderson only level 10. Confrey was traded at level 14 and does go down. However, in the meantime, Jeff Hinla is also behind Kanye Life, which is going to
I'm cuddling with the teddy bear that Coffee got me.
You know, that's also very curious. Normally, even when they're down, Jeff Hemla still winds up being ahead, at least by a little bit.
That's right, yeah.
Jasmine's
one of
jealous.
the better support players, 5-position players in the game at finding his farm and making sure he doesn't fall behind. This is a very rare kind of disparity for young Jeff Hinla.
A 700 gold difference. Ares put up 2 kills and 5 assists so far, being a part of 7 of 8, which is huge, but I'm still so elated over Comfrey's play there. 4-man tether going to find a huge stun. The no escape finds 3. He cancels directly into the absolutely beautiful Spirit Flail, which finds 2. Of course, they both go down, but Titan really showing that even at a disadvantage, they can play well. What it comes down to is, where was Pretty Prime? Why did he back in that engagement?
Left side mid camp's coming up. In position is Jeff Hinla and Anderson. They're going to double hog that and take it down instantly.
Maybe he was busy.
And the right side not going to be up for a little bit of time here, so advantage Cognitive. They continue to chip away at the lead.
I gotta
from
call him
Titan.
out.
They've whittled that gold lead down to under 2K now.
All right, so jumping away here, Andy uses his ambush. Are we going to see a blink in? Yes, 2 are going to be found. Geb could be in trouble.
There's the
Forces
beats.
the Cataclysm. He's going to throw out the chains, but not going to find it. Reppy goes in deep and will find damage into Jeff.
Barracuda's taken to the sky. He's looking for a way to crash in, and he will find 2. Looking for the knock-up as well, but it's a very, very aggressive play
don't
from
fight that.
Barracuda. However, it's enough to scare them off. Hercules is in the mid lane and will fall back as so not to get flanked.
At the 13-minute mark, you're going to see some
Hopefully if I get
respawns.
enough
As you see
notice,
the,
I can arrange
speed
to
buff
be
just
there
getting
at
taken
the
right
same
there,
time
put
as
onto
Coffee. Then the
Anderson.
real party
Topside speed
can
bump
just
available as
melt
well
us
as
all.
The right May camp getting respawned. Andy
Yeah.
might have put himself in a bad spot here because he just got pulled out of his death bane.
Yeah, and he has nothing left
That'd
to
be fun.
use as his leap to initiate as well.
Oh.
The knockup's going to continue pushing him
He's
forward.
gonna die.
Whoa, where is the
Oh
cooldown?
shit.
Oh, Anderson has the
Oh
dash.
shit.
He's gonna have his next leap and
Oh my god.
Oh, that would have been enough for the kill.
Oh shit.
Fury gonna find
And he
it.
got away too.
And there was the last-ditch effort from the Cobra's Kiss there to try to push him off of him, but nothing cooking there, and down will fall the Circuit.
Unfortunate.
I love reach kills. And what you guys might not know out there is that anytime that Athena uses an ability, her next auto attack will just be a thrown spear that has like transcendent properties. Will go directly through. So she
forgot about that.
throws it through the wall. Had he not ambushed at that basically exact frame, he would have died, and it would have been one of the best kills in Smite history. But he still was able to escape, and though he did die, it's still not completely detrimental because he did force the rotation and the ultimate out of Ataraxia.
Yeah, he wasted some time, he made some space, but Omega didn't find anything in the far side of the map there to really make that trade worthwhile. It simply just stalled out a little bit more as he's fallen now 2 levels behind Confrey, who's going to take the tier 1.
So Omega has opted into a full teleport here. Confrey still teleport 1 down for 80 seconds, forces Omega back and to use it. This is going to give him a great opportunity to head back and get back without losing experience because the rotation is going to be strong enough.
Left side, Nox trending over here. Geb is there as well, moving forward as Repicos.
Oh my god, the taunt is devastating.
Use Cataclysm, but he's going to fall here, no doubt. Kanye Light moving forward, finds the ultimate stealth, forced to use his beads yet again.
That's looking like Gold Fury to me. I don't see why not.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to contest this, absolutely now.
Eyes on Andy.
The Hog 3 is up and running, of course, on the Ares.
Did he just ambush in? He just used one of his major escape abilities to jump into absolutely nothing. He could have walked that distance very, very quickly, and that's going to be a detriment. Silenced out. Repicos still does have his confound.
Hi, Vera.
He's going to get stunned out, but he's gotten very, very far away here, and he's going to barely live to the ultimate as well. There's about 10 HP remaining. There's Judah, he's down. But so will Ataraxia as he falls to the poison. 2 more ticks. Yes, down he will go as the boulder comes as well. Anister looks for his next target, and he's still in the ambush state. There's Pretty Prime, but it's another Athena ultimate coming down on top of him, and they have to be careful. Anister in a lot of trouble now as he is definitely the target. Kanye Light moving forward, zoning out MLC Stealth, and here is Confrey. Jeff Hinley's going to make it in here, but is it going to be in time to save MLC Stealth? Yes, it will with a shield. Down, no, goes MLC, but down falls Kanye Light. Omega trying to steer, but is it enough?
3 seconds.
Good fight back. Good fight back.
Can he get away? It looks like he will. Andy in a pretty weird spot right now will, of course, Deathbane away. A very strange 2 for 2 thanks to the respawn and rotation of Jeff Hindler.
You're looking over at Titan.
Don't go over there.
Have very many defensive cooldowns. Really.
Why is he going over there?
Andy, don't do it.
Bolster D. Oh wow, why would you go in here, Andy?
Right.
Andy, don't do it.
That's why I said don't go over there.
The taunt at least using his abilities, but,
he's being crazy.
Back to Titan. They only have that AoE defensive buff from bolster defenses out of Ares.
Right.
Besides that, they don't have really any sustain or any additional defensive abilities like a Geb shield or whatnot. But they still end up outlasting Cognitive in these extended team fights.
So Ares does respawn. He's going to try to work his way back after the tier 1 goes down. Now this time, Kanye Life has opted into chains, into searing flesh, into no escape, not leveling the bolster defenses past level 1. There have been times in the past where he's leveled it completely and have forced rotations just to defend against it. It's a very smart strategy, but this time he's not going for the bait.
Yeah, I think they're just, well, Sarket's doing the true damage, and Nox is bringing a lot of magical damage as well to the board. The additional physical defense, not quite as important in this game. You'd rather have the damage and try to burst down that Sarket as early as possible.
So 7-12 right now, 3,000 gold in the lead. Still modest at this point. Titan does have a pretty decent advantage. Most notably, we're going to see Confrey about 11 to 1,200 gold right now ahead of Omega.
Wow, yeah, that's quite a bit. I mean, the levels as well really making a big difference. 18 to the level 16 Hercules. A 2-level disparity there as the XP graphs continue to kind of stay level.
Good job, Streamlabs.
Titan not expanding on their lead.
Way
They've
to
got a little bit more gold and a little bit more experience, but still only the tune of 5,500 XP and 2,600 gold. You'd be looking for them to build a bit of a bigger lead, given how dominant.
Oh my
they
god,
have been
camera
on
angles
kills
make me
around the map.
dizzy.
Right there, Andy forced to use his beads as a beautiful confound will stop the Deathbane dash away from Andister. This is going to give Repicos enough time to rotate around the map. Gold Fury, again, still available in both Ataraxia and Repicos have sentry wards on this side of the map in their inventory, and then Confrey could rotate as well.
Forcing the lead out of on her now is Cog, and they're going to go ahead and counter ward. But
oh my gosh.
With his ultimate. It's not going to pull Barra, and Jeff Hindler's going to throw out the Cataclysm to prevent that as well. That ability will be on cooldown now for another 85 seconds.
That sucks.
Blown simply to counter the Ares ultimate.
Right, now they also counter the Sentry Ward. Vision given back. Topside, Confrey still able to hold off that solo lane tower. As you're going to see Andy rotate through the jungle, maybe looking to just help out.
I'm back, Willow.
Stealth because he's getting aggressive.
Welcome back, Coffee.
By 2 people. We get some pings coming out.
I'm cuddling with the teddy bear that you got me.
Come into the Gold Fury pretty soon.
Yeah, the Nox
Feels
play
good.
here from MLC Stealth. He picked up 4 fairly early kills, but has died 3 times since, putting him at 4, 3, and 3. Wasn't able to really effectively snowball. And if you
Wouldn't you try to get into a Smite game calling gig? You would be great at it.
Oh, here comes Repicos as well. Desert Fury going to be used. They're trying to keep Jeff.
Oh, like one of these.
Reppy gets him back as well.
Oh shit.
Rotation coming in from Confrey. Beautiful teleport into the back line.
One of these casters. I don't know like the names of everything though.
Stealth will find the cleanup.
Down will go Pretty Prime, the first to fall in this fight. 50 seconds.
I'm only familiar with some of it because of what I see.
Front line for Titan. It looks like he will be successful in doing
Oh,
so.
that's so cute, Willow.
Connor's
Yeah.
a little bit leery of
I'm
trying to
like curled up into a little ball right now.
the Repicos taunt there, but
Like
it's
my
gonna
knees
come
are all the
down.
way up to my chin almost.
It's gonna
Like
be in for them. Maybe they transition
I'm all
into
curled
mid
up
lane push does
with the
Cog,
bear
but it's gonna be
against
held
my
up pretty
chest.
well. Confrey and Kanye life between the Osiris and the Ares, not a lot of clear, but it could potentially be enough to hold them out.
I could fit inside of a storage container right now.
Left side is out of range. We saw this play happen a little bit earlier as well. Here comes Anderson through the towers. You do not have a lot of HP points to deal with it. There's the ultimate as well on it. Going to leap nonetheless, and it's not going to be enough to find the kill.
He's trying to heal up, but when affected by Last Breath, will not gain even life steal. Right now, they're trying to chase out Stealth, and Confrey taking a lot of damage. They'll be able to walk away from this one safely as there is an attempt to contest here at the mid camps.
MLC does get taunted in, and now the ultimate coming out from the
Can you envy that
Hercules
bear?
bow. They just forced out
He's
from
very
the
soft and
Repicos
cute.
could be in some
He
trouble.
smells
It's
nice.
Mandy
That's
with the
big
chain,
time.
right in the right spot. Omegatron has a great opportunity on the
Oh
Kanye Lane here
shit.
to find themselves
He's
a
probably
kill,
gonna die.
and they will
Yep.
secure it, and Cognitive continues to take back what once was Titan.
Well, at least
Yeah,
not rolling
I
over him.
Consider that an extended engagement from the Gold Fury. No one ever really left and right side. Oh my
They're
god.
still
that's a
fighting
lot of
back.
archers.
Yeah, wow, that's a big stack of archers there, and they're going to continue hitting away at this tower. Will it be enough, though? Tower falling
It's like
down
6
about 90%.
archers.
They all switch.
That's a
Archers switch
big
over
stack
to
of
the big
archers.
unit
It's
as
like
well.
6.
The Tower takes care of the rest of the duty field.
I was
Another way to
expecting
play
like
the game.
24.
Very soon it feels
Nah.
like Confrey will have this tier one
Oh, we
tower
got
to
6
respect.
archers
So
here.
the first two games were all about
Okay.
Barracuda, but last game got absolutely dominated by Ataraxia. This game 0-1-2, not showing up at all. And really, the global presence has not had a major benefit so far. This game, though, Ataraxia 1-1-2, not faring all that much better. Actually, 100 goal behind, even with the fact that they have a tower advantage and the Gold Fury.
Mid lane here, they may be looking for the dive onto Kev. He uses his stone shield already, but Confrey, I don't make him no never mind. He just surges forward with all that physical damage mitigation and takes the tier 1. Yet another influx of gold for Titan.
I think they actually might lose that influx right away as minions burn
Being in
their
the
way
pos-
down
in this
the right
position,
side of
though,
the map. This tier 1
makes
tower
me
will
think like
fall
some
in
naughty
response,
things about my
and
butt.
even 500 gold swing.
Yeah, helping out Cog more than
Because,
it is
like,
at this stage as the game continues.
That's
to
like a
fall
very
out bit.
exposed
Cog
position
needs
for
to
that
close
sort of
this
thing,
gap. Brandon,
you know?
looking at the late game here,
So it
who
makes
do
me
you
like
favor?
desire it because I'm in that position.
I'm looking more towards
Look at this
Titan just
blink,
because
man.
this Ares has been so
Holy
effective,
crap.
and realistically, Jeff is just not showing up this game, though he did a
Maybe
lot
they
of
should ban the
damage there.
Ares if they
I
go to a
just
game
don't see
5.
them being able to peel enough for stealth with how well Pretty
6
Prime
archers
has
would
been
be
playing.
pretty
If he
annoying,
can
but
find
also a
one
lot of
big ult,
fun
the fight is over.
to deal with.
And the Sarkaz only
What?
one to get a stone shield, and that's kind of been the name of the game so far in these team fights.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty brilliant analysis. I mean,
Hmm.
who does Jeff choose? Does he choose the Nox that can sustain and damage forever, or does he try to save Andy, who's basically going to get blown up? He's going to go for the quintessential Loki trick.
Oh, they know where Anderson is. Can they find the chain? No, and he dashes just past.
You should
Now the
save
bump
Andy.
Coming out. Here comes Geb. The rollout's going to hit just one. Anderson continues to move forward. He tries to find his ultimate, and will go into
Bravo.
Pretty Prime. And now Anderson forced basically out of this fight. All of his cooldowns blown to leave. Megatron holds the front line, but it's not enough, and it's a
No,
whole
just
wasted.
leave.
But
Here's
no,
Barra.
down comes Barracuda.
Barra.
What is he going to do in this fight? He's put himself in between several.
Why did he?
members of
Yeah.
Titan.
Why did he dive
Back
there?
with a Psycho Crusher, but doesn't find anything. No healing reduction.
They gotta get
Oh my
here.
God.
There is no ultimate for the Geb. They pluck back Kanye Life. Driving strike onto 2. Kanye Life, can they secure this kill? Replica starting to fall down.
Holy
Kanye Life,
shit,
Barracuda
dude.
threads the needle. And now it's Confrey in some trouble, as is Repicos. They're falling back. But look at Anderson way out ahead. What is he doing?
He's trying to get away here. He's very low. Ambush over the wall. He's actually stuck. The Spirit Flails gets away.
Oh my god. You guys on an ad break? Okay, hold on. 1 sec. Alright, is that it? No? One more? Okay. Well, if anybody just joined, you can hear me. The rest of my stream is having a short ad break. Should be done in 8 seconds. Cyril Figgis. Think supposed to do that thing you asked me earlier? I don't know. What did I ask you earlier? I said earlier on stream that I needed a good ass fucking. And then I was being funny about it, but I'm sort of serious. Let me back this up. Because this is a really good fight, and I didn't want you guys to miss it because of the ad break.
Or does he try to save Andy?
Okay, here you go.
who's basically going to get blown up. He's going to go for the quintessential Loki trick.
Oh, they know where
Quintessential.
Anderson is. Can they find the chain? No, and he dashes just past. Now the taunt's
Watch
coming.
Barra.
Here
Look where
comes
Barra
Jeff.
comes in. He's on the other side of the map, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go into the middle of that fight.
And now Anderson
Watch
fortunately
this.
out of this fight. All of his cooldowns blown to leave. Omegatron holds the front line, but it's not enough.
Bear's like,
Holds with it
what's
wasted,
up?
But no, down comes Barracuda.
Like in the middle of
What
a
are you
wall.
gonna do in this fight?
It's
He's
crazy.
in between several members of Titan. Tonfree gonna rotate back in with a Psycho Crusher, but doesn't find anything. No healing reduction.
They gotta get
Is
out.
here. There is no ultimate for the Gep.
That was
They
a really
pull
good
back
play
Kanye
by
Light.
Hercules.
Strike on to two. Kanye Light, can they secure this kill? Replica starting to fall. Down goes Kanye Light. Barracuda threads the needle. And now
Oh
it's
my
Tonfree in
God.
trouble, as is Replicas. They're falling back. But look at Anderson way out ahead. What is he doing?
He's trying to get away here.
He's trying to.
Low ambush over the
Did he?
wall. He's actually
Did he
stuck.
get out?
Flails gets away. He's going back in. You must not be greedy, boy. You must run for your life.
Surely not.
Taking a little bit more harass out of MLC.
He has like no life.
The backside blue camp going to be picked up as well out of that fight. And I saw a crit coming out. Yes, that's Apollo and Circuit. Both with
Well,
their
that was
crit.
feeling
This time
naughty.
it's gonna be the
I can hear it.
Additional build out of Barracuda.
That's right.
Maybe.
Still going into the unicorn build
Little
is
bit.
Ataraxia, which
Probably.
is usually not super effective on her. Jeff Hinla very low, gonna pay for his mid-camp
Rip.
sins. A good trade there, keeps Titan in the lead.
Replicas is going to find and stun out Omega, but that's not enough to kill the Hercules.
Not even close.
However, that being said, we haven't seen that same impact out of the Hercules that we have in other games. But
That was a pretty good impact that time.
In the game, Brandon.
I don't know that I agree
That was a
with
good
that. I think
impact.
that entire fight was dictated with the fact
Yeah.
that Hercules stood in the front and they're like, we can't do anything.
He zoned them all out.
Oh, that was brilliant too. But yes, Heavy Hammer, it looks like it's coming through.
Aw.
That is a cudgel, albeit, or no, I'm sorry, yes,
It's a pretty
there is
bird.
a Runeforge Hammer already. This is guaranteed to be Frostbound Hammer.
Yeah, it seems very, very likely, although it'll probably stay as a heavy hammer for some time. Gold Fury gonna be back up.
That was a pretty crazy fight, and he said something to me about a good ass fucking, if you remember.
Does not recognize
Yeah.
the Lizzie, recognized it too late. He can dive in here, but he's alone.
Yeah, that would not be a great choice for Mr. Anderson. In fact, he's gonna get pulled out anyway. And
There's no reason for him to be where he is.
Yeah, he was
Nope,
just in no
you should
man's
probably
land
leave.
there.
There you go.
Barracuda jumping in with the
He was gonna try to
ultimate.
steal the Gold
Gonna
Fury.
choose the
That's
wise
why he
one.
was there.
Oh my God, he's going out to
But he got
Comfrey.
called out, so.
Oh, he tried to turn up here and he's gonna pay for it.
He's gonna
At
fall
least he
back,
got out.
crit activated as well. And, well, that's going to be all she wrote for this engagement for the moment, at least. But it's yet another Gold Fury, the third of the game, going the way of Titan. 13 kills to 10, 24 and a half minutes in. It's 52,000 gold to 5,700 here in game number 4. Titan is down one game in a 2-1 set.
You know, Athena has been so heavily favored by
I think it's cool that the ass doesn't really have like a limit, like for depth. It has like a dimensional, right? But like,
she's effective, but this time they
Like, I'm pretty small, so
they have Ares, and honestly, this is
if you go in the other side, I mean, like, you kind of like, or the other hole.
Phase and go with Ares.
It might not
This
go
is
that
the
far.
second time now, or rather second tournament now, where it's been extremely successful.
But the butt doesn't really have like a limit.
Spirit Robe has come out onto the Athena here.
I
as
love
well
it.
as her weakening curse.
I love it.
Break us down. Break down this item for me.
So Spirit Robe is going to be
And it's
pretty clean,
painful,
right?
so, you know.
125 health, 5 magical protection, a very small amount
Anyways.
of protection, and 10% cooldown reduction. Couple that.
Oh,
with
wow,
the rest
Spirit
of the
Robe was a
battle,
lot
you're sitting very close
worse
to
back
cooldown
then.
cap. But now, since she's in the front line all the time,
10 and
anytime she gets hit with a hard
55?
CC, I'm talking stuns,
That's weird.
mesmerizes, silences, it's going to
Now it's
push
even.
Spirit
Now it's
Robe
40 and
past this,
40.
increasing her damage mitigation. This can
Hercules
happen
in a lot of trouble underneath
Oh,
the
shit.
tower. He's at his healing mitigation.
Dash out,
Fire,
dash
the
out.
weakening curse. He'll start ticking up, but it's just not enough. And down will follow Megatron. They rotate the Athena as well.
Rip.
And this is going to be a tower attempt. They'll take one. They may be looking for two here. Is Titan as they move forward towards that tier 2.
Ataraxia jumps away there from Barracuda, who goes into the jungle to look for the blue buff.
That's something extra fun for you to think about, Willow.
Ataraxia is in a very awkward position.
It'll
he can't rotate as fast
be
as
in your
Barra, and he's
DMs.
starting to
Oh.
run out of mana.
It must be.
Does not want to use his
It must be really special then.
forces to continue using Sight of Darkness.
If it's in my
Another vessel stun out
DMs.
Jeff Hindla, and they're going to pile a little bit of damage out on top of him, but nothing too much, just a bit of poke onto the rock.
I like that. Fist of the Gods, though, going to be used there, and it doesn't really get much out of it, so Jeff should consider that a win.
That's right, yeah, and he does have his Blink ultimate combination available right now. They just have to wait for the rotations to come up from the team. But this
Spicy DMs. Oh, this taunt. Oh my god,
They're
dude.
going to be able to get this tier 2 for free as Comfrey tries to burn down Stealth. He recognized how much
he's
damage
flying
is there.
in. He's going to be able to crash down on
Bear's
Comfrey if he wants
crazy.
it. No, he does not want it. There's the Gep ultimate coming.
Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That was not a good call there. He
Nope.
separated himself
Definitely
so
should have
very
fought
hard.
Comfrey.
Jeff Hill
And now
with a good spot
Athena's
here.
coming in.
The defender
You're
of
fucked.
Olympus, Comfrey with another double.
Oh, bro.
Ultimate coming out onto Omega. He's going to use the boulder in response. In the meantime, Ataraxia did kill Cirquet in the jungle.
Bro.
Megatron taking a lot of damage. His healing has been removed.
Dude.
And down he goes. Yes, only one remaining from Cognitive. They're going to be able to push into this one this time. No, Fire Giant boys. Fire Giant boys.
Good luck,
I don't know how I
MLC.
feel about that call. That is a free free Phoenix, and that would have been a kill on the stealth. He can't.
It would have been free.
He might have gotten one. Hell, he might have gotten two.
Fire Giant smarter.
Phoenix, and they still would have lost FG.
Yeah, definitely not up for another 10 seconds. He will be the fastest respawn available. Well, yeah, but with 2 towers remaining, they could only gotten maximum 1 Phoenix out of it.
Sure.
They're going to regroup. They're sitting on a fairly reasonable amount of gold in hand here, about 2,000 across the board.
It's smarter not to risk it.
Itemize up, and they're going to move back in.
Honestly, that was pretty hypocritical of me, too, because, you know, I always tell you, when you have the lead, protect the lead, and that's what they chose to do.
Yep.
They chose the safest option, and strangely, that was Fire Giant.
Yeah, but it does result in the Brawlers B6 and Aussie a combination coming out for Ataraxia, so the Unicorn build really coming to fruition now.
And remember, hydrate or die.
Hydrate or die. Okay, coffee. Thank you.
Kind of expertly played here to shut down this Hercules.
So Omega in a really
At least
awkward
it's only
spot
water.
here. He has basically no gold, which means he can't finish up Magi's Cloak even if he sells the Death Toll. So expect him to get like 2 or 3 waves back, sell the Death Toll, and get Magi's online because the amount of CC he's taking is causing him to get bodied.
Yeah, he has to have it. Sirket does have her Deathbringer.
I feel like my phone vibrated on my back.
That could help turn this game, but she's going to get piled on in the left side lane.
They're going right for it. No one else is here. The rotation's coming in hard. But I honestly don't see them being able to hold this one. They're probably going to let it go. In fact, Omega and MLC seem to not care at all.
They're going to try to trade this for a tier 2 on the right side as Barracuda split pushes, but I think they're going to force out the rotation.
Hercules is backing probably too little too late on this one. It's going to be all up to Andy and Stealth if they can get the damage off. Look for the Geb shield that's trying to keep Stealth alive, and here comes Jeff Hindla.
Apollo's taking to this guy as well. He's looking to crash down on the backside onto Freddy Prime here. The boulder hits a lot there, but Ataraxia still explodes Jeff Hindla. It's too much penetration, and the Geb, very good against crits, but not so great against true damage.
Barracuda's ultimate is down, almost all out of mana as well. Going to be sent into the back line. Reppy going to find a 3-man taunt and 2-man the beads.
Wow, and then comes that Vulcan ultimate as well. Here comes Manulate.
Oh, man.
The only one still
that pull was terrible.
Oh,
he lived.
Barely surviving reach, not enough, but it's still 5 members standing strong with the Fire Giant buff active. For Titan, they're going to go back to the tier 2 in the mid lane. They'll look at the Sentry Ward placements down the left side.
It's a crazy game.
They have the entire map covered in a beautiful
You're welcome.
amount
Maybe
of vision
it did.
And now they're going to be able to move into
What?
the tier 2. Another 1,500 gold.
Maybe it did
extending
what?
their lead deep into 13.
It's a 3-man taunt. It's a 3-man taunt. Seven Guns explodes Anderson. MLC self chained out. He's forced back underneath his Phoenix. The Phoenix starting to fall very, very quickly. As it gets piled into by the on her. Ataraxia doing so much damage. Still in a lot of trouble. Another taunt coming out. Will they have enough damage? They will indeed. As Comfrey gets credit for that one. Surging forward now is Titan. They're going to force a game 5 out of Cognitive. Yes, they will. Europe, Titan 5. We're going all the way.
Wow. Game 5.
Somehow, coming back from a 2-0 deficit, Europe makes it known, and the Cinderella story continues.
This team is qualified out of the amateur league. They didn't even play in the pro league regular season.
They're not pros.
They're not pros. This is an amateur team that won the European regional through a bidded invitation, like a seeded ranked invitation invite.
I mean, and honestly, check it out. We have Ares, we have Athena Jungle. I mean, this is the wild card team.
They are looking like they have a real opportunity now to beat the best team out of North America, holding the #1 seed in Europe.
We got to head over to the Alienware analyst desk because we got to talk about if this is Drybear's perfect Sunday.
This is my perfect Sunday, Brandon. I'm just going to go for it.
Do it, baby.
This is the one time that you can say that, and I will see absolutely the Cinderella story, as you mentioned, Brandon, is continuing. This team came out of the amateur league, but amateurs are not what we're seeing here today. We're seeing Titan take on the Titans of Cognitive Prime, and I think this is possibly the biggest moment in Smite Esports by a long shot. We're going to Game 5 for $1.3 million.
Got ourselves a game here, folks, and that's what.
Oh, maybe my phone did
what we
buzz.
wanted
Yes,
to see,
it
guys.
did.
If you're just joining us, welcome.
Yes, it did.
And of course, I'm sad for you because you missed some incredible games. This is, of course, the Smite World Championship powered by Curse Voice, and we just witnessed some awesome matchups there. First two games went to Cog Prime. Cog Prime just looked poised to go for the sweep. But then out of nowhere, like an RKO out of nowhere, you have Titan just showing up big time. I'm blown away by this, but we do have the Logitech First Blood ready to go.
Yep.
Driver. set us up for this when it comes up?
You know, this was just good play. We've been downplaying Confrey since we got here at the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and we didn't give him any credit. He hogged to clear the wave there, but watch how much damage he's able to do very quickly. And this is cautious, right? He's throwing out the scythe. He's getting those flails down to get the slows on and just keeps baiting, but here comes the thing. He slows it forward, but it was just
I'm surprised he lived through that.
play. And this is what happens when you think you're the world championship instead of no.
Wow. Well, over
Wow.
to you, gentlemen.
He's like,
Here
wow.
first, guys, we have, Zimstar from Trig Esports, as well as Complexity's very own Allied. Zimstar, let's talk to you. You know, you took off your bow tie. It was like the dream was killed, and there you go. Okay, so he's got it back.
I'm gonna put it back on because Titan just figured out what they needed to do. I mean, I thought it was gonna be too late, but apparently not. I mean, they're just picking Prime apart now, and they're winning the drafting, you know, and that's a major thing because I think mechanically Titan is on par. Just like the first two games were mostly just drafts, and now they figured it out.
Meow.
Confrey is a fantastic player. MLC Stealth, though, he's still went off that game.
Meow, meow,
right?
meow.
We've been talking about him. We can still talk about him. 5 and 4, most damage on his team, tying all the damage done on Titan. He absolutely killed it that match, but Titan killed it as a whole, you know, across the board.
Yeah, Confrey, honestly, I don't know what it did, but he just...
Well, speaking of Confrey, by the way, he is going to be our Gamer Launch player of the game.
Rightfully so, actually.
And he deserves it. It's been a big point of contention here. Confrey was a huge subject going into this event.
12.5 KDI.
5
KDA, rather.
There. And
that's
you know,
nutty.
I just have to say, like, that was the performance that they needed out of him. Allied, over to you. The question is, you know, people said, well, Confrey's going to have some problems. It's not going to look good for him. But then MLC Stealth was also another point of discussion on the other side here. Drybear, before we go to Allied, break this down for us, what we're seeing here real quick.
This is the Alienware play of the game, and Confrey, not only did he deal the highest damage, or top damage, he also mitigated the most in the entire game. So played that warrior through and through, and you can really see him embodying that, you know, kind of MLC style, where it's you're only in if you're doing something. If you're accomplishing a purpose, you're in the fight, otherwise you're in the back. Then he sees his team's ready, he commits all the way, and I love the fact that they had this Osiris pick going into the Hercules. The mitigate wounds that, of course, is reduced, and the second they commit to Hercules, he uses the ultimate Lord of the Afterlife and makes sure that for that duration, he cannot get any heals out of the mitigate wounds. And it seems to me, and we mentioned this in the pre-show, you know, even I, who I've been saying this all day long, Titan is a team of reaction. They like learning from what they see and picking something out of the blue that counters it. But even I didn't believe they would do this much, this well.
Allied?
I'm just gonna gush. Remember the Logitech first blood of the game where Confrey just baited out Omega? That was absolutely outstanding. He must have communicated over to Kanye. It was like, yo, come through, first blood, easy. And then I couldn't even believe it, just turned it around. And then remember right after that in the jungle where the Ares got all four, like,
oh yeah, that was so sick.
and he pulled them over, and then Confrey was getting like blasted, and he just turned around and he ulted
It's a
all
bloop.
4 of them and turned around to get 2 kills before they went down. Like,
This
that
guy's
was
so
amazing.
excited.
Like he just knows the limits of each god, and he's just amazing. I'm in love with Confrey right now.
Totally gushing.
Confrey, you know, and Kanye West.
Hey, I'm gonna let you finish though, but you know, Confrey. I can't finish that one.
Oh my God. Kanye Life.
Yeah.
With his Ares, I mean, we said before the drafts they needed to get rid of Emir and Ares because honestly, he's just
that Ares though.
His ultis are I don't even know. I don't think Prime is used to being his Ares. That's the only thing I can like give him is because he's getting so many ultimates off. Titan is playing very, very good.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of him. I just really hope. I'm not gonna jinx anything. I'll still say Prime will win this because every time I say that, the other team wins.
Okay, but
So
maybe by
Prime-
you saying that, that means that it will be reversed and
Just say that we're going to have a good match.
Gonna have a good game.
And then remember right after that, Barracuda ulted him, and then he got taunted, and Confrey bopped him. Like he just
you're gushing. You're literally gushing right now.
Like he was definitely star of that game, and I'm so proud of him. And I think my prediction's gonna come through. 3-2 Titan. Excited.
I honestly, you know, again, you know, the Confrey subject came into play quite a bit.
This guy.
But MLC Stealth, over to him, right? You know, he did his job, but I had thought about this before, and I was wondering how you guys felt about this. Was it just a matter that, you know, Cognitive was playing so well around MLC Stealth, but MLC Stealth wasn't necessarily the show. He wasn't the whole effing show, right? It was, you know, the team that was really helping him in that. And rightly so. This is a team game. Smite is a team game, right? And you have to have the support of your teammates in order for you to succeed. They shut out everyone else, and no matter how well MLC Stealth played, there was just nothing that they could do.
Honestly, going into this, it's also key to analyze. So Titan plays the adaptation game. It took them 2 games, and I think Cognitive Prime is like most likely the hardest team to adapt to. If this is a best of 3 series, Titan would have been 2-0'd like free, right? Like hands down, they would have been like, oh, this is a really bad grand finals. But it's a best of 5, so Titan had 2 games to figure out their mistakes. They made well-drafted team comps, very unique style of gameplay, and then it's just, like you said, the Cinderella story, and they're coming back. And I think it's just one of those, they downloaded Cognitive Prime, the first 2 games, download, and then Game 3, download complete, and then from there on, it's all a momentum rush. They have a momentum rush going to Game 5.
You know, I think this is actually a little bit of a case of the pedestal syndrome.
Did I name this bear? Did he have a bear?
Pedestal.
I forget his name.
She's just sitting up there high above in the lights. And I don't think that, you know, many teams have really kind of safely and objectively analyzed what she brings to the table. Yes,
it's not on your
she's
tag.
incredibly strong by far, and definitely worthy of bans, and definitely worthy of picks. But I think it's to the point where
I might have to rename you.
Just because you
Sorry,
pick
buddy.
Serket does not mean that you're going to win the match. Does not mean the match is going to be easy by any means. And we saw in that match, Anderson, although one of the best junglers in the world, as proof of sitting on the main stage for the $2.6 million SWC 2015, still struggled that match through the weaknesses Serket have.
Imagine how much pressure is going to be on this last game.
Very squishy, and
Crazy.
she can be locked down, and that's exactly what happened.
I'm starting to think that maybe Titan is just toying with everybody. I mean, if you think about how many times they were too close, like during the qualifier, you know, the Titan was 1 hit away from losing, to the OMG game, to like, you know, this. I mean, it's probably not true, but it just feels like they're just like, you know what? It's so easy that we'll just troll everybody. And
Coffee, you're losing all your torture hours.
I don't know.
I could see.
Not that I would ever charge you anyways.
And Cog Prime will fight back.
But you're losing all your torture hours.
You know, these 2 games, I felt like Titan showed they played their cards, and they played them really well. But what else do they have?
I should make like a private schedule of Will-O-Wisps.
Do you guys feel like they have
like a naughty one and like a normal one or something?
To be able to push them to that Game 5 victory and that $1.3 million?
So we've learned a couple things out of the first 2
But a lot of
games.
it I wouldn't be able to do on stream,
Thor's
so
life, right? Hands down, the first 2 games.
I'll learn them
was
back.
Thor's
I know
life.
you will, Coffee.
Titan picked up Thor the 3rd game and was like, all right, we love Thor as well. That was banned out for the 4th game, and the bans, I believe, for Titan were Sylvanas and Thor going into it. They gave up Serket, and they picked Athena to counter the Serket, because jungle, you know, generally sets the pace of the game. So Athena jungle ended up setting the pace, and everyone like played around that. So going to Game 5, what do you do? Do you just not pick Serket? Is Serket bannable? What, like, because right now the thing is there's answers to Serket that people are finding out at the finals. So it's like a learning experience for me as well, because I've yet to see these answers, and I'm really excited.
Well, I think it brings it back to, you know, what I mentioned earlier is this just being objective and looking at the team line. I mean, they had Cripple from Ares. They could shut down the dash and the leap from Serket. Cripple very strong against Serket. And you mentioned as well Athena Taunt able to peel off her targets very easily. If she gets caught out, she will get bursted. But look at this. 49% to 51%
Wow.
Game 4 of the World Championship Grand Finals. This is a game, ladies and gentlemen, 54% speed, 46% speed across the way. We've got mid-camps very even as well. Mana, of course, not really highly valued.
That's
but
really
still
even
very
match,
even. It
except for the
just
Fire
came down
Giant
to
Gold
objective
Fury.
control. You got Fire Giant and Gold Fury 100% on Titan, Cognitive Prime on the left side. I think what really happened is, you know, they're definitely following that train. You look at it and say, okay, Confrey, historically, colloquially, and also, you know, empirically has been weak in the solo lane. And so Omega, even though he saw the Athena ultimate before he did the driving strike, he knew he was coming. He's like, I can burst him down with that excavate before Athena lands, and he just played that way too greedy. What I'd like to see from both teams, even though Titan just went 2-0, and before that Cognitive Pride went 2-0 as well, that both of them going in thinking, this is a best of one. Nothing before this has happened. This is a best of one. We're going to play this for $1 million.
I must say that, like, Omega, I feel like Omega kind of choked a bit, like this game. I mean, he missed like so many Hercules driving strikes. It's really uncharacteristic from Omega this game. So I'm thinking it might have Omega on tilt, which is huge.
This is it. This is it, guys. There's nothing left. There's nothing after. There's nothing before, and there's nothing after.
Is this our last picking and banning phase?
This is our last one.
It went down to the wire.
I'm scared, Golden Bear.
I'm very scared.
Hold me.
I don't know what if I was big enough, which I am rather large, but if I was, I'd be able to wrap my arms around you all.
There you go.
There you can see the boys over in Titan.
Give it up for Titan. There you go, sitting on stage, hanging out, getting ready to roll. This is the moment, right? I mean, Cognitive Pride just entered on. You heard the crowd screaming and getting excited. You know, and this really shows the power of the mind. I mean, Titan, they're figuring it out.
This is for all the marbles.
This is it.
It's that final speech.
For all the marbles.
And there you go.
Naughty One gets posted in the Naughty channel, number one in the general announcements promo channel.
You queued up for a game of
yeah, maybe.
Yourself. All right.
We'll just post some Naughty One everywhere.
This is worth $1 million.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel sick even. I'm not even playing. I feel like, ugh.
Yeah. Well,
to sit there and do the picks and bans.
Here's the deal, folks.
Oh my God.
This is what everyone. We have a couple thousand people watching us back at home. We have so many people here. Bust out your phone. Bust out your phone. Again, that guy on MySpace, share it. Okay? The people on Facebook, guys on the Twitter, all that stuff, Reddit, make some noise, get vocal, get social, let people know what's going down here. $1.3 million is on the line, and it all comes down to one game. There's no sweep. There's no 3-1. There's no more questions being asked. It will come down to who truly is the best Smite team in the world.
That was abrupt. I'm over here looking for pictures. Never mind. These aren't working for me. Never mind. Okay. Let's not wait for 24 minutes. Okay. Aha. Well, 24 seconds. Not that quick. 14 seconds. Ah! Look at this guy. What the hell is this guy doing? Is this a shoe commercial? This is too loud. It's too loud, sorry. I wanted to find out, but it's too loud.
Is on the line, and it all comes down to one game. There's no sweep. There's no 3-1. There's no more questions being asked. It will come down to who truly
could be reverse sweep.
The best Smite team in the world. Right here, right now.
Right now.
Georgia. That's what it's all about here, folks.
Right
I am
now.
so excited for this matchup. Words can't convey it, but we have to use our words to do our job. Picks and bans will be coming up in just a second. Dry Bear, this is it.
This is it. I mean, I don't think I felt this much anticipation. The room is heavy with feeling. The gravity has been increased by at least tenfold, and these teams are now sitting up on stage in these chairs in front of thousands of people in the venue and dozens of thousands of people around the world getting ready to see who will be able to grab that hammer in between them. And, you know, this will reign through the entirety of 2015. There's one Smite World
2015
Championship for the year. This is it. One single match.
You know, the game came out in 2012. But I think that might have been like only alpha and beta testing. And then I guess 2013 was season 0. If they had a season 0, like a launch season.
This is devastating.
They needed to ban Ares.
What is Titan's
That was
response
smart.
Now this is actually crazy. Because
How does it feel to be on the main stage at $1 million event and they're respect banning both your characters?
That is crazy, actually.
They're pretty much telling Kanye Life, like, we are afraid of you.
You can take Osiris first.
Not even we're afraid, we respect you.
What's that?
Oh my God! No. Dragon King of the Eastern
Oh, shit.
Seas is on the board right now. This could be ending.
That's scary.
Question is, how good is Aokwang really against Circuit? I mean, the matchup is kind of, you know, if Circuit...
He can become invisible, so...
There it is.
Wow.
So this does
Only the
open up
finals.
Kanye for Athena. Athena is still open. We know that's in Kanye's
Sylvanas
God
as well.
pool. So they should definitely grab
And
Athena
Osiris.
here, and I don't think they need to pick the jungler. The jungler is actually not necessary. What else could they take away from? Osiris is still open,
Yep.
and Comfrey is a beast.
He was a
Osiris.
beast on it. They should give him the Osiris back.
Run solo mid Aokwang, both possibilities. This is definitely a jungle pick for Cognitive Prime. Titan does not have to lock in their jungle right now.
I mean, it's the finals, so anything could really happen.
I can barely watch this right now. I just feel like...
Osiris Athena.
Osiris and Athena locked in right away.
As it should be.
Now over to Cog Prime. What's their choice?
Take Scylla.
Right now, I would just imagine it'd be a Geb pick.
Take Scylla on her.
Most likely a powerhouse mid of MLC's choice. So you have to ask yourself, MLC.
They already banned the Nox.
What would yeah, true. That's right. Sylvanas is actually that's the first time Sylvanas has been open.
I mean, Jeff Hinless Sylvanas is why they went to the finals.
And it's crazy
Oh.
because with Sylvanas open,
I didn't know that.
They do not play Sylvanas. I mean, it's very.
There's
obvious.
the on her.
Oh, it's gonna be an on her pick.
I like on her.
There's Sylvanas. There we go.
There's
Here we go.
Sylvanas. That's going to be huge going into this one, folks. Now, Titan's final pick before we go into the next round of the ban phase.
Taints are
See
funny.
What they're going to do here.
My heart is just pounding right now. I mean,
This guy.
Every single one of these locks is just like a year off my life. I mean, there's not one more pick to go here for Titan.
All right, calm down, guy. Calm down.
See, Circuit is open. If
You should probably give him the Rama.
They could easily just get Kali.
'Cause Ataraxia popped off on the Rama.
That's many teams have played against it. What do you chance versus the unknown Ao Quang? What does he do? Like, a lot of
Quang?
these teams are like, what beats him?
Wait, what I do believe though, if you think about it, Titan screamed SK Gaming, right? And SK Gaming put a lot of focus on Aokwang. So
Okay.
maybe Titan actually experienced playing against Aokwang in the jungle.
Well, then maybe ban the Rama.
That's true. Keep that in mind. If there is a team that is experienced against Alquan.
Or the Circuit. I don't know.
So I think that might be a huge.
Don't seem to really care about the
Maybe they
Circuit,
actually
though.
Screwed up the pick ban if they'll go for Aokwang. I think Titan knows how to handle it.
That's important to note right now. The 4 times Ao Guang has been picked in this tournament, he has won every single time. His stats are off the charts, but of course, he has gone uncontested. I don't know if I like the Agni pick before the ban. I doubt they would have
That's
banned
weird.
it or picked it on the side of Cognitive Prime.
That's okay.
That's going to go away. It looks like, I mean, honestly, picking Agni there says, Titan, we don't want it.
It might be a Kali pick. I don't know what else.
Should have banned Rama.
Because he
but
just has to start
whatever.
thinking, what can beat Ao Quang? He has stealth, execution.
Because they beat them both times that they had Circuit on Titan.
Yeah,
But I mean,
exactly.
all his pocket picks are out. I mean, Thor is out.
It didn't seem to matter.
Circuit is out. You basically only have Kali, and that's a safe pick.
Ataraxia Apollo. He's been he actually got his team through the placement and the knockout stage with just Apollo.
Okay.
True.
Well,
this could be
there's a Scylla.
for it. He gets his
Holy
Scylla.
shit.
That's gonna lock that in. Last pick
And
on
the
the other
Hercules.
side. Hurt gets locked in, folks.
Cognitive Prime,
Incredible,
Team Kong.
incredible draft from Prime side. I must say, I'm really impressed. This for
Titan's
me,
last pick has to be absolutely
This is
like
it.
the game ender, and I'm really curious to see what it is for Epicos.
Oh my
The
God.
last game of the Smite World Championship
All eyes on
20.
him.
Kali or Nemesis,
$1
maybe?
million on the line.
I don't think
Titan makes
Nemesis
the
would be.
last
Well,
pick here.
I don't
We'll
know.
have to go into game.
Probably Kali
This is
would
gonna
be
the
better
game
because
of
they have the
entire
death
year.
immunity.
The suspense is way too much here, folks.
Which, if you get into execution range, you could use Kali's ultimate, and then you won't get
He's
executed.
thinking about it. He's thinking about the
I don't
Kali.
think.
I couldn't tell you.
Kali, you know, you have maybe Freya.
Pretty sure it works that way.
Who is it?
Nemesis would be great.
Nemesis.
Okay, there's Nemesis.
Nemesis gets locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the $1 million match. Let's take it over for our play-by-play casters. Brandon and Bart, guide us through this journey.
Thank you very much, analysts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals. It's game number 5. This is the last time you see us here at the analyst desk. Ladies and gentlemen.
I paused it. Okay, welcome back from the ad break. I paused it so you guys wouldn't miss stuff.
And Bart, guide us through this journey. Thank you very much, analysts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals. It's game number 5. This will be the last time you see us here at the analyst desk. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Cognitive versus Titan. The matchup here, Cognitive has drafted basically the 5 strongest gods potentially in the game in their individual roles, where Titan, once again, drafting to their strengths. How does this matchup work?
So basically, Osiris is going to get absolutely destroyed by Alquang. To the same regard, Hercules can get absolutely destroyed by Nemesis. So there's a very unique dynamic with both of the junglers having the innate ability to destroy through a tank. But to the same regard, they can also go through the supports. With that, Kanye Life has gotten his one of his core picks. This is his second favorite pick after Ymir, and that's going to be Athena. I'm kind of sad that Pretty Prime didn't go Vulcan, though.
Yeah, I mean, that being his signature god, but he will be rocking the Agni here today. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us for the finals, there is only one god in this game. Well, 2, I'm sorry, that you haven't seen yet. The Alquang is the assassin magic jungler on the side of Cognitive, being played by Amnister. This god will turn into a giant dragon and eat you if you fall under the certain percentage HP. I believe it starts at 28%. So look for that. As well as Jeff Hinla on
Say
the
28.
You haven't seen the tree much yet, but he has a big AoE knockup. But let's go ahead and move into the game. It's game number 5 in the grand finals. 1.3 million.
I do wonder if Kali's death immunity is executable or not. I don't think it would be. If it's a death immunity, it should be death immunity, right? So should probably include executions and stuff.
All the cards are on the table. There have been a few marbles here and there, but the rest of them are up for grabs. This is an $800,000 game.
1.3 million versus $500,000 are going to be the prizes between the first and second place teams. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 5. It's the grand finals here of the Smite World Championship Series. The blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap. The left side of your spectator UI. They are the number 2 seed out of North America. They have the hometown favorite Barracuda. It is Cognitive Gaming. And it's there in the jungle is Alquang. Barracuda as your hunter in the duo lane. Matching up with Jeff Hinla on the Sylvanas. MLC Stealth in the mid lane on his signature Scylla. And that leaves Megatron with the champion of Rome, Hercules. Their opponents today holding the number 1 seed in
Megatron.
Europe, fighting out of the wild card bracket. They have battled back from a 2-0 game deficit. They're wearing the red trunks, fighting on the top side of the minimap and the right side of the spectator UI. It is Titan! Pretty Prime in the mid lane.
Okay, back to Cuddles.
The Unicorn Apollo. Rebecca in the jungle as Nemesis. Kanye Life as the support Athena. And Confree reprising his role as Osiris in the solo lane.
So very curious to start. Pretty Prime opts to start on the speed side, helping his rather his solo laner?
Ouch.
This is very confusing. What this will do, though, is this will allow Ataraxia and
I cracked my
Conley
pelvis.
to go into the lane at level 2, the same thing that you're seeing from Barracuda and Jeff Hinla.
The left side duo lane here is where the action is going to be. It feels like Jeff Hinla and Barracuda. A lot of push coming out of that Sylvanas and on her. They can clear waves very, very efficiently. The Sylvanas wisp, will she shoot out of the tree? They
Cuddle time with Willow.
Protection bonus to the wave. Mid lane, though, Alquang is here to help hold off the pressure coming into MLC Self.
And this is good. I mean, he needs to be there maybe even earlier. Scylla, her earlier game does not have enough push to keep these
Cuddle time with spiked
Remember,
dildos.
if the tower hits a creep, it's
I mean,
no
what?
longer worth any gold.
With teddy bears, that's what I meant.
Back camps actually be started before the red buff here.
Wait, is Rebicon splitting camps now? Like, I love it.
He decided in the World Championship Series they might as well be gold efficient. And, well, Repicos and Pretty Prime going to take the back camps as well as the red camps here. Shades of Cognitive Prime's earlier games against Titan here and how they pulled ahead. No clear victory yet in the early part of the laning stage as it's been a basically identical start.
Gotta stretch my legs.
Yeah, both red buffs get taken. The entire jungle, barring the 2 mirrored small camps on the bottom of your minimap, have been taken. That's rather a little bit dire, it seems.
Take a quick moment here before the action breaks out just to thank all the viewers wherever you're watching from, however you may be watching us. If you're here live in the Cobb Energy Center, at home, on Twitch, anywhere in the world watching, thank you very much for joining us here today. This has been a big kind of establishment for all of us here at Smite, and we hope that you learn to love Smite esports in the years to come. But let's get back to the game.
Comfrey, speaking of gambles, there's Comfrey took a lot of damage there from the tier 1 tower as Omega does find a beautiful pull. 2 seconds till he can try it again. Hand of the gods to clear the wave. He doesn't quite have the line. He turned around.
Oh, he got him. Comfrey being pushed back. Now it's going to take about 10 auto attacks to take him down, though. The Flare Flail is going to give him enough speed to move out.
Expect big rotations here from both Reppy and Andy. They're going to need to rotate to the right.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a little bit of a slow pace early game, 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah,
No
probably.
kills to the credit of either
Because they
team.
want to be really careful.
Right now,
because it's
left side
the last game.
continuously at
This is
Araxis
it.
pushed
$800,000 game.
This is a good mix of On Her having very decent clear and Jeff
Oh, so that's what you named him, Spike Dildos. Yeah, copy. I did.
Which allows them to push super hard.
The giant tree, the little man riding the giant tree is actually the Sylvanas. And look for the AoE ultimate to come out. It's a big knock-up. But as we approach the 3-minute marks, the camps on either side of the mid lane are going to respawn. And this will be a big point of contention. At about the 3-minute, 15-second mark, they're going to come up. Jeff Hindle leaves the lane from the left side, rotating in. Kanye Life and Replicants are going to meet him in the jungle. This could be your first
Oh, shit.
Oh, they're going for the kill. Divine Ruin. Destruction
Ooh.
going down. Divine Judgment finds it. First blood goes to Europe, but the fight's not over. Dashing in, Andy is in so much trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
A very, very questionable
Oh
lead.
my god.
There's a second one coming through, doing tons of damage to Titan.
Nice.
Still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the boys of Europe, but Cognitive, they stop.
That's what that ability is called on Scylla. It's called I'm a Monster.
Including the but somehow are only down 100 gold.
Yeah, it'll go back a little bit more in favor of Titan as the mid camps go down on the right side in their favor, and well, all things told, a lot of excitement, but not a lot of real advantage gained for either team.
Right, that's true. Though there is a small amount of experience being gained here, it has leveled out, though it is slightly in favor of Titan, as is the gold. It should be noted that no team has an actual advantage right now.
As we approach the 4-minute mark, you see those early buffs getting ready to respawn,
Jasmine,
indicated by the Pac-Man
stop
signs
it.
all over the map.
Ow.
4 minutes, 15 to 30 seconds, you're going to see these buffs coming back up. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of invade shenanigans going on here in the early game.
Right side, it looks like Comfrey is hanging out by himself. There was a back from Omegatron, who of course has purchased Teleport. Hopefully he doesn't run out of mana and regret that.
I do want to point out that this first blood came out on the back of Jeff Hindla, and that Jeff makes basically the same rotation at the same time in every single game.
Right.
And that's just Titan doing their homework and saving that pickoff for when they really needed it here in Game 5.
You know, and that's, honestly, that's what I was very confused about, is I saw a 3-man grouping from Titan, and I expected them to rotate to right for the free camp, but instead they go immediately left, and they just rush down Jeff. Obviously, their homework has paid off. Andy in the mid lane now, going for blood.
That's why it shouldn't be predictable.
Here. And well, the Alquan, we're going to need to hear something out of him fairly soon, because Repicos has already flexed his muscles and shown us what he can do versus those tanky targets.
Right.
And they have a Hercules on the side of Cognitive that's going to be very, very difficult to play, given that there's a nemesis in this game.
Andy just randomly threw out his 3 on a red buff that was nowhere near spawn. That'll be on cooldown for a little while. It does have a very short cooldown.
It's on a 5-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's very short.
Of course, he's maxing the Dragon Call on Alquang. That is the swirling dragons around him. And just for a little bit of information here, we haven't...
Again,
hold
Jeff
that
is
thought.
dead!
Yeah, Jeff's going to go down.
Oh, oh.
Third bomb. Is there a dot active?
No, he's gonna die.
Slice and dice.
Oh, what? He lived? Holy shit.
Is he going to go deep? No, going to go back to the red buff. Jeff Finla just barely escaping. Specifically, and this is going to be the
I'm
third
surprised
time
Sylvanas
in the
lived.
set that I cite this. Pretty Prime does not go in with his team far enough. Whether he didn't believe in himself or he didn't believe in his team, he just dropped the kill.
Megatron makes his way back to the Soul Lane, where he squares off against the Lord of the Afterlife, Osiris. Well, normally the Soul Lane, when you have these two bruisers like this, it ends up being just a bit of a slap fight, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. They just trade blows, clearing waves, and playing for the mid-game is generally what you see out of the Soul Lane tanks.
So Gulf Fury still available, 6 minutes, no real attempts. In fact, there haven't really been any wards there at all. Aside from regular wards, there are no sentries in the inventory right now for Titan, comparatively to Cognitive, where you can find 2.
And then, sir, he gets a little bit of harass coming up, but not a lot of damage. Pretty Prime, not enough mana nor meteors to follow that one up in reality. But here, as we approach 6.5 minutes, mid-camp's going to respawn again, and it looks like the left side's going to be aggressed by Titan. Anderser may find himself in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's going to try to go in here.
Oh, he's invisible.
He's going to fight for this. He's going right after Rebby because Jeff's there.
Yeah, and this fight continues straight on. Anderson gets a lot
Are you going to do it? Is he doing it?
Number 3. They're going to move forward.
Yeah.
Can she find the root? No, it's just a crush, and their damage is going to be returned by Repicos.
Yeah, he'll answer that back immediately. Left
Nom nom nom.
guaranteed to go to the bullseye. Cog, they should group up and go right. Hercules
That guy's
already
funny.
making a beautiful rotation, and the hand of the gods is available. Cog's gonna get both camps.
Nobody really
this
plays
time.
Ao Kwang much.
Overcome the early disparity that they built up, and now they're going to take the gold.
It's a total pain in the ass, though.
This game.
When you find somebody who knows how to play, it's like really frustrating to play against Ao Kwang.
He's gonna dash away there.
Oh, nice.
Barely.
Good save.
Getting very low on mana. Should be careful.
Very good
but
save.
Jeff is back, and the ultimate is available.
The Sylvanas ult here. We've only seen it used defensively so far in this game. We need to see that offensive use of the ability to start
Close match.
breaking down the defenses of Titan.
All right, so coming in, beautiful shot coming out from Jeff. Nature's Grasp, not an easy shot to hit. MLC Stealth not believing in himself there and choosing not to go into I'm a Monster for the kill. Had he done that, it would have been almost guaranteed, given the fact that Agni only has Aegis, and if he missed it, that would have been a 3-minute cooldown versus a minute and a half. I would have taken that one.
Yeah, that's right. That Aegis Amulet only at rank 1 is that 3-minute cooldown, as you mentioned. I'm a Monster is base cooldown of just 90 seconds. So it's a very, very good trade, although it doesn't have the high impact play that you're looking for necessarily on paper. It does definitely make Agni play the lane much, much less aggressively if his Aegis Amulet is down.
That's correct. Speaking of Agni, you're going to see him rotating towards the top side. Pretty Prime level 9 right now comparatively, of course, to MLC Stealth. The Monster finding level 10 pretty early.
All things told here, looking at this game, Osiris has been left alone for just a moment here. He's going to peek forward and see if he can make
Yeah, I haven't really seen Osiris.
Once again, we passed the 8.5-minute mark, so those camps, if you hadn't figured it out by now, are on a 4-minute timer, and they are coming back up. You can see as Cognitive is looking for an invade here.
They see it.
Oh, shit.
They see it. Are we going to see a rotation again? Jeff Hitler becomes the recipient of the Divine Judgment. Rebecca's going to be able to blow that one.
Yeah, he's got the Athena coming. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to fall, but can the wraparound come from Cognitive and find the extra kills? Ataraxia coming across.
Oh my god.
And Cognitive overcommitted. Anderson finds one kill.
He's going to land on him.
The double execute not
Got him.
in their favor. Anderson falling back down now.
Boulder
Omega
coming up
finds
with
the Pretty
three.
Prime. Boulder 2.
Here comes
one.
the Boulder.
Boom. Godfrey in some trouble. Down he goes as well.
Damn.
Yet another kill. And Barracuda can chase out Kanye Life.
Oh, bro.
Omega finds the kill. Turn your sights to the big harpy. Mama Gold Fury gonna get taken down, and Cognitive will extend their
That was
lead
devastating.
by 1,500.
This is a really, really important moment in this game. Jeff Hinla gets
Sure
spotted out
is.
again by the Nemesis Ultimate. He did evade a death one time, which transitioned him into being able to pressure the map again. He dies there, but Cognitive
They've
makes
got to be
up
so
for it
nervous
by
playing this
finding
match right now.
formulas of their
It's
own and
crazy.
makes that trade excellent. What will happen in this situation?
Can you imagine playing one match right now? Like just one game. And it's $800,000 on the line.
He can never have impact in the game, and they are keeping Jeff Hinla in this one. And honestly,
Jeez, man. You'd have to not even think about that. That's just crazy.
Not playing at the level we're used to seeing.
Maybe too much to think about
He
it.
is getting tunneled out. Every single Nemesis ult has been
'Cause I'd be shaking.
completely used on him, and from here on out, I think that's a bad idea. They must now turn their sights to Omega. We need to see the Weakening Curse come online here, and it has to be soon.
Right side, Replica's going to start up these mid camps. Pretty fun to be here as well. Jeff Hinla, nope, he'll
What?
probably favor his life with this one again.
What are you doing here, guy?
I don't know. Replicas is here, the Athena as well, but
He got away.
Kanye Life now comes in.
Nice.
And this turns out of control. Trying to run away is Kanye Life. That
Oh.
good, but in Godfrey, he gets banished out by the Ao Kwang, and there's a full-on retreat from Cog.
He's trying to find it. The sickle hits the wall, and he will be able to escape once again, finding the jungler. Replicas has got to stop the tunnel vision.
Nicely
with
done.
Just the tree.
Anderson, well, Ao Kwang has been banned in every game so far in this best of 5 matchup. He gets through one game. He's 4-1-3 through the first 11 minutes. Tokai's ring complete. It is just a lot of trouble for Titans.
Now, what Telkan's ring will do, and I know that most of you will probably have not seen that this tournament. We'll talk about that in a second. Andy with a beautiful escape. Jeff Hinla goes down. Andy able to reciprocate. Bomb from the back. Pretty Prime waiting on cooldowns. He doesn't have anything. Why is he getting so baited?
Dude, really?
By Barracuda here.
Why is he
Oh.
getting so baited?
He did get the Scylla.
It does find MLC Stealth. They go for a 1-for-1 trade, but the trades are not what Titan needs. They need some safe farm. They need to help get themselves back into this game. They've gone down 3,000 experience and 2,200 gold.
Mark, you need to explain to me why Pretty Prime will not go into fights with all of his cooldowns, but will go into fights with none of them.
Well, they were calling for the rotation from Ataraxia, who was coming across the sky. They do convert the kill into Scylla. but it is one of those but at what cost situations.
Yeah, definitely. So Tier 1 taking some damage despite the fact that Cog won the fight. It seems to be that they're not quite winning the lane until just now. Andy sending a lot of damage in. Omega not finding what he needed to continue the pressure, but still the damage being done. There's still a 2,200 gold difference, and Omega greedily stealing the wave away.
Yeah, so this Telkine's Ring is an interesting item. It gives you 40 additional flat damage anytime an enemy is hit by one of your basic attacks.
Right.
And the Wild Storm, his number 3, counts as a basic attack for Anderson. But let's hold our thoughts as the Wrath of Terror comes out from the Sylvanas, but it's just a disengage. So I'll go back and explain it again. 50% scaling on the Wild Storm. He's only sitting on about 100 magical power, which is translated into 50 extra damage. The Telkine's is giving him an additional 40 on top of that, flat, as well as 45 magical power. It ends up being a very, very cost-efficient item, but basically only on this god.
Plus, he has an extremely unique attack chain, hitting at a normal rate of 1 second, and then 0.5 seconds thereafter for a few more hits, meaning
Jasmine's so annoying.
Damage over and over, and you couple that with the fact that he's doing damage.
He's just invisible. He just went right past the front line.
On the left side, gets slammed into Ataraxia.
Wow.
It winds up being a lot of
That's why Alkwang's so annoying.
And is actually one of the strongest characters in the game for burning down Gold Fury and Fire Giant.
The Gold Fury is going to be back.
What
in
is?
about a minute and a half. Mid-camp's coming up very,
Alkwang
shortly,
is?
15 seconds to the left.
Surely not.
One of the strongest.
Okay.
Ataraxia. The fact that he's doing damage with those dragons that you're seeing on the left side gets slammed into Ataraxia. It winds up being a lot of damage very quickly, and is actually one of the strongest characters in the game for burning down Gold Fury and Fire Giant.
Huh.
The Gold Fury is
I hadn't
back up in about
ever
a minute and
heard
a
that
half.
before.
Mid-camp coming up very, very shortly here, about 15 seconds to the left side, 20 on the right side. As the teams, you can see
Hello,
Cole
Jasmine.
towards the mid lane. Anderson continue to
Don't block the screen.
some hope.
Blinking in there, Jeff again finds a raw nature's grasp, doing a lot of damage. Andy not getting the blink he needed. Kanye is still alive.
Oh, we missed.
Rebecca's in a deep spot here.
Good try, though. Good try.
I think he's only going to find mortality.
Oh, shit. Didn't miss that.
Yeah, again, you know, it looks like Pretty Prime is not choosing the right times to go in and out. He's not relying on his team enough.
The nerves. It's got to be. I mean, he's been such a cool, collected player so far, but you're right. I mean, there's definitely some missed opportunities on the board here.
What is it, $160,000 per player extra for winning this game?
Yeah, that's a few years of salary as someone with a college degree. So.
Pretty much anything ever.
That's worth it. And when you're a young gentleman like
crazy.
you guys are, it's a lot of pressure, a lot of just nerves, and a lot of money on the line here.
So 10-6 right now. Cognitive maintains their lead, but does not extend it. 2,700 gold, 3,800 experience will separate the teams as Cognitive at the 14-minute mark keeps their hold so far. But remember, guys, late game, Hercules is a monster. Osiris can catch back up. Scylla, literally a monster, whereas Agni has some of the highest scaling in the game. The only real advantage they have here is in the end game, Apollo will be able to box just a tad bit better than, of course, Honor.
Yeah, one thing that's going on here for Titan, even though they're playing from behind, it's not a big deficit as of yet. They have a pretty decent team for four-manning, letting this Apollo split push and find his farm and ratting the game out a little bit. I think one of the biggest issues, though, is that Osiris and Nemesis are both melee. Even though the Nemesis is fairly mobile, they're going to have a little bit of trouble in these team fights getting kited by especially the Scylla and the Sylvanas. A lot of roots coming out of the Sylvanas, and wow.
My lord.
Yikes.
But as it spells, if you rotate to duo, you rotate to solo, you mess up on duo. Can they keep Jeff Hindla at bay? That's the name of the game. They're trying to keep
He's getting some good.
He's working his way in. It's getting lower and lower.
Oh,
and lower, and
there it is.
Find it, but MLC finds a kill.
No, he gets a
Oh, shit.
MLC Stealth has just shut down Titan and the Gold Fury.
That's going to be big. They should take the Fire Giant.
Yeah, they can definitely get Fire Giant here.
Oh, no, the Hand of the Gods was used. They're going to go for the Tier 2. They'll trade out the 1,500 gold for what will be very, very close to 3,000.
Look at the faces on the player cams there. Cognitive, focused, and locked in. Megatron moving forward, tanking the tower. Pretty Prime can only look as his Tier 2 in the mid lane will fall at the 15-minute mark. They're going to take a Tier 1 on the left as well. Osiris from Titan ports into the right side.
Titan's probably getting pretty scared.
But it's just not going to be enough. 2,000 gold going the way of Titan on the push so far. It's another 500 as well. They've recouped that Gold Fury in spades.
Godfrey going to be forced to back as the rotation comes out from Andy and Omegatron. He goes back and the teleport is on cooldown, so don't expect him to have any quick way back to the lane. He'll probably split this small camp. No, again, Replica's not waiting for anyone.
And even though we've called his name a lot in this game, it's very hard to overstate how much impact Anister has had on this Ao Kuang. He's been absolutely a nightmare for Titan to deal with. He's been bursting down gods to 50% before they even knew he was there. And one of the major strengths of this god, he's a short range, long duration blink. So he blinks forward, going invisible, and he stays invisible for about 8 seconds. And that is really what's allowing him to reposition so effectively in these fights.
Which is super annoying to play against.
He goes back into the enchanted ring, going for demonic grip. Another basic attack. Scheduled
Look at this.
item.
They don't even know
What
he's
this
there.
is going to do is every time he basic attacks, it will decrease penetration, or increase his penetration, or rather decrease protections by a very significant margin, stacking up to 3 times.
Yeah, he's looking to just explode targets. One thing that is working a little bit against Cog, and you've seen it come into effect in a couple team fights, is that they have 2 executes on this team, and both of them won it. But here we go. Atarax in a lot of trouble as the damage comes from Anister. He's going to throw out the slow. I'm a monster activated. There goes the damage.
Oh, over the wall.
He shuts out Ataraxia. What a player.
No way.
Damage reduction from Athena to drop off and blows up the carry.
No problem.
That was a good play.
It looks like a good play, but it's just Sunday to him.
That was a really good play.
On that MVP status as he continues to pressure the enemy Titans.
Waited for the Athena.
And of course, extend his team
Dude.
now 5-2-7.
And 6-1 and 5 on the Ao Kuang as well. Over on the side of Titan, the
Wow.
ray of hope is that there's only 2 deaths on the Agni and the Apollo piece, but the Agni has been really shut down this game, only sitting at level 14, 1 level ahead of the enemy support.
Wow.
Right now, Repicos is having a little bit of trouble. 1 and 6 has been picked off a lot and continuously by the bait of Jeff Himla. It's always because he's trying to chase that tree down.
That's right, yeah. And they've secured.
Yeah, just leave Jeff alone.
3 and 7. But he's got 7 assists to his credit. He got a kill his support.
Oh,
He's a
shit.
Support, and he's got it his levels. So all
Dead.
result, Ao Kuang right side. Nom 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 nom. Down goes the
Nom nom nom
The
nom
true
nom
lord
nom
of the
nom.
Afterlife is here as he brings the pain.
Eating him up, setting him back for another 45 seconds.
Dude, it's
Concrete
so
feeling
annoying.
hurt. This is why you have not seen Ao Kuang played this weekend. He absolutely shreds through Warriors. Jeff Himla rotating in there just to keep Scylla safe.
Probably should have banned it.
The right side, guys. Cognitive is not looking phased.
The final tier 1 has fallen. 1 tier 2 remaining on the right side, 1 on the left side. Left side being pressured by Barracuda, being defended by Ataraxia from Titan. The right side, Cognitive is grouped here, and they're going to port Omegatron into this ward, and they're going to make it a 4-man push down the right side. What can Titan do to hold out the hunger of Cognitive Gaming?
It's going to have to come down to the Fire Giant. We've seen Titan get a few wipes there before. You know that's what they're baiting for. They've got to be calling, guys, we got to bait. Guys, we got to farm. Don't fight. Don't fight. Repicos hold that ultimate, like, don't get baited by it. We have to wait until they go for an objective, and we have to fight with the assistance of the map.
On her, farming up his blue buff here, just casually. Barracuda doing what he does best and throwing spears as on her. Safely, without dying, finding 1 kill and 8 assists, the top assists in the game on the back of Barracuda.
I did not think the lead was this significant. 7,200 gold, 12,000 experience.
I didn't either.
When did that happen?
12,000 experience in favor of Cog 20 minutes into this match. Level 17 on Andy, level 18 on Barra, level 18 on Stealth, level 18 on Omegatron, and they're fighting into level 11s on the side of Titan.
That's true. I mean, honestly, what are we going to see here? Comfrey 17, Ataraxia 17, fine. Pretty Prime, level 16, does not have access to his level 4 ultimate. That's going to be a big hindrance to his damage.
It's going to be a Spirit Road coming out from Nemesis here. She's going to drastically drop her damage here, and the Magi's Blessing would allow her to stay more mobile. She's just trying not to get exploded.
Yeah, honestly, I think she's going to be building into tank. She's going to rely on the damage coming out from Agni. Again, why Agni? I just don't understand.
It just slows down her chin size so much.
Yeah, we're not going to see them for another 15 minutes, maybe 20.
Yeah, 3,000 gold to purchase that item, and he's not farming that fast. Gold Fury being started once again by Cog, and there's just no response coming out of Titan here. Titan, they may realize that they're backed up against the wall here as the Gold Fury goes down once again. The second of the match in favor of Cognitive.
The arena lights up in gold lights as we're going to see an extended lead. 8,800 gold as Barracuda procs into 19, 2 levels ahead of Ataraxia, the only person on his team aside from Agni who remains an even score or better, both of whom are 2-2.
Brandon, this one is feeling like it's slipping away from Titan. Cognitive, the presence of mind to go down or go up 2 games, lose 2 straight, and then find it within themselves to pull out this draft that guarantees them the Ao Kuang. It feels like this one they were keeping in their pocket for an elimination game.
Honestly, I just don't understand how this draft came about. I mean, this is the dream. Hercules is the most winningest solo laner, most likely at least, in the matches of the SPL. MLC Stealth has had Scylla banned away from her repeatedly this day. We've seen Barracuda do nothing but great things on her, and right
Kanye
now,
Life in a lot of
Andy
trouble.
fighting two people freely.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen as an outcome. He's got a very, very low HP pool. He should be able to explode.
Oh,
That was really rough.
that was close.
Rebikos uses Divine Judgment, and again, Pretty Prime does not access any of his damage whatsoever. I don't know what he had up, but he's just not spending his abilities in the right spot.
Confrey recalling underneath the tier 1 on the right side. It's
I think
not
they're
gonna
probably
fall
getting
here
pretty
as
scared.
Minuet comes in. Omegatron going to clear this one out. Up the left side are the damage dealers from Cog. The Tricore is here.
They're running over him.
Sylvanas in the mid lane continuing to push it up. Ataraxia trying to defend this tower, but his tier 2 is going to fall on the left side. So Barracuda, and down it goes. Cognitive, there's only one tower remaining for Titan. 2 Phoenixes exposed. 16 kills to 6.
Wow.
22 minutes into this game. $1.3 million their prize if they can just find that Titan.
10,000 gold at 22 minutes. That is the difference between these two teams right now, and it's becoming increasingly relevant as Stealth already has hit level 20, has access to his last level of ultimate, which is currently hitting for more damage than should ever be in a video game.
Scylla sitting on, so the way her passive works is that for each ability that she maxes out, she gains additional magical power. Because of that, is sitting at 432 magical power currently. To put this in perspective, it is 190 power for the Agni, the mid lane mage, on the other side of the map.
So her ultimate
wow.
will actually hit somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,300 damage unmitigated.
And instead of putting out the burst on a Repicos, Pretty Prime.
Holy shit.
Will know the crush just a bit off the mark.
Or
Kanye Life is here, but he's rooted out.
They gotta get
Confrey
Andy
coming
now.
in. They're going to try for Andy. He's got the sprint activated. Confrey gets stunned out by Barracuda. He just is in the perfect spot right now. Kanye is here, but the Desert Fury's activated. They can't taunt him out. On the right side, the boulder comes wrecking through Ataraxia and Pretty Prime. Forced out of the fight.
Nice
Confrey
pull.
back in. MLC Stealth is here with the burst. And
Really
down
good
goes
pull.
Confrey.
Nice pin.
The target here, Kanye Life going to be taken down as well. Cognitive will turn their sights to the Fire Giant as Omega backs with 3 seconds remaining on teleport. He'll be right in there very, very quickly. Fist of the Gods activated right now onto Nemesis, was used in the last fight. No other hand on the table. This means for everyone watching at home, the Fire Giant will be done, the damage will be increased, and Cognitive is primed to take home the World Championship.
Ha.
This is a team that no one thought had a chance at the
Cognitive
finals
is
coming into
primed.
this event. Coming as the number 2 seed.
Oh shit. Bro.
Kanye and Confrey gonna have to team up to stop them from rushing this down. I just
They've
don't
got the Fire
know
Giant,
how
though.
They can stop the 5. One tower remains as one Phoenix falls, and they're gonna go for it.
Ladies and
The
gentlemen.
World Champions, Continent Prime, GG!
Nice. They just made so much money. That's crazy. So crazy. Man. I bet Titan's probably pretty upset considering they just had the 2-game comeback. Probably thought they had a chance, you know. Crazy. Those lights are making me dizzy. Don't stare directly at them. Wow. Woo. They weren't even the number 1 seed. And your reward is a gangbang with Kelly.
I don't know, I'm like the most excited I've ever been in my entire life, and I really can't breathe right now. And it was like the best series ever.
All right, man, let's bring out the executives to give you guys your check.
God damn, can you imagine? Search right the lights. I'm doing it well. It was making me dizzy, right? Like, you felt it? Wow. I only see 5 people up there accepting it, so I'm gonna assume they split it 5 ways. That's a lot of money.
Is there any words you guys have for your fans?
We appreciate all the support that you've ever given us, and go Cog Prime.
Congratulations, you guys, and I want the executives to give you guys your trophies right over there.
We're already holding this check. What do you want us to do? I only have 2 hands. Yeah, let's put this down, you guys. Let's put this down.
Do you guys think Maddie Pocket should get up here?
Who? Maddie Pocket? Who's that? That is a boatload of money, but the gangbang is what they really wanted. Yeah, right?
More scared than they are. I'm nervous. It's just crazy. It's a great experience.
David Fry, how many words do you have? Champions of the world!
This cool, you get like a little mini trophy.
Congratulations, you guys, and I want to thank everyone here. Guys, we sold out the Cobb Energy Center. We reached 76,000 viewers on Twitch. We raised $2 million for the community. Everyone, give yourself a round of applause.
Crazy. I wonder how much money they make if they're giving that much money for a prize. Like, they must make a lot more than that, you know?
To our production crew, to our amazing casters.
No, I don't think so, Coffee. I think it's supposed to come apart.
Everything has been so amazing, and I would have never imagined this could be real a year ago.
I only have 2 hands. That's what she said backstage.
That's it? And then toss?
It's okay, you've got other things you can use. Must make a fuck ton of money, right?
Nice.
Just off of people buying gems, because it's a free game, so free to play.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the
Sponsors?
World Champions, Cog Prime.
Must be sponsorships, you know?
So proud of him, man.
I couldn't even keep my jacket on.
You could not.
I threw it off.
In a fit of enjoyment.
I can't. I mean, this is...
It's so hype. It's beyond hype.
I don't shut up, and I'm a lost of words.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's just how it is. You know, when you witness something like that, when you witness something that is a part of history.
Yeah.
Gentlemen on the other side over there, I mean, Titan put up one heck of a fight, though.
Oh my God! I mean, the thing is,
You gotta be devastated.
Oh my God! I actually thought, you know, they could have lost to the OMG.
Gems, merch,
but,
and
you know, they came
sponsors.
back
Oh, well.
strong.
Yep.
They almost pulled it off. Didn't really, you know, quite make it, but Jesus Christ.
And one more
Makes me
thing
wanna make a
before
free
we go
game.
highlight, I also would like the crowd, everyone, to give a round of applause for Titan as well. I think that would be great. These guys are amazing sports, amazing gentlemen.
Crazy.
They come away with a lot of money. At the end of the day,
And the God
they
pack.
come away
Yeah,
with
true.
a lot of money. Definitely not something.
Special event stuff.
$522,000.
Here's the thing. They
522,000.
The one thing that we have to think about, right, is ML Silla. ML Silla. This man is a monster. Let's see what happened in the last shot. Bringing it on. Taking this one down. He's going to go to the fire giant. He's going to go after it. You're going to see this happen. But, I mean, we've talked about it. This character itself is the character that is
Look at
so
this
hit or
teleport
miss.
in.
If you win or you don't,
For real?
that is the dunk
Bro.
of champions, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just
ML
crazy.
Silla, right now, right here, he is.
Oh, you're hurting me. I'm just so excited. I'm so frail. Why are you doing this?
Great, man.
Well, okay, so here's
Scott
the thing.
Gandy.
And Scott, you know what? I'm so glad you're here. By the way, MVP, the one and only MLC Stealth.
I love you. I love you, ML Silla.
And I'm so glad everyone's
Wait, leave Kelly there.
Do the microphone. Yes.
Because I have something.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? I am really tired. And these World Championship jerseys were like already made. That would have been really disappointing.
Wait, can we get a zoom in on that? This was pre-printed.
That would have been really disappointing if we lost. And he just puts them in the trash can as we're walking out with a second place trophy. It would
That would
suck.
have been awkward.
I mean, that's what the Titan jerseys are doing.
You know, so I'm glad you're here, man.
Because that's
you
what
know,
they do
before
in
the show
the
started,
Super Bowl and stuff, right?
No one picked you guys to win.
Take Kelly backstage. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you,
You
know
in
who
the
picked
Cog
him to
Prime
win?
shirt.
This guy.
Wait,
right
to
here.
just steal that
Right
thunder.
here, baby. Top Prime, baby. I picked them to win. I picked them to win. Okay? Zoom in all the time. That's right. First ever Smite tournament, and I picked them to win. Okay? MLC.
MLC. MLC. Flip the hammer. Hold the hammer up.
The tiny hammer.
I don't think these guys do casting anymore. That's what she
It could
said.
be a weapon on the airplane back.
So does that mean that
Yeah, she probably has it under the table.
now?
Oh, absolutely not. He got the bigger hammer. I didn't get to actually lift it up.
Okay.
aren't you MVP?
Can you set that down for a second?
Of course.
We have something else to give you. So we obviously have an MVP of the entire tournament. You know, and since he has two hands, he needs two pieces to hold. This is actually the MVP trophy right here. I can't tell which one we're looking at. This is
Oh, that's really cool.
for MLC Stealth. Congratulations, man.
So you get two awesome things.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy. Yesterday, when we got into the finals, my mom called me. She wasn't crying anymore, but she left a voicemail, and I listened back to that, and she was crying the entire time. She was like, "Brett, I'm so proud of you." It was really sad and really cute, and I'm so thankful to be here. Just in front of
Okay,
everybody.
Mom.
It's a great experience.
So I think you owe everyone on the analyst desk at least $100,000.
I wouldn't have any money, because if that's coming from me, I'd be losing lots of hundreds of thousands.
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Because you only made
right?
261,000.
By the way, I just want to ask you about your opponents, Titan, as well.
Oh my God.
Very talented team. What happened there in games?
Oh my.
In games 3 and 4? Because Titan they were fighting back big time.
I really think it was just Ares.
Yep.
It threw us off guard. We've never faced it before because we just never faced it. It killed us a lot. It caught us out of position a lot. They were really aggressive with it. And after we
like
banned it, I
Ares.
think we got a lot more comfortable. We can move around the jungle a lot easier without getting chained and killed so much.
What's really cool about that, right, is because we have the SWC 2015 Ares skin, every time you see that skin, you'll remember what happened
I'll
today.
think the horror of how we almost lost.
Almost indenting the same thing, man. You are a world champion.
Thank you.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Guys, give it up one
Let's
more time.
give it up.
All right.
Just wait for one of the guys to go quiet and smile big. That's where Kelly
This
is.
is it. We want to
Guys.
thank everyone for joining us here for 3 days of absolutely incredible Smite action. am so grateful to have been a part of this event as someone who has come into this from the outside. Just go down the line, and then we'll wrap things up. Allied, final thoughts.
Final thoughts of the tournament was that it was a really good tournament. There was a lot of upsets, a lot of unexpected things, and honestly, it was just funny how the meta evolved through each stage of each game. As you saw, Circuit was even allowed through a whole bunch of times, and then it got to the point where Circuit wasn't even valued anymore. So it just goes to show that Smite has a long, 2015 coming. And I'd like to thank everyone for having me here, all the people that supported me. And feel free to @ me on Twitter, Cole_Allied, if you want to follow me going into Season 2. And I'll give a big shout out to MLC and Omega, because I teamed with you guys. And honestly, I'm so proud of you, and you deserve this 110%.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Titan SK,
My nipples hurt.
They tried, but at the end of the day, this time,
Yep,
NA was
this
the better
tournament was a tournament. I can't think of anything else besides Kelly
Right.
Cyclops.
Great. I hope we get to face you guys next year.
Now I gotta find
Right
Kelly,
on.
put her in touch with Willow. Yeah.
I hate that I have to say this.
She still does this.
Dear Brandon, if you're out there, this was my perfect Sunday.
Come here, Brandon.
This was, by far, my absolute perfect Sunday, Brandon. You win that one. It was amazing, too, because, looking at the North American Regional Championship, everyone had Cog Red pegged. It seemed like Cognitive Prime was the weaker team. They were going to come to the World Championship and make it happen. But at the same point, we had so many upsets in this tournament, and it goes to show how much talent there is in the world of Smite. I'm so... And, one thing I want to ask you, Stealth, before we go all the way through, what do you guys have for 2015? I mean, it's the start of the year, right? You're already a champion. How do you continue to be a champion?
Is that what this is on? Okay, that sounds good.
Just keep
I have no
winning.
idea. We're just going to stay a team. We're going to keep practicing. We're going to love on each other. And we're just going to give it our all. We're just very I have no idea.
Yeah, what the fuck would you do, man? What kind of questions that?
I'm thinking about the present. I'm very excited. I'm tired.
Mind
Scrims
blown.
tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Scrims tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bright and early.
All right. Well, guys, for myself, again, it's been a pleasure to have been a part of something truly mind-blowing. Get off me. And I am just so grateful for it. A big thank you to the Smite community for, letting me in their, within their family. It's been a joy. Big thank you to this hillbilly over here for...
I don't know who this guy is.
Give it up for the commentators,
Give it up for the commentators.
Come on, get over here, guys.
Brandon,
Get in the shot.
Bart, Hindu Man, and Gandhi. You guys did an incredible job. Look at that man right there.
Where's F-Dot? Where's Kelly?
We need F-Dot.
Hindu Man is so so young looking.
Guys,
Your
give it up
stage
for your
hostess, Kelly.
Now Hindu Man basically runs the show now.
He's around. He's probably running over with the swiftness of 1,000 men.
Hey, Kelly.
This is
Hey.
amazing.
So, guys, I think, it's been a joy. Thank you so much for an incredible weekend. One thing is for certain, Smite Esports
Kelly's face is
has
blocked.
arrived. We will see you guys next time for the next Smite World Championship. Have a great, great evening.
GG's. That's crazy how much the graphics have changed. Wow. Nutty. It's nutty. Hi, Lucy. Well, I wasn't going to watch that. I was going to go shower before that even came on. But then it came on before I got in the shower. And I was like, oh, well, I don't want to shower now. I want to watch this. Oh, you guys can't hear me because there's an ad break. Okay. Cool. Welcome back from the ad break. What I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the ad break. I don't know what I was saying. I wasn't planning on watching that. I was going to go shower before it even came on. But then once it came on, I didn't want to, like, not watch it because it's like, you know, I watched all the other ones leading up to it. So it's like, well, I guess I'll just stay here and watch it. So now, now I haven't showered. Boom, 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 boom. What if they have, because this is the 2014 season, and the World Championship happens in the first 2 weeks of the next year, right? So yes, this is 2015 World Championship, but it's for the 2014 season. And that's season 1. But if I remember correctly, the game was released in 2012, so they could have had a season 0, like a launch season, which would have been 2013. But I don't know what they would have had before that. All right. Because they don't have anything for it besides the launch tournament, which this would have been the season 0 tournament, I guess, right? It's only 10 videos though, which means it's probably not like a full tournament, which means I guess 2012, it could have been like November 2012 or something, so that way it's like, you know, a couple months of beta and then like, you know, 6 months of season 0 or something. It could have been something like that maybe. I don't know. Because these would have taken place in, it doesn't say. Yeah. Well, let me see if it says when it is, at least.
What was our first match again?
I believe that was Cognitive Gaming.
2014, it says. April 2014? Okay. I don't know. Okay. What do you guys want to do? That's why she popped up from the table. LOL, you're funny. So funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. So funny. These are longer videos too, so it could be why there's only 10 of them. Oh, $200,000 launch tournament in Atlanta, March 20th through 30th. 2014. So maybe like they put the alpha testing and beta testing and season 0 together, and this was like the launch tournament for that. So this is like the season 0 tournament or something. I don't know. I don't know how they do things. And this is Pro League season 1. See, they don't have a season 0, so who was in that tournament, you know? Because they didn't have a Pro League at that time. That's season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 probably. Whoops. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Nobody cares about that. How do I... Oh my god.
Thing for him? You're telling.
Stop it. Stop doing things. Don't mind me, I'm just squeaking. I'm just doing some squeaks, you know? Grandmaster class, roll cues, wait, do something. No. They don't have anything from a... Challenger circuits. Maybe. Oh, right, they had a summer league. I forgot about that. I don't know if that counts as a separate season of sorts or what. Probably not. Console league. So this was back when they had separation between keyboard players, PC players rather, and console players. That's how it was when I first started. And I guess that ended in season... I don't know, this would have been season 5. Or something. Well, this is the finals, so it could have been season 4, happening in January 2018. Nope, this is spring, summer, so... Nope. That would have definitely been season 5. Which I watched a little bit of it because I played for like a month in season 5. And I think that was the last season they did that. Because then I think season 6 they combined it, maybe? Question mark. They have a season 6 Pro League. Wow. That's a lot of videos to look through. Okay. They said all these gap thingies. Oh man. All the videos are exactly hour 15. Which is great until I want to play it on the playlist, and then it's like, now you guys have to wait for 20 minutes for the next game to start. And this doesn't say anything about the console league, so... Yeah. Uh-huh.
And remember, hydrate or die.
I have my volume turned way up. Hydrate or die. Got it. Thank you, coffee. I like how my camera still freeze framed for like 24 hours ago. It's like the same freeze frame from 24 hours ago. I'm probably like the best streamer like ever, you know? I'm so good at this. Oh my god. Anyways, what do you guys want to do, huh? What do you want to do? I'm sure no one's noticed the frame. Yeah, probably not. I'm sure everybody's like, oh, I guess this girl just never moves. She must have blood clots. 5 Angry Men versus Mantra Gaming. Yeah, I don't even know any of these people. I don't know these teams. Pretty funny, though. Solo Mid, Coast, Exposed Secrets, Cognitive Gaming, Valhalla Gaming. I've heard of Dignitas. I know of Dignitas. I have heard of Cognitive Gaming. I don't know much about them. I've heard of Cloud9, but I don't know much about them. But I know Dignitas was a big deal. SK Gaming was a big deal. The Boys? The Boys. Makes me want to watch that show. You guys want to watch a show? I should probably not. What am I doing? Let's see if Wordle's ready. Okay. We could play some Smite, or we could do something else. Nice. What would you like to do, Coffee? Do you want me to play Smite with you? Is that what you're suggesting? I like Cloud. That's a good one. There's a C. Maybe I should use the H instead, because there's not going to be like a CN. It could be a CON. but it could be CR, but it could also be CH. You know, the words that start with C. There's no L. Could be R. It's not S, but it could end in S, so we should always test the S. And it can't be CT, which is why I skipped the T. I suppose there's a world where it could be W. But maybe the H is a better pick than the N in this particular case. Let's find out. And I was wrong. Awesome. Well, at least we know it's not the H, so I guess we're not wrong. It's information. I do want you to play Smite with me, but part of me wants to torture you. I should pre-check these messages before I start reading them out loud. So, there's no H or L or R. That's interesting. Not that I want to test H again, but I do want to test the N and the I and the T. And I can get the G in there, that'd be cool, because that'd be the word night. It'd be cool to get the P, but is there a word that has N, I, T, wait, which ones? N, I, T, and P in it? I mean, there's Pinty, Tinpy, Nipty, Pibsnit, P. Like, I'm having a trouble making a word out of that. Pinty? Is Pinty a word? Know what I mean? But I could test the G. Could be possible. With the O and stuff. I don't know. I feel like the O and the A might be together somewhere. But maybe not, because it can't be in the middle, so. What do you like reading? What? You don't like reading these messages and getting all flustered? I don't ever get flustered on stream. Right? God, that sounds really reassuring. So... could do nifty. I think I should do nifty. I guess that's better than night, right? Because it tests all new letters. Fuck it. Motherfucker. Are you serious? Is it just... okay. Maybe it's Kapu. Or Kuma. I think I'm going to have to go back onto some of your older streams and find some flustered clips for you. Oh. I don't know what you're talking about. Ad break, ad break. Ad break, ad break, ad break. Welcome back from the ad break. Okay, so there's like probably not a word here, right? It's just a fake. It's just a fake word. Compa. Cog. I guess the C could be repeated, right? This is all difficult without having any letters. I really want to use another turn on testing the P and the G and the M, but I might have to. Is there a word that tests the P, G, B, and M in 5 letters? Preferably with an O or an A, and somewhere besides the 3rd position. I'm not asking for much, am I? I'm excited when I got this green C right off the bat, but now I'm less excited. Now a little less excited. Bum 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 bum. Kaka. Kaka. Cook. Cook. Maybe it's CA. Cab. Capo. Cabop. This is crazy. How am I supposed to make a word with this? Comma? Do you think it's comma? Oh my god, what if it's comma? I'm having a really hard time not seeing comma now. Ruh-roh. I think I might accidentally guess comma. But I don't know what else it can be. Kopka? Compa? OMG, ANG, ank, onk, oak. Nope, can't be oak. Comma doesn't seem like the worst guess. Yeah, it's just, I'm only testing one letter. If I'm wrong, you know. However, I don't think I'm wrong. Because I don't really see what else it can be. Kalpa? You know? Cogpa? Cogma? Cow... Ab... Cowab... Cowap? Cow... Cogap? Cogam... Cove... There's not like any words that these are nonsensical things, you know? And I'm thinking there could be another C, but then what? How does that work? Like caca with a K? Caco? Like these aren't words. So because it's probably going to have to be lined up with a C. I mean, with a K, rather. It doesn't have to be, but... God damn it. I think it's a comma. It's just, what if it isn't, you know? Fuck it. I see it, and that's all I can see now, so... Fuck you! GG's. Fucking Wordle. I really want my guesses in 3 to surpass my guesses in 5, but I guess it's not going to happen anytime soon. You have great instincts, Willow. You should trust them. That's true. I've heard that many times before. When I get instincts about them, it's usually pretty close. It's usually not exact, but it's usually pretty close. Like, you know, guess how many jelly beans are in a jar? Like, it'll be 12,412, and I'll be like 12,410. You know? I'll be wrong, but I'll be really close. Or like, what time is it? When I haven't had an inkling of what time it is, and I haven't been outside, and I don't have a watch on, and I'll be like, oh, it's probably about 4:17, and it'll be like 4:18. That happens all the time. I just get feelings about things, about what the answer is, but I don't know how to capitalize on it. Except for Wordle. Sometimes. Alright. GG on Wordle. Did I lose more followers? This is going to be really bright. Shit, it's really fucking bright. Let's see if I lost more followers. Well, I gained 2. Let's see if I actually gained 2, though. I don't remember what number it was. I think it was 2124, so I guess it did go up. Joy. Joy to the world. I'm only getting 40 and 50 likes on photos now. Except for that one somehow got 477 out of nowhere. Isn't that weird? Like, it'd just be like randomly. Like, okay, you get like 30, 40, 50, 70. Then you get like 158. And you're like, okay. It's just like random. 330. Fucking fickle ass shit. Okay. Anyways, I'm so vulgar. I'm so vulgar, you guys. I should wash my mouth out with, let me... What do you guys want to do? Before I start getting carried away. I've got something for you to gargle. I know. I didn't want to say anything. Look at that amazing willow. Oh, thanks, Blue. Smite time, princess. All right, as you wish. As you wish. Meow. Meow. Jasmine. Oh, yeah? Oh, I know what I want to do. I want to look up that thing with the words, you know? What? I'm afraid to make a new tab because it might say something like naughty or something, but let's just do it. I ain't scared. What do you see? See anything? Oh, there's nothing naughty. All right. Oh, maybe this one. Don't look at that. Grand Prix, Long Beach. I know it's Grand Prix. I want to learn more about it because I'm going to be there. I don't want to buy seats. I want to know about it. The official Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Okay, this is probably correct. COVID mandates lifted. We'll lift the vaccination requirement for indoor mega events. Is this indoor? Wait, is this an indoor event? Do I not have to worry about being 90-degree weather? That seems like it wouldn't be, such as Long Beach. Oh, in the convention center. This combined with the lifting of the mask protocols means there are no more COVID mandates for this year's Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Seriously? Of course, if you feel more comfortable wearing a mask indoors or outdoors, you're encouraged to do so. We look forward to hosting you April 8th through 10th. That's wonderful. I was a little concerned about that, actually. I was like, do I have to wear a fucking mask outside in 100-degree weather, 98 degrees? Do you guys remember the band 98 Degrees? It was a boy band in like the early 2000s, I think. Maybe. Around then. Throws myself downhill for Willow, yelling, "As you wish." That's when she realized I was the dread pirate robbers disguised the whole time. What the fuck? What? What is that from? That sounds vaguely familiar. That's gonna be pretty cool. Oh, look, a preview. Let's watch the preview, you guys. Oh, good, it's on YouTube, which means I'm probably gonna get my video banned.
Southern California's official spring break is back. The Acura Grand Prix returns to the streets of Long Beach for a weekend of exhilarating entertainment.
That looks like outside to me.
IMSA sports cars and more. Plus, the Lifestyle Expo, the Saturday night Royal Machines concert, and the Mother's Exotic Car Paddock. Tickets at gplb.com. April 8th through the 10th. The Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Come feel the speed.
Wow. I had no idea it was that involved, actually. Because I can't imagine Jerry would want to do much of that stuff. Come on, Willow, the Princess Bride. Oh, yeah! That's what it's from. As you wish! I forgot about that. I haven't seen that in a really long time, and it was a really long time ago. Okay, so this is a lot more involved than I thought it would be. Jasmine. 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 Please. God. Where's it say April 8th? Okay, that's helpful. Thanks, guys. Was it up here? Question mark? Event info. There we go. Thank you. Prohibited items. This would be good to know. What? I can't bring alcohol? Come on. No folding stadium seats. No guns or stun guns. Aw, lame. No hand-drawn wagons? Okay. Oh, wait, you guys aren't even here. You're in an ad break. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. Yeah, no alcohol because they want you to buy it there, probably, right? Coffee. Nothing. Is this NASCAR? I don't think it's NASCAR. I think it's. Is it Indy? I think it's IndyCar. I'm not positive. You know, I'm not really sure how that works. I know Jerry knows. Jerry's very into all of this. I mostly, like, I like cars and I like racing and stuff, you know? But I don't know, like, the intricacies of all of it, so. But he's very much into it. He, like, follows, like, a lot of drivers and he, like, watches a lot of amateur drivers and stuff, which one of them's going to be there. This guy from Florida that he's been watching his YouTube videos forever and, like, has watched him evolve into this, like, you know, pretty big deal in the amateur racing world. And I guess he's going to be there and he's going to be doing one of the truck races, so Jerry's going to hope to meet him, which would be pretty cool. Does it say anything about canes? I know where to get one that holds a good amount of booze. That'd be pretty clever. It's cargo zoom. It all started out with moonshiners running from cops anyways. Yeah, I know, but they want you to buy it. They want you to have the alcohol there. They want you to pay $10 for a beer. You know what I mean? Bunch of dickwads. Drones, RC, powered scooters, e-bikes, trikes. Doesn't say anything about canes. What I was looking for was like selfie sticks, you know, if that was going to be like a no-go. Because I might try to stream from there, you know what I mean? Which I don't know how likely it's going to be, because if it's going to be crowded, I don't know how likely I can have my phone on a stick. But maybe. I've never done that before. But it doesn't say anything about it, which means it's probably allowed. So I could take it in my purse. Does it say I can't have knives? Okay. I do keep a knife in my purse, so I'll have to remember to take the knife out. You can't take fireworks? Okay. Sorry, Jasmine, you can't come. If somebody has me on a leash, would I be considered as pet? Maybe I'm probably a service animal, though, because I am providing a service while being on a leash, you know? Probably. Ladders and step stools. Umbrellas, lawn furniture, banners / signs / chests. Power scooters, yeah. So I guess I'm good to go. Great. Does it say anything about crossbows? It did not. It said no weapons, though, I think, right? Or something? Actually, no. It specified guns, knives, mace, and stun guns. So you can't have any glass bottles and cans, which I read as a glass can. Like no glass bottles and no glass cans, which is probably not what they meant. So specifically guns, knives, mace, and stun guns. So a crossbow, I don't know if that's considered a gun. It does fire a projectile, but not under gunpowder. So I'm thinking you can be an archer and go there and be okay. 180,000 people? Oh my God. I'm a very social person, but I haven't really been out in public much in a long time, so like that's a little daunting. Because this will sound vain, but I get like a good amount of attention when I go out. And it's going to be a bunch of like... Anyways, let me just not talk about it. I'll probably get a lot of attention, and that's going to be a lot for me to deal with. Virtually a cashless event. Oh, that's cool. Especially with what I'll be wearing if we're outside, which we'll be outside. I'm probably going to wear very little clothing. If any clothing at all. I might just go naked. It didn't say anything about that. It didn't say you couldn't go naked, so I'll probably just go naked. That's probably allowed. Yep. Are we going to go at 7:30 in the morning? Oh my God. Guys, this is... Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I'm going to be so tired. I mean, it'll be exciting, but fuck, right? Like, it's like 12 hours a day. Outside. Because I know he's going to want to see all of it. Because he's into all of it. Like, he knows what all these things mean. Like, he knows what all the letters are and stuff. And I'm just like, because he wants to do it. I mean, I'm glad to be going with him. That's going to be crazy, though. Oh, the drift thing would be cool to see. Hope I don't get run over. I'm not even reading your messages, sorry. Because I can't read them on this white background. It's really impossible to read the messages. You're a servicing animal. Yeah, that's what I said, right? So I can bring a trebuchet and be okay. Yeah. Bring a trebuchet. It'd be quite the confidence boost to go out and be noticed by so many people. Yeah, I mean, sure. But I mean, it's stressful because I feel like I have to perform at all times. You know what I mean? Because as a model, if I wasn't a model, I probably wouldn't care as much. I mean, I would care. I would like it, you know? But like, I have to be on edge a bit because I have to be at peak performance in case somebody sees me who might, you know, help me in the modeling world. You know, you never know who I might meet, especially here in Los Angeles. So I kind of have to, like, you know, be on stage 3 days in a row outside in the sun. Especially amongst a lot of people. If it's just me walking around the neighborhood, I'm on stage, you know? And that's just a very few people that see me. If I just go for a walk around the neighborhood or whatever, or go out to dinner, I still, you know, am on stage, but like, you know, it doesn't matter as much. Being around this many people at a major event, it'll probably matter a lot. Especially if Jerry's going to be wanting to take my picture and stuff, so... Yeah. And I'll be sweating. And sweating is like, makes your hair messed up and stuff. Oh, man. Go naked. Just strategic stickers. Lots of sunscreen too. Won't want to be nice and slippery. True. True, 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 true. QR codes that'll link to your Insta are pasties. As pasties. That's a really good idea. I mean, I have gone to an event, not like something like this, but I have gone, TMI, probably. I've done something similar. Anyways. So, that's a big schedule. That's great. They have entertainment. Look at this kid. He looks really entertained. This guy's like chilling. He looks high as fuck, actually. Anyways. Lifestyle Expo. The Family Fun Zone. You know what I mean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Family Fun Zone. Okay, let me stop. I'm sure it's for children and stuff to not do anything inappropriate. And it's probably very fun. It has rock climbing walls. That's pretty cool. Racing simulators. In addition, kids 3 to 6 years old can race in their very own race cars. Can I pass as a 6-year-old? Daddy, I want to race in the race car. No, that's like Paimon. That's more Paimon level. I need less Paimon. I gotta tone down the Paimon. Nothing is TMI with us below. I know. I bet that guy is high as fuck. Right, kind of look like it. I'm sure the wind is just in his eyes or something. Mother's exotic car paddock. That's really cool. Doesn't say when these things are. The food truck experience brings the best in Southern California gourmet food trucks to the races. Oh, man. But if I'm wearing slutty clothing, I'm going to want to not eat at all. Ever. So... Can you hear her? She's just meowing and meowing and meowing. She's so annoying. Jasmine! Stop! Look at this truck. What the fuck? They're gonna have like jumps? Do I need to sign a waiver to go to this thing? I wonder if Jerry got the photo pass. Because there's like a photographer's pass, and he's a professional photographer. And he might have gone to that, which means I won't be able to go with him. Which means I'll be alone for all these guys to start groping. All these sweaty guys are going to start groping me while Jerry's taking pictures in the photo booth. Joseph Newgarden. Scott Dixon. I know these names. That's pretty cool. Whoa, look at those cars. Those are cool. What am I looking at? Racing. Alright, but this is like, this is generalized information. So, what about, okay, this is too generalized. Okay. What you got for concerts? I wonder if Jerry's going to want to go to a concert or not. This guy is cheesing. Cheese! This guy's like, I'm too cool to smile. Saturday night at approximately 6 p.m. on the Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center Terrace Plaza. God, that's a mouthful. Also, in case you didn't know where that was, it's in front of the Long Beach Performing Arts Center. Grand Prix fans will see an all-star rock band, Royal Machines, with special guests presented by Acura and ASM Global. What's ASM? Show is free to Saturday race ticket holders. Space at the plaza is limited and will be available on first-come, first-served basis. Described as a rock's greatest all-star band. I don't know them. Do you know Royal Machines? I haven't heard of them. The group includes Mark McGrath. Oh, Sugar Ray. I know Sugar Ray. Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction. I know Jane's Addiction. Billy Morrison of Billy Idol and The Cult. Okay. Chris Chaney of Jane's Addiction. Donovan Leach and Josh Freese of The Vandals. Oh, well, I know the bands that they're from. Based in Los Angeles, Royal Machines performs a selection of well-known rock covers while also bringing iconic rock stars as special guests at each performance. The result is a unique experience for every audience. Oh, that's pretty cool then. Very, very cool. Yeah, it sounds like they're like a local LA thing, but they have like a lot of talents from other bands, you know? Because I know all the bands that they're from. Like, I've heard of all of these. Like, I remember rocking out to Sugar Ray. I know Jane's Addiction. Billy Idol, obviously. So, the Vandals. I didn't really listen to the Vandals, but I know of the Vandals. That's pretty cool. 6 p.m. I wonder what's going on at 6 p.m. on Saturday, though. Oh, look, Jasmine's meowing again. Amazing. Drift practice. Drift competition at 6:30. All right. Well, he might want to see this, but I could go to the concert. And then we could go to this later. Maybe we can go to the concert for like an hour and then go to this for the last hour. We'll see. Jerry's not much of a, like a, that kind of guy. You know what I mean? He doesn't do like concerts and like drinking and going to bars and stuff and like partying. That's more of my speed. He's more of the, you know, quiet, let me take pictures and stuff, you know? He's more of the observer. Yep. Wait, what? You gotta eat some to keep up your energy in the hot sun, princess? Not if I'm wearing slutty clothes. That's what caffeine's for. Why not eat? If you spill, I'll lick it off. You'll be licking sunscreen. Willa getting groped, such tragedy, right? I know. Nerd. He is kind of a nerd, actually. It occurs to me that's like, you know, his genre of personality. Jasmine! Hi. Welcome back from the ad break. No, Jasmine, I'm not talking to you. Get out of here. Specifically at 12:29 is when drivers to your cars. And then you have to sit there for 9 minutes, and then we tell you to start your engine. So that's fun. Stop doing that. What are you doing? Why you always have to bother me? Why are you always doing stuff to piss me off? What are you doing? She's trying to get beat again. So go naked with stickers and bring an overcoat for later events. I don't know if I can do that. I'm not going to bring a coat. Good plan, right? Nothing can go wrong with that. No, it's probably fine. But yes, Jerry is a bit of a nerd. He seems to fill that that social group stigma pretty well. Boom, 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 boom. But I'm an equal opportunity fucker, so, you know, I don't really care what social group you're part of. I still fuck around. Or I used to. I might be too fat to dress slutty right now. I've been, like, just eating, you know? Just been eating, just jacking it. Just jacking it. Cyril Vegas. What is the race that guy is going to be in? This one? Nope. Oh, wait, it is. Here it is. Super Trucks. That's the one that guy is going to be racing in. All right. Equal opportunity slut. Yeah. It feels different when you say it, but yes. That is what I was... That's what I was getting at. We might have to... Yeah, that's possible. I'm sure Jerry's going to handle the parking, because I don't know where the fuck to park. Pike parking. This one little red box, that's where you can park. Then you got this red box. You've got whatever that says. I don't care. Insignificant. Damn, 180,000. I wish I could see like what people wore at the previous one. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's gonna be like other girls that are sluttily dressed, right? Sluttily? Yeah. Because I don't want to be like the only one, you know? Although I guess it wouldn't really matter. It feels frustrating when I say it, huh? Yes, Coffee. I think me and Coffee will both agree you're hot enough to go naked anywhere you want. No. No. Can't do that. I can't go naked. And I definitely can't go anywhere I want naked because I'll be in trouble for whatever. But I have this pudge on my tummy right now, so... Oh, man. Like, do girls go there wearing a bikini, or would that be, like, inappropriate? Can I wear, like, shorts and a bikini top, or is that not enough, you know? Do I need more cover? Do I need to wear, like, a crop top? And it's just that if I'm wearing a crop top, I'm wearing a bra, right? And bras, I don't know if you guys know, kind of hold on to heat pretty well. So if I'm wearing a bra under a top, which are likely both going to be fairly tight, then it's going to contain a lot of heat and cause sweating, right? So it'll make my boobs look nicer, but if I was just wearing a bikini top, then that's it. I don't have to worry about wearing a bra under the bikini top. That is the bra, you know what I mean? And it's usually like a thinner material, funny enough. And, you know, that would be better. You're not going to be the only slut there, Willow, and if you are, you'll just get all the attention. Yeah. It's LA, wear whatever the hell you want, LMAO. That is an interesting conception that people have. Bikini top and Daisy Dukes. Yeah. Afraid of getting punished, Willow? Don't threaten us with a good time. I'm not afraid of it. I mean, not really. Don't like... Okay. Anyways. So... I wish I could see, like, what people were wearing at past events, but what's this? You can't really, though, because, you know, people haven't really been there in a while. Maybe, like, fan resources? You guys have like pictures? Okay, well here's photos, but these are probably like race photos. Okay, how about media? High-res gallery. Okay, sure. It's gonna be pictures of the cars though. Oh. I don't have the password. Sorry. It's gonna be all cars that they take. Oh, here's some fans. Our fans. Perfect. But I don't know if they're gonna post like slutty girl pictures on here. Yeah, probably not. It's gonna be like families. That's what I figured. Be like families and kids, because everyone wants to see fucking kids and families and bullshit like that. Not I. Not I. Is that pizza? What is that? Oh, I don't think that's one of those things. You know what I'm talking about? Look at this kid's face. All right. Well, do I need hearing protection? I didn't really think about that. This is not very helpful. Like, I can't see what you people are wearing back here. And this looks like a colder day. Everybody's wearing sweatshirts. I need a 90-degree day. Okay, well, this slut right here on the left is wearing short shorts, so probably good to go. Probably those cars are loud. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Do I need to strike some fear into you? Oh, really? No. I'm fearful. I can pretend to be fearful. Anyways. No, I'm just kidding. I'm fearful. I'm fearful. Please. Entertainment. That's really helpful. I need pictures of the Grand Prix, you guys. Like, of people doing things. I can't look at these, huh? Middle events. What the hell is that? Tickets, please. See, I think this is probably what Terry got. He probably got the super photo ticket. So you can go take pictures. Because that's what he was talking about last year, and we didn't get to go because of this whole COVID thing and all that bullshit. So, so he's going to be in these different photo locations for 30 minutes at a location, but I think it's just if there's space, if they need the space, I don't really know. I don't know how the fuck they do things. How much are ticket prices? Because I didn't pay for this, so how much is he paying for me? What? Wow. That's expensive. Bubba Gun Shrimp. What? What is this? I don't know what that is. The Turn 1 Club. Hospitality. Holy shit. That got expensive fast. So, 3-day admission was Saturday, Sunday reserved seating, which I think is like what we... Oh, this is just Saturday, Sunday. So, I don't know. We had the 3-day thing. I don't know what that is. How do you get it? Did you just buy 3 tickets? For unreserved seating, Friday and Saturday admission only on Sunday, no seating. Okay, so it's probably general admission. 3-day general admission, $108. Wow, no seating available on Sunday. I'm going to be standing up all day on Sunday? Shit, dude. That's expensive. That's a lot more expensive. Wow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. Oh, sorry. So, probably Discard allowed. If that slut can wear booty shorts, so can you, right? I probably will, actually. Under like a really tiny skirt or something. I looked up previous event photos. Bikini and short shorts are common in the summer ones. Really? I have 96 things to make you fearful, Willow. I'm sure you know what they can do to you. Oh, those. Oh. I was like 96. Yes, sir. So bikini and short shorts is okay. Really? Are you sure? Okay. But I think I'm too fat to wear a bikini right now. I haven't been exercising. I've just been eating. Maybe I just need to starve from now until after the race. Fuck. But I also want to eat food right now. How do I eat and not eat? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I know the answer to that. How do I get skinny the next 2 days? We're gonna have to be there really fucking early. That voice break, so cute. Thanks. You guys are teasing me. How do I get to drive one of the cars on the track? Jasmine, I want to drive the car. Meow. What do you mean I'm not allowed to drive the car? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know me. You don't know me, son. Nope. 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 Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. She is super cute. Thanks, Coffee. You have to service a driver if you want to drive their car. Well, that's easy. Done deal, right? Like, instant. Insta-lock. I'm in. Let's do it. Is this the right time? I don't know if it's the right time or not. I don't know either, Jasmine. I don't know either. If I don't know, then I guess it's not. Yeah. That's because I'm a pussy, Jasmine. That's why. Okay? Don't make fun of me. I'm just a big, fat, pumped, oily pussy. What? Willow, I can guarantee you're going to be smoking hot and getting everyone turned on. You think so? But there's a few cute girls that will play with you later. Ad break. Ads. Jasmine, please. Welcome back from the ad break. It'd be even more fun if you had to service the pit crew too. I would service the entire audience if I got to drive one of these cars around the track. Probably not, actually, because I don't know where some of those guys have been. And the girls, too, like after sweating and stuff, might be kind of gross. I'll do the pit crew. That's fine. There'll be plenty of people who want to play with you, Princess. I'm not worried about that. I'm just, like, worried about looking pristine, looking at my best, you know? Being at the top of my game. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to describe what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Because I'd have to be in model mode. Model mode is kind of like photo shoot mode. And I kind of need to be at the top of my game for photo shoot mode. Because when I'm not as happy with the outcome. Even though I won't be in a photo shoot formally, I'll be seen by a lot of people. And being seen by the right people in the right way can make things happen sometimes that wouldn't normally be able to happen. It's a little difficult to describe. Like, for instance, when I went to America's Got Talent and live show, right? And I'm in the audience. And because of the way my tits were pushed up in the dress that I was wearing, I caught Simon Cowell's eye, and he couldn't really keep his eyes off me. And Simon Cowell and I were like kind of doing a little, eye banging, a little flirting. It was kind of fun. Nothing came from it, but it was fun because I was looking good. You know what I mean? And something like that could happen at any kind of an event. And like, if there's a driver who sees me, it's like, hey, that girl right there, like, tell that girl to come over here, and like, maybe I'll go get to like see his car or whatever, you know what I mean? So I have to look good. I have to look at my best, And I feel like right now I don't look at my best. Right now I feel like I look like doo-doo. Doo-doo incarnate. Doo-doo incarnate's what I'm going to go with. That's what I feel like I look like right now. You're amazing though, Willow. Thanks, Blue. I know you guys think that. I'm just nervous about being seen by that many people in an environment where I'd be very easily seen. You just have to be the best one there. See, exactly. You definitely will be. Not necessarily. Some girls are smoking hot in LA. You have no idea. I guarantee you'll look better than the other girls there. You'll catch plenty of attention. There's some really smoking hot girls in LA. There's a reason people come here to be models. That's not why I came here. I came here to study astrophysics. But other girls come here to do modeling. Funny enough. Okay, I have to switch accounts on this. I'm staring at the freeze frame of a hottie from LA right now, lol. You can't even see her. Let me find a picture where I don't look like... Okay, so I look good in these pictures, right? But like there's some... It's probably like an older one. It's like earlier modeling maybe. That was a bad picture. Okay, so for instance, yes, I'm sitting at a weird angle while trying to balance on a tree while ants are crawling up my leg. So it's a little bit awkward, right? But you see my tummy right here? Yeah, I wouldn't have a flat tummy in this picture because of the way that I'm sitting and the way I'm posed. But that doesn't look flattering to me, right? And to me, something like that stands out. I'm like, if I had been maybe like a little bit, better, then maybe I wouldn't have had that problem. Funny enough, this is the same photo shoot, and my tummy looks fine. But because of the way I was sitting, it looked bad, and like I tried to avoid stuff like that, or like even maybe I don't want to click on that one. Like this one is another example. I'm sitting in a weird way, can't really see very well, but I've got this fat pudge going on. If I didn't have that, if I'd been a little more restrictive in my diet before the photo shoot, maybe that wouldn't be a problem, I know a couple pics you look super hot in. I want to put them up on the stream. Are they ones that I took within the last 24 hours? Coffee? Is that what you're referencing? Because in that case, that's probably not a good idea. I look very orange in this picture. I wonder what kind of color, because like this is like what I look like. This one I look like like orangey. Like, I don't know what this guy did with his filter. And maybe it's because of the white background, though. I don't know. But this is like more of like my skin tone. It's like it's very slightly tan. It's not like, it's not orange. So, I don't know. See, that's like me. You can tell like that's what bark and trees look like. That's like my skin tone. Your tummy is hardly noticeable, princess. Don't worry about it. Maybe more recent photos, yes. Oh, those pics. You guys. I can't believe I did that. Okay. Well, let's make sure that I finish with this thing. This is Willow Armadillo. I'm going to unlink and relink and then switch accounts. Kind of sounds like Transformers. Kind of, to me. Okay, I'm logging out of this. Every time you're super sexy, Willow. Thanks, Blue. But it could be better, you know? I see some of these girls with their tiny, flat, wasp waist, you know, looking wasp waist. How do you say it? I can't say it. And I'm just like, how do I do that, you know? Anyhow, but thank you guys. Thank you. Hi! The door's closed because it's hot outside. Sorry. 10 out of 10 tummy would tickle. Thanks. That's supposed to say thanks, but it says HTTX. So that's cool. Here, have a gamble. 100? Look at Willow Brillo just rolling in here with the 100. And I'm subbed? I'm a sub? No. Me? I can't be a sub. Wow, look at all these sub thingies I have to choose from. Ooh. Wow! Whee! Look at that, that's fun. Whoop whoop. You are a sub, Willow. How do you know? Sorry, Lucy. I feel like eating again, you guys. Oh, man. Damn it. I can't believe it's going to be that hot. When I looked at the weather today, and I was like, wait a minute, are you serious? It's going to be that hot? It's been, like, decent weather, like, the last couple weeks. And, like, now it's going to be super hot. Like, while I'm outside? Bad timing. Oh, that's what you went with, huh? That's what you went with? You ass clown. That's not a checkmate. That's not a checkmate. So what are you doing? Not a checkmate. What are you doing? You're supposed to do this. Oh, he is. He moved it in advance. That way I can't move there. Shit. That's a problem. Well, hold on. Did I just get checkmated? You know what? I'm going to look at that later because I don't want to look at that right now. Yep. Rolled 18. Way to go, coffee. You're losing all the wisps. Could always be better because the ideal form is ever changing, but you know what? You're amazing the way you are and so wonderful you don't even know. Aw. Thanks, Bloop. And you're right, I don't even know. I don't really. I don't know if you guys have figured this out, but I have fairly low self-esteem. So, you know, I might be able to exude confidence on stage, if you will, because I'm supposed to. But, uh-huh. What is this game? What? Oh, this game. Wait, he moved the queen? I did not see that coming. Really? Why'd you log me out, Twitch? Why? Why? We're just chilling. He just logged me out like it's fine. Asshole. Come on, Willow Brillo. Come back to us. We need your Brillo pads on our Mons pubis. Mons pubis. All right. Good job. Good job. What if during the entire Grand Prix event I wear a wedge of sandpaper in my panties? No? Too much? Too far? I'm trying my part to keep your self-esteem well pumped up. Thanks, Blue. You're very appreciated. I'm surprised he moved the queen, though. I mean, I guess he's not worried about me taking that. Did he really see my plan? How did he see this? Because he's in 1850. That's why he saw that. Man, this guy sees all my plans. I don't like it. Pumped. You want to pump me up first before the sandpaper goes in? I mean, I guess that'd make it more effective. Meow, chicka, wow, wow. In those pictures you saw, were there any girls just wearing pasties? Could I just get away with that? Which, by the way, when you have your nipples pierced, it's a little bit more difficult to do that. They still stick, though. It's still fine. It just creates a wrinkle. Probably not. And I probably shouldn't do that anyways, because as I get hot and sweaty, the pasties could come off because of that. And that'd be a problem. So I guess bikini top, right? But I'd have to, like, suck it in, like, all day. I could wear a bikini top with, like, a thing over it, but that's not really gonna work. Work it, work it, work it. Welcome back from the ad break. I didn't see any pasties. You could wear them under anyways, just in case. Yeah, I probably wouldn't though. Just wear the bikini top, I guess. I'm trying to think if I have anything that's kind of race themed. I don't really have anything race themed. And racing's like an American, like America kind of thing, right? So I should wear like maybe like an American flag bikini. But that's not like, it doesn't fit me really great. It fits, but it's the same one in a picture that I saw recently somewhere. Wait, didn't I post it somewhere? I thought I saw it when we were scrolling. Oh, there it is. So this one, you'll notice like, well, you probably don't notice, but it's fine. It fits. It's just, you know, feels a little awkward a little bit. But I guess I could wear that. So I could wear that with some shorts. Or like a micro skirt that's see-through without panties. With like a giant clip piercing that dangles. Like, you know, that's probably fine, right? And the flag bikini, yeah. Could wear something like that. Or I could wear, this isn't really checkered. No, that's not really, I don't know how many bikinis I have pictures in. I have a lot of bikinis, though, that I haven't worn. Because they're like, you know, could wear the mermaid one. Because I was considering wearing, like, this top, which you can't see very well in this picture. It's the same as this one, but in black. So that, you know, I could wear that, but then I'd be wearing a bra, which would be warmer, you know. Hi, baby. I suppose I could wear this top, actually. It is a pretty loose-fitting top, but once again, I'm wearing a bra with it. So... And if I am only wearing a bikini top, then I guess I could dye my hair red. I guess I haven't posted any of those pictures lately. Not a lot of bikini pictures, actually, surprisingly. Mostly lingerie. Like, all this is like lingerie. Well, this is the bikini. But it's just black. And I'm pulling it down for some reason. That's cool. Or I could wear a sports bra. But that probably would be thicker and a little bit warmer. And this is a very loose-fitting shirt that's basically see-through at this point because of how old it is. Could wear that, maybe. That might work. But then I'd want to wear a bra. The skirt sounds good. Maybe. That shirt. That's what I was thinking of. I could just wear like that outfit, basically. But that's like... I'd be comfortable, but also maybe a little warm with the shirt because of the bra. And there's black bikini again. But I saw it just a minute ago. That one. And that's very bright. I actually had to close my eyes because otherwise I'd be squinting if I hadn't closed my eyes because the sun was directly in my face. That's lingerie. You can't really see it in that one. Okay, there you go. That one. So I could wear that. Maybe. It's kind of cool that this guy, the photographer knew this guy who had a sailboat at this marina that we were at Newport Beach for the photo shoot. I think, yeah, Newport Beach. So because he was friends with the guy who had a sailboat, he asked the guy if we could use his sailboat for a photo shoot. So he just let us do whatever we wanted on the sailboat. So it's kind of cool. Hi, Jasmine. What can I do for you? Hi, Lucy. You also? I seem to wear this black bikini a lot, so that's like the third photo shoot that I wore this one in. Fourth photo shoot. Because there it is again. Fifth photo shoot? Okay. Sixth? I wear it too many shoots. Okay, so here's the American flag bikini again. Different angle of it. But are those like the only two bikinis I have pictures of, or three bikinis? I thought I'd have more. I could go as Princess Leia. Should I just wear this? You know, if it was May the 4th, I absolutely would. I would definitely wear this to the race. Absolutely. Oh, there's a good one. Same bikini, though. I hear ya, I hear ya. Oh, this pink one. Okay. There's another one. Finally. Stop, stop. I'm gonna have to take a look at my bikinis and see what I have. This is a older photo shoot. Look how many likes these pictures have back here. But there's like no padding in this, right? So it looks a little... Or it has like cheap... This is like a really cheap bikini. So I don't know if I'd want to wear like a really cheap one. You can kind of see like how the padding is. You can see like where it is, you know? But... lingerie, 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 bikini. I weighed more in this one. I weighed more in that photo shoot. Is this Gil? It is. Yep. GZ Photography. I wonder how he's doing. He's actually a really well-known photographer in Los Angeles. And we talked about doing a shoot together, and we just didn't do another one. I think we did 2 shoots together. Alright, those are the bikinis I have, apparently. Yeah, look at my tummy. Oh my god. Really? Okay, I could wear a top like that, but that's gonna require a bra still. I could wear this top. This is gonna be an unflattering picture, but I could wear that top. Probably not gonna wear this top. It is a crop top, but you know, it's like sweater material. It's like wool. Let's lay out all the options in Discord and we could pick for you. Oh my god, that's gonna take a while. I could do that, I suppose. There's the top. That's the wrong picture to show you for it, but that's the top that I was talking about. Here's the other top that I was talking about. That was a fun photo shoot. What is that bracelet I'm wearing? I don't even remember that bracelet. Oh wait, do I? Maybe I do. Vaguely. I think it broke. That bikini. Very old and cheap. It's probably not that one either. Okay, well, shit. I'll have to see what I have. I'll just wear this one. Oh, except it's a bra that covers more than bikinis do. Go figure. Could I just wear a bra? Like, would that be frowned upon? Ouch, Jasmine, what the hell? The bed covered in bikini tops. I like the idea. Yeah, but I have to pull them all out. And the bed is hairy. So, like, you know. I could wear this one piece that isn't really a one piece. And it's got, like, strappies. That'd be kind of cute. I don't know if it has padding in it or not, though. Maybe I'll consider that. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know, man. What are we doing? You like that, Jasmine? Why are you sitting on my leg like that, you weirdo? You weirdos! They're both hanging out on the foot of the bed because that's where the air conditioner blows. They're trying to stay cool. Or hang out with me because they love me. Lucy? I love you too. He's adorable. Um, just think of it as a fun dress-up game. Oh, I will. Absolutely. But that's a lot to pull out. That's what she said. Should I eat? Should I eat food? It's 9 o'clock here. Should I just not? Welcome back from the ad break. Grab a shake. Shake, 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 shake it. I suppose I could do that. I suppose. I suppose. I suppose. That I suppose. What is this window? Twitter? Psh, who uses Twitter? Where did Coffee go? He fell asleep? It is midnight for him, so he might have fallen asleep, I guess. What are you cats doing? Why are you guys just both staring at me? What's going on? What's going on? I fed you? Is it... What is going on? They're both just staring at me, like they're waiting for me to do something. And Jasmine's sitting on my legs, so I can't grab a shake even if I wanted to. I mean, I do want to, but I can't go grab one. Know what I mean? Yeah, I went there. I did it. I took it all the way. That's what she said. That was off. I'm like out of it right now. What's going on? I think I feel stressed out. Okay. Coffee turned into a pumpkin. We let him dream wonderful dreams of beautiful willow cuddles. I didn't know that pumpkins can dream. Pumpkins dream? Where do I move in this game? I wasn't expecting that. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting this, and then I was expecting this, which is a block of the check. It's not an attack, though, so if he didn't move this, then I'd have a problem. I figured he'd probably move it. Either to protect this pawn, or something. I don't know. This is to attack this pawn. This is protected by this. You know, this is like where I was going with it. And I've got this line to the king. I don't know. But that's not what happened. He moved the queen preemptively. Like he just... How did he know I was going to do something shady? I don't know if taking this is the right idea, because then he's got this, with this square being a problem. Because it's protected, so... I'd be limited to these two squares. It is protected. I don't have to take it. But I still don't want that path to be opened up. It's like, regardless, it feels like maybe moving here is the best move, just to protect the queen from moving here, in case it does do this. I don't know. I wasn't planning on this move. I wanted to take this pawn. I guess it's not really, it doesn't matter now, but it is keeping my king kind of locked in here. You know, that's why the pawn's a threat. Oops. Oh my god. Stop doing things. So I could do that, because I can't take with the rook, or this queen comes down here. But he can back it up. But so can I. And this backup doesn't really mean anything. You can't really do that. He needs the queen to be second, not first. So... So if he wants to do that, then he'd probably support this first. I don't know where to move. I think I just have to move the king, honestly. I think I just have to get the fuck out. But then he can move here, and he's got this protection here for a check. Or something. I don't know. Back this up to move here. And that'd be checkmate. So, I don't know. Lucy. What's wrong, baby? You look conflicted about something. You alright? See ya. She just left. She's like, I just wanted to meow at you. Now I'm leaving. Should I make an account here? Do you think I can make this not so bright if I made an account? Because as it stands right now, I think it's only daily, unless I make an account. I don't know. Hugs, hugs, hugs? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I was really liking Cloud. Let's do Cloud. This is so fucking bright. I can't even look at this. Why is this so bright? Why would you want to make this so bright? Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Ah! Jasmine's like, are you okay? Jasmine! I'm bored. Hey, Jasmine. I'm bored. You have so many playthings, though. I'm still bored. Even without them. Or with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm bored. I can't think of a word. Oh. I really thought that was it. Cloud ranks, first word. Now I just need to figure out where to put the letters. You don't see Gimpy as a guest every day. That's true. How's a shower and a nap after other activities sound? I know it can fill a hole when it needs filled. What can? What are you talking about? Shower does sound appealing, but I'm also kind of like, I don't know, a little out of it. I need to shower. I'm like a little overwhelmed thinking that in 2 days I'm going to have to go to this event, which I should be happy about, but yeah. Welcome back from the ad break. You're being coy. Yeah, I know. Riley? I mean, there's no vowels in this thing, right? Except for that Y. So, I mean, I guess it has to be Riley. Can it be anything else? And let's go through close then. Good way to take care of boredom. I suppose. I suppose. I suppose. I like to try clothes on though, And while I'm dirty, I don't really want to try clothes on that are clean. Do you know what I mean? But I suppose it's just the bikini tops, but still. I should shower first. I guess it's Riley. Fuck, I don't know. Humorous in a clever and often ironic way. I should log in and track my stats. Oh, really? But I don't have an account. What email address should I use? No, I don't want to use that one. I think I was using Willow. I don't remember the email address. Hold on. Do I have it saved somewhere? I have so many email addresses because I had to make one for each account that I made, you know? Oh, oops. It's willow.pillows. I didn't even know that. I think I was using that one for games a little bit. So, yeah, don't email me here. I mean, you can if you want to, but I probably won't respond because I don't check it at all. Yep. Oh, you can see my password. It's all dots. It's all dots. I see your instincts are great. What do you mean my instincts are great? Never. Oh, thank God. I'm glad there's an option for it. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. That's why I made an account, just so I could do that. Better. Oh, that's so much better. I can actually see now. That's so great. That's so great. Let's see how many people use pilot as their first word. That's kind of cool how it shows this information on the right. Pilot ranks 4,493 as the first word. Yeah, it's way down there. Oh, for the Riley word? Yeah. I just have, I don't know. Good education, I guess? I really don't even really read much. Like, I don't like read books and stuff. I should, though. I'd probably be even smarter, which maybe I don't want to be smarter. I don't know. Anyhow. Ready for this one? I want some cheese curds. Y'all got some curds? I too am surprised that curds got no hits. I don't know about this whole with at the end. I too am surprised that curds got no hits with. No, take out the with. Just got no hits. Because this person who made this said they made it to help like teach their kids and stuff. Like it was like educational thing. Like maybe use proper English if it's educational, right? Anyways, let me not be so critical like I am of everything and everyone at all times. I don't know if mange is a word. Mangy is a word. It could be, though. Could be a word. What the fuck? I had no letters. I had 0 letters. I just guessed the word mange. Wow. Wow. Smart Willow is the sexiest woman I know of. She really knows how to wind me up. I do enjoy it. A skin disease of animals such as cats and dogs, and sometimes people, that causes itching and loss of hair. But usually it's because you're mangy. You usually hear mange. I got a score of 80. What's the score based on? Like how many guesses it took you or something? So that's cool. We can do unlimited now because I have an account or whatever. You guessed mange. Great job. I did. I bet like trail is like one of the highest ones, but I don't do stuff like that. I'm better than that. Let's try trail. I bet like trail and steel and stuff like that. Let's see. 417. Yeah, I figured it'd probably be pretty high up there. Willow's the champion. I am. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions. Anyways, let's do cough because there's a T. Yep. Rip. Ripskis. Any more information, please? That's better. Much better. So, maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Maybe not. Could it be smite? I mean, it fits. Is it telling me something? Is it telling me that I should be playing smite? That I can be like a pro gamer one day? I mean, it does fit, right? Let's do it. That'd be funny if it's correct. Of course it's correct. Of course it's smite. Oh my god. That's funny. You guessed smite. Great job. Where's coffee? He should see that. That's funny. All right. Know what I mean? Oh yeah, wasn't there some sort of swag thing going on? Not really. Thank you for this. 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 You see what I did there? Rip. Rip load. Load rip. Rip loading. Oh, there it goes. I think that's the one you said. Which means we don't need to have these on here. Did I get it? Wait. Yep, that's different. I wonder if I should wear something clever. Should I wear something like a costume? That'd be a little out of place, huh? A little out of place. That's a really cute top. Bloop-a-loop, bloop-a-loop. Why did this reset again? Bloop-a-loop. Boop-a-doop-boop. 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 So I'm thinking you can have a nice spa day in preparation for the Grand Prix with all the goodness or goodies from your packages. Not so much a spa day, just a normal day that I can continue showering. That's basically it. I can mouthwash again. That'll be nice. I can wear deodorant again. That'll be nice. I'm sure people around me will appreciate it. Man, how am I going to deal with all that heat? What's a good way to stay cool? Stay wet? Yeah, like those mist fans. Those are pretty cool. Whoops. Girls? Just girls? Oh, because they have the models. That'd be super cool to be a model at one of these events. I would like that very much, but I am not. Got like audience outfits. Is that Megan Fox? Yep. Called it. This isn't really that helpful. God damn it, Megan Fox. Will you stop it? Are you serious? Not helpful. Helpful? Not helpful. Is it gonna be that crowded? Holy shit. Oh no, everybody's wearing t-shirts and stuff. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Meow. Meow. Look at me. My name is Jasmine. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Plus, you look adorable. All glistening. Thanks. Megan Fox is going to get a party started. Megan Fox is gorgeous. I would love to go party with Megan Fox. No, this is Dutch, not what I want. How do I... Yeah, like it's Megan Fox again. That's helpful. Yep. It's like all Megan Fox. Like, it's like Megan Fox went to an event. Let's take pictures of her. This is what we have for fashion. She's fucking gorgeous. That's great. That's great, guys. Thank you. Megan Fox was at the event. We got it. I kind of don't think that's what we're wearing. I think this is one of the photographer booths. No, I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what that is. That'd be pretty cool. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, look, it's Megan Fox. If she's at the event, I'm gonna go, like, make out with her. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll see. We'll see, Jasmine. Jasmine? We'll see. Jasmine? You can't force me to make out. What do you mean, yes, you can? You know things that other people don't know? Like what? Don't say that so loud. Jasmine. Inappropriate. I'm such a nerd, having conversations with my cat. I bet Megan would love you. Maybe, I don't know. I know that I like looking at her. I don't know how she is as a person. You know what I mean? I like seeing her. Oh my god. Well, I guess I could just do it anyhow. And just not care? Question mark? I also have to remember I'm going to be doing it for 3 days. So I could just go the first day. But the hottest day is the first day. The temperature actually goes down a little bit on Saturday and Sunday. The hottest day is Friday. I was going to say I could go the first day and see like what people are doing, how they're wearing and what their dress is and stuff. How they're dressed and what they're wearing is what I meant to say. And, but if the first day is the hot day, that's the day when I should be wearing the bikini top. So, girls are such sluts. Okay. So bikini first day and layer up the next day? No, I don't know, maybe, but like if I don't know if I should be wearing a bikini as a top, I was gonna not wear it the first day and see how people dress, and then I could, based on what I see, I could try it the second day. But second day it's gonna be hotter or less hot. First day is the hottest, so that's the day that I should be wearing the bikini. So I don't know. Not a good example. What's wrong with me? This it? That's all we got? Fuck. No, there we go. And that's what I'll wear. I'll wear whatever this guy's wearing. Oh, there we go. Now I can see what people are wearing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Missed my question, couple messages. What? Do you have any bikinis that attach in the front? Just thinking of someone taking an opportunity to pull a string and you're on show for the world. Yeah, I think I have a couple that do that. I could double tie it in the back, and then you can't have that problem. Which I would likely do if I'm around 180,000 people. What do you want? Come here, you. Hello. What are you doing? What do you say? Hi. You know, you're pressing on my very sore tit. Very sore. Because I stabbed it. Upside down cat! No, no, it's an upside down cat! Hi. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 That sounds funny. What'd you say? Fan guide. Oh, look, it's a fan guide. That's pretty cool. Do, 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 from 2016. Oh my god, look at all the food, all the stuff. Advertisement. Joy to the world. I don't want to look at this. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. What? Hmm. 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 That's helpful. Why are you doing that? Hey, why are you doing that? You're fine. Yes, you are. Stop doing that. Oh my god. Hmm. 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 This is cool. Wait, where's the actual race? Here? Probably, right? Because that's Long Beach. Hey, why are you doing this? It's fine. Just calm down. Ah! Calm down. Are you being calm? Is this calm? Are you sure? Okay. A little bit better. What are you doing? Just chill. Chill, dude. I'm missing the kitty Jasmine Lucy, I mean. Sorry. Oh my god, it's all the way over here. It's in California. Oh my god, I think it's California. Wait, there's Bloop. I can see Bloop. I can see you. You're right. There. That's didn't work out exactly how I was hoping for it to work out. Hold on. You're right here in Silver Lake. There you are. You're right next to Silver Lake Fire Department off County Highway 8 to 14. Yep. Found ya. It's okay, I love willow noises. Oh, I am? Yes. All right. Here. You're free. Go frolic. Be feline. Okay. I guess I'll just dress like a fucking slut. Who cares? Right? That'll be fine. Did I ever make a move in that chess game, or did I forget? I think I forgot, right? Yeah, I forgot. Oops. All right. I get distracted easily, obviously. Thanks, ADD. Oh shit, I have another one. This is not a good idea. Just don't even move it. Why are you trying to move that, man? Why are you trying to move it? Just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you did it. What if I just ignore it? I'm just like, sup. Then it'll be like that. I'll be like, oh. Well, I don't know. Might be okay. Meow, 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 meow. I wanted to put these two rooks together, like, for this attack here. But, you know what I mean? That's probably fine. No, it's not going to take it. Just take it here. Like, okay, let's not do that. Damn it. It's an option later, maybe. What is? What's an option, Blue? Oh, the ass fucking? Is that what you're talking about? do, 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 do. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. Oh, the pair of rooks, but that other thing too, fun can always be had. Why is everyone so horny on Maine? What you talking about, Dre? What is Maine? Like on your main account? On main line? Okay. Let's do, got this, got that. Okay, there we go. Got it. Baller status. Wonderful. Do, 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 do. All right. Sorry, I was trying to set something up on this other thing. It's meme phrase. Oh. People are always going to pursue happiness in whatever form that takes. That's true. I've never heard that meme phrase before. Too many memes to keep track of. What if I... I'm just being silly because the chat is horny. Oh, the chat's always horny. It's fine. I don't care. I probably promote it, so. Because, you know, I like put pictures of me looking like this and stuff on here all the time. Which, I don't know why this keeps resetting. Feel free to follow my Instagram, by the way, if you're not. Same username. I suppose I could take this line before he does. And then if he makes this move, I can make this move. Because if I were him, I would think taking this line would be pretty productive. He could take it even after I move my queen there. He could still put his rook there because it's protected. So, and then my queen's under attack. I don't have a lot of moves here. Sorry, I'm trying to provide entertainment, you know, while I'm trying to figure this crap out. I think if I move here too soon, he could do something like this, right, to attack. And then what am I going to do? Well, I should take it to the limit one more time. Now I have to move. So that sucks. Maybe it's better just to take this pawn now. I don't know, just let him do what he wants to do. And then I can move here without fear of him moving that pawn forward. Maybe I should take the pawn. That was actually the last thing I was going to do was take this pawn. Maybe it's the right move. Because this is what he wants. He wants to put his queen here, protected by the pawn. So he wants to have his queen on this line. I have such funny noises. What if he does it anyhow? Can't do that. Okay. Can do that. Okay, he's probably not going to do that. That'd be a little crazy. Welcome back from the ad break. The pawn wants to be taken. It told me so. And it said, "Take me, I'm ready." You sure that wasn't me? It might have been me. I'm doing my logins while I'm trying to figure out this chess move. Know what I mean? So... Ow. Ow. That was my neck, if you heard that. Jeez. Oh my god. Ow, painful. Ow. 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 I guess taking the pawn's the right move. That way he can't move the pawn forward on my rook. I wouldn't have never thought that was the right move, because it messes up the whole pawn structure there. It exposes that other pawn to move forward with the rook protecting it. Allows the queen to push forward and get through the pawn structure. Undeterred. Unfazed. Yep. Loose. Meow. Do you think streaming would take up a lot of data? It might, huh? Because I don't think I have unlimited data. Yeah, that was a flex. You got snap, crackle, and pop in bed there. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure I lowered my phone plan down a while back because I was just in bed all the time connected to Jerry's internet Wi-Fi, so I wasn't using my data anyhow, and I was paying too much or, being charged too much. So, pretty sure I don't have like an unlimited data plan. I don't know how great of an idea it would be to stream without unlimited data from my phone, unless I have Wi-Fi there. Then I can. I don't know. Meow, meow, meow. Streaming does take a ton of data, really? You think it'd be a bad idea? I think I have like a 2 gig plan or something. I don't even know. I haven't looked in a really long time. I don't really remember. But I go through 2 gigabytes pretty fast. Just record thing, then and put it up as an upload to YouTube. Yeah, I guess I could do that. But then that would take a lot of room on my phone, right? And don't people want to watch things live? Because it's like an event, so like, people might want to see me at the event live. I don't know. Maybe I can use Jerry's phone if Jerry has unlimited data. You know what I mean? I could just download the Twitch app or whatever it is, and then. After seeing all those Scylla plays on the Smite World Championship, I kind of want to like play Scylla now because she's pretty fun. Yep. So, yeah. I guess it's okay if I look a little fat. It's not gonna be like a photo shoot, right? Oh my god. I'm like stressing out over it now. This is what happens to me. This is what happens. This is what happens. Because if I'm live on stream, then people will see me. And they'll be like, oh, look at that fat girl on stream. Fuck. Beep, boop. Like that. Want some more? That's funny. Okay, log into the next one. Are you still here, Bloop? What is happening? Is anybody here? Okay, that's great. Just looking at my phone settings, if you streamed, it would eat through 2 gigabytes in a little over 2 hours. How do you know that? How do you know these things? What if I streamed it at like a low quality? What if it was like 720p? I don't know how to set those settings on my phone, but there's probably an option for it. I was out of chat doing the math. Oh. Well, Bloop, you know that I can do the math for you really fast. Just tell me, and I got you. It's a jasmine. It's a jasmine. Meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Video uses a lot of data. A low setting of 240p, it would be about 4.5 hours roughly to go through 2 gigabytes of data. Well, shit. That's not very much streaming for 3 days. Maybe I can use Jerry's phone then instead, because I can't use mine if that's the case. Maybe I do have unlimited data. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. Been a long time since I looked. It's actually a little unusual to find plans that don't have unlimited data anymore, but I feel like I might have in order to try to save money. You know another good way to save money? Don't pay your car insurance ever. Saves a lot of money. Yeah. I'm gonna find some food. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. It would be amazing if Jerry let you use his phone, or at least hotspot from his phone. Oh, wow. I guess that's the thing I could do. Jasmine! The fuck are you doing? Yeah, I heard. Stop doing it. Wow. It's like a child. What quality is the normal streaming from a phone? Like 720? 1080? 1440? 100 million? You don't want those, baby. Those are almonds. Dank Daddy Dom invited you to the party. Oh, sorry, man. Not playing right now. Just getting viewer ads. That would be pretty amazing, though. Welcome back from a potential ad break? I don't know. There might have been one. It's hard to tell. That was a little weird. What's wrong, baby? What? If you do stream it, I'm going to tell everyone to check out the hot model Will at the races. Will's going to be getting autograph requests if I do it right. Go for it. I have been asked for my autograph before. Kind of funny. Like, you don't know me, but they're like, just in case, I guess, maybe, you know? Kind of funny. It does make you feel special, though. There's a game called Planet Crafter that's available on sale. Looks cool. Planet Crafter. Oh yeah, dig it. Or something. That's all we got, kitties. That's it. That was all the almonds. Very yummy. Okay. I forget where the latest autograph thing was. I think it might have been at that air show that I went to when I was dressed as Princess Leia. That would make sense. I think. I might be wrong though. Oh, if I get the chance, I'm going to surprise you one day by getting the whole crowd to fangirl over to you, asking for autographs. I'm going to hide in them and hand you a note that simply says, "You are amazing, Willow." That'd be pretty fun. And then I'll know it too. Hello, Jasmine. That'd be funny if people were fangirling over me. Usually only like at event type things do people like ever ask for my autograph or something. Not like, you know, that have any kind of fame associated with it. They just do it, I think, just to, like, to have everybody's name, maybe. I don't know. Like people who like collect autographs and stuff, you know, like just in case it's gonna be worth something one day. I don't know. I think people do stuff like that, you know. What? I gotta make this chest move, Jasmine. Stop distracting me. She's like, "What do you mean?" I would never distract you. Okay. There are only 3 moves that I see right now. I'm sure there are others, but there are only 3 that I think make sense. Taking the pawn on e4 with the pawn on f5, which would allow for the queen to then take it, but I can move my rook up the f rook to f6 to protect e6 from the queen moving there. And then that's it. It also protects the other pawn. It kind of has to stay there. So there's that. There's also moving the rook to f6 now. However, if I were him, and I'm not because he's better than I am, I think he'd probably move the pawn forward on the e file to e5, supported by the pawn on f4, to attack my rook. I could take with the pawn, and then he could move the other pawn down to attack the rook. I'd have to move the rook. But he'd have his queen blocked. He could put me in check with the pawns instead instead of the queen, but it's not as dangerous as the queen. So it'd be blocking the queen's path is the whole purpose of that move. The only other move, maybe, is moving the king to d8. That way there is no check option on e6. It also prevents the rook from coming down, potentially, to c7, which would put my king in check because it's protected by the knight. Moving to e8 could allow for a rook-protected knight to move to c7, which would put me in check. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I don't want it to happen. Take the pawn. He can't handle the anticipation anymore. I think he wants me to take it. He should have taken it, but he didn't. I thought he was going to take it. And mind you, if I do take the pawn, he does not have to recapture it. He can just move his queen back again to g4, which will put me in check, and I don't have a pawn to block with on the f file. I'll have to block with the e pawn, which he could just take with the queen, and that puts me in check, protected by the pawn on d5. So taking with the pawn doesn't seem great. I don't know what the fuck else to do. Oh, there is the move, I forgot, of moving my h rook to h5. I forgot about that one. Which protects that pawn. However, if they do take my pawn with their pawn, I need to recapture with my rook, not the pawn, because the pawn is protecting that rook from the queen. And when I recapture with the rook, that actually puts me in good position to have doubled rooks on that file where the queen is planning on attack. So maybe h5. Rook to h5 might be the answer. Very conflicted, like I said. This guy's very good at chess, turns out. It turns out he knows what he's doing. Turns out. It turns out. Boom, 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 boom. Here's a conversation. Hello, sexy. Hi there, smiley face. How are you doing, babe? I'm doing okay, thanks. You? Glad to hear that, bud. I'm good, too. I dropped you a follow and friend request. This is on Twitch. I said thanks a bunch, smiley face. You're good. I took a look at your channel. I can see you're an affiliate already. That's a great job, babe. Oh, thank you. That took some effort, hee hee. Yeah, I know. So what do you think about the idea of hitting partner with a lot of audience in your streaming community? I said, I think that'd be great, obviously. LOL. Like, what is this fucking lead-in? Are you just going to try to sell me followers? Like, this lead-in is absurd. It's so transparent and oblivious and ugh. What a combo. Keeps calling me sexy and babe, and then Bud was thrown in there. It's like, were you copy and pasting? Okay. Anyways, just wondering, that knight on b5 is a threat of check in a few moves, is it not? It can be a threat. That's quite a grind of a lead-in. Yeah, yeah. I thought I was just being complimentary at first, but now it's obviously going to be a sales pitch of sorts. Yeah, this knight right here can be dangerous, but it can't move here. I'll take it. It can't move here. I'll take it. It can't move here. I'll take it. Can't take this, or I'll take it. So, oh god damn it. There's a ad break. Okay, welcome back from the ad break. I was talking about this knight. So all these red squares I have here are places that the knight cannot move, or I'll take it. So because of that, it's going to be a little bit convoluted to get me in check with the knight for where I am located currently. However, if this move happens, which I am speculating it will happen eventually, that leaves this square open. I can't take it. Which allows for that to happen, which is a check. Or allows for this to happen instead, in case I happen to move here or something. So it's something to be wary of, but for right now I'm okay with where it is. For right now it's bothering me that I can't put my queen here because of the knight. That's why the knight is still there, because I can't move my queen anywhere productive. My queen's kind of useless right now where it is. Except for covering these two squares. So, unfortunately I can't cover this square anymore. So, that's unfortunate, because I can't really get a checkmate going anywhere. So if I take this, and he does move back here, what is my recourse? Block with the rook? Block with the rook again? I can't have him going here. Can't take it. Can't put me in check. If he does take here, I have to take here. He can go here though. But now these two are protecting each other at least. I have to go there, or he could move here. Which you still might want to do. Anyways, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just fucking around. So I don't know what the best move is. At least this sets up for this potential in case he does something else, where I could then move this rook up here. If the queen's still behind it when he moves, then I can capture the queen. You know what I mean? Maybe. If the queen's still there, I don't know why it would be. It's possible. Because I could make that move and he could be like, oh, I'm going to fuck around over here, you know, for this move. I'm like, oh, I understand. It's unfortunate. He still might come up in here, but I can just ignore it. And then he can start doing other things that I don't approve of. Like taking the pawn. And then I can do this. This is just a scenario that maybe he leaves his queen there. Probably not. It's possible. This is a bad option. Now, mind you, he doesn't have to take that. He doesn't have to do anything now either. He can just take his time. And I can be like, you know? That's a bad idea. Eventually I have to move. So, of all the options, I guess this is the best one. I don't like it. I can ignore that, maybe. Or go here now. And now I can't ignore it anymore. I don't know. This game's looking a little rough. He's going to have to make sure he makes the right mistakes for me to make a comeback. Otherwise, yeah. He made this move, which was unexpected, so I think he'll probably take the pawn if I do that move. That's not how you take it. Which, if he does that, unfortunately, it probably behooves me to take it with this rook. Or I could not, and just let him put me in check, and then move. It's just that kind of defeats the whole purpose of this check now. So, I don't know.